very important too just now, man. And it just made me think about another reason why this stream is important because it highlights and amplifies people like you, Attorney General Ford. Like, I would have never known, about you or the work that you're doing if I didn't see you on the screen. And I think that's what a lot of people, in the street are screaming for. They're like, yo, who is out there fighting for us? Like, who is out there on the front lines, fighting for us? Of course, we see the Jasmine Crockett's and we see the AOCs and Ayanna Presley's, but, we want to see the people that are, also like yourself that are out there doing the work. Because sometimes we look at those three and we be like, yo, they're doing a phenomenal job, but I mean, there's got to be more. Where the rest of the Avengers at? So it's good to see people like yourself.
Thank you so much for acknowledging that.
Yes, and I know you are off. You have to do the work for the people. So
we got a
whenever,
pardons board meeting today, so I'm getting ready to go pardon some people.
please do, in the name of justice. So we know as justice is being served somewhere, even if it's in Nevada, for those of us who can say it correct. I'm gonna get your name right next time too. But Attorney General Ford, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, everybody. Y'all take care.
So Breakfast Club folks, I want to just say, I think it's dope that calling on folks in the 11th hour, we started throwing this thing together Friday night. And just talking to you all along the way and figuring out where we could lean in. I'm so excited about you all doing the stream as well. We are streaming it on multiple platforms, and to make sure that when people tune in, they're seeing this everywhere. It reminds me of like hurricane relief, or there's some other disaster relief where you're like, everywhere I look, I can't escape this thing. That's the day and age that we're in right now. You all are interviewing political guests that come on and share things about the work they're doing. Sometimes it's not as truthful as others, but I think that it's so important that you guys have agreed to lean into this as well. Y'all don't just do entertainment and culture. You all make sure that our people know what's really going on. When did that shift for you, and when and talk about why that's important in a platform like that where y'all have fun too? It is so fun to be with y'all, but you also have taken the responsibility of sharing facts with your audience.
I mean, I honestly think that's something we were doing from day one because, politics has been pop culture for a long, long, long time. I would say since, President Obama was in office. But I mean, you can even go back to the days. I mean, I'm only 46, but you can go back to the days of Bill Clinton when Bill Clinton was on Arsenio Hall. But for Breakfast Club, we've always had politicians on. Bakari Sellers was probably the first politician that we had on when he was running for lieutenant governor of South Carolina. And, he just started kind of spreading the word to everybody else. And then, Angela Rye, you started to come on really consistently in like 2016. And that was the first, I think, election cycles that we started to be a part of, when, Hillary Clinton came on and Bernie Sanders came on. And then 2020, it was every Democrat and their mama. And then 2024, it was Democrats and Republicans. So I think, that's just a responsibility that we've always taken on because, like Malcolm X said, the person who controls the media controls the minds of the masses. So whether it's elected officials or, just Black thought leaders, period. Everybody from Dr. Claude Anderson to Dick Gregory to the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, they've all, graced the Breakfast Club with their presence. So I just feel like that's a responsibility you have when you have a platform this big.
Yeah, I mean, we've been doing this, 15 years, 16 years, closely.
Wow.
And I think we also grow up. I think the things that mattered to me when I was 21 didn't matter when I was 25. It didn't matter when I was 35. It didn't matter when I'm 40. You have a different outlook on life. I'm not living for just myself anymore. You're living for your family, your community, and other things. And some things that you don't understand, you want to change. I think a lot of times people were scared of politics because they didn't understand it.
Yeah.
And that's why I asked so many questions. And that's why I'm glad that, we actually met you, because you can break down a lot of things that people necessarily didn't understand until we understand. I can ask like a 3-year-old. I can ask like a 5-year-old and not feel embarrassed and not feel ashamed because of something that I don't know or don't understand. And I think that's where it came from. We can ask why. Why is that like that? How can we change that? And I think, it's no more the days of somebody talking over our heads or using big words so that we don't understand. And now we can have those same conversations back. So for myself, I think it was just a matter of getting older, getting more mature and evolving a little bit and understanding that, this is not just for you. This is for your family, your community, and the people that really, ride with you.
Lauren, oh, go ahead. Mm-hmm. I was going to say, Lauren, I was sitting here thinking they were talking about, or Envy was just talking about asking why. And that's one of the things I love about being with you all too, because I can ask why, or you guys will push me outside of the bubble that I know. Like politics has been my work. And I was thinking about the last time we were all together, it was on election night. And I know that I thought it was going to go much different. We were like, oh, this happened last time. This is what happened in 2020. And I'm gonna be honest with y'all, I'm still very traumatized about the 2024 election results. I still can't believe it. I'm just gonna be honest. I'll save that for another panel and marathon another day. I don't believe it. But I just want to know what makes you compelled, because you are too, compelled to lean in even when the results break our hearts.
I think I was just raised this way. Like in my household, you didn't have, like, you couldn't run from responsibility. So like very young, my mom just taught me to, like, you know, really attach to things of substance, and to, I mean, it is what it is, and you just make the best of any situation that you can. And we also, I mean, I didn't know I was learning about politics, but my mom was very, like, she made us get up and go vote. She, even now, she calls me and be like, how much is CNN or Fox or whatever did you watch today? She's upset when I can't answer the questions that she's asking me. My house has always been like that. So I think being in the space that I'm in now, the compellingness that you see is I was literally trained to be like this from birth, of like, there's more to the world. And as you grow in the world, you got to be equipped to fight. And your fight is not always going to be with your hands. Sometimes it's with your voice, with your knowledge, with your whatever. So I don't know. This is my mama. I get it from my mama. I don't know.
I love it. Well, I am so grateful for you all. I'm going to be mindful of the time, honor it. I'm so glad you all could come on just for a moment. Again, we are in State of the People. Tonight, you will hear a State of the Union address where facts will not be the foundation. But at State of the People, we have come together, united in ways. I ain't seen Black folks united like this in a long time. So I ain't going to lie, y'all. Being Paparazzi's daughter, I am happy. And so
we're going to be streaming this on Breakfast Club's YouTube channel as well.
I know I announced that. You were asleep when I said it, I guess. But yes, sir. I don't think I said YouTube, so I might be asleep. But to Lenard's point, it will be on Breakfast Club's YouTube for the rest of the day. And I think what is so important about this, again, is from wall to wall, no matter where you look, you cannot turn away from us. We're going to be right here in your face all day long. And that, y'all, right over there, those three, that's the Breakfast Club. Good morning. So we appreciate y'all. God bless you.
Peace.
Thank you. I'm just here to transition to the next panel. And I'm so grateful that I was joined by my Breakfast Club family, y'all, to make sure you tune in and watch them every weekday morning. It is a fun show. It's a great show. And they are asked some tough questions of our elected officials. I know that we have some amazing... Oh, my brother's in the building. Before I transition to the next panel, we have a surprise guest for you all. We are now calling him the opposition leader, Hakeem Jeffries, who has been my good brother since he joined Congress. I'm so happy to have you. Talk to us about what you're expecting tonight and why this is important today.
Good morning, my sister. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you for having me on. Thank you for this State of the People engagement, critically important. We got to meet the people where they are. Nobody does it better than you and all of the folks who have been hosting this marathon, critically important session. Listen, our view is this is an all hands on deck moment. We are seeing an unprecedented assault on the economy, an unprecedented assault on the social safety net, on Social Security, on Medicare, on Medicaid, on the health care of the American people, an unprecedented assault on democracy, and an unprecedented assault on the American way of life as we know it. And so later on today, we'll see President Trump come up to the Hill. He'll deliver a joint address to Congress. We're pretty confident that he's going to spend a significant amount of time lying to the American people about any number of issues, including what they're trying to do with Medicaid and the work that they have failed to do to make life better for the American people.
Yes. Well, I know we have another one of our brothers that's waiting in the green room, so I'm going to bring him up now. I think you'll appreciate seeing him. He is none other than the president of the Global Black Economic Forum, Alfonso David. I know he's also here. I just thought we could have a little lawyer moment real quick. Hey, Alfonso.
Hey there, Angela.
Okay.
Hey, Leader Jeffries.
Alfonso, good to see you, my brother.
You too.
Since you're here, I'm going to ask a tough question because our brother Hakeem knows I'm going to do it this way. We want to know, you said he's going to be lying to the American people. We want to know, why are y'all going to sit in the chamber to let him lie to y'all? Why do you have to go?
Listen, my view is never let anyone run you off your block. And so I understand there are going to be some people who are going to make the decision. It's a principled decision not to attend, but it's not his house. It's the people's house. And the 215 of us who serve on the House Democratic side, and my view is we shouldn't let him come in there and just speak to a group of sycophants who are going to applaud at every single thing he says or does like lapdogs. He's got to also know that there's a significant opposition to all of the harm that is being unleashed on the American people. But individual members are going to make their decisions in about an hour or so. We'll be sitting with the Congressional Black Caucus, which I'm proud to be a part of course, led by Congresswoman Yvette Clarke, to have a conversation about later on today and making sure that he can be fact-checked in real time and, of course, immediately after whatever it is he has to say.
Absolutely. Well, Alfonso, we have cut into your panel. Leader Jeffries, my opposition leader Jeffries, he said, don't let nobody run you off your block. I like it. I still think I would protest, but we have to argue about that later. I promise y'all, we'll be arguing with him about this later. But I said majority leader. I mean, Mr. Speaker, I mean opposition leader Jeffries. We are so grateful for your time. And I am so very grateful for your fight, which I've been able to witness firsthand. Keep the fight going. We're going to be right here fact checking him ourselves. We are not watching the State of the Union. We'll allow y'all to report back to us, because we'll be in here telling the American people the truth and what they can do to fight against them. So thank you for joining us. Alfonso, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for joining us. I'm Alfonso David. I'm the president and CEO of the Global Black Economic Forum. We focus on thought leadership through global events. We do leadership development, policy work, and litigation. And importantly, we are a sister company to Essence, the legacy media brand. And we're so happy that they are also streaming this event on essence.com. So today we have been working to really think about how we can talk to folks about the economy. We've been working on advancing economic opportunities for marginalized groups for many, many years. And the state of the people is one of resilience, but it's also one of urgency. And we are at a critical juncture where our hard-fought gains are being challenged. And the path forward requires collective action. As Angela has been saying, collective action. Now, the fight for economic opportunity is under direct attack. Legal and legislative efforts threaten our path to true economic freedom. From lawsuits that are seeking to disrupt investments in our very own communities, to legislation and policies attacking civil rights. The urgency for economic justice has never been greater. And this morning, we're going to be breaking down these critical battles and what is at stake with a group of leaders in our community. But before we begin, I want to express a very, very large thank you to Angela Rye, Joy Reid, Reverend Mark, Holly Holiday, Stephanie Donovan, and all of our partners who have been instrumental in pulling this 24-hour State of the People marathon together. So to begin our discussion on economic opportunity, we're going to welcome Arian Simone, someone all of you should know, the CEO of the Fearless Fund. She has been a warrior with limitless courage in our community after she was sued for simply seeking to help our community. We're going to talk more about what that means in the lawsuit. But first, I want to welcome Arian.
Well, thank you, Attorney David. Thank you all for having me. I'm honored to be here. I thought I was going to be tuning in today. And then when you asked me to speak, I said, well, hey, I am here. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. How are you doing?
I'm doing excellent. I mean, the world is going crazy, but I am, as a person, I'm doing excellent. How are you?
Same. So let's talk a little bit about the Fearless Fund. There was a lot of press about the Fearless Fund. You went on the Breakfast Club, you went on The View, you talked about this case, and maybe some people may have missed it. So let's talk about what the Fearless Fund is and why you created it, and then we'll talk about the lawsuit.
Yes, the Fearless Fund is the first venture capital fund that is built by women of color for women of color. It was created due to the racial disparities that exist in venture capital. Women of color receive only 0.39% of venture capital funds while making up over 20% of the US population. That's why we're
stop there, because I people need to understand that number. Can you say it again?
Women of color receive only 0.39% of venture capital funds while making up over 20% of the US population.
0.39%, and we make up more than 20% of the population. Let's talk about how much money is in venture capital.
Venture capital and private equity, we are a $62 trillion industry.
And how much do Black people get?
Less than 1%. For last year, I think it was like 0.48%, less than 1%.
So why did you create the Fearless Fund? Why do this?
Well, I desire, from a personal standpoint, to be the business investor I've been looking for from being a longtime entrepreneur. But regardless, the stats itself are the reason why I created it.
So for a lot of people, they may not invest in the stock market. They may not invest in other businesses. So break it down for folks when you're talking about investments. You create this venture capital firm called the Fearless Fund, and your goal is to try to do what exactly?
Oh, to prove and generate returns. We're in business. This is not charity. The money that's invested is generating returns for our investors, which are, in this case, a lot of large corporations, JP Morgan Chase, PayPal Ventures, Bank of America, and many others.
So for some folks who may not be that familiar with venture capitalism or investments, I want to sort of simplify it here. So let's just assume you have a local business and you're looking to grow your business.
Mm-hmm.
And you are looking for investors because you want to grow your business. You want to create other offices. You want to sell to more people. Tell us why venture capitalism, or how does that work if I'm a business owner and I'm looking to grow my business?
On a very basic level, it looks like Shark Tank. And that's the best example I can give because it's a visual representation of what venture capital is that a lot of people can identify. People come to us and they say, hey, are you willing to invest $500,000 in exchange of 10% ownership of my business? It is cash for ownership, cash for equity. That's exactly what venture capital looks like. But that's not the only source of funding that we do. We also have a loan program as of more recent, which are small business loans. And then we also have grants at our foundation. So we participate in the capital stack at 3 different levels.
So, and you've been doing this for a number of years, I think more than 5 years, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, 7 going on 8 now.
7 going on 8. So you decide to open up the Fearless Fund to invest in businesses, as well as you had a charitable organization as well, and you invest in companies as well.
Yes, not half.
Right. And then so 2 years ago, you got something in the mail.
Well, I didn't get something in the mail. We found out on the news. I was like, we got to get to the get down right now. We were sued August of 2023 by American Alliance for Equal Rights. I mean, like just the name itself, for alleged discrimination, claiming that we were violating a civil rights law.
Yeah. And I had the privilege of representing Arian in the Fearless Fund, along with Gibson Dunn, along with Ben Crump and others. And we represented them in federal court. And just so for folks to understand, why is this case important to you? Why are we talking about the Fearless Fund?
Well, this case is not important to me. This case is important to people as a whole, and in particular, Black people. They filed 3 motions against us: a TRO, a preliminary injunction against the grant program that was benefiting Black women, and the case itself of discrimination. And the reason why it is important, because we were inaugural defendants of one of the most defining lawsuits of our time. We were the first lawsuit in this anti-DEI war to take place. So post the SCOTUS ruling of June 2023 that was ending affirmative action for higher education, we were these people's next target. And pretty much they were trying to use us to set a precedent case to say, hey, funding in Black people should be illegal. That was their attempt. That was their goal. They were unsuccessful, as this case was permanently dismissed. And that's why this is important to everybody. It was an attempt to put constitutional law flipped on its head to try to continue to oppress Black people.
And as you mentioned, they lost, even though they tried to shut down the Fearless Fund. The Fearless Fund continues to do the work of investing in under-resourced entrepreneurs. Tell us a little bit about what you're doing now and how the Fearless Fund is doing.
Well, we are doing the same thing we were doing prior to the lawsuit. We are investing, as you said, on the venture capital side in women of color co-founded businesses. We are still continuing to make investments. We're still deploying capital. It's just what we do. On the foundation side, we have gotten into more work, I will say, on the foundation side, but it has nothing to do with the lawsuit. We were getting to this area either way, which is on the subject of global economic inclusion. We are becoming more advocates in the space of different policy work that needs to take place. And my staff even has me on video January of 23, way before lawsuit, about, hey, you guys, we got to get into advocacy because it's nice to have a fearless fund, but we need to have fearless funds. We need more people to be able to be check cutters and allocators in this space. Because if we can diversify the investors, we can diversify the investments.
Arian, what do you want people to take away from your experience in this lawsuit? Where, a few months into the new administration, you went through a full year of litigation where they tried to shut down your business and they were unsuccessful. You continued to do what you do. What is the message to the folks out there? What do you want them to take away from the Fearless Fund, from your experience, and what we are going through in this very moment?
Yes. Well, one, we did try to warn everybody, Attorney David. We did. We said this was coming, and now we are here. From a state of resolve, that's just the spirit that I'm in right now. I think we need to identify and quit just talking around the elephant in the room. The reason why these things are happening because white people who believe in supremacy are scared of the minority becoming the majority. And I think we really need to have some real discussions about what is actually taking place. It's no different than our current election results. It said that 7% of people voted for the current president because they believed he had good judgment. That means that something else was at play, and it wasn't the economy. It was their attempt to try to restore, or in their minds, white power or maintain. And I think we need to have real discussions about what is really going on, and sitting around the table with people of all different political backgrounds, ideologies, and thoughts, and just call a spade and just say, hey, how can we address these issues and really come to a place of resolve where everybody sitting at the table can be happy? But we need to really address the root of what's going on. This attack on the Fearless Fund was just clearly out of the spirit of fear. We're dealing with $1 trillion issue, and you upset over what, a couple $100 million. It's $1 trillion issue, these disparities. Also, I think we need to operate from a place of victor. I want people to know that you are a victor in this and not a victim. We've seen what happened recently with Target. And I was telling all the Black brands, you can walk off the shelf. The same way they can cancel you, you can cancel them. Why are we taking this stance of, oh my gosh, I'm scared to be removed from the shelf? Well, if you got to be removed from the shelf to stand up for your people, it's worth the cost. You got to be willing to stand on business. We lost millions standing on business, for real type of cash. But if it's a matter of the principle and helping and the liberation of my people, it just is what it is. And we have to be willing to stand united regardless of the cost of what that takes. So just operating from a place of victory and a place of a victor instead of a victim. Know your power and stand in it.
Arian, thank you so much for continuing to be the warrior that you are. If folks are looking to support what you're doing, where do they find you? How do they get to you? How do they reach you?
Oh gosh, so many places on social media. I'm at Arian Simone, at fearless.fund, at the fearless.foundation. Our 3 handles, our 3 websites. You can find us there. And thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you for all of the work that you do, Arian Simone. And folks, in addition to the work that Arian is doing, there are a number of other folks that are doing work in this space that's important to our community. And one of them is Alencia Johnson. She's an award-winning leader at the intersection of social impact and culture change. She has extensive political, corporate experience. She's worked for 2 former presidents and published a book recently. It comes out, I think, March 11th or something, at some point soon. Alencia Johnson, we are welcoming you to this conversation, The State of the People. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. And I'm so glad I could answer your call, Angela's call. Look, we all made it work. So I'm glad to be here. And more importantly, glad we are doing this for our people.
So, Alencia, we're talking about economic opportunity. And all too often, when we talk about money, we separate it from social justice as if they're 2 separate things, right? But the truth is, economic justice and social justice are connected. They're intertwined. So what I want to do is get folks to sort of understand, and let's unpack this relationship between our money, our investments, our resources, and everything else that relates to our lives. We are seeing a direct attack on our civil rights and our human rights. So talk to us a little bit about, why is that relevant to the dollar? Why is that relevant to our economic rights?
Listen, I'm so glad you set this up, because it's something that, particularly when I spent time when I worked at Planned Parenthood, it was a conversation that we constantly had about how having the ability to make decisions about your life and having agency over your body is directly connected to your economic opportunity, especially when it comes to Black people. And we know that the racial wealth gap continues to widen, right? We've gotten all of these opportunities and these programs, and yet where we are in the 21st century, the opportunities, the racial wealth gap continues to widen. Well, that's partly because of so many of our fundamental human rights are dismantled. Let's look at healthcare. We can also distill down to reproductive healthcare, but in general, healthcare. We know that one of the number one reason people go bankrupt is because of medical debt. Well, we think about Black people when we are disproportionately sicker than our counterparts, and yet there are so many systemic barriers to getting quality care. That in itself is impacting our ability to hold on to wealth, or even build wealth, or even get a job to increase our wealth and resources. We think about reproductive freedom, right? The ability to decide when and how you're going to have a family, or if you choose to have one or you don't choose to have one. That is directly connected to women and birthing people's ability to decide to get an education, to go into the workforce, how they are going to provide for their communities. We look at abortion bans. I was reading the stat a few months ago about how the states with the majority of abortion bans are also the states that have the majority of HBCUs. And as I think about HBCUs, I think about the work that you all are doing. I think about how we see that as the training ground of the next generation of Black leadership. We're teaching them about economic opportunity. We're teaching them to stand up, for voting rights, for climate change, for all of these things. And yet they are in states where they can't even access those rights. And so that is impacting the way that they are able to get this education, which is a key to their economic freedom. I could go on, but it's so important that you and I are having this conversation, in the fact that this is what the Global Black Economic Forum does, is connecting these dots together, because we can't see them as a silo, and it removes us. We can have real talk, right?
This is what we're doing. We're having real talk. So yes.
It shifts the conversation that I think happens sometimes in our communities, that puts Black people in a position that says, well, I got my bag, so I'm good. But you're not good. You're not good if you're not healthy. You're not good if, a white supremacist can decide that they want to roll up into your church with a gun and gun you down while you're praying. You're not safe when our communities are overwhelmingly impacted by not only climate change, but environmental racism, right? So we have to make sure that we as a people are smart enough to realize that our wealth won't save us like it's saving these billionaire white boys from other countries that aren't even here, but they want to kick everybody else out, right? Let's be honest, right? So we have to make sure we are connecting those dots for our people.
Let's talk a little bit about, there are a number of things that you said that I want to briefly unpack. Let's first talk about reproductive justice, right? This is an issue that often gets labeled incorrectly, if I'll just say it that way. And when you talk about the economy and you talk about reproductive justice, let's break that down in terms of the impact that it's having on Black women and also Black families. Because often our voices, Black men, are not really a part of the reproductive justice conversation. So let's first talk about the economy specifically in our bodies, women's bodies, and how it affects Black women disproportionately than it affects other women.
Well, look, I mean, we think about Black women's spending power, right? But even before we get there, if we look at, I started talking about the states with the abortion bans. You have all of these abortion bans and these restrictions. That is going to force Black women who are making certain decisions to have to decide between going to work, figuring out childcare, and crossing state lines to go get the services that they need. And that is impacting their ability to not only have a salary, but invest that back into the economy and to make those decisions that they're going to make. It also puts them, as a lot of Black women tend to be the pillars of their communities, the pillars of their families, right? If we think that some of them are heads of households, the inability to take care of the home because they can't take care of their body is directly correlated. I want to pick up on this piece that you said, though, this conversation about Black men not being in the conversation. It is so imperative, and I think about this particularly as we're talking about maternal mortality. There's so many stories, and yes, we should continue to lift up the stories of Black women that we have lost and continue to lose in the United States, right? Where we're supposed to have access to quality healthcare, and yet Black women, from Serena Williams and Beyonce to Black women who we may not know their names, are talking about their birthing experience. Black men are providers and fathers in this conversations and are also impacted here as well, right? When a mother is removed from the household, when a mother doesn't have the ability to parent, when a mother doesn't have the ability to maybe go back to work when she needs to go back to work, or vice versa. If there's not a conversation around a Black father being able to have time off to help take care of the family, these things are also connected to our economic advancement. There's so many ways in which we have to look at reproductive justice as an economic issue. I think if we had it in that conversation, we would have more people, more of our people, right, who sometimes are apprehensive to the conversation because some people think that it's taboo to talk about sex in public, but we have to actually talk about this in the vein of healthcare and economic opportunity because it'll get more people engaged in the process.
What about the folks who said, look, I'm just going to vote for the person that can put more dollars in my pocket and everything else will figure itself out?
I mean, well, good luck to you, because
no, I mean, let's have the real talk, because we heard some of that during the election, right?
We did. We heard some of that. And so when you said that, it made me think of, well, yeah, you have money in your pocket and maybe you can afford these groceries, but how healthy is that food you're about to eat when they're dismantling the FDA and the USDA, right? Like,
let's talk about the environment. Exactly. That's where we wanted you to go.
Like, let's talk like the things that we are consuming. So you have, again, also the environment at a larger scale. So you've got all this money, but you are breathing in toxic air. Beyond breathing in toxic air, you are living somewhere where there are going to be environmental catastrophes and you're not going to be able to rebuild, right? So we know what happened. I think people often talk about Hurricane Katrina and when the levees broke, and that was really an infrastructure mistake to not be ready to withhold what was happening. But that does give us an insight to these environmental disasters and what it will do to Black communities. We look at what happened in California and all of the fires. Look what happened to Altadena, right? Like, these are issues that, quite frankly, your money cannot save you when the fire comes, when the hurricane comes, right? Your money cannot save you when they are poisoning the water in the system in your area and you are still fighting for clean pipes so that you no longer have lead in your drinking water. I'm shouting out Flint, Michigan, as well as so many of the states in the South that overwhelmingly have a large Black population. I mean, look, we talked about the environment, we talked about healthcare, we could think about the police state, we can talk about voting rights. All of these things impact your ability to, even if you got the bag, you are not living the full quality of life that we, I believe, are deserved and owed. That is the promise of America, but we are not able to experience that because, again, the bag's not going to save you. That is the thing that I have been trying to say to everybody. You got a nice job. This is a nice event we're at. But this will not save us. And I think about, Alfonso, I know our time is probably coming up soon, but
yeah,
I think about after the first Trump election and this hard conversation that I was having with a lot of people we know, they said, well, oh, those tax cuts, they'll actually benefit me. I said, but what about other people in your community that look like you? I'm not okay when the rest of my people are suffering. I'm not okay when just because I might have an economic benefit, right? But my family or where I come from or the people I look like or the people listening aren't doing okay. And we have to get back to this community conversation, this conversation of taking care of our communities and ensuring that all of us are safe, because none of us are free. None of us are free if one of us isn't free.
Well, and not only that, but if you get the tax cuts and you're looking to reinvest in your community, we've seen lawsuits and legislative efforts that try to make it more difficult for us to do that. That was the Fearless Fund, just so we can connect the dots, right? Arian Simone is seeking to invest in our community, and she's hit with a lawsuit where they're saying you can't do that. You can't invest in Black and brown communities because we think that's discrimination. So even if you got the tax cuts and you took those dollars and wanted to reinvest it in your community, they're looking to stop you from doing that. So when we think about the economy, to your earlier point, and the intersectionality between social justice and economic justice, it's clear as day.
Yeah.
So, you know, we're seeing legal attacks, we're seeing legislative attacks. For the folks who are watching, who are listening, what can they do now, today? What actions can they take to secure the economic freedom for future generations, right? For folks who are not here yet, what can they do in your mind?
Ooh, there's so much to unpack there. Before I say what we can do, can I also, when you were talking about Arian and the Fearless Fund and investing in Black businesses, we've been talking about how we are going to come through this moment and taking into account what our ancestors did. We built communities, and a lot of ways that we are able to build communities to take care of one another is through what? Black businesses. But if Black businesses cannot be invested in, where is the infrastructure to build that community that is actually going to carry us through? And if we think about the attacks on Black businesses and Black communities, I think about Tulsa, and people talk about the Black cities that were burned down in the late 1800s and the early 1900s. Why were they burned down? Because they were thriving. They were thriving economically. They were thriving communities where we actually didn't need to go out of our pocket of Black people, right? We had the healthcare, we had schools, we had businesses, we had all of these things. And it did take economic power held by Black people. And so all of these conversations are extremely important. And so what can you do? Well, one thing I think is really important is people feel so lost. We're so distracted. There's so much wisdom in what our ancestors went through and what they did. And I would really encourage all of us. And I had to challenge myself. I said, oh, I need to go back and really study this civil rights leader or this movement or what happened in this year during the civil rights movement and really understand how they were able to sustain through this. There is, and while I'm talking about education, a friend of mine dropped this to me. There is a Project 2025 observer that shows you every single thing that they have accomplished so far. It's at project2025.observer. And it's imperative that we stay vigilant and understand what they are doing. The other piece, and I'm calling people out, know who your representatives are. And I'm not just talking about the federal level. I'm talking about the state level too, because as we've seen, these attorneys generals, these governors are actually pushing back when Democrats are in the minority in the House. We have a lot of state leadership that are pushing back as well. What else we can do? Get in community with Black organizations. If you have the resources, whether time, money, whatever it is, get in community with Black-led organizations to bolster them, to strengthen them so that we can continue to build these coalitions. Because I know Angela and Joy and them, there's a point 2 happening after this, right? There is a call to action. All of the organizations like Global Black Economic Forum and every organization that will be on here on these 24 hours needs all of us. And it may not be, you may not have money to invest, but you've got time, you've got a skill set. and then challenge yourself to have this conversation. And I have to get on myself about this. It is so easy for me to get on national television and do all these things and tell people what they should and shouldn't do and what they should know. But the conversations around the kitchen table with family and friends who, you know, you got that cousin that might say something hotep all the time, so you just never really say anything else to them. No, now's the time to actually get in community with them. Now is the time to actually not just have the conversation and where you want to get your point across, but listen to how they're engaging on all of these issues. Listen to how they're thinking about Elon Musk and Donald Trump, because they're not having the same conversation we're having. And I know those are they seem very simple, but that is how we start to build our community again, to rebuild our community again. Again, the reason they're attacking us is because when our communities are so strong and we are thriving, that is such a threat to them. My pastor always says the biggest threat to white supremacy is Black excellence. Shout out to Pastor Howard John Wesley. And that's what is happening. And I look at Black excellence beyond the, you know, the multi-million-dollar business. I look at Black excellence as us being in our brilliance and our creativity and finding solutions that work for so many of us. And so as we have to continue to find ways to do that, but it's so important for us to be in community and community in ways that, quite frankly, we haven't been in because of social media and because we've been so divided.
Alencia Johnson, thank you for your advocacy. Thank you for all of the work that you continue to do. And thank you for carving out the time to join us this morning.
Thank you. Thank you, my brother.
You're welcome. You're welcome. So now let's shift the conversation. We talked a little bit about venture capitalism. We talked about the broader connections between economic justice and social justice. Now I want to focus on how we intentionally invest our money to build economic power and drive generational wealth between Black and Brown communities. So if you think about growing economic power and growing economic freedom, there is one person that I had the privilege of working with who has extensive knowledge on how to do just that. She's an entrepreneur. She's actually a Black belt, and she's a technologist. And her name is Tanisha Boye Robinson. If you don't know her, look her up. Ty helps businesses achieve their true potentials through social impact. She serves as the president and the CEO of CAP EQ, and she's also a board member of the Freedom Economy, which helps investors all over the country. And she's also an author. Ty, thank you so much for joining us.
Why you gotta laugh at me when you said black belt? What's up with that? Thank you for having me, Alfonso. It says something about you that everybody from Speaker Jeffries to everyone's like, Alfonso. So glad to be in the number.
Absolutely. Ty, thank you. Thank you. So hopefully you've been listening to the conversation from Arian to Alencia, now to you, where we're talking to folks about economic justice. We're talking to them about economic opportunity. And in this moment of heightened opposition to racial equity, what does the next phase of investment in Black and Brown communities need to look like? Not what it looks like now, but what does it need to look like in the future for us to get to that point of really achieving racial equity and or generational wealth for our communities?
Well, first of all, we need to be committed to elevate a new vision of a financial system that actually leads to more just and sustainable futures for all of us. And we need to kind of start at the beginning. When we think about this, capitalism as it operates today has consistently been harmful to people of color. And these existing racial inequities are a result of long-standing systemic decisions with consequences born over centuries. So undoing them won't happen quickly or easily. We heard Alencia say, you know why we're getting so much pushback? Because you're thriving. It takes a while to address the unequal and unjust allocation and distribution of capital. That unequal and unjust allocation and distribution of capital has meant that many dominant majority groups, mainly white, have benefited for far more long of the tools of capitalism than have been the groups that have been historically marginalized. So it takes three things for us to transform this capital system. First, we have to shift power. We need to make sure that we have equitable representation in decision-making within investment firms, within companies, and across the board. We need to redefine risk. Risk right now is something where it's a sentence that says, is this a good investment or not? But it's usually a thinly veiled group of policies and practices that reward white men based on potential and Black people and all people of color based on proof. And then we actually have to achieve financial justice. That means we are investing in the types of things that close inequities. It's education, it's health, it's employment. We need to make sure that those investments are having ripple effects and multiplier effects, not just in the bottom line of our business, but in the bottom line of our community. And I'm really proud that CapEQ has been partnering with groups like PolicyLink and the Global Impact Investing Network and others to build the tools and resources to help support investors do just that. In fact, collectively, over the last 5 years, CapEQ has partnered with investors to shift trillions of dollars of assets under management to start to flow in ways that actually achieve power, risk, and justice.
So I'll just tell you, you outlined those 3 strategies, and I'll say within the US, we do such a poor job of financial literacy, right? We're not teaching folks in school about investments. We're not teaching folks in school about, the stock market and what to do and what not to do. So it's not something that we really focus on, unfortunately, in this country. So as we're talking to folks about our financial strategies and we're talking about long-term economic justice, right? We're trying to create an environment where we can grow generational wealth for our communities. But we're also not teaching folks about financial literacy. We're not teaching folks about investments in our communities. So as we're thinking about achieving this long-term economic justice, how do we ensure that the financial strategies that we're implementing reflect that commitment for folks who are very well versed in finance and folks that may not be?
There was a lot of conversation from Ariana and Alencia about the importance of Black business. And I think Black business is a real great unit of change and unit of measure, because even if you don't understand finances, you understand Black business. One of the biggest group of Black businesses there are hairdressers. Everybody knows how much it costs to go to the hairdresser, how long it takes. And they know that that woman or man is running a business. And you can do things like that based on examples of real life people in your community. I have a great example. My daughter is in Jack and Jill, and we had a financial literacy exercise for them where they worked on selling lemonade. And it was, okay, how much does it cost to buy your lemonade? How much does it cost to sell your lemonade? How much money will you get from the lemonade? Just one bottle. And then if you wanted to sell 10, 20, 30 bottles. And it was interesting watching the children as they started to internalize, oh, if it costs me $6 and I sell it for $3, I'm losing money. There are accessible ways to teach people financial literacy as young as my daughter, who's 3rd grade, or as old as someone who's never touched the stock market. There's also great tools out there now that allow you to take fractional ownership of stock and things like that, if that is something that's new to you and you're afraid of the overall investment. But I want to go back to Black businesses overall. If you look at one of our efforts called Path to 1555, which is about fueling Black business growth, we have a list of key performance indicators on what does it take for us to actually drive generational wealth. The other piece that's important about Black business ownership is that not only are Black business owners 12 times wealthier than their non-business owner peers, but they hire 1 in 5 Black people. So you get an economic ripple effect, not just from a wealth standpoint, but from an income standpoint. And we also know that people who are children of Black businesses are often more likely to become entrepreneurial and have wealthy options. So that's why, once again, the Black business ownership is a unit of change. And those key performance indicators are everything from removing barriers to capital, making sure policies are reinforcing a fruitful environment for Black businesses, increasing jobs and revenue growth, and actually shifting the narrative change to ensure that the fundamental goals of Black businesses are really about uplifting the community and seen as assets, not liabilities. So those are a couple of things. I really do feel that the literacy and the education piece, coupled with really investing in our own companies, is part of how you reflect long-term economic justice.
So what do you say to someone who says, look, That's all great. I'm living paycheck to paycheck. And in some cases, I don't have enough to pay my rent. And in some cases, I don't have enough to actually buy groceries. How do I build generational wealth if I don't have enough money to meet my basic needs?
You know, that is something that's really challenging right now. And back to the conversation you were having before, that's a crisis. That's a problem we're in right now, particularly without a lot of the safety net being cut. I really do feel like there are a couple of books out there. One's called Fuel, that's really targeted on low-income communities on how they save money and how they can make sure that they are mindful of living paycheck to paycheck. So a great example is, and this might sound controversial, but a lot of folks talk about paying down their debt or changing their credit score or all these things. If you're living paycheck to paycheck, you're trying to figure out between buying eggs and filling up your car with gas. So really making sure that you have accessible interventions where maybe it's things like you're selling some of your stuff on through Venmo or other places, or maybe you're taking, gig economy jobs, but figuring out ways to string together multiple revenue generating opportunities, even if you didn't see them initially, and then use that to start to snowball your savings. But frankly, if you're living paycheck to paycheck, this is really about making sure that you and your family have the basic needs to survive. And some of the generational wealth piece is one that you work into as you start to get your finances in order.
So the State of the People, of course, is being held today 24 hours. And we've been talking a lot about politics, all right? We've been talking a lot about policy. And I want to end on this question for you. How do we hold public and private institutions accountable for ensuring that their investments truly support economic justice rather than just simply being performative, right? So I'm talking about government and I'm talking about the private sector. How do we hold both of those sectors accountable to make sure that they're actually investing in our community, they're truly supporting economic justice, and it's just not simply performative?
We have so much power, and I think it's about the power of our purse, the power of our passion, and the power of our people. When you think about the power of our purse,
do that one more time, Ty.
The power of our purse, the power of our passion, and the power of our people. So when you think of the power of our purse, my sister just sent me a text that had me cracking up that Target recently released reports that they're concerned about the economy because of the low sales. It's like, no, you concerned about your sales because we all said we ain't shopping there no more. And that's just one example of the power of our purse. When we put our minds to it, we really can collectively mobilize. And it's not just about boycotts, it's about boycotts, whether it's supporting Costco or supporting Black businesses. One of my good friends, Marlissa Hudson, for I think every day in the month of Black History, showed things like, I bought this cool water bottle from this Black business, or I bought this lotion from such and such. Just things like that, where we're really amplifying and using our power economically, the power of our purse. The power of our passion is our community is amazing at cutting through noise, transcending the BS. I read some new DEI acronym the other day that had me cackling, like deserve every something. And our passion actually mobilizes people in ways that help us avoid the clutter that's happening right now and like the flood the zone. That is such an asset in this moment, which then leads to the power of our people. The passion then motivates and mobilizes us to move in force, whether it's voting, whether it's introduce legislation, whether it's introducing litigation, whatever the thing is. But our passion, our people, our purse is how we hold institutions accountable, because we are not a group to be trifled with once we have decided that we're going to work together and walk together. And I think that's how we hold people accountable.
And this is why we're doing the State of the People.
Amen, Alfonso David.
Ty, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for carving out the time. And thank you for educating us yet again on financial well-being and investing in our community so that we can achieve generational wealth. Thank you,
Alfonso.
So to close out our conversation, we're now turning our focus to the future, because the future is in the hands of young people. But the future isn't some distant idea. The future is really now. And the decisions that we're making today will shape the opportunities that are available to them. And we have to lean on their leadership right now as well. So they're not just inheriting the challenges that we've discussed, they're also going to be leading the charge for change. And so it's only fitting that we hear from a young leader about economic opportunity and what it really means for their generation and how we can work together to build an equitable future. And I'm so pleased to have Talik McMillan, who is an activist and strategist. He recently served as the National Youth Director for the Democratic National Committee. He works to develop and implement comprehensive outreach and engagement strategies to reach stakeholders and communities. Talik, thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, thank you all so much for having me, and shout out to Angela Rye and Auntie Joy for putting this together. This is amazing. As I said, 24 hours and doing this is really impeccable. So shout out to them. And thank you, Alfonso, for your leadership and for allowing me to be here. Oh,
you're welcome. So you're going to close us out. And I have a few questions for you. Young people, as we know, are facing a future where, access to opportunity, we heard from Arian, we heard from Valencia, we heard from Ty, access to opportunity is under attack for Black people. So what are you most concerned about? And what do you think your generation thinks their role is in shaping an economy that works for them in the future?
Absolutely. I first want to start off by saying I believe that we refuse to accept in America where opportunity is reserved for privilege or a few. I believe that that America wins when Black people win, and it's about creating a future where economic justice isn't just an idea, but it's a lived reality. I believe that silence didn't get us a Civil Rights Act. Silence didn't bring down apartheid. Silence didn't build Black Wall Street. It didn't birth the Harlem Renaissance. It didn't launch the Black Lives Matter movement. It didn't give us the momentum for Black life after George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Dante Wright, the list goes on. And it will not protect us right now. But I really believe that our actions require a collective effort and a strategic intentionality. And a big part of that strategic intentionality requires us to really understand our spending power and our economic influence in the market. As we know, young people are the future of the economy. We are the driving force right now. Millennials and Gen Z control over $3 trillion in spending power. And it's undeniable that our economic influence is undeniable. And the way that we spend our money, the way we invest our money right now can really shape, the industry. It can really shape policies in the future of what America looks like. And I think even recently, I'm a proud product of North Carolina A&T State University, Aggie Pride, to all those Aggies listening. And I think even as we see the different legislation where the attacks on HBCUs and the funding, I think it all trickles down. And I think we have to be responsible and really how we allocate our funds and where we're spending our money.
So I read your bio yesterday or this morning. I didn't know that you were actually a member of the clergy. So we'll have to add that as well. We didn't know you were going to be giving a sermon this morning. But
Southern Baptist boy coming out.
So it's in your bones. So you're talking about young people being the future of our economy. And I understand that philosophically. Talk to me practically about how young people can and or using their power to inform or affect the economy, right? Because you buy things, as you mentioned, a lot of money young people have, a lot of money, they're utilizing those dollars and buying products and services. How do you think young people could or are using their dollars to inform, policy as it relates to the economy?
Absolutely. I believe we have consumer influence. Young people are huge consumers, and we demand brands that align with our values and our beliefs, that align with equity, that align with sustainability in the environment, that align with social justice and how we protect democracy. And so we should be forcing these corporations to be more accountable in their actions of how they're serving us. So as we see, with Target, if folks are pulling away from diversity, equity, inclusion, you don't deserve our dollar. if you don't believe that the foundations of your business principles stands with equity and on the side of justice, then you don't deserve our money. And I think that is where we must be strategic and how we're placing our dollars. If these companies do not align with our values and our beliefs, our dollars should go elsewhere.
When you talk to your colleagues and your friends about the economy, what concerns you the most about the economy, and what do you think people can do about it? What are you hearing from your cohort about the future of the economy?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I hear a mixed signal of folks who believe like they do not have input or they don't have any stake in what's happening in our economy. But I think that is the basis that we have input and we have the narrative of what our economy looks like. And I think that's the question. And I think a lot of times it was stated before about one of our past panelists that folks sometimes get consumed in their own livelihoods. I think folks are worried about their successes and worried about where they are in life, that they oftentimes forget it is a collective fight of our dollars, of our power that goes into this. And so I think the question is oftentimes whether or not we have the power or not. But I think the question is, quite frankly, is how are we going to use our power in this moment to really shape what the economy looks like?
So I'm going to ask you a question that may be a little controversial, right? Because I want to talk about this across political lines. So of course you work for the DNC, and I'm assuming that you have an opportunity to engage with people that may not necessarily think of themselves as progressives or think of themselves as Democrats, right? How do you have that conversation with those in our community who may have a different viewpoint ideologically about economic justice?
Yeah, absolutely. I used to be the Youth Coalition's director, no longer the Youth Coalition's director as the campaign has ended. But I always say Black folks are not monolithic folks. We all have different values, all have different beliefs. And I think, sometimes often our fight towards liberation may look different. But I think the end goal towards liberation must be that we all must be aligned on our message. We all must be aligned on where we're aiming to go. And that is economic, political, and political freedom and justice. And though that may look different for different folks, I think just standing keen to, the things that bind us together. What are the similarities that where we can come together and where, and I say it all the time. My mentor said to me, this work is like a buffet. Everybody, the buffet, the chef can only specialize in one particular thing. And it's not for us to be able to say, I know it all on this certain issue, but it's for us to all come together in our different lived experiences and backgrounds to come together to say, what does our future look like? And everybody can't bring the mac and cheese to the cookout. Everybody can make the potato salad. So you got to know who can make what and how we can collectively come together to make sure that the cookout is due for us to come back again. And so just finding our commonality and figuring out what areas we can do best and how we can move forward there.
Last question for you. What do you think that most people get wrong about economic justice? What do you think most people misunderstand when we say economic opportunity or economic justice? What do you think most people misunderstand or get wrong in your mind?
Yeah, I think most times folks just think it's just about just investments, or it's just about what we see in the stock market. But I think even as Alencia said, it comes down to our health. It comes down to our education. It comes down to, our how we're investing in our businesses, how we're, investing in land, in our homes. And so there's so many ways, as we talk about, like justice. Justice isn't just this one umbrella, but it touches so many different things. And just as the economy does, it's just not the stock market. It's in our health. It's in our how we drink, clean water and breathe clean air. It's it's encompassing of so many different things. And I think that's what's important, and that's what's missed most times.
Talik, thank you. Thank you for carving out the time to join us, and thank you for giving us your perspective on economic justice. And to all of our speakers, thank you. We are fighting for economic justice. We're fighting for economic opportunity. We're fighting for economic freedom, because true prosperity means more than just access, right? We're not just fighting for access. It means the power to build. It means the power to invest. It means the power to thrive without barriers. And this fight isn't just about the present moment. It's about securing a future where Black people, where Black communities have the resources, the support, and the agency to create lasting generational wealth. I want to again thank Arian, Alencia, Ty, and Talik for joining us during this segment. I want to thank the organizers, including the folks that I mentioned before, who have created this amazing opportunity for us to connect with community. You can find us at the Global Black Economic Forum on all of the various platforms. And now I will turn it back over to Holly, who will transition us to the next panel.
All right. Well, look, you got the duo. You got Holly and Lolo, because we are transitioning ourselves. This has been amazing. Thank you, Alfonso. Really, thank you. Again, I will continue the trend that Angela started. We don't know why you agreed to do this, but we sure are glad that you did, because this has been an amazing conversation. And I am just excited to know that there are so many passionate Black voices out there from all the different walks of life. And so really appreciate you today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, y'all. So y'all got me for the next few hours, and I'm going to keep it pushing because we have so much going on. It's so funny. I just spoke with her, so I'm going to bring her on up here. Miss Busy. We was just on the phone call together.
Listen, 2 seconds ago. It's been so much, and I'm so excited to be a part of this that I just said it doesn't matter where I am. I'm actually in the Sirius Satellite Radio studios. Just finished doing the interview, and I ran downstairs, and I'm using their office like it's my own. So how dare I? But hi, Lolo.
Hi, Tanika. Nice to see you on here.
Nice to see you. Thank you so very much for everything that you have been doing all night long. You all rock down. I mean, this is just so amazing. We can do things, great things together. We know that because we've done it before, but this was such a labor of love and a show that, just an example of how when we all put our minds to something, even though some of us only had a little contribution and you all had huge contributions, but here we are all together making this happen. So thank you, Lolo. I appreciate you and the Hollies and Ashley and Angela and Mark Thompson and everybody who's been involved.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm gonna get out your hair. I'm gonna bring everybody up. But thank you, everybody, for all that you do. So let me get out of here.
Thanks. Bye, Lolo. Hey, everybody. How y'all doing, Until Freedom family?
What's going on?
Well, listen. We've been up for just all night. I've been streaming all of this on our page on Until Freedom social media and on my personal, and I think some of that is happening on yours as well, which means that every 4 hours we're up and making sure that the stream is working properly. I see we have been joined by the one and only Mayor Ras Baraka, the mayor of Newark, New Jersey, who is our dear brother and friend. Hey there, Mayor Baraka, how you doing?
I'm good. What's going on, everybody?
Hey, what's up?
Good.
It's good to see you. So we want to jump right into it because we only have a short time together. As you know, Mayor Baraka, we are 3 of the 4 co-founders of Until Freedom, and our organization works there in Newark on the ground, dealing with issues around gun violence and also police accountability and all those things, and working in community with your community. And one of the things we wanted to talk about today, as this 24-hour state State of the People marathon is happening. Everyone that's been on, and I mean, there have been some brilliant mind strategists, legal experts, media experts, journalists, so on and so forth. But as this has been happening, what we're talking about is how the executive orders and other things coming out of this particular administration will impact people who look like the folks who are in your community. And one of the issues that we work closely with you on is gun violence prevention and intervention. And I know that the Safer Communities Act funds have been frozen, which are funds that the people need in order to do real work, deep work that you've been leading there in Newark. And we wanted to hear from you. How will all of these things impact your community? What work have you been doing, and what will we need to do to support you so that we can continue to see the trend downward in violent incidents in your community as it has been, going that way?
Well, thank you. I appreciate you guys, and it's been awesome doing this thing. 24 hours is incredible. So, shout out to all of y'all for sure. It's going to have a very immediate and deep impact in communities that are using an alternative model, using public health as a model to reduce violence in communities, and putting together opportunities for community violence intervention organizations and partnering with community-based organizations to help provide stability, resources, reduce the temperature in neighborhoods, where it's consistently issues, solving conflict, getting young people access to resources, to care, to social services, to jobs, to all of those things. And so as a result of that, we've reduced violence or homicides in Newark since I've been the mayor by 61%, and shootings by 43%, which is amazing because of the ecosystem we created here. Cutting funding from that, we get direct money. We use ARP dollars. There are people getting grants that we're going to get grants from the federal government. Obviously, that money frozen, going to these organizations. The state began to adopt that model, using some federal dollars and state dollars as well to fund some of these organizations. Cutting the resources to these organizations stymies their ability to move, to organize, to act. And people need to get paid for their work, their professional services that they're giving folks in the community. They need to be able to take care of their own families, take care of themselves, have some mental relief for themselves, and some economic growth in their own individual family. So to take that away, it will disincentivize the work and will take very needed resources away immediately.
And Mayor Baraka, maybe quickly for those who don't know, we are, very intimately aware of some of the work happening in Newark, but you did something very innovative in how you got city funds to be able to fund the Office of Violence Prevention and Trauma Recovery. Do you want to share a little bit about that? Because that may be one of the most innovative approaches happening around the country to fund the work.
Yeah, we began talking about taking a percentage of police dollars, but what we did was for every 10 police officers that they hire, that they had to hire a social worker. And obviously, you move just from social workers, you begin to hire outreach workers, you begin to hire other folks to pull them into the department outside of just social workers, because you need more than just that. And train them and graduate them with any academy or with everybody else. So it's an extension of public safety. So you're really just changing the definition of what public safety is. So they can't say that you are taking dollars from public safety. What you really do is expanding public safety, and you're kind of growing the definition of it to include other people. That's also responsible for public safety, putting public back in public safety, as we say over in Newark, and so I think that has been helpful for us to make sure we have a steady flow of people working for the city in those agencies.
Certainly. And the idea of not just violence prevention, but really trauma recovery.
Right,
and the role that therapists play in doing that. And as you mentioned, a tremendous decline in homicides over the course of a 2 or 3 year period. And one of the things that I saw a couple of weeks ago was the impact of ICE already in the city of Newark. So ICE is already in Newark. I saw that they're planning on reopening a facility in Newark, which from my perspective means that they are now going to make, in some ways, the city less safe. How do you respond to that? And what examples or what advice do you give to other cities who may be dealing with ICE coming in and the instability that may cause in their city?
Well, it's certainly going to cause instability. The week that ICE raided that fish market, that month, we had a 50% reduction in immunizations, a 30-something% reduction in people coming to get social services from the Department of Health. So this can cause a really serious public health crisis. When these things happen, when people hide and not coming out and not taking part in the things that make our community safer, healthier as well. So it has a very immediate and dangerous impact. So we are right now struggling with ICE and the GEO Group, who stand to make $60 million, a month, damn near to house these folks. But at the end of the day,
$60 million per month is what you said?
they stand. Yeah, they stand to make billions of dollars. This is billions of dollars here. These folks aren't. This isn't a joke, and they're going to do what they can to open this place up. But they have to follow. What we're doing is making them make sure that they get all the permits, everything they need, because they think they're going to roughshod over all of that, but they're not. Like, they have to have community meetings. They have to change the use. So if you're changing the use of the building, you have to have the public planning board has to vote yes for that. And you have community meetings. If the community comes out and say no, and the planning board says no, then they can't change the use. And if you can't change the use of the building, then you're not supposed to open it with that use. That is the state and municipal law. So they can't just run roughshod over the laws. What they can do ultimately is get the federal government to come and take the property altogether. Then it becomes their property. But if they take the property, they lose the lease. They lose the lease. So it doesn't benefit them as a group, the GEO Group, to allow the government to take the property from them because then they lose the money that they stand to make out of this.
So there's an important role for community to play in this moment to push back in regards to what they're doing, because the community voice can actually at least stifle the process a little bit. It may not be able to permanently prevent them from figuring out how to get that building, but it certainly can stop them.
Sure, absolutely. It certainly can slow them down, pause them. Absolutely.
So when people say we don't have power, there are things that the community can do, and this is one of those examples. So how do people get that information? And when is it time for them to show up?
Well, the information is public, and they have to post the building. The developer, whenever they change in the use of building something, they have to put a big giant white sign on it. Engineering department puts it up there, and the date of the planning board and all of that is on that sign. All of this stuff, so people can show up to those meetings and voice their concerns about what happens. And then the planning board has to vote on whether to grant them the change of use or not.
I want to ask a quick question. As running for governor, which I'm sure you should be and will be, when you talk about leadership and we look at what this administration is doing, is this an effective way of leadership? Is this something that you would practice, or do you think that they should be going about it a different way? Because we definitely need a lot of things. There should be immigration control. There should be, budget controls and all those things. But what do you think it should look like, and how should they go about it?
Well, I don't think really that all that stuff is like a bait and switch, right? It's sleight of hand. It's really these people are trying to create chaos and instability. Strike in the east, make noise in the east, strike in the west, right? Really, they're just robbing the treasury and giving money to these people like Elon Musk, these oligarchs, but they doing it in a kind of thin veil of efficiency, that we're wasting money. The people said the Social Security was a Ponzi scheme. It's like the most bizarre thing I ever heard of in my life. They're doing this because, if you just attack everything, you can't protect everything, right? So you can't defend everything all at once, because if you defend all fronts, you defend none, right? So we really have to figure out how to pick 2 or 3 of these things and push back on it so it does not happen, and begin to focus on the other 3 as we go, because we can't do it all together. Obviously, if we were working on efficiency, one of the efficient things to do was cut some of Elon Musk's contracts that he's getting for $800 or so million. That's efficiency, making the wealthy pay their fair share. You can't give the wealthy these super tax breaks and say you're going to reduce taxes or make it affordable for regular working class people in America. It's not going to happen, right? You can't do both of these things and run government at the same time, because government is funded by taxes, right? It's not funded because we selling pies out of the back of White House, right? So people's taxes funds government, funds all municipal governments, county governments, state governments. And so if the wealthy don't pay, somebody has to pay. That's middle class families. So who's taking care of working class folks? Nobody. So you pull the floor from under them, you make the middle class pay more, and you give breaks to the wealthy. And that's exactly what's happening. I would be trying to give resources to working class families, to poor folks at the bottom, to help them become part of the middle class so they can own homes, so you grow the economy, investing in small businesses. That's how you grow things. That's how things develop, right? Not by giving money to people who are going to put it in a tax shelter, right? You give money to folks who are going to spend it, right? Who need to pay their bills, send their kids to school, buy food and clothes, put it back into the economy immediately. That's what you need to be able to do. But that's not what this is about. So we got the wrong argument. The context is incorrect. They're not trying to fix the economy. They're not trying to fix government. They're not trying to help anybody. They're robbing us. And we know what it feels like to be robbed from the hood that we grew up in. We know what it feels like to be robbed. This is a straight robbery, what's happening right now.
Well, thank you so much for calling it as you see
Yep.
it, Mayor Baraka. We know the truth, and you're a truth teller. And I know that it's not always, the most comfortable to have to be the one to tell the truth, but we appreciate you for continuing to do that. And that we support the work that is happening in Newark, and we'll continue to be there to work through all of the changes and to help to organize the people. You all are doing something transformative there. I say everywhere that I go around this country that if other mayors would look at the model that you have created and use that to address the issues in their own community, we would see that the Black community, particularly across the nation, and others would benefit from it greatly. So thank you so
Thank you.
very much. Thank you. We
Appreciate you guys.
appreciate you. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you,
All right.
Baraka.
So we have another one of our brothers coming up to join us, our brother Jay Jordan, who is the Vice President of Community Engagement for the Reform Alliance. Hello, brother Jay. How you doing there?
Hey, Tamika, what up, Angela? What up, Mike?
What's happening, Jay?
So we just had Mayor Baraka on. Did you get to hear that conversation?
Yeah, shout out to the mayor, man. I love Ross Baraka, man. He's dope.
Absolutely. And you are sitting in a very important position at Reform Alliance, being responsible for community engagement. But even before this, you have worked with other organizations and have led efforts. And one of the things we wanted to do during our time on this 24-hour marathon, where an incredible team of individuals are working to ensure that we center Blackness, that we center truth, that we center ourselves and ensure that we have an organized space to come together when we know lies will be told this evening as the other events are taking place. And so one of the things I wanted to have you on, and we always talk to you, Jay, and Until Freedom's role here in many ways is to ensure that we bring some of the people who are doing work every single day in the community to address very specific concerns. And one of the things you talk about all the time are the collateral consequences of people who are coming home or already have come home from prison, and what they have to deal with after many, many years to be able to return to a normal life. Now, you have been working and others around creating legislation that would help to address some of those issues. Now we're dealing with an administration that we know will be adverse to much of that progress, and wanted to just hear from you about those collateral consequences, give us some ideas of what some of those things are, and talk to us about where you stand in your work today.
Got it. So for those who are watching that don't know, there's the term collateral consequence. These are restrictions that are given to people because they have either a felony or a misdemeanor conviction, right? These aren't the direct consequences. These aren't, going to jail, going to prison, fines and fees, restitution, These kick in after they serve their time, right? So, and there's about 40 to 45,000 of these collateral consequences. Case in point, if you try to go and get a job at a pharmacy and they tell you no, that's one, right? That's one collateral consequence. There is 40 to 45,000 more of these collateral consequences. The problem with these collateral consequences is they affect so many people in America, especially Black folks. There's about 70 to 100 million people with some sort of record. 9 out of 10 of those folks have already served their time. So 9 out of 10 of those people, about 70 million people, are facing these 40,000 collateral consequences. Now, why does it matter? It matters because these collateral consequences, about 70% are employment related, and about half of them are employment related, and about 70% are lifetime bans. And they prevent people from accessing large parts of the economy, right? Case in point, if you have a felony conviction in, say, like New York City, right? You can't work in healthcare, you can't work in insurance, you can't work in government, you can't work in education. There's large parts of the growth economy that you're locked out of. Another very impactful thing that we came up with about 5 years ago was post-conviction redlining. Where do these people live at, right? Well, because property management companies do background checks, a lot of people with felony convictions cannot live in areas that are managed by property management companies. There are a lot of places in America that are managed by property management companies, and these places are usually the places with less crime. So you aggregate all these folks that can't get livable wage jobs into this small geographic area, and you get what we call post-incarceration poverty. Very concentrated type of poverty that is different from poverty that is generated from social determinants of health. This is legal generated poverty, and the industries that attach themselves to these areas are extractive industries, like buy here, pay here, buy now, pay later, furniture stores, bail bondsmen, cash advances, very extractive, very exploitive industries, charging people upwards of 400% on the return. It is, so you get not being able to work a livable wage job, living in an area that is primarily unsafe, and are being attacked by all these extractive industries. There are millions of people that just can't get a leg up, right? And so the answer to that, right? The answer to that is expunging records, is pardons, right? Is not allowing these industries to see the record, and going off a merit-based system where if a person can cut hair, they should be able to be a barber. If a person wants to go to real estate school and get their and pass the real estate exam, they should be able to become a real estate agent. We have done that in multiple areas in the country. Shout out to Sheena Mead and the Clean Slate Initiative. I mean, people are doing this all over the country, and this is a nonpartisan issue. This is not a Democrat or Republican issue. This is a nonpartisan issue. It is literally an economic issue. We want people to get out, to pay their debt to society, be held accountable, but when they come home, they're home and they're able to take care of themselves and their kids. They're able to pay taxes, they're able to build businesses. These are your neighbors, these are the people who go to church with you, their kids go to our school, and this is what we're seeing now. We're seeing a lot of progress on this. I will say this, that the current administration has a unique opportunity to do the right thing, right? They don't have to be against this. And, they haven't postured that they were going to be against second chances. Obviously, Trump pardoned a lot of the January 6ers, right? Almost all of them. So there's like some synergy there with this issue. I'm not saying that it will be like the prior administration where there was money going to state governments to fix their court systems so they can expunge records a lot easier. We've seen that go away through a lot of the federal grants going away, but we do see an opportunity for, pardons and expungement to be more of a federal thing. I know Sheena Mead and the Clean Slate Initiative and their coalition has a bill that's working its way through the House. I mean, there is a huge opportunity in America right now to fix this issue. Whether or not we're able to see the leaps and bounds that we need to see, that's up for determination.
Thank you, Angelo.
Oh, well, I guess my challenge with I have a lot of challenges with the current administration. But what I will say is when I think about the issue of mass incarceration, and I talk to folks about it, and we see the ways in which there has been some progress made, right? Where you don't see numbers necessarily rising, you may see them flatlining. For me, what we're seeing now around crimmigration or the criminalization of undocumented folks is a way for the system of mass incarceration to expand. And even when you see a reduction in some folks who are inside, now, like when we were speaking to Mayor Baraka, you have Geo Group who's going to open a facility in Newark. So, and it's cheaper, and they don't have to honor the liberties because folks don't have their citizenship. So how do you feel about the ways in which it appears the system of mass incarceration or the system of detention is expanding, right, by targeting undocumented folks and also probably making even more money through the privatization of that work? What's the connection, and how do you respond to some of that?
Yeah, I mean, you named it. For those of you who don't know what crimmigration is the intersection between criminal law and immigration. Shout out to Rose Kahn and Hillary Blount and all those folks. It's real. It's real. There's a lot of industries that are attached to mass incarceration. I think level setting for people may, give them a picture for what they're up against, right? So the American legal system, right, is the second largest employer in the world. Literally, right? You have the U.S. Department of Defense, which is the first largest employer, private or public. You have the U.S. justice system and all its bells and whistles, the second largest, employs 2.5 million people. Then you have Walmart. And then the fourth is the Chinese Ministry of Defense, right, or something like that. So this is a massive government bureaucracy. It's huge, right? It spends about $300 billion every year. That's not including all of the contracts that are attached to this system, right? And so you just don't have the police and prisons and jails, probation, parole, the stenographers, the whole thing. You have people like GO and CCA that do private prisons. There was a movement in the last decade to get rid of private prisons in America. It was a massive movement. Both red and blue states canceled contracts with GEO. They literally said, we're not doing private prisons anymore in America. And it wasn't, and I think about 80% of Americans agreed that we shouldn't use private prisons and use cost. We shouldn't use profit as an incentive for public safety. The problem with that is, right, when you have a massive push to do immigration reform through mass deportations, that same industry that got kicked out of these red and blue states are now coming back in and being being pushed into the forefront in a lot of these budgets.
Yeah.
The major problem I have with this, and I think we all should have, is that money that could be spent on ensuring that we have domestic violence shelters, ensuring we have trauma recovery centers, ensuring that we, give people treatment for drug addiction, ensuring that our streets aren't riddled with people who are houseless. All that money now goes to private prisons, and this was the problem,
Absolutely.
right? Like we have a very small public safety budget, right?
Yeah.
Very small public safety budget, and a large part of that already goes to responding to crime, not preventing crime. We respond. We don't have a criminal justice system. We have a crime response system. And so if we have a large portion of that going to crime response, and you begin to say, okay, well, we actually need to open up these prisons again, and then give this contract to GEO, right? And GEO does what they do. We're taking money away from preventing crime from happening. And I think every black person.
I hate to cut you off because what you're saying is some good stuff, but we only have 2 more minutes here today. And we have to, if folks don't know who Jay Jordan is, we were so intentional about getting him in this conversation, even though it was last minute. But he has a wealth of knowledge that I want you all to follow. Jay, tell folks where they can find you. And then I want to give you, my son, any last words that you have as we kick this back over to our brother, Pastor Mike McBride, who will be taking us the rest of the way.
Shout out to Mike McBride, man. He gave me my start, man. I'm a live free organizer through and through. Shout out to Mike. You can follow me on any platform, Mr. J Jordan, spelled all the way out like the color purple, MISTERJAYJORDAN. Love y'all.
Thank you. We love you too, brother.
I just want to round it off by saying we heard, the amazing things that Jay said. We heard the amazing thing that Ras Baraka said. And I just think when we look at this administration, that they aren't invested in, the protection of our communities. Even when we look at, reform, and I know the work that they do and is bipartisan work, but the reality is if we are fighting to get pardons and we have a president who is making laws and we are locking up protesters, kids who are protesting and, things of that nature, then we're increasing the population in prison. And we can't get enough for that. We listen to Rock talk about how they're disenfranchising the community and everybody's in an uproar. Violence is going to have an uptick when you take away jobs from the community. Violence is going to have an uptick when you increase the scarcity and you increase the trauma in communities. Domestic violence is going to rise, like we've seen with COVID. When you're inside the home and you're dealing with all these traumas, violence is going to rise. So I just think for me, when I look at this administration, it's counterproductive to all the things that we actually want to do. And we have to do things that we know is going to be intentional about trying to solve those problems.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you, Pastor McBride. We're giving it to you. Thank you, Until Freedom family. We appreciate y'all.
Appreciate you.
Hey, everybody. Okay. All right. There we go.
Yes. Yep. Until Freedom, man. Without the power of Until Freedom fueling our movements, I must declare we would lack the passion we need to connect all points from the community all the way up throughout. And so super grateful for Tamika, for my son, Angelo, and all those folks who came on in tonight. Great to see Mayor Ras Baraka, my boy Jay Jordan. Amazing. Listen, y'all, State of the People. We are cooking. I want you to make sure that you are texting people, that you are sharing these streams all throughout your network, all today. We are literally turning the TV off and we're turning on the voices of our own people that we know can move all of us into a place of truth, of justice, of hope, of action, of solidarity and unity. And so please, y'all, encourage people to join the State of the People community. 24 hours of truth-telling, of learning, of educational solidarity. Super excited. Now we're getting ready to bring to the State of the People stage the sip hour. My goodness, get ready to sip something. Get ready to get your sip on with Adrian Shropshire. Is coming from Black Pack. Sis, my goodness. We cooking out here in these streets. Unmute yourself so we don't mute the voice of the powerful Black woman who organizes all over the country. Say hello to the people.
Hello and good morning, Pastor Mike. So good to see you.
Oh, the pleasure is mine. I am a long-winded Black preacher and I already have my time. So I'm going to move on out the way and let you bring up the rest of your friends and your Lord have mercy, Judy. If I know Judy, I'd have snuck in on this panel. My God, what's up, sis?
Hey, love.
Great to see you. I think Fatima's coming on. Glenda Carr's coming on. These are some wonderful voices, organizers, co-founder Higher Heights Pack. Listen, y'all, it's about to go down. And as Jesus said, I will decrease so y'all can increase. Have a great time for the sip hour.
Thank you so much, Pastor Mike. So we are waiting and we'll soon be joined by the fourth member of the SIP, Fatima Goss Graves. But good afternoon. I was going to say good morning to you all because it is morning for me over here. But good morning to two of the co-hosts of the SIP, Judith Brown Dianas with the Advancement Project Action Fund, and Glenda Carr, president of and co-founder of Higher Heights. Good morning, y'all.
Hey, hey, good morning.
Well, it's morning for you.
Yes, well, here we are.
Right.
So I think I want to add to the chorus of appreciation for the folks who brought us here. So just a big thank you to Angela and Joy and Holly and Reverend Mark and Ashley and Lolo. I'm Team Lolo all the time. So just it was really, again, like just phenomenal to go from an idea one day or one night, I don't know when it popped up, to the actual Avengers assembling, right? Portals opening, people stepping through saying, sign me up. So just so appreciative of the folks who put in the time and all the other people too, who really put in the time to make this 24 hours real. So let me just do what we do all the time at the SIP, which is to ask two questions.
One quick second. I know I was going to decrease.
We got you. I saw it.
All right.
We was going to do this. We professionals, Pastor Mike, now. We started. We got a congressman that wants to come on and say hello, so we're going to bring him on. We started.
Hello, everyone. How are you?
Hello, Congressman.
Let me begin by thanking you guys for what you do for our people, for our country, and keeping the airwaves live with unfettered facts about where we are, and equally as important, where we have to go to protect ourselves, protect our democracy, protect our community. So God bless you all.
Thank you, Congressman, for jumping on in here. Super appreciative for you and your work, and keep standing tall. We got your back. We got all y'all's back. CBC, fight for us out there. Thank you so much.
Well, as you know, today is going to be the new president's first opportunity to address the joint Congress. And while there are multiple views on how we should handle this, the most important thing is that we aren't going to run. We aren't going to cower. We're going to stand up to the schoolyard bully, and we're going to make it clear that we aren't going anywhere, and that we're going to fight them tooth and nail to make sure that our Constitution is honored, that our diversity, equity, inclusion, however bad word they may want to make it seem, that we're going to fight to make sure that our community, our government, our world is diverse, that there is in fact equity, and we will be included. And we're not going to back down. We're gonna be there to address and stand up to the bully, stand up to the unelected billionaire Elon Musk, who seems to think that this is a game, that he can pull out a chainsaw and rip through federal employees as if they were insignificant individuals, that he can rampage through our private data. No, Mr. Musk, we're not going to let you. We have over 100 lawsuits pending, and we will continue to take them up at every front. We'll fight them legislatively. We'll fight them procedurally. We'll fight them in the courts. And yes, we'll fight them in the mainstream with influencers like you to make sure our people know that we are not going to sit back and take this. We're outvoted, but even when we don't have the votes, we have our voice. We should use this as a clarion call that no one ever misses yet an opportunity again to vote when the opportunity presents itself. When we vote, we win. When we don't, we face the consequences that we face now, and elections have consequences. The protection of our democracy, the protection of our rights, whether it's a woman's right to choose reproductive freedoms, or a right to go to the institution that you choose, or to have access to business opportunities and to not be cut off because of the color of your skin or because of the zip code that you live in. We will continue to fight for all people. We will certainly continue to fight for African Americans who have been historically left behind. And this attempt to turn the clock back, hashtag, we won't let them.
Thank you so much, Congressman. I appreciate it. The courage that you all are showing. Leader Jeffries was on earlier and said we're not going to let him run us off our block. So I appreciate you sort of echoing that again and saying that you all are going to be there and stand up. So thank you so much for joining us and for the words that you brought to the viewers.
Yes,
God bless you.
We know you're from Louisiana and you all have a lot of fortitude. So, and it's Mardi Gras season. So we expect that, that you're 10 toes down in this fight. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So, Sipsters, I was about to say two things that we always ask. One is, what are you sipping? And because I know Judy, I hope that's just orange juice.
No, I'm on vacation.
Okay.
So I have a little sip in my sip. So yeah, if you see me drinking orange juice, know that 99% of the time it's got a little something in it. So, yeah.
Well, we appreciate you, Glenda.
So it's coffee. I haven't been feeling well. I keep going. Is it the state of the world, or do I just not feel well? But excited to be here with these amazing national leaders who make up the SIP host. It actually, Adrian, I don't know if we're talking about this. It is literally 5 years to almost the day that we came together as then 5 national leaders during the pandemic. And we're sister friends. And similar to how this came about, it was like, we should do something together. It went into just being one live stream on a Sunday brunch to these 5 women hosted their own political view 3 days a week, all the way through the pandemic. And so we now get the gang back together to sip on coffee.
We do little pop-ups.
Little pop-ups. We certainly think that this was an important moment, but 5 years, y'all. March 11th.
That's crazy.
That is
welcome, Fatima.
Hello. I made it.
Yay.
Yes.
Hello, my sisters.
So my second question, we have some guests that are going to come on and talk through some of the issues that we know that we're going to be hearing about tonight, or at least that we're going to be pushing back on for a long time. But I did want to get you all's perspective on a couple of things before we get started. One, just your sense of what it is that is going to happen tonight. And then the other is, we just had the congressman come on and talk about they're going to be there, that they see it as important to stand up to the bully. As I said, Leader Jeffries was on earlier. He said, they're not going to let him run them off their block, which I can respect and appreciate. But I also think that there are moments where we need to be protesting. And that showing up in so many ways sort of legitimizes, right, normalizes this administration in a way that I just personally feel like we should not be doing. But I wanted to get you all's perspective on that, on members of Congress going in, and particularly on members of the Congressional Black Congress.
Well, first, can I answer the first question first, and then y'all can, because this whole they go not go is, I'm conflicted on it because I love protests. Y'all know I'd be like, I'm standing up, I'm turning my back on your ass. But short of that, I think one thing that we should know is that there's going to be a lot of disinformation tonight, and that he's going to tell us how he rewrote the Constitution with the stroke of a pen, which he did not, right? That's part of the disinformation campaign. And he's going to let us know that he has deported thousands and tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of immigrants, and how well that program is going. And that is, he's going to dig in on that, right? Like, this is his top thing that he said he was going to do, and he's been executing. And he'll talk about Doge. He'll talk about his boy, Elon, and how successful he's been. And it'll be lies, right? Like the New York Times uncovered the lies in them talking about how much money they've cut from the budget. And they're lying, y'all. They're lying. They said one thing, they said $8 billion. It was not $8 billion. It was $8 million. It was right. Come on, y'all. Like, get your extra zeros, which also makes us understand why he's been bankrupt 7 times. And Elon Musk, somebody needs to be auditing them books over there at all them companies that he's running.
The thing that I think is the most important that happens is not just what it is that the president, whoever the president says, and we know tonight is going to be lie after lie. I feel for the fact checkers because it's a tough task. But members of Congress who do attend, they'll have guests with them.
Right.
And I actually think if you are attending the story you tell by your guest is really important. So tonight I expect that members who do come, that they'll have some federal civil servants who have been fired in ridiculous ways, who have been performing essential functions for this government. They may have people who have care stories that would be blown up if Medicaid is slashed and burned in the way that the Republicans' budget proposal would do. We may see people who have really had to navigate a healthcare system that has not worked for them. We may see people who have experienced the aftermath of Dobbs because of Trump's Supreme Court. And so if they do come, telling the story, not of the president's lies, don't give his lies oxygen, of what life is like under Trump for everyday people in this country. That is their task, not to go tack to tack, to remind people who they are actually fighting for.
Linda?
I agree with Fatima. They also are creating space for new media under the direction of Hakeem Jeffries. And so I also believe that the strategy is there's guests. I have been a guest once to the State of the Union. Actually, it was a guest of Brenda Lawrence during the first Trump administration. And so you said the ability to storytell and then have those guests from their districts be able to be in the media room or the spin room, not only the spin room for the outlets that may not cover it, but also for the influencers that will be able to carry these stories and these real life stories, which is what we've been seeing with these town halls. When you take a chainsaw to budgets and to entire agencies, you are grabbing your own people, Trump. And so these Republican members and Democrat members have had to go back and do town halls, and their members, their constituencies are on fire. And so being able to tell the stories of the very constituents that have sent them to Washington, I think is very important. So to attend, to not attend, we certainly have some lines drawn in the sand, and there's some rigidness in our what resistance looks like in this moment. But I do think there's a multi-pronged strategy, and I look forward to hearing real life stories of the impacts.
Mm-hmm. So Judith, I'm going to actually hand it over to you. I think
you on mute, Judy.
Yeah. Are you talking?
Hey, no, I was that was sign language. I didn't get that.
I want to
put your last word in, and then we're gonna bring up this guest.
Yeah, I'm actually handing it over to you too.
Oh, okay. So we have this one or two or three men that we let hang out with the sipsters. And we're gonna bring on one of them. It's like two, yeah, okay. It's like two. So one of them is joining us right now, President Derek Johnson, who is the president of the NAACP. We let him hang out with us every once in a while, and he brings good insight. And so here, joining us to the stage is President Derek Johnson, who we are going to talk to him about what is going on with civil rights. Hello, President Johnson. How are you?
I'm good. How's everyone doing?
Well, good to see you.
We're good. We're okay. You have your sip. What's your sip
with you?
I learned quickly.
What you sipping?
Tea.
Tea. Okay, that's good. That's good. I'm on vacation, so I have more than tea. So thank you for joining us. First, I want to start by saying condolences to the NAACP family and to all of us who care about the freedom of Black people in the loss of Hazel Dukes, a longtime board member of the NAACP and a warrior for all of us, and especially for Black women. I have to say, watching her make a space in the civil rights ecosystem at a time when sisters weren't always invited to the table, that sister definitely made a way. So President Johnson, can you just say a word about Mama Dukes?
So Ms. Dukes is a complicated figure, right, for NACP in many, many ways. And Glenda can probably attest to this in terms of New York City politics, New York State politics, NACP politics, but she was definitely a force to be reckoned with. Whether you agreed or disagreed, you knew when she came to the fight, she was in the fight. And that's important to understand for someone like her at 92 years old, who've been engaged in advocacy for over 50 years. And for me personally, I can recall getting involved in ACP in 1990 and seeing this lady take the microphone and just raise holy hell. I didn't know what she was fussing about. I didn't know what the fight was over, but I was intrigued. And from that point to current, I've always respected her perseverance. On many occasions, we'll be on opposite sides of the issues, and I'm not going to argue with a Black woman, and definitely not a seasoned Black woman. So every time we get into the fight, I say, "Oh, look at my angel! Ain't she pretty?" And she get to cuss it, and so we known each other as Angel, because at the end of the day, I can say three things about her. One, she had a level of strength, courage that many people are unable to display, and she was able to display it over time. Two, her commitment to the organization is almost unmatched. I think she was the second longest serving board member. My mentor, actually, former Supreme Court Justice Fred Banks, was the longest serving board member. And the fact that they would show up day in and day out for the association speaks volumes. When many people try to build their own personal brand identity, we can never move away from the need to have institutions, whether those institutions are new or old. As long as they are relevant, we always need to give wind to the sail. And then thirdly, though, she's one of those unique personalities that if you travel across the country and you look at the Black political infrastructure, there are names that pop up based on a city, based on a state, that we must always pay homage to, because there are lessons learned. When I go to LA, of course, is Karen Bass, but it's also Anthony Thigpen. When I go to San Francisco, of course, it's Willie Brown, but there's a whole infrastructure. When I go to Detroit, we all live off of Coleman Young's legacy and John Conyers' legacy. When I go to Alabama, it's Hank Sanders and Joe Reed. And when you go to California, it was undeniable. Hazel Dukes and Percy Suggs and Basil Patterson and all those warriors. And so for a life well lived, we must celebrate.
Thank you. Thank you, President Johnson. So, and we thank her for her life and works. I want to talk about...
Julie, let me share one thing that I meant to mention. Our board meeting was just in New York 2 Saturdays ago. And she showed up to give a report.
Wow.
We were both surprised, but also shocked, because we didn't realize how much suffering health-wise. And she demanded to be at the board meeting, as vigorous as she's always have been, and she was there. And for some of us, it felt as if it was her swan song, that she came to make her presence known, because it was after that Saturday board meeting, Monday, Tuesday, when we all was put on notice that she was deteriorating much faster than anybody realized.
Wow. To the end. We want to talk about the attack on civil rights, right? This by this administration, and want to focus a little bit on education in particular. So the Trump administration puts out this Dear Colleague letter, which just sent a lot of universities, schools just reeling, scared that they were going to lose their federal funds. People started, I know my University of Pennsylvania, that I graduated from, started rolling back their DEI programs because the Department of Education put out this memo that basically details all the ways in which you could be basically discriminating against white people, and that they're going to cut your funding. And it was a lot of lies in there. So let's talk some about that. And Fatima, you should feel free to jump in this, all y'all, right? But President Johnson, talk to us about this attack on civil rights, the Dear Colleague letter, and specifically, what should we be telling people about it? Because I'm telling people ignore that. Like, are y'all crazy? He don't make law. An executive order is not law. I learned that in law school. I had to pay a lot of money for that.
So we both did. So the timing is interesting. The strategy of this administration was shock and awe. And for the last 42, 43 days, they have shocked and awe everything. They are seeking to push as much as possible the limits of executive authority and power. And so if there's not a pushback, they're going to continue to push. But the timing is aligned with the House adopting the budget outline. The timing is also aligned with the March 14th deadline for the CR that must be adopted or government shuts down. It is also aligned with many farmers who were Trump supporters not receiving their subsidy checks during during this period when it's the planting season. It is aligned with the goal of disrupting many Americans' expectations around the things that they have grown accustomed to, not realizing it's the federal government and their tax dollars that are providing all of those supports. And so I'm not surprised that they have issued such an executive order to distract people. You know, the last 42 plus days has been about whether it's women or Black or Latinos, you name it, led by the politically charged concept of DEI, which I normally don't use other than saying it here because it's been so weaponized as a tool of distraction and to disorient exactly what they're seeking to do. And in my opinion, and others may disagree, it's about the money. It's about redefining the role of government, redirecting the tax dollars, giving tax cuts, privatizing services, and to do so without majority of Americans realizing that their pockets are being robbed. The beautiful thing about us being Black, we see exactly what it is. We've always seen it. And we may react to some of the targeted stuff against us, but at the end of the day, and I've said this for a while now, the most brainwashed population in this country, unfortunately, are working poor white people. W. Du Bois talked about the uniqueness of our caste system, that unlike any other country around the globe, that there was this buffer between the haves and the have-nots in the tool of race. And in that buffer was a set of individuals, many of whom were not even considered white when he wrote the book, but they were so trying to be a part of the class of whiteness that they would take up the mantle and fight against others who could never be seen as white under this illusion that there was a supreme race and an entitlement concept that would never be realized. And we're seeing that same thing now, that this illusion of white supremacy is something that should be upheld. And therefore, anything that I have not received that I think I'm entitled to is the fault of the others. And those others are immigrants or Blacks or women or whatever the case may be. And those tools are still being used today.
So Derek, I fully agree with you that it is designed both to distract and to divide, and in some ways is our a legacy playbook that they're using. But it also seems there's a second thing that's happening here, and that is that by calling things DEI, they have so frenzied people in this country around the notion that it is DEI that is harming you. They are also trying to hide that they are going for our very most basic civil rights protections. Okay. The very idea that you can, that you must be in school settings where they address discrimination, that schools have this responsibility, as responsibility that turned 60 years old last year. So I am curious if you think that point has gotten through, and whether it is a thing that NAACP students or others are animated around.
So yes, I absolutely agree. So I'll step one step above that. we are in a ongoing fight that really kicked off after the stock market crash in 1929. And with the new president coming in 1932, Roosevelt, who began to shake up the expectation and the role of government in a way in which it better reflect not Black people, but the definition of a social safety net, the accessibility of certain protections. And that goes all the way through Great Society programs of the 60s, when we began to see the benefit of the redefining of the role of the government with the Voting Rights Act and equal protection laws that's actually being enforced, and Fair Housing Act. And that's the racialized part of it. Up to this point now in 32, you also had the creation of John Birch Society. And then in the late 40s and 50s, you had William F. Buckley. And in 64, you had George Washington. All of them come together and create the Heritage Foundation, which is the author of Project 2025, which brings us here today.
Right.
So it's not decoupled, it's all a part of it.
And they're now, you know, they've been doing this colorblind stuff for a while. This is not new. Color blindness that they have created is about turning civil rights on its head. And now we have this enddei.gov website where people are supposed to go on and put in, this is for Moms of Liberty, to put in a complaint about discrimination. And I'm telling people, y'all should put in complaints about race discrimination and gender discrimination, the real stuff, not the stuff where white people are the victims. And we have another.
Let's welcome.
Where'd she go?
We had Congresswoman.
And this was right on her issues, because I know she can talk about this. Please bring her back.
There you are. Welcome. Thank you for joining us this morning or this afternoon. I'm stuck on the West Coast here.
Oh, you're on mute, Congresswoman.
I was saying I was just enjoying listening. You all are giving me so much life in this moment. It's wonderful to be with you, family.
Well, we know that you have a word to say about all this stuff. So thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah. I have a lot of words. Where do you want me to take this?
Well, I mean, I think, you know, we were just talking about the attacks on civil rights. So it would be great to hear from you, from where you sit, what you're seeing, what you're thinking our fight back should be.
Yeah, I just appreciate you so much. Just it seems obvious because of the work that you all do each and every day, but I think the frame has been so set within the context of a constitutional crisis, and I think it is important that we name that it is a civil rights crisis. It is a civil rights crisis. It is a constitutional crisis. It is an unprecedented power grab, and I think it's important, since their strategy is to flood the zone, is to overwhelm, is to shock and awe, that we not treat these draconian, these dangerous, these lawless executive actions, that we treat them as inevitabilities. You know, he is a dictator, and we have to be defiant in the face of a dictator. You know, we were not being hyperbolic when we said that, when we predicted a march toward authoritarianism and fascism. And I'll just say, as a Black woman, it's just anti-Blackness on steroids, you know, all around us. And so what is the antidote to anti-Blackness? We have to be pro-Black. We have to be just as race conscious in the prescriptions in this moment. And so we have to be exhaustive. In litigation, that's an important defensive strategy, and we've won a number of those cases. In legislation, I know people, you know, are saying to me, well, why are you still introducing bills, recognizing that they do have a two-person majority? Well, because I'm still going to appeal to them. You know, even though there really does not seem to be a Republican Party anymore, it's just a cult of cowards that are complicit in wholesale harm, I'm still going to make the appeal. I'm still going to use the power of the pen as a lawmaker while they work to deny us as a co-equal branch of government, to erase our relevance. I'm going to stand up in the face of that and offer an affront at every turn. And let me say this legislatively. It is not only important that we offer legislation in defensive strategy, but that we continue to introduce legislation to affirm who are we?
That's right.
Because one of the reasons we're struggling, one of the reasons we're in this situation is because when we have the power as Democrats, we do not use it. And so we have to continue to advance.
You said it, we didn't.
Yeah, no, it's a fact, you know? So while we do the work of blunting these harms, we have to do the work of actively rebuilding the party, but we have to rebuild trust so that people know when we get the gavel back, when we're back in power, that we will actually use the power. And as I said before, my sibling, Brittany Packnett Cunningham, says scared power ain't power at all. So, you know, that's what I'm focused on: litigating, legislating, agitating, and organizing. Organizing is so important. We're actually doing trainings to teach people how to organize, because we can't just keep throwing out stuff like, y'all need to go organize. Not everybody knows how to organize. It's a lot of people for a long time who do have sort of Superman syndrome, who do see democracy as a spectator sport. But in this moment, everyone will have to summon the courage and the will and do something. If you're not leading the resistance, pack a sandwich for someone that is. We need people sending up prayers. We need artists. We need everybody in this moment. We need mutual aid. So we need community, and we need to organize. And we're going to actually teach people how to do that, because we can't just keep telling people, call the Republicans, call the Democrats. We need to do the work actively of organizing and resistance.
Congresswoman, can I just ask you to build on that? You know, this is a moment where a lot of people seem afraid, right? Both people who move through the world typically with a whole lot of power, right? I've never seen billionaires act so afraid. And then there have been these really inspiring moments where individuals who don't have the protection and cover of wealth or institution have stood up. And I'm curious how you think people find that courage and what that looks for you.
Yeah, I see people doing that every day, like my guest tonight for the State of the Union, a federal worker, brilliant attorney, a manual wheelchair user as well, who worked every day to enforce our fair housing laws, to ensure that people were not experiencing discrimination in housing, and also to you know, to advance, you know, more housing that is affordable by advancing grants to organizations that do that work. And, you know, she was fired. She was a probationary worker. She could have taken her talents as a righteous attorney into any sphere, any industry or agency, but she chose the federal government because she wanted to give back to her people and her community. And, you know, the fact that she received a pink slip on Valentine's Day, no less, it was demeaning, it was demoralizing, but she is one of those everyday people who, in the midst of that, 24 hours after she was terminated from a job that she was damn good at, that served the people and communities, she was already organizing to support those that were fearful that they might be terminated, and to do everything possible to advance that work. Her first concern to me was not her life, was not her livelihood, but what of the unfinished work? And so it's people like my constituent Claire from Everett, Massachusetts, my guest for the State of the Union tonight, an unjustly fired HUD worker who proves also the importance of diversity, equity, and inclusion. You know, those are our fair housing laws to guard against discrimination. So it is everyday people that are giving me, emboldening me, are fortifying me, that are inspiring me, that are strengthening me in this fight. I think it was Dr. Angelou who said courage is the most important, you know, because without it, you can't practice any of the other virtues. You know, it is the most important. And so we all have to summon that courage in this moment. But I do want to acknowledge that folks are tired. There is a lot of fear, there's a lot of uncertainty, and there is a lot of fatigue. But we can't back down, so we can sleep in shifts. But you know, we have to stay on the front lines. You know, all of us. But and since this is a civil rights crisis, I'm just going to remind people: please support. You know, honor Hazel Dukes. Honor the leadership of the NAACP, which is a volunteer organization, the longest civil rights, organization, the oldest in our country. We have to support with, we have to invest, sow a seed, and with our sweat equity of the work of the NAACP.
Congresswoman, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your courage. We appreciate that encouragement. that you just gave to not just us, but the folks who are watching. And while folks are tired, we've always been tired. We've been tired since we got here. So I feel like we understand the assignment. Folks know what to do. And it is particularly helpful, I think, and inspiring to hear from you who are in the midst, right? Standing in the gap in the well of the house, and just appreciate you so much, always, and particularly now.
I appreciate you all so very much. You know, we have to match their energy, y'all. You know, so they're not taking any days off, and unfortunately, neither can I. Like I said, you know, so we have to match your energy. But thank you for doing this, because what we know for sure, as at the State of the Union tonight, it will be lies and propaganda. It will be visions for more hurt and harm. Yes. It will not tell the true State of the Union, which is that people are struggling and they are fearful. And so I thank you for telling the truth about the state of our union in this moment.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. Stay encouraged, y'all.
Did you say it was a coat of cowards? I missed her.
You're over here taking notes.
I know.
Right,
So
exactly. Lots of quotables up in there.
I do want to move us to talking about the Congresswoman talked about, you know, the real state of our union, which is that people are struggling, and I do want to move us into a conversation with our next guest, Nana Jumfi from BAJI, the Black Alliance for Just Immigration, because we often talk about, you know, the challenges that our communities face. And we often don't talk about the kind of diversity that we have within our communities, and the ways in which, you know, different segments of our community are being affected and being harmed by this particular moment. And I think that we, you know, I think during the campaign, when we saw the Haitian community come under assault, that is when I think people were, you know, in the moment, like, oh, wait a minute, right? There are dimensions, right, to who we are as a people, and we need to acknowledge when we are individually and collectively under assault. So, Nana, thank you for joining us, and welcome to the SIP Hour. I wanted to start with asking you just to talk a little bit about the work of BAJI and the communities that you all represent.
You're on mute. We all get it. It's all right.
So Nana, we still can't
now
hear
she's
you.
not on mute, but we can't hear her. Uh-oh. Something going on.
Well, let's try to.
They work on behalf of Black immigrants across the country and doing advocacy work. And she's the person that I bring in all the time if I need some expertise on immigration law and criminalization of immigrants, and reminder that, like, they always are reminding us that immigrants are not only Latinx folks, y'all.
No, I think it's important to broaden the discussion around immigration, and that the face of immigration it looks like us. Right? I'm a daughter. You know, I'm first generation born. Jamaican American, and so this notion that your neighbors, where none of these cuts, none of these policies, I'm in my bubble, it doesn't attach to me or my family, that this is far reaching. And someone in your immediate family, your neighbor, someone that you love, that are impacted, or that you don't know that their families are going through, particularly around Black immigration, and the concern of being a person walking around this world in Black skin, and then a person that's walking around in this world with Black skin, who are concerned about their immigration status or their family's immigration status.
So
we filed the DACA lawsuit, I believe it was 2018, 2019, and we won. It was on behalf of Haitian individuals who were actually, some of our young people acted with AXO. The African diaspora is just that, it's African diaspora. And whether the ship stopped in San Domingo Island, because it's the same people, just two half, or in Cuba, or came to South Carolina, we're the same people. And so as the conversations progress, we need to lean into our African essence globally and not allow people to divide us, even though we do it ourselves.
Right. And this administration has been stealth on all of the things around immigration, and it is clearly anti-Black. It is unbelievable. Like, first of all, the fact that this joker thinks that he can rewrite the Constitution and get rid of birthright citizenship with an executive order. Remember, an executive order is not a law. And he could do that, and then got rid of. And this is something that Baji and my organization, Advancement Project, have been working on together, along with others. Is like they took away the sensitive locations memo, which said that ICE could not come into schools, hospitals, and churches. And they got rid of that. So now ICE can come to schools. And part of the work that we're doing is to get schools lined up and teachers, et cetera, to understand that they don't have to let ICE in. That is complicated when you have school resource officers who may be under a cooperation agreement. So that SRO that could be walking down the hall could be really acting as ICE, and they know who the undocumented students are in the school. So we're doing some work around an action kit with Baji and the Alliance for Educational Justice to give people the tools to advocate at their school district to make sure that young people remain safe in our school buildings.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Lord have mercy. You see the FBI, someone go and deal with these people.
Go and tell Pro back.
I need to get my H-1B Africans to do something about these tech people.
So, Nana, we were just talking about some of the issues related to the Black immigrant community right now, but I also wanted to give you a chance to talk a little bit about Baji and the history as well.
Thank you so very much. I don't know literally what was happening, but Baji, Black Alliance for Just Immigration. We've been in existence since 2006, started by a Black diasporic crew of civil rights organizers, anti-apartheid organizers, human rights organizers. We fight for the rights of Black immigrants and Black Americans to improve our communities, to get us all the sweet life by advancing racial justice and immigrant rights. We are national, but also located in DC, New York, Florida, Georgia, Texas, California, where I am right now, and just thrilled to be here.
So Judith was talking about, and maybe I'll just give you all a chance to talk a little bit more about particularly, I think, the sensitive locations. I mean, we know that there's just a lot going on right now. We're talking about deportations. We're talking about people being sent to Guantanamo. It's unclear who's being. I mean, I think there's lots to talk about. And so I think I want to. The sensitive locations thing for me is something that just feels particularly harmful, because that is the point at which, I think, Judith, you talked about this before too, is where the sort of criminalization of all of our young people, for example, intersects, right?
Yeah,
Because if we think that coming into a school means that the only people getting swept up are certain people, we just know that that's not true. And particularly when we think about the damage and the harm of the resource officers that we've seen, in a number of circumstances, that feels really it's a big shift, and I think dangerous for everyone in our community.
It is. I mean, these are the ways in which Black immigrants experience anti-Blackness. We talk about in Baji how we experience Blackness together. Sometimes it's in the joys, right, in the culture and the things that we love about being diverse, being in mixed families, folks like Issa Rae and so many others, as well as just being in community with one another. But what that also means is that a cop is a cop is a cop. And that when it comes to places like schools where our children are, that the danger to both Black Americans and Black immigrants is not just the police. They're absolutely a danger, but now ICE has been added to that danger. Depending on where you are in the United States, if you're 100 miles from the border, Customs and Border Protection, quote unquote, has been added to the danger. We saw CBP on the rooftops with snipers at George Floyd's funeral. So we know that they have no problem mixing and matching when it comes to immigration enforcement and law enforcement. And it's really going to be on these same schools that Judith and Advancement Project, Baji, and so many others have been pushing to get police out of schools, to take that seriously and to make that as expansive as possible. And I'm really glad that we're continuing to do the work of pushing back there, because we can see when we see immigration and we see how there's the ripping of the rights of minors to have attorneys, even though they're unaccompanied, the way in which minors or previously with young people were caged. We understand that it won't be long until we have people under the age of 18 over in Gitmo, unattached to anyone in that torture chamber.
Nana, can you talk some about TPS, temporary protected? Because what has happened? Because people expected that they could stay here, and now all of a sudden he has changed course. So talk some about that.
So he's changed course. Temporary protective status is like an in-between status. It's not quite the permanent protections we're looking for, but it saved lives. It's only granted for countries where the conditions in people's countries are so terrible that it doesn't make sense. It puts people in unsafe conditions to have them go back. And so the United States right now for Haiti, for example, has declared it like a level 4, do not travel. Don't caution when travel. Don't go there, okay? But they have been sending Haitians there. And with the end of temporary protective status for Haitians, up to 540,000 Haitians could lose that status that allows them to be in this country, not just to work, but to be with family, to be with community, and to be safer from the dangers that they would face in Haiti. And so it's devastating. And also, he did this the first time around. This is not his first time on that rodeo. And we whooped his behind. I'm trying not to cuss that first time around in litigation, in organizing. We kept our people here. He also went after Sudan and a bunch of other countries. We expect the same. And we're here for it. We're ready to fight. We're not going to let our people go quietly into the night. That's not what Black people do.
Yeah. So I want to shift this just a little bit. I mean, we know that civil rights are under attack. We know that Black communities and Black immigrants are under attack. But Fatima, I wanted to just talk to you a little bit about what we're seeing in terms of women. And you said this thing the other day to me, which was really helpful in sort of my orientation around there are things being done in the name of protecting women that in fact are not. And so I wanted to give you some time just to talk about that, because I think we've seen, particularly on the question of trans athletes, we've seen this whole like, well, we're just protecting women, and that's why we're having this conversation, right? And so if you could talk a little bit about that and how that fits into this conversation.
Listen, every day I wake up and say, do I feel more protected today? It turns out there has not been a day in the last 40 odd days that I have woken up feeling more protected by Donald Trump's efforts to defend women. But from day one, and one of his most high profile day one executive orders was the protecting and defending women executive orders. And anytime you hear that phrase, I always ask myself two questions. Which group of women is he attacking? And second, who is he trying to distract from? And what we have seen is they have used this as a part of a giant anti-trans effort. So to suggest that you could cover for kicking trans women out of the military, for terrorizing trans young people, from preventing not just young people, but younger adults too from accessing gender affirming care, and basically full stop saying that trans young folks can't play sports. The nitty gritty level in which they are terrorizing trans people in this country at every turn has largely been done in an effort to protect women in this country. And that's not a new idea, by the way. The notion of defending women, there's a long time sort of code and cover for conduct that is racist and misogynist in this country, whether you're talking about the work of the KKK to terrorize Black men and Black families because they were protecting women. Or you might have the image of mothers standing outside, cruelly shouting at young Black children integrating schools. That this has often been protecting women, protecting girls, has been a justification for a lot of harm. And right now they are turning the eye towards the trans community. And it's cruel. It's terrible. And it actually, I think, as an organization that focuses on actually defending the rights of women in this country, it is a place we know we have to be as litigators, as advocates, and as clear communicators that this won't be done in our name. That not in our name will you exalt a giant terrorizing campaign against a small population in this country in the name of protecting women.
Yeah, so Fatima, you also over at the National Women's Law Center have been working around the diversity, equity, and inclusion executive orders, particularly as it relates to like women and women in the trades. Can you share a little bit about kind of the work that is being led by you and your team and others around protecting women, particularly in the trades and many of the, cuts to the workforce and contracts that can disproportionately affect women in this moment?
Yeah, and we were really excited to join with our partners at the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights just last week to file a lawsuit challenging the DEI executive order on behalf of Chicago Women in Trades. That is an organization that has for a very long time worked to ensure that more women can get into the construction fields and other trades. And I don't have to tell this group that women are giantly underrepresented in the trades, and that for those who do get there, they experience discrimination and harassment at untold levels. So one of the things that they're defending and protecting women agenda doesn't account for is the many ways that their anti-DEI orders are making it more possible for people to experience discrimination, or making it less possible for people to get high-wage jobs in fields that have been traditionally shut their doors to them. And so part of what we have to do right now is call them out and name that this sort of agenda that they are talking about, if you really had a plan to protect women, to advance women's freedom in this country, it would look very different. You wouldn't be trying to shut down programs that that allow them to thrive.
So, Fatima, thanks for that. Because what we're going to do is, because we only got like 3 minutes left. So we're going to do a quick round, y'all. Quick, y'all get like 30 seconds. What is your 30-second call to action before we have to hand this back to Pastor Mike? Mine is go to enddei.gov and put in a discrimination complaint about race or gender, okay, about what has happened to you either in your K-12 school or at a university. Because we need a record that actually there is real discrimination going on, and it ain't about white people being the victims of it. All right, I'm gonna go to let's go to our guests. So Nana, what's your 30-second call to action?
30-second call to action is for us to get together as Black folks, Black migrant and African Americans, hook up with folks like Baji. We are going to be having conversations about how you deal with authoritarians and dictators and get them the heck up out of here.
Thank you. President Johnson, what is your 30-second call to action?
30 seconds. Pay attention to the March 14th deadline on the continuing resolutions for the budget. Let's make sure that our members hold strong. Don't cut a deal to cut us out. Cut a deal to cut us in.
Glenda, thank you. Glenda, what is your 30 seconds?
My 30 seconds is in the spirit of Hazel Dukes. You're either going to sit down in intention in protests, march with intention, call your elected officials, go to lobby days, go to town halls. And as Derek said about Hazel Dukes, is make sure that your voice is heard in every room with intention.
As they say on my little workout videos, do something. Adrian Shropshire, what is your call to action?
I'm going to just piggyback off of Glenda and Derek too. There is a lot of things that people can be doing right now, not the least of which is holding your elected officials accountable to what you believe is right in this moment. And so that means call your members of Congress, whether they're in the House or your senators, whether they're Republicans or Democrats, right? You may have a Republican representative. They have to represent you, right? And so let them know. And then the other thing that I would say is that we still have elections in this country, right, for the moment. And so what we know is that there are elections happening this year. People keep talking about the midterms, and that's true, and that's going to be important in 2026. But in 2025, you have an election. And so you need to find out, do your research, find out what elections are happening at the local and state level in your state, and make sure you participate, because that will be sending a message of utmost importance about what we will and won't tolerate and what we will and won't let them do.
Thank you. And, and today I'm actually, as soon as we get up here, I'm going to vote, because we have a special election for county exec in Prince George's County, Maryland. And it's important because this is the person that I'm electing to protect me from that stuff that's going on across the border. And so we have to participate. Please, y'all, don't be complicit in this ish. I can't curse. Maybe I can curse, but don't, because Pastor Mike's coming on, so I can't curse. So do not be complicit. Do something. We have got to fight back. They are going after our country. Fascism and authoritarianism is here. So we have to fight back. So with that, we love you all. Stay Black, stay strong. Thank you for the SIP hour. Thank you to all of the hosts, the producers, all y'all who had this idea of us coming together today. And we're going to kick it back to our lovely Pastor Mike.
Yo. The SIP hour was fire. My goodness, y'all need your own segment every day. The SIP
we love you.
Come on, y'all. I hope y'all have received all of this information. I hope that you are feeling energized. I hope that you're clear about all the many ways that you can resist this moment. As the wonderful Judith Brown Diana just said, don't be complicit. And if you need to put the cuss word at the end of that, it's okay. Sometimes colorful metaphors help drive the point home of the seriousness of this moment. Don't be complicit in this stuff. Let's do all that we can to take all the information we're hearing and let's distill it. Let's move forward in a super impactful and powerful way. I am super excited to introduce our next segment. The revolution is reproductive rights. And these loved ones, they're coming in already with the energy. Regina Davis Moss with the In Our Own Voice. Monica Simpson, Sister Song. My God, good to see you. And Brittany Fontenot. Am I saying that right? Wonderful, with the National Abortion Federation. Listen, the revolution is reproductive rights. I'm so glad y'all are on the front lines educating us about this. As a father of 2 daughters, I want their body to be protected from all them folk out there trying to do crazy stuff. So it's y'all's time. Take us into the future. The revolution is reproductive rights.
Thank you so much. I am so excited to be here. It has been quite a time on this here, platform, y'all. StateOfThePeople.media, y'all are doing your thing. So I'm just really excited to be in conversation today. And I'm really grateful for everyone that's joining this live stream and for those who have tuned in since midnight. So thank you all for being a part of this inaugural State of the People. This is our alternative response to the administration's assessment of our country. We are speaking truth to power here today, good people. So welcome. Again, my name is Monica Simpson, y'all. I'm the executive director of Sister Song. We are the Southern-based National Women of Color Reproductive Justice Collective, Reproductive, and I am honored to be joined by Dr. Regina Davis-Moss, President and CEO of In Our Own Voice, National Black Women's Reproductive Justice Agenda, and Brittany Fontenot, President and CEO of the National Abortion Federation. We're about to have a good time because these are my comrades. These are my people. And we are here today to discuss the state of reproductive rights and how advocates, clinics, and patients are navigating this shifting legal landscape that is so slippery and so diabolical right now for our people in these heightened political threats. Barely halfway through his first 100 days, this dude that they call Trump has issued a slew of executive orders designed to cause chaos and overwhelm our systems of our democracy. From enforcing the Hyde Amendment to eliminating DEI initiatives and rolling back critical environmental protections and attacking LGBTQ communities. And as a Black queer woman who has been out since the 2000s, always committed to LGBTQ liberation, this has been so horrible for me to see, and how much of an impact it's had on my community directly. And this administration is making true on its most egregious campaign promises. So however, I know that we're not throwing in the towel. I know that I come from a long legacy of Black women who have always stood up for what they believe. I know that my political home is rooted in a movement of reproductive justice that was created by Black women 30 years ago, who said that they knew that their collective power was going to be better and move better policies for us. This is a movement that is intersectional, and it's rooted in human rights, and it's given me the ability to bring all parts of myself to this work. And so I know that we have the power to fight back. And I know I have people on this panel who are already fighting back with me every single day. And nobody is more prepared to talk about how they're doing that than these folks who are on this panel with me today. So with that, I'd like to kick us off to Regina. Sis, it's so good to see your face up in here. Yeah, I know. And so my question for you today, as the president and CEO, my dear, of In Our Own Voice, you are focused on advancing policies that protect and advance reproductive justice. Can we say it again for the people in the back? Reproductive justice. And can you tell us what reproductive justice is a little bit more? And can you share about what policies you're tracking that will impact Black communities?
Absolutely. And let me just say how excited I am to be here with you and Brittany to talk about what's at stake. I mean, we got to get into this. You talked about reproductive justice, and if I can, because, we can't say this enough, let me just go a little bit deeper on what reproductive justice is. You uplifted the fact that this was created by 12 amazing Black women in Chicago 30 years ago. But what I want to make sure people understand is that they were trying to address some of the most pressing issues that Black women, girls, and gender expansive people face. It's things like health equity, quality health care, gender justice, economic justice, and beyond. And basically what reproductive justice is saying is, I got the right to decide when and how and I expand my family if I want one. I have the right to decide that. And when I do have my children, that I should have the right to have the economic and the social supports that I need so that I can raise that child in a safe environment. I don't have to worry about state-based violence, community violence, intimate partner violence. And most important, I have the right to bodily autonomy and sexual expression.
That's right.
So that is what reproductive justice is. It's not reproductive, all these other ones, I'm not going to get into it. It is reproductive justice, and we need to name that proudly because that was created for us, by us.
That's right.
Now let's get into these policies. Now, this is my job. I'm here in DC, and we're tracking these things. We're looking at policies at the federal level. Just last week, the House passed a budget resolution calling for a $2 trillion reduction in spending, potentially cutting 880 billion for Medicaid. Now, of course, Black women and girls are disproportionately reliant, and I say reliant, on Medicaid for access. That doesn't mean that there aren't a lot of white folks that are using Medicaid. Okay, so let's be clear about that.
That's right.
But we are reliant on it disproportionately for a number of social economic reasons. So what we're going to see is that we're going to see more unwanted pregnancies. As access to contraception is cut off, more Black women who do not want to get pregnant are going to be getting pregnant, which is going to increase their risk for dying during childbirth. We're already in a maternal mortality crisis. They're trying to eliminate access to prenatal and postnatal care and emergency maternal care. And all that's going to make these things worse, because what people don't understand is when you make these cuts, we lose services, there's a reduction in services, and there's a reduction in people that can access the services.
That's
so
right.
loss of preventive care, screenings for STIs, cancer, routine, OBGYN exams, all of that is going to increase our risk. We're also closely monitoring Project 2025. I got to give a shout out. We read that document. That's 900 pages, and we put together a brief on how these policies are going to impact Black women.
That's right.
Things like 150-year-old Comstock Act, which is what they'll try to use to ban abortion. It's ridiculous. So please go to our site, read it. At the state level, we're working with our partners in Virginia and Georgia and Michigan and Pennsylvania to push for legislation at the local level. We've got some great work happening in Virginia around the Reproductive Freedom Amendment that's working to enshrine abortion protections. And Georgia, we just came back from an advocacy day. I was there with my good sis, Monica. We were pushing for a number of bills around midwifery and doula care and more things to make sure that we have safe and healthy births. That's just the beginning of this. I'm looking forward to getting into that. But right now, I want to hear more from Brittany. Let's bring her into this conversation.
Hey,
Brittany's the president.
Hey.
President and CEO of National Abortion Federation. Brittany, you are more so than anyone acutely aware of how the policies and barriers I just mentioned are impacting abortion providers. Tell us more about this. Tell us more how it's impacting clinic staff, patients seeking abortion, and how the Trump administration is already hurting you all.
Right. It's so good to be in community with you all and to be able to share so much about what's going on and how our community can fight back. So what we know is that, as Monica said, we're not even halfway into the first 100 days, and Trump has wasted no time on keeping certain campaign promises and going back on promises that were made around abortion rights and access. Listen, what we know to be true is that the vast majority of Americans across political parties, across races, ethnicities, and genders support abortion rights and access. Trump made certain promises to try to engage them and get them to vote for him and his tomfoolery. And listen, he's already going back on those promises. During the first week, he reinstated the global gag rule. And so this is having reverberations around abortion rights and access, not just here in the US, but around the world, essentially gagging providers from being able to talk to their patients about the full spectrum of reproductive health services, including abortion services that people need and deserve. Also, domestically, what we've seen is that the Trump administration very quietly decided to take a step back from enforcing the FACE Act. So just a little bit of information around the FACE Act. This was implemented in the 90s as the result of anti-abortion extremism that resulted in the death of an abortion provider that was just trying to deliver expert care to patients. And so this act really incorporates the federal government in saying that they won't stand for violence for abortion providers or for patients. So right now we have a federal government who has said that they're washing their hands clean. They're taking a step back, and that anti-abortion violence and extremism is okay when it's at the hands of extremists who are targeting patients and providers. And this chilling effect has such a negative consequence on health outcomes and people's ability to access the essential care that they need. And we know that Black and Brown communities do access abortion care at higher rates for a variety of different socioeconomic constraints and factors that my colleague Regina talked about earlier. And so we know that any time that people face barriers to care, that is something that we're not going to stand for. The other thing that I'm going to highlight is that there has been a really strong rhetoric that's laying the groundwork around questioning the safety and efficacy of abortion at any point in pregnancy, whether that's procedural abortion or medication abortion, and also laying the groundwork for extreme disinformation about abortion later in pregnancy. We know that abortion at any point in pregnancy is a valid choice, and that decisions around people's personal family formations, about their health care, and about their future should be left within their own hands. I could go on and talk about all of the threats that we've already seen and the threats that are upcoming, but I actually want to kick it back over to you, Monica. So you're the executive director of Sister Song, and you have incredibly deep roots in organizing and culture strategy. How are you harnessing that energy? Because we need so much of that energy right now to engage the community and the broader culture around the fight for our reproductive lives.
No, for sure. I just want to be real with our people who are watching us, right? Like, we're talking about these topics of abortion access, maternal health care, bodily autonomy, as if they're easy things for our community to always talk about. And unfortunately, they're just not, right? Like, people's stories they're multifaceted. They are very diverse. And so in order for us to really move an organizing strategy and to help more people understand their reproductive justice stories and why they should be connected to this work, people have to see themselves reflected. As a person who is a creative, who really believes deeply in cultural strategies and understanding that it takes a very strong culture to sustain any policy win that we know that we need for our communities, it's important for me to root myself in some of the greats like Tony K. Bombaro that tells us that we have to make our movements irresistible, right? And we know that we are, as a movement, reproductive justice is a movement that, because it is talking about some of the most what we grew up with as taboo topics, we got to find ways to help people see themselves reflected. So for us, it is about making sure that stories and narratives are at the center of our work, and making sure that we are tapping directly into the communities that we serve, and that their voices, that their experiences are the ones that are being lifted to the front, so that we can actually help to motivate and ignite and educate these folks on how to then move towards their political power. And so ways that we've been doing that is across a lot of our different programs. One of our most well-known campaigns right now is our Trust Black Women campaign, right? And this is a campaign that started because there was a direct attack on our reproductive lives, Black women specifically, in 2010, when there were billboards that were put up all across this country, in particular in the South, that said the most dangerous place for an African-American child is in the mother's womb, right? And so we knew that we needed a counter response, but we also needed to be organizing as Black women doing this work to ensure that we were creating a national collective of Black women ready to be on the front line for any attack on our reproductive freedom and on our reproductive lives. And so that's how we're doing that. We're connecting directly to community. We're using our campaigns and our messaging to push and to penetrate deeper into communities to help people see themselves reflected. I'm a church girl. I grew up in the church, right? And I know how sometimes as I'm moving through different communities, in particular in the South, how these conversations can be polarizing for people, can also silence people in some ways because trauma is real. But what I'm here to tell the people today is that we can't have any freedom or liberation in this country if we are not centering bodily autonomy, if we're not centering helping people understand their human rights in this work. That is what we have to focus people on. And I don't want to get to a world where we are able to rid ourselves of this white delusion that continues to plague us, but we haven't been able to really root ourselves in understanding the gender nuances of things, how patriarchy shows up in our work, how misogynoir, these different things show up. And all of that is important in this cultural and narrative strategy work that we do, as well as the on the ground organizing. So we here to talk to you about the real things, good people, and making sure that you understand that you shouldn't be ashamed of your stories. Your stories are power, and those stories help us build strong organizing tools to get more people engaged in the work. So that's what we do every single day. You have to follow us and get involved. But as I was saying earlier, y'all, despite the chaos and the division from this administration in particular, we gotta continue to push back and mobilize our communities. We're doing it through culture and through deep on the ground organizing. We do it through policy. We do it in so many different types of ways. But there is too much at stake for us to sit on the sidelines and wait for someone else to take action. So we have the power to stand up and make our voices heard. I mean, Regina, I see how you do it every day. I see how y'all are doing it at NAF. We are on the front lines of this work every single day. So I'd like to invite each of you to share how viewers can get involved in the fight to protect reproductive health and access in this country. And Regina, I want to start with you.
Yeah, listen, one of the most important ways to get involved is to hold your elected official accountable. I had dinner last night with Congresswoman, and she reminded me that she said, you know what's giving me hope is I remember that this has happened before. And there's three things that are consistent when we have these moments. There's propaganda, there's violence, and there's voter suppression. And I said, you know what, you're right. And I said, so, and what have you noticed? And like, what's the tipping point? How do we know when things change? And she says, it's when it gets so extreme that people rise up. So we saw that with George Floyd. We saw that with the water hoses during the civil rights movement. And so what I'm saying to you is that in all those cases, that was a public outcry. That was a public demand. We got to look at the reality.
That's
Federal
right.
policy is critical in order to protect some of these policies that we're talking about. But with this conservatives controlling both chambers, they're limited in what they can do right now. So this is our fight. There's so much important work happening in the states. We still need to apply the pressure. We need to be encouraging them to do the right thing. And as a constituent, these are your elected officials. They answer to you. So what does that mean for you? Number one, call the district and the offices, the DC offices, but in your home offices, learn when they're in recess, find out when they're back home so that you can attend town halls. I've been hearing about how people are blowing up these town halls. So, request an in-person meeting, call press, picket their office, make your voices heard. We got to go local, plug in, show up, be loud, run for office if you can, or maybe somebody in your family, somebody, encourage them to run for office. That person that's always been championing issues. Absolutely verify that your voting status is right. You need to do this annually because we are seeing the roles being purged.
Yes.
And finally, just, listen, everybody has something they're passionate about. It could be environmental justice. It could be poverty. It could be housing, LGBT, pick an issue because they're coming after all of them. But anyway, pick something, choose a cause, lean in. We need you. We need you. We need you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Regina. Brittany, what you got for the people?
Yes. So one of the ways that we can take resistance to the next level, one of the most radical ways to resist is to fund abortion. And exactly, fund abortion and reclaim your power and give someone else the ability to be able to reclaim their lives and their bodies and their autonomy. So we're living in a country where your access to essential abortion care depends completely on who you are, where you live, and how much money you are. It shouldn't be that way. And in the absence of elected officials stepping up and making sure that we have unfettered access to all healthcare, we have this community grassroots response, which is abortion funds, which are at the local level and also at the national level. NAF runs the largest patient assistance fund in the country. Last year, we helped fund over 111,000 people to get the care that they needed. We helped thousands of people travel as they fled their communities to get this health care. And so every dollar that you donate will go toward making sure that someone can reclaim their bodies and their lives. We also, I want to just maybe piggyback a little bit on what Regina was saying, that making sure that you connect with your local officials, tell them that even though the federal government has taken a step back from enacting and enforcing the FACE Act, that there is still the opportunity to stand with providers and to stand with patients and enforce civil FACE Act at the local level, making sure that providers and patients are protected from anti-abortion extremism, and make sure that people understand at all levels of the government that the majority of people in this country will not stand for this, and that we will reclaim our right to be able to control our bodies, our lives, and our futures. What about you, Monica?
Yo, let me tell y'all, first of all, y'all are brilliant. I just love being able to work with both of you every single day. And I'm hoping that everybody that's watching gets tapped into all of the work that's happening with all these organizations talking about this issue. But, what's real for me, good folks, is that, my organizing teaches me that, to never leave this moment without giving a clear call to action, right? And I think that that's what's important for this moment that we're in. What we do realize is that Dobbs no longer exists, good people. It does not. And our country is being plagued by abortion bans. And these abortion bans are detrimental to our communities. In the state of Georgia, we lost 2 Black women because of an abortion ban. Candy Miller and Amber Thurman, their lives were taken from us because of an abortion ban in the state of Georgia. And we are now seeing so many people losing lives, too many people losing lives. We know that maternal mortality is an issue. Black women are dying at a rate 4 to 5 times higher than white women in childbirth, right? We know that our children's lives are at stake every single day in our communities, as we've seen our communities deal so much with police brutality and just like not being able to be safe and having access to the resources that would allow our children to thrive. That is what reproductive justice is. It is about being able to have the human right to make our own decisions about our bodies and our families and our futures. And to me, that is at the crux of everything that is real to us in this world right now, in this country right now, is our ability to make our own decisions and for our human rights to be secure and for our bodies to be safe, right? And so this is a time for everyone to get connected to a movement to do that work. If you don't have a movement home yet, the doors of the reproductive justice movement are open. We are here for you. This is a movement that allows you to bring your full self into this work. And if you trust Black women and you believe in the human right to make your own decisions about your bodies and families and futures, then this is definitely where you need to be. I know, again, good people, as I've done this work for many, many years, I have worked with people who have had many different views on where they stand with their bodies, because we've never been given the ability to like have what we need to make those solid, real decisions about our bodies, right? We weren't always given that, especially as a girl who grew up in the South. But we are creating a new day for our people, where our young people have the ability to change and to shift that dynamic and to be able to move into a world where we are thriving in all the ways, in particular within our bodies. So Octavia Butler, in honor of Women's History Month, right? Octavia Butler said there is no single answer that will solve all of our future problems. There is no magic bullet. Instead, there are thousands of answers at least, and you can be one of them if you so choose to be. So I am sitting in the legacy of like these beautiful Black women, these powerful Black women who have given us the blueprint for how we need to walk our way towards liberation. And we got to do that together. We can't do that by siloing ourselves off in movements. We have to center and understand that this fight for our reproductive freedom is essential to Black liberation. It is absolutely essential to Black liberation. We can't have Black liberation without it. And so I'm grateful to work with each and every one of you and so many other powerful Black women doing this work all across the country every single day. So we need you Black folks who are tapped in to this particular podcast. I said podcast, maybe it will be, but right now it is the State of the People. We need you all to tap in to this work. See how your work is directly connected to the fight for reproductive justice. And let's build a powerful collective energy where we are all moving together for what we need. So thank you, Regina, so much. Thank you, Brittany, so much. Thank you, State of the People, Angela Rye, all the folks behind the scenes for creating such an amazing platform for us to speak truth to power today, for people to see themselves hopefully reflected more and more. So I'm going to now pass it back over to Pastor Mike, who brought us in so powerfully. Thank you, brother, so much for what you're doing in this hour. And let's keep building power, good people. Peace, everybody.
Sisters who are continuing to remind us that the revolution is indeed reproductive justice. Listen, we are literally at the, let me see, 10:55 a.m. Pacific time, means that's 1:55 Pacific time or Eastern time. We are, man, moving quite quickly through this next segment of time, and we hope that you all are taking notes, you're sharing, you are making sure people are aware of the State of the People 24-hour moment of power building, relational networking. We're getting information to help us respond in this moment. We're turning the TV off, in the words of Kendrick Lamar, and making sure that we are filling ourselves up on this day of the State of the Union, where President Trump will no doubt share lots of gaslighting, misinformation, claims. We want to fill ourselves up with the information we know we need to move us forward as a people. So we're inviting you, please, beloved, share these streams. We are on YouTube. We are on Instagram. We're all over the place. Make sure your loved one who may not be super political is aware that this is an opportunity for them to hear from some authentic, educated, and informed, truthful voices, people who are working in our communities every day to make sure that we have freedom, that we have justice, that, as Angela Davis says, freedom is a constant struggle. So we can never get tired. We can never grow weary. We have to keep pushing forward. Sometimes you can feel like you're just doing this work all by yourself. Well, we've had at least 11, 12 hours of programming that has shown you, that has demonstrated to you that people are working even while we're asleep to fight for freedom and to fight for justice. Go to StateOfThePeople.media. Make sure you share your information there so we can be following up with you. Wouldn't it be amazing if we continue to have this kind of rigorous programming that happens on a regular basis so we can keep getting the truthful voices from our communities out into the universe? So, State of the People, we are almost ready to get our next group and panel on the stage. Super excited for this next segment that is literally going to remind us of the power of our political organizing that has to happen at every level, reminding ourselves that elections are happening literally this year. We don't have to wait till midterms to start amassing political power, putting people in office. We can start that literally today, literally right now. And super grateful that the collective, led by the wonderful, wonderful power couple themselves, Quentin James and Stephanie Brown James. They are the co-founders of the Collective PAC. They got all kind of homies, all kind of smart, educated, activated folk that are going to come and give us all the things that we need to know to make sure that we are politically organized and politically resourced to elect candidates to get us the freedom fighters we deserve on the other side of the political machine. Thank y'all for joining. I'm going to hand it over to y'all. Brother Quentin, Brother Sister Stephanie, great to see y'all. God bless.
Thank you, Pastor Mike. Good to see you, brother.
Hey, so good to see you. So good to see everybody over these last, I don't know how many hours we're into it, but we in it. We are in it. We are so grateful. First and foremost, Angela Rye, Joyanne Reed, Holly Holiday, the entire team, Pastor Mike, who has been spearheading this for the past few hours. We are so grateful for your leadership. Roland Martin for pulling us all together. It is, I hope, not lost on anyone that's been tuning in. The fact that you have this many Black organizations and leaders who are unified doing this together is so powerful. And as Pastor Mike said, we must make sure that we keep this going. So yeah, we're just super excited to be here. Honey?
Awesome. Well, yes, y'all, we are thrilled to be here. As Stephanie mentioned, as Pastor Mike welcomed us, 24 hours of the State of the People. We want to move this convo along to talk about elections, talk about our power at the ballot box. For those of you that don't know, we know that a lot of folks are looking at what's happening in DC tonight with the State of the Union from President Trump. But today, in cities like St. Louis, Missouri, it is election day. People are out casting ballots right now. We encourage you, if you are watching from St. Louis, or you have friends and family and networks in St. Louis, you are encouraging them to get out and vote today, because it's important that we, exercise our right to vote. I think all of us right now are dealing with the consequences of elections, dealing with the consequences of the vote or lack thereof from many folks who, we wanted to make sure they were voting, but may not have shown up in November. And so, one of the things that we want to start with is, listen, elections have consequences. We know that when we do or do not show up and what happens with those elections, they have direct impacts on our lives. And so back in 2016, Stephanie and I decided to start this organization, the Collective PAC. We are the nation's largest political action committee dedicated to building Black political power. We recruit, train, and fund Black candidates all across the country, running on the local, state, and federal level. It's been 9 years now, and in those 9 years, we've helped elect over 500 Black candidates to public office. Many of those folks you probably know, they probably may be serving in your city or state or even on a Capitol Hill. But these leaders are getting into office on a mission to improve our communities, to make sure that they are there representing our concerns and being our voices in the political process. This organization really is about a for us, by us. We want to make sure that we can raise money from our communities and fund our candidates. One thing that stood out to us when we were looking at starting this organization is the simple fact that over 90% of our public officials, people who are elected to public office in this country, are white. We know this is a country that's becoming more Black and more brown. And the reality is, in a country as diverse as the United States, 90% of our elected officials are white. So we wanted to help impact that. But looking even deeper, over 95% of the elected prosecutors in this country, the folks who we appoint and elect to protect us, to oversee our criminal justice system in our states, in our cities, in our counties, those folks are also white, 95% of them. And then to get even deeper, on the candidate side, over 97% of all Republican Party candidates and over 85% of all Democratic Party candidates are also white. And so we have a lot of work to do. Yes, many of us may grow up and live in diverse cities, diverse counties where we see people of color serving in leadership, and that's great. But this country is really big. 50 states and don't forget the territories and other places. We have a lot of work to do to make sure that we have representation from various people, various different backgrounds serving in public office. We know there's a direct correlation to folks who come from our communities who get into leadership and them actually moving policy forward that will impact our communities in a positive and beneficial light. And so, again, we're thrilled to be here. We have an amazing lineup today. Stephanie, I want to turn it over to you to kind of talk a little bit more about why we're here today, what we're going to cover over this next 55 minutes.
Yeah, I think one of the unifying aspects of this 24 hours is a couple things. One is that this is unapologetically Black space for us to talk about our truths, to talk about what's happening in our communities, but most importantly, to be geared on action and to be proactively geared on action. And so we are hopeful that throughout this 24 hours, you're able to hear information that will make you feel empowered, but we need you to spread that word. And so we're going to say throughout our hour here that all of us can only be as strong as we are individually, but also collectively coming together. And so please make sure that whatever you hear here, learn here, does not stay here, that you spread it to your family, your friends. I could tell you, my mother is more engaged than she's ever been in politics and what's happening. And that's great that people are feeling like they have a space to get involved. And so please continue to spread that. I would also say, for us, we are very much focused on supporting Black candidates that are running on a local, state, and federal level. Every position is important. And yet a lot of positions go either we don't have people who are running against folks in some seats that need to be contested, or we have folks in our community that don't feel as though they can be the person in power in these different positions. And so if you are one of those people who know you have leadership skills, who know that you care about your community, we want to encourage you to go to collectivepac.org to learn more about the organization. If you're already running for office, learning about our endorsement process, we are here to be a helpmate to you as much as possible and to be a resource. So please definitely go there and share the information. I think we can probably cue. Do you want to get into our combo?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
All righty. So first up, we are thrilled. We can go ahead and bring Phyllis up to the stage. We are thrilled and honored to have such a phenomenal partner, leader. Yeah, she also helped us to be a Delta woman as well. But this is Phyllis Dickerson, who is the CEO of the African American Mayors Association, a body of leadership in this country that is making sure Black mayors have the tools, resources, and the support together to thrive for the sake of all of our cities. And so we are honored to have you here, Phyllis. Thank you so much for joining us today in this 24-hour live stream. Want to start off first by having you introduce yourself and the power and work and role of the African American Mayors Association.
Thank you, Stephanie and Quentin. You guys, I apologize. I'm in conference mode right now. My conference is in 6 weeks, so we're in the office working, getting the work done. And so I thank you again for inviting us. And yes, we represent over 500 Black mayors around the U.S., most of which you help get elected into those seats. So thank you for your commitment to AMA, making sure that we fill those seats. We represent 50% of the top 20 cities across the U.S. So everywhere from New York to Chicago to Los Angeles, Baltimore, D.C., Charlotte, you name it, we have it. I think Quentin alluded to today is election for Tashara Jones in St. Louis. So Tashara serves on our board also. And so we advocate for policy on the Hill. We also make sure that our mayors are trained. Our mayors are getting younger and younger. If you remember, Jalen Smith won when he was 18 years old. And then we make sure that we share some best practices. We just left LA talking about natural disasters. And so we went to Altadena to look at the fires, look at the devastation. So we talk about fires, tornado, hurricane, floods. And so we were able to do that in LA. But I think my takeaway from LA this week was Mayor Eric Simmons in Greenville said that natural disasters do not discriminate, but this recovery does.
Sad, but
it's very powerful. So my first question for you, Phyllis, and thank you so much for being here. We know that there's a lot of maybe confusion happening right now with whether it may be DOGE and what they're doing in the federal government to some of these executive actions. Tell me firsthand, how Black mayors in this moment are responding. We know that, again, there are separation of powers between the different branches and also the different levels of government. But we know our Black mayors are in charge of our cities. People are expecting them to deliver on city services and to respond to their concerns. How are Black mayors responding in this moment of so much upheaval in the nation?
So most of you know I'm originally from Little Rock, even though I'm in DC right now. So I'm used to working with blue and red governors, right? So one thing I teach them is try to figure out where you can find commonality. If it's just one or two things where you have commonality, figure out where those common threads are and stay in that part of the sandbox when you first start a new administration. The other thing that we're telling our mayors is paint a picture to the federal funding. Because right now we're just saying, oh, the federal funding is frozen. But when people are on the ground, they don't know what you're talking about. They have no idea. So you have to paint a picture as to what that looks like as it relates to public safety, what that looks like as it relates to public housing, what that looks like as opposed to your Medicaid funding or your Social Security funding. What does that look like with your social services? Will you still be having your summer jobs program? How was that funded? Will you still be having your summer youth program where you can take your kids and drop them off 8 hours a day while you at work this summer? Will that still be funded? Your Boys and Girls Club, your Girl Scout programs, all those big institutions like that, they get federal funding. So when that money freezes, how does it affect your everyday life? Like, you have to paint a picture for people, because other than that, people don't know what you're talking about. It's like the people, whether they voted one way or the other, they're saying, well, I didn't think they were talking about me. And they're saying that because they have no idea what we mean when we say these terms. And you guys speak this language every single day. But what does that really look like on the ground? It was like my former employer, when you guys started this organization, I got a call from a mayor and he said, Phyllis, can you make sure they get some funding? I had never seen you guys before. I never knew who you were or anything. So I went to my former employer. He wrote a check and you started your organization. Years later, I moved to DC and I'm like, oh, you're Stephanie and Quentin, right? because I didn't even put a face with it to see where that funding was going and what it was going toward. But now that I'm on the other side of the fence, now I see the work.
And Phyllis, I'm so glad you mentioned just, at the end of the day, and I think a common thread that we'll hear throughout these 24 hours is it's important that we are talking with our community, not talking around, but being direct about what's happening, how people are feeling, how people are responding in the moment. Again, eggs still high. Egg prices will get higher, unfortunately, and we have to be responsive to the challenges that are happening in our community. I'm curious, over these past few years in your role and with AMA, are you seeing, because you mentioned about how there's younger mayors that are coming on board. I remember we had the influx of, you have Randall Woodfin in Birmingham, you have Justin Bibb in Cleveland. I mean, these are guys that are under 40 years old. How are you seeing younger people being excited about running for office, running for mayor? You mentioned a young man that was 18 that ran. Are you seeing that shift of younger mayors coming on board as something that is just responsive, or something that you think is going to be here to stay for a while?
I'm seeing the shift of younger men. I still see that where we have issue is women. And we saw that shift during Black Lives Matter, when women were being, not just the woman being threatened, but they were threatening their children. That's when I saw the shift of women kind of backing out and not running for a second term. And so that's the trend that we're kind of seeing now, because one way to really piss off a woman is to threaten her children. So you see a different side of her, and so she's like, I can't be in political office because I already know what I'm going to do if somebody continues to threaten my child.
Right.
Saw that with Keisha Lance Bottoms, where she decided not to run again. And so those are the kind of things that you're seeing.
So Phyllis, we have a lot of folks watching around the country right now. We've mentioned this really important race in St. Louis, Missouri, with Tashara Jones. There was an article that came out, I believe yesterday or on Sunday, talking about the race in Pittsburgh and how there are now conservative efforts to really try to take out some of our Black mayors using this, anti-DEI or frames around crime, intimidation tactics, as you mentioned. What should the people know about what's happening, and how can we be responding in terms of whether it be making contributions, making sure our friends and families are voting? How should we be responding, and what's happening that people may not know about on CNN or MSNBC around our Black mayors?
So the first issue is the strategy in making sure that your mayor is an alma mayor at the end of the day, right? And so, we saw it happen in some cities where you had two African Americans running against each other, and then you had somebody, non-Black running, and then of course the two Blacks knocked each other out of the race, and so the white mayor won. And so you're going to see that more and more, instead of coming together with a strategy and putting your weight and your resources behind that one candidate. Because when you split up your resources, you split your vote. And so that's one. Two, making sure that the people in your household are registered. Like if they're sleeping, eating, and drinking and sucking up the air in your house, they need to be going to the polls to vote. And so you just got to make sure that also is happening. And then there is an all-out strategy. I mean, just think about it. Just last year, we represented the top 4 cities in the entire U.S. And when we ran that story in the New York Times, we got threats at the office.
Wow.
So making sure that you're understanding that this is going to be an uphill battle. It's not going to be an easy fight, but you got to prepare to fight. It's a muscle we haven't used in a while. Let's just say that. And so be prepared for the fight. Get the right information. Go to your city council meetings and figure out where your budget and that money is coming from. Like, understand that city, but it's okay to ask questions. All that information is FOIable. There is nothing that they can have that's a secret in local government or state government. Everything is open to the public. And so if you want to know something, then ask the not so easy questions. And that's what I think people aren't doing. They don't want to show up to the budget meeting because they think it's boring. And then as soon as they eliminate the social services program, then they're like, oh, I can't believe you eliminated this. You didn't show up to the meeting. You got to show up. And you can't just show up on poll day. You have to show up to city council meetings. When you want something done, when they know you that you're going to show up to city council meeting, before I came here, most of you know I served as the mayor's chief of staff, the former mayor of Little Rock. And I just remember we were going to not rebuild a adult living center across the street from a predominantly Black upper class neighborhood. And that neighborhood showed up to the meeting with signs and everything. And before they could get up to talk, they were like, it's okay, we're going to build it back. And so the housing association president said, well, let me tell you what I was going to tell you. And so he still got it out, right? And so it's important for us to show up day in and day out. Find out where your city council meeting, find who is representing your ward in your city, that kind of thing. Most people, you ask them, who's your ward representative? They don't know. You can ask people who the mayor is. They don't know.
And, you know, and one piece of advice we like to give, especially for organizations, I mean, Black folks have a lot of organizations in our communities, many of which we're a part of. You know, that can also be the role of your organization, is to split out who's going to which meetings, because it can be overwhelming to try to go to school board and city council and the ward club. But if we can take that responsibility within our organizations, within our churches, to say, hey, I'm going to go to this meeting, you go to that one, we report back, we make sure we're going with action items, we're telling them what it is that we need. If we combine forces like that, I think we can definitely make sure we're covering the bases of being where we need to be. Last question for you, Phyllis, is what are your thoughts about ways in which we can come together to build Black political power?
So I think we have to build the agenda, right? And so I know some of us are coming together next week. We're having a working group here. I'll make sure you guys get the information on that. But putting that working group together to say, what is our quote Black agenda? You know, one of the questions we're asking the administration, what is your urban agenda and what is your small rural development agenda? Because we just need to know what that is. And like I said, you know, for us, it is keeping up with the executive orders. You said that earlier, just keeping up, right? And so now we produce something twice a week that shows what the executive orders were for this week. So the mayors can like keep up because they're coming so fast. They, you know, most people aren't keeping up. And so I think if we form this working group and then work out what our agenda is, and our agenda is not Black, it's just everyday people working to make a better income for their place where they work and play and pray, right? We all want the same thing. We just happen to be Black. You know, I love that. So just understanding what that agenda is, and it's not going to be a whole lot different than anybody else's. You know, I tell people just figure out, you know, I had a conversation with Mike Huckabee not too long ago on email. And it was so funny because he was a former governor in Arkansas when I was the mayor's chief of staff. And I had to ask him a question. Where we have commonality is we're both Baptists. And so he signs his email, Phyllis, keep up the Lord's work. And it's always his hook, right? But that is where we find commonality. And so figure out, you know, because this is not going to be an anomaly going forward. Sometimes you're going to have a Democratic president. Sometimes you're going to have a Republican. But be respectful of each other and find out where you have commonality and shared values and work in that space. Because we're not going to always agree on everything. Even when you're on one side or the other, you're still not going to agree on everything.
Awesome. Thank you so much, everyone. Give it up for Phyllis Dickerson. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we will see you at your national conference in DC in April.
Yes, Stephanie, I got a call. I'll call you after this.
Okay, sounds good. We'll talk to you soon, Sora.
All right, bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, folks, we're going to keep it rolling and bring up our next guest. We are thrilled to have one of the brightest minds in politics, period. You've seen him on national TV. You've heard him in national print media. Please join me in welcoming our amazing friend and pollster, founder of Hit Strategy, Mr. Terrence Woodbury. What's up, Terrence?
What's up, Quentin and Steph? How y'all doing, family?
Good. How are
Hey,
you?
man.
I'm good. It's good. It's just good to be amongst family right now. I feel like this is exactly what we need. This is what the people need. This is what voters telling me they need. So for that, we thank you.
Excellent.
Awesome.
Thanks.
So Terrence, I want to start first, let everybody know who you are. I mean, a lot of us know you, but let everybody know you are, but also tell us about some of your work in 2024 and tell us about kind of what you're seeing and hearing from people right now in this moment.
Absolutely, Q.
He froze, but you know what he's saying, Terrence.
Yep. Well, look, I appreciate you all. I appreciate Angela and Holly and everyone that's organized this. And I appreciate the viewing and listening audience. My name is Terrence Woodbury, and I'm a founder of Hit Strategies. We're a full-service public opinion research firm. That means we do polling and focus groups and social media listening and every other way of understanding communities that have often been misrepresented and underrepresented in traditional research. In 2024, I had the privilege of serving as a pollster for the Kamala Harris campaign, along with some other dynamic and diverse candidates around the country. And look, we saw a lot of things that I think are very telling about where we are, specifically amongst Black voters, but amongst what I like to call the emerging electorate, young people and people of color. As a result of underinvestment, not just in the Harris campaign, but years of underinvestment, Democrats have experienced quite a bit of erosion in their base. Every group you would think of as a Democratic base voter, we did worse with that group. We did worse with young people. We did worse with Latino voters, young voters, Black voters, urban voters, working class voters. Those are all of what I would consider the Democratic base. And so we have
what we do good with, Terrence?
Look, I can tell you that we did not do a single point better with Republicans, with white suburban women, with these mythical swing voters. Democrats win when they mobilize their base. And that's what we need to do now. That's what we need to talk to. That's who the opposition is. Because the last thing you asked me, Q, is what are we hearing now? And when I talk to voters and focus groups, people just feel very disempowered. Perception of power is a very important metric that Hit Strategies measures. We've done this on every poll we've ever done for Collective PAC. And this is where we ask, regardless of how often you vote, how much power do you believe your vote has to make a difference in your community? The higher they rate those perceptions of power, the more likely they are to participate. In the 2024 cycle, we saw perceptions of power as high as 60% of Black people said they felt extremely powerful. 58% voted. Well, now only 24% of Black people feel powerful. 24%.
That's crazy.
We can't mobilize them like this. We can't activate an opposition or resistance if they don't feel like they have the power to make a difference. And that's why I'm glad we're doing this. This is a representation of that kind of collective power that people have been missing and needing.
Yeah, can you actually elaborate on that? Because it's whenever I hear about how if people feel empowered, I oftentimes associate that with, do they feel like their needs are being taken care of? Do they feel like they're being heard? Do they feel like they have a say so? Were there any aha moments that you got when you were looking at the results or having those conversations with people as to why they didn't feel empowered or they didn't feel powerful or that they were as engaged? And especially considering the big shift that we saw over not that many years.
Yeah. So, we asked this question empirically, which of these things represents political power to you? And you're right, Stephanie, the number one representation of political power is the ability to secure the resources that your community needs. So when they look at other people's power, when they say the white community has power or the LGBTQ community has power, it means they can get what they need. And that's the number one representation of power. And that's a part of why we've seen that erosion in power, is because instead of getting what our community needs, it seems like these things are being snatched away from us. The services, the environmental justice, the prescription drugs, all of the advancements that we were making feel like they're being snatched away from us. But the other thing that represents political power is collective action. It's feeling like you're a part of a movement, a part of something that others are doing. And so that's why I think it's important for us to really begin to represent not just the Democratic Party, not even just the resistance, but it's time for us to not it's time for us to stop being the minority and to start being the opposition.
Mm-hmm.
Opposition is a verb. The opposition is something we all do together. We all have to oppose this, regardless of what party you're in or your ideology. If you disagree with what's happening, then join the opposition.
Mm-hmm. So Terrence, I want to stick there and kind of, dig a little deeper. When I look online, I'm hearing a lot of people say Democrats aren't fighting. They aren't showing up. Where are they? They're feckless. When we think about Black leaders, Black elected officials, we think about Hakeem Jeffries, think about Governor Moore, we think about all the various mayors that we mentioned along with Phyllis a few moments ago. What is your advice to Black elected officials right now in this moment around how we should be responding? What would make people step up and, quote unquote, to your point, join that opposition, right? I think people are kind of waiting and ready to go. We don't see a lot of leadership, but what would you say to Black elected officials right now? And even some of the CBC members right now who are still debating whether or not they should show up to the State of the Union tonight or not.
What Kamala say? Don't come. Don't come. Don't go.
I mean, I think it starts there. I certainly agree. I don't think they should go. I don't think that they are in a good faith negotiation with a joint governing body, right? We are dealing with I believe that we are being occupied. We're being occupied by nefarious forces, both domestic and abroad. What I just saw in that Oval Office with one of our allies shows me that, I mean, not just what I saw in the office, how we saw the United States vote in the United Nations, voting with Iran, Russia, voting with our adversaries and abandoning our allies. We are being occupied.
And aid. I mean,
it's crazy. It's crazy. Cutting foreign aid. I mean, a part of this, we really need the opposition led by Hakeem Jeffries. But to be fair, what we are facing is insurmountable for any single leader, right? And this is why I believe it's important for us to begin assembling the Avengers, because while one leader cannot take this on, all of our leaders together, Hakeem Jeffries and Governor Wes Moore and Senator Raphael Warnock and mayors in every major city, Philadelphia, Chicago, LA, New York City, every major, well, I don't know if we could depend on New York City, but right, exactly. But together, these leaders can begin to represent an opposition. I've worked in parliamentary politics around the world. I worked in Trinidad on the opposite end of the aisle of you two, and y'all kicked my ass in Trinidad.
I forgot about that, Terrence. Wow.
Yeah, we were on opposite ends of the prime minister's race in Trinidad. When I was working for the sitting prime minister, Quentin and Stephanie came in and beat me. So, but what I learned working in parliamentary governments in the Bahamas, in Trinidad and Jamaica, is that when you are the minority party, when you don't win an election, you don't become the minority, you become the opposition. And that also comes with standing up a shadow government. Shadow government means you have a shadow cabinet minister of education, a shadow minister of defense, a shadow minister of agriculture, a shadow minister of foreign relations. And we can do that right now. We can activate our leaders to assign them to a specific agency where they're able to watch what's happening, to explain to the American people what is going on in these agencies, to oppose every action that hurts American people, and most important, to present an alternative of what we would be doing different if we weren't in this situation. I think that it's going to require some bold actions like that, some things that we've never done before to oppose something that we've never seen before.
Watch, report back, and act is kind of what that made me think about, Terrence. And so you use the word opposition, and when you said that, it kind of like put like a little tingle in my spine, because I so much think of things as we're the ones that's right, like we are. I think there's more of us who are well, maybe not by the electoral sense, but there's more of us who are concerned about what's happening. We don't want what's happening in this country. We don't want the leadership that we have. People know they made a mistake. They were dead wrong in how they voted. And it just makes me think like, no, we are the prevailing thought, the value system. And then when I pair that with, in how many years are people of color going to be the majority in this country? In your thoughts, how do the next 5-10 years look for us as people of color become the ones that make up the majority of Americans, and not just Americans, but the ones who are also, in my opinion, a lot of ways working to uphold true American values and patriotism because we built this country.
Right.
How do you see the next 5 to 10 years going for us?
Man, Stephanie, what you just said reminds me of a Barbara Jordan, Congresswoman Barbara Jordan from Texas, was giving a speech during Nixon's impeachment where she said that because she had been omitted from the Constitution for so long, that because it took so much toiling and pain for her to be included in the body politic, that is why she stood as the best inquisitor. That's why she stood as the best judge of our democracy, because of how hard she worked to be included in it. And I think that's what we're going to see as we become a majority minority nation, as people of color become a majority of the population and a majority of the electorate. Is that there's going to be demands for it for the body politic to better represent the country. And I think that's both in race and gender demographics, but also in generations. You know, young people are already, millennials and Gen Z are already majority minority, right? They beat the country to it.
Yeah.
Right. And they're also they're also more than 50% of the American electorate. And so young people are no longer, I used to say young people got next. Well, now we got now, you know. We are no longer the margins of the electorate. Young people are the biggest voting bloc in America, the most diverse voting bloc in America. While we represent 52% of the electorate, we're only 12% of Congress. But I believe that as young people and people of color take their rightful place in the body politic, we're going to make it more fair. We're going to make it more just. We're going to make it work. I was telling Democrats all 2024, young people don't want to defend democracy. They want to fix it. It ain't working. Right.
That's right.
So fixing it is going to require us to take some bold actions. But I am confident that if we can survive this moment, what did they say? What did the founding fathers say? A republic if you can keep it. If we can survive this moment, I'm quite confident in what young people and people of color will do to make this a more perfect union.
Awesome. Terrence Woodbury, thank you so much for joining us today, brother. Thank you for the bars you just dropped. A republic if we can keep it. Thank you so much. We don't want to what'd you say? Not save democracy. We want to fix democracy.
That's right.
I love that. So thank you so much. We'll be in touch, folks. You'll be seeing and hearing much more from Terrence Woodbury, but you can follow him at Hit Strategies. I'm sure online. Anywhere else they can follow you, Terrence?
At Hit Strategies and at T Woodbury on Instagram, Twitter, wherever else we are, Threads, all the rest of them. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for having me.
Good to see you.
Thank you so much, Terrence.
Bye-bye.
Ooh, so good. So good. Q, we're at our a little bit over our halfway mark. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm getting some real information. I'm feeling like a lot of us are in a similar place, so I don't feel so alone right now thinking about what's happening. But I do think like people are ready to start moving. And so hearing that some recommendations from Terrence on how to respond, hearing from Phyllis that mayors are getting their, stuff in line. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good right now.
So last night, before we bring up our next guest, last night, Q and I were watching this new, so we like to watch TV shows at night. That's our bonding time. If anything, I would say, make sure you are keeping your joy up, spending time with the people that matter most to you. So anyway, we were watching this new show on Netflix, no plug to Netflix. But it was about this fake basketball team. And the owner had a motto that we have no rebuilding years. We have no rebuilding years. There's no time to rebuild. There's only time to act. And that just made me very much focused on, we have to keep the momentum up. We have to keep the hope up. We have to keep, all of our actions up. And so, so one of the great organizers, leaders, voices that Q and I have been so fortunate to learn from, to love on, is Jeffrey Johnson, who, if we can bring him to the stage, I could speak for the entire hour about Jeff Johnson, many of whom were introduced to him as Cousin Jeff back in the day when he was on BET. But I know Jeff from home, from the Cleveland, Ohio area, from the NAACP, where we both really grew up in. He was National Youth and College Division Director. I was National Youth and College Division Director. We both followed after Jamal Bryant, who was National Youth and College Division Director. And so Jeff is a phenomenal leader. I think he has some of the best reasoning and just real life perspectives on not just what's happening in the world, but what we can do about it and how we can do it together. We also didn't mention that there is a affiliated sister organization that we have to the Collective PAC called the Vote to Live Action Fund, which is a C4 organization. There's also an organization called the Vote to Live Foundation, which is C3. Jeff happens to be one of our leaders with Vote to Live. And so, if we can bring Jeff up, just phenomenal leader, dad, we would love to chat with him a little bit. Jeff, are you there? Okay, and I think, and just while we're waiting for Jeff, wanted to mention, because we didn't say this for Phyllis, if you go to our mayors, AUR mayors on Instagram, you can follow the African American Mayors Association there. They're having their upcoming conference in DC in the second week of April. Also, make sure that you follow us. Stephen Reed just left as the president of AMA, is that right? Or did he just leave?
Not until April.
So Stephen Reed, phenomenal mayor, is the current president of AMA. So please be sure to also follow him. Jeff, what's up?
What's up?
Bro?
Good to see you, brother. Good to be with
you too, man. What a moment. What a moment. How you want to start this conversation, Steph? Because we can go for hours.
Yeah, listen here. Let me say this right now. We ain't got that long because we got a last final guest, but because we could talk all day to Jeff, because we usually do talk all day. I just personally, Jeff, I think that you're able to frame not just the state of where we are as Black people, but more so be inspirational on where it is that we can go when we work together. But I'm sure you have your own thing of whatever you want to say. So I'm just going to turn it over to you, Jeff.
No, I mean, I actually always love being engaged where Terrence is, because I think we so often haven't focused on data. In our community, especially Black men are less polled than anybody else there is. But I think there's a couple things. One, I really love that you talked about joy. I have had to stop having conversations at this moment with people that want to start from what we don't have versus what we have. And so I think it's critically important. I don't care where you are. I don't care what kind of work you are. I don't care if you're trying to make a difference on the business side or on the political side. The moment we start with what we don't have, we lost already.
Right.
And stuff is difficult, is challenging. There's losses that people are dealing with. That doesn't mean we don't have. And so I really want to start with our folks from places of what we have. I think the other piece that's essential for me, and where I may differ a little bit or want to add more from what I heard Terrence say about joining the opposition. I think one of the things that we saw in this last race and is that people aren't really ever inspired in this day and age about what you don't like. They're inspired by the vision that you have for what's next. And I think that while some of us deal with fighting the insanity that is what's happening in the federal government, a whole nother set of us need to be really clear about what's the vision we're casting. What do we want America to look like? What do we want our cities to look like? What do we want our states to look like? What do we want education? There are people right now that are jumping up and down about defending the Department of Education, but I don't hear what they want education to look like. Right. And so there's a challenge here with, and it has been, right? So I think we need to be really clear in this moment, Q and Steph, about what is the vision we're casting for what we want the country to be, even as we're challenging what we don't want it to be. And we really learn, like if we're not clear about disinformation in this moment, disinformation is a tool for suppression, flat out. And thus, education is the first line of defense. And so there was an MIT study that said that false news spreads 6 times faster than the truth on social. And we also know that when you've got a member of the business elite helping to craft what's next, whatever platforms they are owning, are supporting additional algorithms that are ensuring that people don't know. So one of the things we have to do is be super big about education. I think that's why what's happening today over the next 24 hours is so important, because we really have to have disinfo defense. And hopefully what we'll do is do disinfo defense workshops at local levels, because I think what we saw in this last election also is that people frankly don't trust voices they don't know. Even voices they've heard of, they don't trust as much as versus they know. And so I think we got to be really clear in what does it look like to begin to build local and regional centers of voices and messaging, so that not only we're creating continuity amongst messages, but we're building voices at the local level. And to hell with what they do. The question is, do people trust them? So I'd rather have a bunch of aunties that this community trusts than a bunch of influencers that it just knows.
Right.
And there's a clear difference between people you know and people you trust. So what does that look like? I think that the other thing, Steph, is that in this moment, politics aren't the answer. Culture is the answer. And so what I hear us doing often is trying to deliver to the culture politics with a big P and culture with a small c, versus culture with a big C and politics with a small p. What do I mean by that?
Yeah, what do you mean by that, Jeffrey?
Everybody we engage ain't trying to be down with the party. And even if the Democratic Party is in opposition to the party they don't like, they still don't trust the Dems either. And so if we're not having conversation through a lens of what is the cultural benefit to our engagement in politics versus what is their political benefit to our cultural engagement, we got it twisted. And I just know a group of people, some young, some not so young, that literally like to hell with everybody but us. So how are we framing this through the lens of here's what we need, and this is what it looks like, and now everybody's got to respond, Democrats too, because if Democrats are not responding to what we say we want, then that gives those that don't trust the system the ability to say, okay, I see folks riding with us, versus what has seemed for the last few cycles is us constantly acquiescing to somebody else's agenda to save us from somebody else's agenda. And so I think in this messaging piece, protecting democracy requires not only local engagement, but it requires local voices that translate to local issues. And so there's a stat that says 85% of Black voters say they trust information from local organizations and community leaders more than national, which is what we just discussed. But the question is, how are we building those, not only those ecosystems, but those vehicles? And so digital organizing is essential to combating this misinformation, but it can't just be digital organizing that relies on other people's algorithms and platforms. So now is probably the best opportunity to say, what does the next year look like of raising funds and supporting the development of platforms that we own? And whether you're talking about, Isaac III and fan base from a social media perspective, or whether you're talking about how do we fund these 5 college students in Cleveland that are going to develop an information platform that's specifically around Greater Cleveland, Ohio, right? So there's an opportunity there. And lastly, if this is going to be real, I think you all said it's the power of collective, no pun intended, goes beyond elections. And Q, you and I have been talking a lot about how do we begin to create a culture of civic participation versus a focus on elections. And so, again, people are disconnected because we only see them every 2 years or 4 years versus what is the strategy for saying taking these vehicles and now translating it to city council meetings, school board meetings, state legislature meetings. I mean, in Maryland right now, we're in the midst of our state legislative cycle. And I'm constantly having conversations with elected officials in Annapolis about what's happening. So I think for me, that misinformation piece as a tool of suppression and education as the tool for real mobilization is just really key with me. Doubling down on who are the messengers, how are we elevating people that are trusted, how are we building local apparatus, and last but not least, how are we recognizing that collective is not just about supporting party, but it really is about even if we do, listen, we won't be for real. Even if we just we got to call folks and be like, listen, I can't support you yet. Like, I support you.
Oh,
I can't support you yet. Because I need you to be clear that we're not running after you. If you are not responding to what we need, don't come to us talking about how you're going to save us from somebody else that's not saying they with what we need. So I hope we're playing the game differently moving forward. And it's going to require some of our allies to understand what allyship really looks like.
The number of times we've had conversations about we can't support you yet, Jeff. Woo, child. That's a whole nother segment that we don't have time for. Let me pass it over to you, Quint.
Jeff, you and I talk a lot about the type of leaders that we should be looking out for, developing, investing in, and ultimately supporting. I 100% agree with your point around right now, politics ain't the answer. At the same time, we have people like a Ras Baraka running for governor of New Jersey this year. People like a LeVar Stoney running for lieutenant governor in Virginia this year. We mentioned Tashara Jones in St. Louis, Brenda Woodfin, a re-election in Birmingham. What types of leaders, when we look at politics, right, when we're in those moments, should people be looking for, supporting, but also groups like Collective? Should we be training, developing, and ultimately expanding the pool of? What are those skills? What are those types of folks that we should be thinking about? Because I think right now, if we're being honest, there is a little bit of a lack of leadership in the Black community, not even the on the party side, but in the Black community. So how do we look out for, support, recruit, fund, and replicate those types of people?
And real quick, I don't think we have a lack of leadership. I think we have a lack of people supporting people with real vision.
Wow. Okay.
Versus those who just want to join stuff. And I'm constantly talking to people that have vision, like real pragmatic vision and track record for what they want to do, but often they are not supported for people that are loudly running for a position. And so I want us to be real clear. So I do think we need to have training mechanisms. I think you all have done an amazing job of that, but I think we need more of it. And I think we need to be clear that we need 1,500 different kinds of leaders. Like there's not one archetype. I know people that I think are amazing representatives that I never want to see run for a political executive position. And I see people who I think are great political executives who I don't want to be members of a legislature because I don't think they advocate, they manage. And so when I think about political executives in this moment, and when I think about mayors and governors, I want people who have management experience. I want people that know how to manage resources towards an impact. I want people that are less focused on the ideological policy and more on how do we leverage work, wages, and wealth. Why I think somebody like Randall Woodfin is a great archetype is because I think Randall clearly understands politics, but he does it for people. He doesn't let the game of politics get in the way of serving people. More, he leverages politics to provide those people with basic needs. And that's why I think he's been so popular. I think that Wes Moore understands that there are billions of dollars at the disposal of a governor to leverage towards work, wages, and wealth for every citizen versus how do I just get elected to talk about it. And so I think it would be great if organizations like Collective did a better job of helping the electorate understand the skill set necessary to best leverage these positions, right? Because like what it takes to be a great representative is not the same what it takes to be a great mayor. And what it takes to be a great prosecutor is very different than what it takes to be a great Secretary of State. And I don't think the vast majority of the electorate understands the difference. We have all seen people march against a mayor on stuff that a state legislature was responsible for, or things that we've seen people, tell President Obama they wanted him to do that their local mayor or governor was responsible for. So I think that, yes, training is important, but I think we got to help people. I think we also need to deal with psychological profile. There are some people that I know that just don't have a temperament for certain stuff. So I need you to think about that. But I know that my dear fraternity brother and mayor is ready to talk, and I'm excited about his leadership. I think it's great. This is a great segue because I think what Ras Baraka has done in Newark in running a school and learning what some of the community needs were and running a school, talking to young people, talking to parents, talking to union members, talking to workers, led to an agenda of what he was able to do as mayor and what he's been able to do by leveraging the resources of the city of Newark is what prepare him to leverage the resources of the state of New Jersey. And so that to me is a great segue and example of how you look at people's track record, what people bring to the table and how they leverage it, not only where they are, but for next opportunities for service, and all wrapped in a vision of what they want to create. So I will get out of the way, let my frat brother, mayor, and soon to be governor, give insight that is far beyond what I have to give. So good to be with you all.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. And hello, Mayor Baraka. I want to say that it is especially wonderful for Quentin and I, who are fellow Howard University Bison. I ran for Houston president at Howard. You were the prototype for me, and I didn't even know you, but your legacy preceded you on campus. And so I know we only have a few minutes left. We want to turn it over to you, Mayor Baraka, to talk about not just a little bit of your journey where you are now and your candidacy running for governor of the great state of New Jersey, but really where you see us as a community moving forward to make sure we're building power for the Black community.
Thank you. I think this is awesome. What's been happening, this whole time, this 24-hour. I mean, it's been amazing. It is exactly what we need to be doing. I'm here in Newark, predominantly Black and brown city in a predominantly Black and brown county in New Jersey. Trying to get resources, that support our families, help us grow, take care of our children, make sure we can afford healthcare, housing, all the other social determinants that determine how long we live or not, here in this city and in this state. I was an educator, an activist. I've been a mayor of this city for 11 years, trying to fight very intractable and difficult issues as mayors are doing all over the country. Now we feel the impact of every crazy policy that comes out of the White House, out of the State House, and in some instances, state houses where you are different New Jersey is different from Mississippi, different from Georgia. So those problems could be a lot more advanced in cities that have a state house and the White House that's stacked against them.
Right.
But so we are, trying to keep people afloat more than anything. I mean, if you take Newark, for example, which is 8 miles from a city like Livingston, you can ride your bike there. There's a 14-year life expectancy difference between the two cities because of the social determinants of health. So the work that mayors and people on the ground do actually add years to people's life or, take away from their life. And so it's important that we have resources and opportunities. So the things that are coming out of the White House now, taking away Medicaid, making it difficult, to get education, attacking the Department of Education, attacking housing, all these things are very real issues that we have to deal with in Newark, really day to day. And if the state has a cold, Newark has a flu. So it's the same thing with us all over the country. Whatever's happening in the country, Black folks have it 2 times or 3 times as worse. That's for sure. And I think that now more than ever that we have to be as loud and as forceful as we possibly can, as organized as we must be. We have to be pushing for democracy no matter where we are, to be included, to have our voices heard, to be in rooms that we've been excluded from, because people have already paid the price for the ticket to get in that room. So we need to go in those places, stop giving people credit for digging us out of holes they put us in the first place, and begin to go into spaces where we're supposed to be, because somebody already paid for us to be in there, and stop acting like we don't belong there. And then on the other flip of that, we need to be fighting for self-determination. I mean, my father always talked about democracy and self-determination, the two sides. We fight for democracy, for inclusion, like W.E.B. Du Bois talked about. So we're not looking at ourselves through the eyes of people that hate us, that we are fighting to have the same thing that most Americans have the access to because of the Constitution of the United States, because of the Bill of Rights, because of the things they said on paper, because of our blood, sweat, and tears, frankly, fought for these things. We ought to have access to them, and we ought to force them to be inclusive. And then on the other side of that, we have the right to set up our own institutions, and should be our own institutions, our own schools, our own churches, places of worship, our own social organizations, our own economic institutions. We ought to set those up and continue to fight for those. We have the right to represent ourselves, the right to, institutions that look like us, with people in them and led by people that look like us. We have the right to those things, and we shouldn't be ashamed to say we need to stand those things up. And that's what we're doing. We're encouraging people in Newark to buy property, to own property, to open up their own businesses, to buy their neighborhood, to open up their own bookstores, to not lease stuff, to own it. And at the same time, to get into organizations and fight for democracy. Both of those things we need to do. Just like I think we need to push the Democratic Party, but we still need to organize outside of the party at the same time.
Awesome. Well, Mayor Baraka, thank you so much for joining us today. Everyone, he was running to be only the 4th ever elected Black governor in this country. You can find out more about going to riseforgovernor.com to be part of his campaign. But Mayor, thank you so much for the time. We look forward to supporting you and being with you even later tonight. Pastor Mike, we're bringing you, turning it back over to you. Thank you all so much for joining our segment of 24 hours of the State of the People. This is Quentin and Stephanie signing off. Thank you so much.
My, Quentin, Stephanie, thank y'all for your courageous leadership for the last, at least, 2017, 8-9 years. You all have been the tip of the spear in helping us to make sure we are getting the political power and resources funneled to our candidates that are taking a step forward to lead us representing the people. We are in, I think our 12th consecutive hour. Lord, have mercy. State of the People. We are moving. We are cooking. Again, I'm making the appeal again. Share, share, share. We got another 9 hours of programming that I know will bless, encourage, inspire, and activate you. So share all of the streams. Get your friends, your family, your partners, your homies. Have them come on, tap in with State of the People. Super excited to bring up to the stage. Oh, my goodness. One of the co-founders of Black Voters Matter, Brother Cliff Albright, along with April E. Albright. They are leading us in our next session. Look at that setup. See, I need to you come in and you come in. I mean, you just blowing up the spot. The Albrights coming in, blowing up the spot. Resistance, resilience, and reimagining. Come on, y'all. Take us up to another level.
What's up, Pastor Mike? It's always good to see my brother.
I'm just saying, bro. Y'all fly. You can pop your collar a little bit, man. You got your little lean to the side, look at everything. You're looking good.
Just try to be like you, brother. Just try to be like you. But for real, thank you, your team. Mark, of course, Angela, Holly been thrown down. Y'all, this is what this is about. Like, this is Black excellence right here. 24 hours. But this won't be the last 24 hours. So we're excited to be here. We're excited to be following our brother and sister, Quentin and Stephanie. April was just sitting here gushing.
Because one, she's a soror. Anytime I'm in the company of a soror, I'm always going to be excited. But because, they have been leading the way, making sure that we have powerful representation all over this country, not just at the federal level, y'all, but also at the state level, which is equally important. So yeah, it's dope coming after them.
That's right, our family over at the Collective. Of course, we're going to be joined by our sister, Latasha Brown, who is literally getting off of a plane, y'all. She's like getting out the plane and hopping right to her camera. So she'll be joining us in just a couple of minutes. But as you heard Pastor Mike say, the theme of our show is resistance, resilience, and reimagining.
That's right.
So we're going to be talking a little bit about resistance, like what's the resistance we need to be doing in this moment. Then we're going to talk about resilience, which is in the face of all that's going on and all these cuts and all these attacks, what do we need to be doing to look out for ourselves, for our community? With a special focus, we're going to be talking about the need to feed ourselves, right? And we're going to have some special guests joining us for that. And then we're going to end it talking about reimagining, right? Because after we resist and after we're resilient, we also got to reimagine what is the society that we're trying to build, not just what we're trying to fight against, not just what we're trying to survive. What are we trying to build, right? So we're going to talk about all three of those things. And we got some dope guests that are going to join us, including our sister, Cori Bush, the former congressperson, right? The people's congressperson. She'll be joining us, I think, in just a second. Are we still going to put up the king? Oh, there's Cori. All right. What's going on, sister?
Oh my goodness, this is amazing. Amazing. Around the clock info, Blackness, beauty, what to do, how to do it, experts, everybody. This is amazing. And I'm so glad to be on.
No, we're glad to have you
here. Just great. And I just can't compare with this. I feel inadequate now. This background is killing me.
They keep us inspired. We have to have our ancestors to keep us inspired and rooted in this work.
That's right. Amen and Ashe. That's right. So let's get on into it, right? Let's talk a little bit of resistance, right? And we thought it was very fitting that we have you here.
Amen.
Because you know about resistance, right? You know about resistance on the streets in St. Louis and Ferguson. You know about resistance sitting on the steps of the Capitol.
That's right.
Right? Literally helping to restore millions of dollars, maybe billions, right?
That's right.
Of dollars for our communities as our communities were going through COVID and evictions and all of that. So we know that you about that life. So talk to us a little bit about like this moment that we're in, and where do you see resistance fitting into this moment?
I think about how when Mike Brown was killed, and may he rest in peace. When Mike Brown was killed in 2014 at the hands of a then Ferguson police officer, I remember saying to people when they were calling us this leaderless movement, saying, well, hey, there was no instruction manual telling us what to do and who should be in place doing what should this happen in your community. We just reacted. And what we had to look at though was, like for me, I spent so much time watching Eyes on the Prize, and my dad has so many books on, teaching us about, Black history and African history and so much, the great kings and queens and all of the things. So I think about, though, we didn't know who was supposed to do what, when, and what that would look like. But now we have had time to figure that thing out. People have moved into what they know and how to be strong where, and what makes them uncomfortable, who, we know those things now. And so I feel like we were not to reduce what happened at that time at all. But I feel like it's been building blocks, getting us ready for this moment. And so what we can't do, though, as we resist, is we can't forget to think about who people are in this moment, because everybody wants to do something. We all need to do something. Everybody has a role. I don't care if you tie shoes well, tie somebody's shoes out there that's marching before they fall. Like, I don't care what it is, but know your role. And I think that that's what real resistance is. We get so much further faster. So look, we have great communicators. When it's time to speak, put the great communicators out. We have people who are fighters that will go up toe to toe and will go do the thing, whatever that action is. They're not afraid. Let's put them up to do the fight. Let's put those up that's in the boardroom to make change in the boardroom. Like, to me, that's real resistance, having everybody doing their thing. Because if everybody's doing their thing in their places, and like for me, I'm in the street, that's who I am. Have everybody doing their thing, and it all adds up to change.
I want to, people always think that change happens when they go and vote, right? And even you hear this subtle message around, let's get ready for 2026. And there's truth to that. Let's be clear. But I think what Ferguson shows us, and even some of the earlier civil rights movements, is that that there are things that we can do now. There are acts of resistance that we can do now that actually will impact policy even more. And so, like in Ferguson, right? People weren't voting to get those changes. They were hitting the streets, and just hitting the streets allowed for there to be some changes that were made in Ferguson, even before we got new elected officials. Can you talk a little bit about that so folks can feel empowered right now, even as we wait for another chance, perhaps, to use the ballot to help us?
Absolutely. And we can't wait. All of this has to, that's what the movement is about. The movement evolves. It has ebbs and flows. It changes. It grows. And so, yes, as we're waiting on 2026 and 2028, we're looking at what do we need for now? Because right now people are hurting now. People are losing their jobs now. People are hungry now. So how do we take care of one another? So that's one bucket. There are people who are great at that. There are people who know how to get the resources, get the money, save, take care of the people on their blocks. We need those people doing that now. There are also folks that are the ones that say, hey, we're the ones that'll do the action. So we're going to go out and do that work. We need those folks activated right now, because what happens is when we start to pull on those folks that are active, that are out in the streets, that are doing the community engagement work, that are doing that education at whether it's, at the community meeting or wherever in those communities, even at the club, because I used to go to the club and do some of mine. But before a certain time, because then it's get off the chain. But before that, but I'm just saying we have to be everywhere, because out of that, you're going to find those people that should be running for those seats. Amen. You're going to find those people that are ready for the moment in that time. And you're going to find out who are the people, as the elected official, who are the people I should be working with on the ground in those communities. That's what I was able to do. When I went to Congress, I said I was going to be the politivist. I was going to marry the politician and the activist together. I wasn't going to leave my activist friends out. I was going to bring that with me. And
what you said, politivist?
Come on, say that again so they can, because I think the folks in DC need to hear that right now.
That's right.
I'm the politivist. I'm the activist and the politician, and I won't take off that hat of being the activist. That's why I was out there on the Capitol steps. The thing is this: be who you are where you are. And so I didn't care that I was at the U.S. Capitol and it was going to make me look, unsophisticated and undignified. What was undignified was the idea that 11 million people were about to be at risk for evictions in this country during the pandemic. That was undignified, and that was was not sophisticated. So that's what we need in this moment. People, the federal workers are out there. We got to get out there with them, but not only them, everybody that's going to be impacted, that's already being impacted, so Let's do that work. Let's everybody not try to be everybody's everything, be your thing and be excellent at it. Amen. Because that's what this moment calls for. And if you scared, go into your closet and figure that thing out. Take that off, because right now this is the moment. So whatever you scared of, put it to the back, push because be uncomfortable so you can grow, be uncomfortable so somebody else can have the change they need, be uncomfortable so that you can even find out who you are. Like, you know,
come on, Corey, let's go right now. Let's go already. Let's do it. Stop playing, y'all. Let's go.
Never scared.
Oh, look, we see that we've been joined by our sister Latasha Brown. What's going on, girl?
I am here. How you doing, Corey?
I'm good, jet setter. You don't even look like you've been jet setting.
I'm literally just getting off an airplane from 20 hours, but I'm here.
You look beautiful.
The movement demands that we're in this moment. And I love what you just said, sister. I love what you said about this whole idea of being uncomfortable and fear. You know, the one piece I just kind of want to say about that is because we believe that, you know, if you're fearful, that means you're not courageous. Courage requires fear. That what makes you courageous is that you're able to overcome your fear. So if you're feeling a sense of discontent right now, if you're feeling fearful right now, I understand that. We all should be feeling some of that right now, but it really is a matter of how we gonna show up in this moment. Like, come on, Black people. I need my Black people to rise up. And so, and I think that's happening, that we have to see this as an opening. You know, sometimes say folks, you know, one person may say what we're experiencing is a setback, or is it a setup? Because the truth of the matter is, instead of us thinking of ourselves just as citizens of a nation that has humiliated us, that has exploited us, that has raped us, that has tried us, that at the end of the day, we should start thinking of ourselves as founders of a new nation, a nation yet unborn, a nation that we've got to create that for all of God's children. We can do that. But it's going to require, so we need to really see this moment, as hard and as challenging, as difficult as it is, we've got to see this as the moment. Y'all, this is nation building time. This is the moment we can create. Like, there's enough resources that we got the creativity. If anybody, you need some Black folks with creativity, we can create a healthcare system that can take care of all people, right? We can create political systems that got a space for all people. I'm not even just saying for Black folks. I'm saying that we are nation builders, and we've got to get back to thinking of ourselves as nation builders, not about somebody else's dream, but about really what it is that we desire, we deserve. And so in this moment, we've got to do a couple of things. You know, we got to gird up. In this moment, we've got to fortify ourselves. But in this moment, we also can't get so caught up in responding to racist folks that seek to divide us and continuously have us in this perpetual cycle of fighting them, that we stop dreaming and stop building. So, and so it's really important for this moment. And so, sister, if anybody I know that has been out here ringing the alarm, calling the question, advancing and moving, and you've dealt with consequences. All of us, yes, there is a consequence of leadership, right? It is. But what we also know is there's a reward. Like freedom and liberation is a reward. Yeah, you might kick me off your committee. You might say that I'm not on your TV station. But at the end of the day, if I'm doing the work to liberate Black people, I'm winning.
Mind your mission. That's the thing. Stay on mission. And you know what? And the hope is, this is what gets me every time I think about it. The hope is we're here. So no matter what is scary, no matter what is, problematic, we are here. When you think about how great you are individually, and just to know that my cousin, my friend, my colleagues, how great they are. And it's like, we're here right now. So even though all of this is coming down from this administration and the minions connected to them, we're here.
That's right. That's right. And I love, so much what y'all are talking about. We were going to put up a quote. We might still put it up in a minute, from Dr. King's letter from Birmingham jail, which I really believe in this moment, we need to be doing all kinds of teachings on that letter from Birmingham jail, because it's such a masterclass in the science and the purpose and the discipline of nonviolent civil disobedience, right? And part of what he talks about a lot of stuff. He talks about the white moderate, which we really need to be talking about today, right? But he talks about like extremism. Because I know we've all been called extreme. I know you've been called extreme, Corey, right? We've all been called extreme. And one of the things King says is, ain't nothing wrong with being extreme. He said, wasn't Jesus an extremist for love? So the question isn't about whether or not you're going to be an extremist. It's about whether you're going to be an extremist in the name of hate, and division, or whether you're going to be an extremist in the spirit of love and justice.
Come on.
I don't mind being an extremist. And right now, we need a little bit more of that, because these are not normal times.
But you know what, Cliff? I don't even know if like really what we fighting is not even extreme. According to these folks, being black is extreme.
That's right.
Wanting to get paid for my work is extreme. Wanting to be able to vote. So I think this is a moment like to step back. So and I know we've got a lot to talk about, but this is a moment that I do believe that we need to have the discipline to figure out what is happening. A lot of the things that are happening, a lot of things that the Trump administration is they're just throwing spaghetti on the wall. And the chaos is the point, is to have us so fearful and so paralyzed that we don't move. And so it's really important for us to realize what's going on, but also recognize that they are not our source. Sorry, y'all. My humanity ain't determined by the American Constitution. My humanity is determined because God said that I have value, right? And so part of us, as we're doing this work, we have to, one, kind of get grounded and really get the facts. The facts of what's happening right now. What are the policy issues? There's a budget issue that's coming up right now. There's a budget that is coming up right now. Right. And what are the implications on that? Two, what is it that we can do in this moment? But we can't stop there. Three is, what are we building and what are we dreaming? What are we radically reimagining? That we've got to think about something greater. That at the end of the day, what is it that we position ourselves in this moment to actually create so that all of the people in this nation can actually benefit, that we become the solution drivers?
And I just want to add, because I want a question that we need for you to talk about, because the threshold of discomfort, right? Especially when you're a representative or you're a congressperson or you're a mayor or a county commissioner, right? You're an elected official. And there are times that call upon us, right, to break decorum. And I know that it is hard. Like today, we're raising the question and we've asked congresspeople to not show up tonight.
That's right.
And that's a big deal, right? As a former congressperson, that's a big deal for a congressperson to not show up. Can you share how you were able to master and be disciplined and get over the decorum and go protest and do sit-ins that caused your other colleagues to have to show up, even though it made you not look like you were a traditional congressperson? What can you share in this moment to help our elected officials know that you got to be a part of this resistance and be okay with that?
Yeah. So first of all, we signed up for this. And we signed up for this knowing that the tide can turn at any moment, that there may be a moment that makes us uncomfortable, makes us, push past ourselves, that there may be things we will have to do that we may not agree with or understand. We signed up. So since we signed up and we represent people, we represent every single person in our communities, regardless of faith, nationality, socioeconomic status, whatever. We signed up for every single one of. We signed up to represent those that hate us. So those that did not vote for us. So when the moment calls for it, who do you put first? Do you put first the people? Or do you put first my committee or, my standing with these folks? Do I put first what looks dignified? For me, I didn't go there for any of that. I went there for the people. I went there to make sure that the people of St. Louis, that their voices were heard. I went there to make sure that we were actually doing something about police brutality and Black infant mortality and homelessness and so many other issues, because I've been there and I know what that policy violence feels like when people who think that they're doing good because it sounds good and it feels good when I can talk about it in my community, but I didn't really do jack. You know, I didn't go there for that. I went there to flip tables because I know what the pain is like.
Okay.
I know what it was like to be left for dead at the hands of an abusive partner. I know what it was like to sit in that car and wonder if my children would be awake by the time the daybreak came because it was so cold in the car. I know what it was like to not feed myself for days and only feed my kids because I was so hungry. I know. And so I went there for that purpose. And if it makes people uncomfortable, you need to be uncomfortable because the people you're leaving out are uncomfortable.
Amen. Say that.
So that's what. So, but as a legislator right now, what you are in that position for a purpose, and this is what I think about, especially on days like today. And I've said it before, is sometimes I would have to balance between, I know my community looks at me like, Corey, you made it somewhere where most people won't go. So go and show up and represent us. Like, you know, even though it's hard, still represent us because we can't be there. What do I do with the fact that I have this privilege to be able to walk in the room? But for tonight, yeah, I do believe that the answer is don't show up. Don't give that to that man. Don't give him the stand-ups. Don't give him that moment, you know? So it's tough though, when you're Black, especially, you know, it's tough because your people are like, but we want that representation.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, Corey, we are so thankful for you. We're so glad you were able to join us. We know you got stuff you got to do because you're getting ready for your own show that you got coming out.
You want to talk about that?
Yeah. I have a show with none other than the Jamal Bowman. It's called Bowman Bush. It's, you know, it'll be on YouTube on Zateo coming out this week. And everybody should take a look. We're going behind the curtain of Congress. We're going to talk about what happened to us. We're going to talk about what happens to Black folks when they stand up for what is right. When we stand up for all people, when we do it unapologetically, what we put on the line. But for us, if we had to do it all over again, we would.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely.
We're looking forward to talking to you soon. Thanks again. Corey Bush, y'all.
Thank you all. And let me say this lastly. Thank you all for the support for people like me when we were running. Thank you.
Always.
So
so we just been talking a lot about the resistance piece, and now we want to transition a little bit and talk about the resilience piece. And those two things are connected, right? Because being resilient in this country is an act of resistance. So they're not opposites or separate. But we want to talk a little bit about resilience, particularly in the face of some of these policies, some of these cuts. Latasha mentioned these budget cuts. They just passed a budget that's going to be cutting things like Medicaid, food stamps, SNAP. There was a story yesterday about Social Security might start missing payments in the next 30 to 90 days. So we've got some folks that are going to come on and join us. And I'm not sure, we might have a special guest. I don't know. Do we still have a congressperson trying to pop in, or we waiting to hear about that? But we still got our guests who are about to come in, because one of the issues is around food, right? And no matter what somebody once said, no matter what you say about your enemy, a people that cannot feed themselves is lost. And so we got some folks that specialize on food sovereignty or food independence. And so we got some folks from the National Black Food Justice Alliance. We got Sister Kenya that I think is going to be coming in just a minute. And then she's also joined by one of her member farmers, brother named Duran, who's going to be joining us. And just there she goes. And so,
how you doing?
Hey, y'all.
Hey, how y'all doing?
All right. Great to be here. Thank you.
I just want to share some quick numbers around when we're talking about food and food security. Part of this budget that is up right now that the Republicans are proposing, these are some numbers, y'all. They're planning to they want to cut up by $880 billion through 2034. They want to, this is coverage loss for over 36 million people in this nation. They want to cut SNAP over $230 billion by 2034. Over 40 million people are covered by that. They're literally looking at Head Start. They want to cut Head Start, which now provides early child care to 650,000 poor and low income people. Like, we have to really be able to recognize that we're not making this up. We're saying that millions and millions and millions of people who are already on the borderline of food insecurity, now you've got a budget. The Republicans are trying to pass a budget that would have devastating impact on them.
And all of that happening as what's going on, as these food prices are going up, grocery prices are going up, Trump and his tariff. Look, you don't need to know all the science around what's a tariff and the mechanics of how it works. Know this, it is a tax on what we pay when we go shopping. And that includes a lot of our food items, right? And so those bills will be going up even as these services and this assistance is getting cut. So that's why this conversation right here, and I'm going to pass it over to Kenya. Tell us about the National Black Food Justice Alliance and what y'all do.
Sure. And it's beautiful that y'all were just talking about Ferguson, because our founders, Dara Cooper, Beatrice Beckford, and Malik Yakini, birthed the alliance out of what was happening in Ferguson 10 years ago. They knew that our people are in this country are very intimately impacted by sanctions, and that this country sanctions, protects, and enacts violence intentionally. And that's the one of the most insidious ways that we can experience violence is hunger and malnutrition, right?
That's right.
And that's connected to poverty, wage, and labor and exploitation. And hunger is a very violent phenomenon, and it's very deliberate. All of what's happening is very deliberate and methodical, and it's also avoidable. And so with that, it's important that we fight against corporate greed and all the protections of the elite few and all that. But we also have to work to build and fight and invest in community controlled, cooperatively operated, and democratically controlled systems that are rooted in love and care for the many. And the National Black Food and Justice Alliance and our members across the country are building and fighting for these systems. Just to give you a couple of examples, in Detroit, the Detroit Black Community Food Sovereignty Network and D-Town Farms have a new Black-led grocery co-op. It's huge. It's beautiful, beautiful. Black people in Detroit, please support the D-Town Food Co-op. Critical sustainable agricultural training programs for our future generations of Black farmers via farms like Soul Fire Farm in upstate New York. Community land trust and sustainable agricultural work that is happening in Virginia, like Duran can talk about, and the Black Oak Center for Sustainable Renewable Living is a 40-acre ecosystem completely off-grid in Pembroke, Illinois. And our members are all leading a resilient path towards liberated Black futures. And that's just some of the work that's being done. And I'm not a farmer, so I really, really want Duran to talk a little bit about all the work that and how he's being impacted by the freezes, but also what are we doing to resist?
Yo, man, I just want to thank y'all, man. This is exciting just to hear you all get revved up. Sister Ms. Brown, I heard you, loud and clear. It's nation building time.
Right.
Recently, what I call the Trump First 48, we done had the contract cancellations for farmers. And these are not just contracts that are just the regular contract. These are reimbursement programs, right? Things that we've already paid for, that we have a signature that says we were to be reimbursed, and it's not little money, y'all. These are hundreds of thousands of dollars in contracts that have been made out, and that can devastate a farmer if we don't get that money back. Right.
That's right.
The other piece is the mass firings at the USDA. It was already a challenge for Black farmers to get the resources and programs that we are entitled to as Americans at the USDA. But to fire all of these people creates a bottleneck where individuals can't access the programs that they were already fighting to not be discriminated to see. Then the third piece is Trump's attack on climate change, right? All of the investments that have been made specifically to address the change in climate that is making it difficult, even more so, for farmers to grow the food and keep it affordable for you.
have all been slashed. So this is the game that we're headed into, right? This is the reality of it. I just went to DC last week on a fly-in to talk to about 12 different Democratic and Republican offices, and the despondence that we saw inside of these staffers is astounding. Everybody's in trauma response right now. And I had to come back to my community and let my folks know, like, yo, I think y'all need to be aware there is no cavalry coming in this moment.
Amen.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but
you're the messenger.
This is about to be a hard time, and the reality is Sankofa is a verb, right?
That's right.
Yes, that's right.
That Black farmers have been the bedrock for Black empowerment in our community, from Reconstruction to the Civil Rights Movement. We talk about Shirley and Charles Sherrod, New Communities Inc. We talk about Fannie Lou Hamer, Freedom of Farms Cooperative. We talk about the Republic of New Africa. The farmers have
come on now, let's talk.
As the bedrock for our liberation movements, right?
Yes.
So this is the time for us to lock in, right? And this is not to dismiss our policy reform energy, but in terms of dialing up,
but tell it.
It's important for us to dial up our support for those who are working to reclaim land for housing and for food production in our communities all across the country. This is not just isolated situations. The National Black Food Justice Alliance is representative of hundreds of member organizations all across the country. Now, I'm gonna just say this, and I'm a slide. I'm gonna let this energy roll. You know, MLK said in his final days that he fears that he's integrating us into a burning house, right? And in this moment, what we are seeing is the house burning, right?
Yes.
So how are we developing our own systems? As you said, radical imagination.
That's
How
right.
are we imagining our communities not just being resilient,
come on now,
thriving in the light of what's happening over there? How are we building up our own situations so that we have the redundancies and strategies that protect us from whatever shocks are coming from whoever's in office?
That's right.
That's the energy that we had to be tapping into right now. And I'm giving thanks for the ancestors and all those that came before us that paved the way. We ain't got to look far, y'all. This is our grandparents that showed us the way.
Just our grandparents.
Right?
Free the land, brother.
Free the land. Somebody pass the hat, because my brother Duran is preaching and teaching up in here. Y'all don't go nowhere. Don't go nowhere. We got to bring in a couple of special guests, but I don't you two go nowhere. We got two Congress people, two sisters that are always fighting a good fight. We got Congresswoman Joyce Beatty, another soror, and we got Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett joining us. How y'all doing? I'll turn it over first to Congresswoman Beatty.
Well, first of all, let me just say thank you. I have enjoyed all of the segments. Last night at 11.59, I said thank you up to Angela Rye and everybody. It's good seeing everybody. Always good to be with my friend and Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett. But let me just tell you, we are in unprecedented times, as you know. And it calls for us to do what you're doing tonight. And let me just say thank you for this marathon and bringing people who can talk about speaking truth to power and laying it out. I just want to say, since we've used my title as a member of Congress, being here, that we're not going to disappoint you. We are more united now than we've ever been. And if we're going to talk about unity and being together, it's going to take us with media and with civil rights activists, and we've all got to be on the same page. But we can't do what we've just been doing in the past. And Duran, you said it so well with the quotes from Martin Luther King and just laying it out there. And that's what you're going to see with us. You're going to see some of us on the inside fighting. And since you brought up Martin Luther King Jr., he used to always leave some people back. When he'd go in the fight, he'd leave some people back in case they needed money to get out of jail, if they needed a lawyer. And so tonight, some of us, we're going to leave black back and we're going to come join you. We're going to be over there with Roland Martin. We're going to be out there outside protesting and showing that. But we need some people on the inside too. We need to make Donald Trump uncomfortable in our house. We cannot let him be a bully. We cannot stand up and accept anything that he's thinking, because when we've seen the 100-some executive orders that he's put out there, when you think about this budget that we didn't vote for, and I don't want anybody to get it twisted. They wanted to be in charge. They're in charge, and they are the Republicans.
That's right.
So let them do what they want to do. And now what they're finding out, with our 215th, for the first time in the history of the Congress, we have voted in unison. We have voted Hakeem Jeffries. We all voted no. We brought people in from their hospital beds. We brought a lady in that brought her 3-week-old baby with her.
Yeah, she
because
sure
she
did.
said, I'm going to be here to vote with my colleagues against this. And why? We need to educate people. Look, everybody knows somebody on Section 8. Everybody got somebody in their family that gets a voucher, or on the other side of it, somebody that owns property that's allowing people to have affordable housing. Well, they want to cut 50% of that. And we could go on and talk about SNAP, as people brought up earlier today. We can talk about Medicaid. When we look at the number of sick children and families that receive Medicaid, that is their lifeline.
That's right.
And as Black people, we understand how fragile a lifeline is.
Amen.
And so
Amen.
We're going to be out here telling our stories. We're going to be communicating. We're also going to be litigating. And it's important for us to do it in amicus briefs. It's important for us to do it as legislators, because if you look to that damn Supreme Court, you know what you're going to get there.
Well,
and you know what you're not going to get there.
Mm-hmm.
And we know the two folks that are going to be fighting for us. And we are so grateful to have Ketanji Brown Jackson there, because she is fearless and she speaks up for us. So when we look at the victories that we've had, that's why they're scared. That's why they're not meeting with constituents. That's why they're canceling their town halls, because people now are getting it. Just don't call me. Look, I'm going to answer your calls when you call me. But we need to call those folks on the other side that's voting against our rights. We need to call those who are on the other side and tell them, we're coming after you.
That's right.
And I can tell you why I know this works, because I was here during the Obamacare and the Affordable Care Act.
Right.
And we were in the minority in the House. 71 plus times they tried to repeal the Affordable Care Act, because it was keeping Black people healthy. It was letting our kids in college stay on their parents' insurance. They're going to come up with if you had a pre-existing condition, you couldn't have insurance. Well, hell, everybody's had a cold, or everybody's had something that was a pre-existing condition, but we united. And we were able to fight and maintain our health care. Well, right now, everything's on the line. He is a bully. He is somebody that is a convicted convict. And so we have to treat him that way. And to add on to it, he's got Elon Musk doing a lot of his dirty work. But I've been saying this, and I want to say it right here so you all hear, they're going to get a divorce soon, because Democrats going to split them up. We're going to come after both of them. There will be a divorce in the future, because we're going to split them up. And how dare Donald Trump come back to the same place, the same scene of the crime, where on January the 6th, he incited those folks to come, break into our house of democracy, disface it, and put lives at stake. You know, the Republicans forget about that. They were lying on the floor, scared and crying like other people. So I think we have to remind them. And I think having members and civil rights activists and other interested parties come on this marathon show to support you all in media, to support Angela and Joy Reid. And I'm leaving here, and tonight I'll be over there with Roland Martin. And let me just tell you, it's folks who don't look like us as well. We've got some Tricaucus supporters. They're wearing black for justice and unity today. And we're rocking shades of pink for protesting today. But it's more about It's not just about what we're wearing, it's about what we're doing. It's about how we're standing up, how we're fighting together. And that's the only way we're going to get through this. We have a new chair of the Democratic Party, Ken Martin, was with Jim Clyburn and I this morning, and we went live for 1 hour. And the first thing he said, I'm going over there to sit with Hakeem Jeffries because I know our power if we band together. And then he said, I'm going to Roland Martin's with you. And so this is the time that we have to come together because everything is at stake. So I don't want to keep going. I know I got Stacy here, and Stacy's always a fighter and setting us straight.
Yes.
So Stacy, I'm just glad that I'm on with you. And you know, she's a soror.
That's right. That's right. That's what we do.
Thank you, Congresswoman Beatty. We know the listen. Part of what you said.
You just got to give me a verse or a song or something. I can't ever be on the stage without you. And we're going to have truth to power. And you don't set us right with a verse of some song because we got to rest it together.
Listen, we sure did. Shut it down, and we'll do it again. Because when you said
we'll do it again,
we'll do it again. And when you said we outside, I'm like, oh yeah, we outside. Come on, it's time for us to be back outside. So thank you, Congresswoman Beatty. We're so grateful to have your leadership, and it's a moment. This is, I think, the message that we're hearing everywhere we go when we're talking to people is that this is a message that's not normal. So we can't act normal. We can't just invalidate and normalize what's happening to us. And that means oftentimes we got to step outside and do some things that are uncomfortable, including our folks that are in office. And just know that when you fight for the people will fight for you. We got your back.
Well, I'm going to send y'all a clip at 9 o'clock because I'm going to be coming live, and I'm going to send you a clip for 9 o'clock to show you what we're doing when Donald Trump's trying to bully us.
All right now.
All right, Representative Plaskett, you wanted to say something before we wanted you to.
Sure. Thank you so much. And it's so good to be on with my sister and my soror, Joyce Beatty, on this to have a discussion with you all. Thank you so much, first of all, for making this space and this opportunity for Black Americans, for Black voters, for our community to hear and to understand what's at stake and to let them know that they have power. Listen, I am a Black woman. I represent a territory. We have limited rights as it is. I understand what it is like not to have full representation, not to have full power. And I want you to know, though, that has never stopped me. It allowed me to be an impeachment manager when we impeached that MF the second time.
Come on now.
January 6th, right? We also, I spoke up during the speaker race to talk about individuals who don't have rights. So we can raise our voices and we can be heard and individuals can hear from us. And we need to hear from you because right now, the Democratic caucus does not have the votes. We are in the minority, which means that we cannot bring a bill to the floor without the speaker's approval. We cannot call a hearing in Congress. We do not have subpoena power. We can sign on to litigation as amicus briefs, but we do not have standing as members of Congress to be involved in lawsuits. Therefore, we need you. We need you, the people, to be with us in this fight, to elevate us, to direct the energy that you have on 3 Republicans. We only need 3 Republicans to vote the right way, to vote with their constituency. Listen, there are Republicans who have more people on Medicaid than Democrats do.
That's right.
There are more Republicans who are on SNAP than there are some Democrats. There are more Republicans who have constituencies who rely on Head Start, on all of the social entitlement programs that are there to uplift all Americans, not just Black Americans, not brown Americans, but all Americans. And you can best believe that it's occurring more in red states than it is in blue states.
Yes, sir.
And so we need them to do the right thing by the people that they represent, whether they be Black, brown, or white. And they're not, because they have fear in their hearts, they have greed in their hearts, and they have a desire for power. Those are the things that are stopping them from doing what's right and what will uplift all Americans. America is only great because of its diversity. America is only the power that it is because it has allowed itself to recreate itself over and over again by allowing new ideas, new people, new genres to come into what we call the American experience. And so Elon Musk wants to stop that. Donald Trump wants to make sure that it's only for himself. And there are plenty of other people out there who know they are in the last gasp of white privilege.
Come on.
Tamp down the rest of us to ensure that they and maybe their children have the benefits of it. But as I've heard so many people say, we are not going to go back. I'm not going to live how my parents live. I'm not going to live how my grandparents live. And I sure as hell are not going to let my children live like that.
Amen.
So I will stand up to power along with all of my brothers and sisters in the CBC. We are over 60 members, and we will represent ourselves differently because we have different constituencies, but we are all of one mind that what is best for the least of us uplifts all of us. And so that's what we're working on right now. And so, you know, we've got to continue. I'm so grateful that you guys will be going on and be in the time that Trump is spewing lies and hatred and division during that speech. We know that that's what he's going to have. And so we've got to direct truth to those people in our communities, particularly our young sons, whose algorithms are getting them a whole bunch of misinformation, which we saw that was occurred during this past election cycle. And so we've got to get truth to them. We've got to flood them with the truth and with love. I know that that is also something that I recognize that our community has not entirely felt from us. And so not only do I want to show them power, but I want to show them love, sacrificial love that I'm willing to do to put my life on the line, my voice on the line for them each and every day.
Representative Plastic, a quick question before you leave. So you were saying that you all are in there. We know that you're fighting. You're fighting. We know that there's a fight going on in there. We know it's an intense fight. And so people that are listening right now, that are looking right now, and they are deeply, deeply concerned about the budget cuts, and they want to put pressure, as you said, there were 3 Republicans. What do you suggest that they do? Do you have any recommendation of what they can do?
I think, you know, the best Republicans to go after are those who barely won those seats against Democrats.
Right.
The ones who are in those purple districts and those red, what we call red to blue districts, those seats that we were trying to flip, as well as those members. There are some in California. There are some who are in Michigan and other places, Illinois, even Ohio and Florida, who have large pools of Black individuals who did not come out and vote. We've got to ignite them. We've got to wake them up. We've got to get information to them. We've got to share with them, Sister Brown, that they are about to not only, you may not be on Medicaid, but that's going to mean that uncompensated care is going to happen in your hospital, which means that nurses aren't going to be able to be paid. Services are not going to be available to your entire community. Head Starts are going to close. School lunches aren't going to be available. We know that when children are hungry, they can't learn. When children can't learn, they drop out. When they drop out, they can't find a job. When they can't find a job, they move to crime, and the prison pipeline begins. We know that this is an insidious attack on our communities, and we've got to share that with them and let them know that their vote, their voice is their power. And that we cannot allow some soon-to-be trillionaires' algorithms stop them from their power.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much for joining us, for sharing that advice on that strategy. And just know that even as we get past this immediate moment that we're in this immediate fight, that, you know, as you continue to raise the alarm and the need for our brothers and sisters in Virgin Islands to have full representation, just know that you have a friend in Black Voters Matter.
Thank you. And I know that my soror, my sister, Congresswoman Joyce Beatty, talked about Martin Luther King. But I'm from the Caribbean, and I'm of the Stokely Carmichael Mountain.
Hey,
come on. You can't see the other picture.
Y'all know where I'm going to be. Y'all know what I'm going to be doing. Love you guys.
I want you to know that Brother Stokely
is in the room.
Is in the room. So We'll show it at some point.
Yeah.
But
We don't want to mess up the.
We don't have a lot of time left.
Yeah.
But this conversation that we had with y'all,
yes,
and that we want to end with is kind of related to what y'all were talking about, right?
Oh,
Because it's important for us to understand resistance and how, voting is one form of resistance when it's done right. Right? Like Malcolm said, when it's done intelligently, it can be an act of resistance.
That's right.
And we want to talk about the things that we can do in our own communities to help insulate us, right? From the policies and the regressiveness. So if they're going to cut off our food, we're going to provide our own food, right?
That's right.
If they're going to make it so that our education is not going to be taught to us, right? Then we're going to teach ourselves, right? And so that part of what y'all are talking about is important, but it's also connected to reimagining, because the one thing the Declaration of Independence had right was the section when it said that when this government ceases to give you life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, it is the right of the people to abolish it and create something new. And so that's the part that Black Voters Matter, we cleave to, and I know y'all cleave to it too. And so we want to make sure that we end this, making sure we send a message to our communities that it is time for us to, what Latasha always says, radically reimagine, right? Be founders of a new nation that is going to give us the rights, because you don't get no rights from interpretation of a law or the Constitution. You get rights because you have decreed and drafted a Constitution that gives you that right. So we as a people have got to start thinking differently, and we want to open up the floor to start talking about that as we talk about how we fortify ourselves in this moment.
I know Duran has some things. I just want to talk about some call to actions that I have for folks to just, I think it was Representative Cori Bush talking about we need all the tools in the toolbox, right?
Yes.
So we need folks to support their local Black farmers. That's number one. Just like we had the blackout last week, Friday, right? But okay, so take that money to your local Black farmer. You can look on the Black Farmer Index, blackfarmerindex.com. The Alliance has a Black food map on our website. You can buy seeds.
Give us that website.
blackfoodjustice.org. There's and you don't have to, I'm not saying everybody's a farmer. I'm just saying if you organize your block, and I'm growing tomatoes and you're growing cucumbers, and we can share what's surplus, we can feed ourselves. We can get seeds from a Black seed company, Ujama Seeds, UJAMAA. They're beautiful Black organic seeds. You can buy an organic cucumber at the supermarket and dig out the seeds and save them and plant them yourself. You don't need an acre or half an acre. Just start with a container, put it by the windowsill. You just need some window, some soil, and
I was just going to chime in.
Some water, right? So organize your block, support your Black farmers. Oh, go ahead, Duran.
Oh, I was just going to say, you brought up Kwame Ture name, and he said that it's important for us to organize, right? There's two pieces of this puzzle that I feel like we haven't really figured out the strategy, how to hold these things together. Back in the day, we did. How do we hold policy reform and direct action in the same hands? It's not an either or, it's a both and. Right. And when we're in line, those that are doing the grassroots activism, the direct, tangible things that you can taste, touch, see, and feel are married with the folks that are doing the policy work, then we see that impact over time. Amilcar Cabral taught us, tell no lies.
Come on now.
Victories.
That's right.
This is about to be real. It's about to get real, y'all.
About to get real.
I'm going to tell you on the food tip, right? Spring is 30 days away. There are farmers that haven't been able to plant because they have no workers in the field due to the mass deportations. There are folks that have had canceled contracts, so the money that they were going to spend to hire staff, to get seeds, to get fertilizers is now out in the wind. So you ain't going to feel it right away. You know what I mean? It's going to be a slow trickle, but then it's going to hit summertime when it's time for your babies to be at home from school, and you looking for that lunch and that breakfast program, and the food ain't in the stores like you thought it was. This is prepare now, right? And by prepare, I mean organize. Get connected to organizations that are already doing the work, that have established ecosystems of real people and real relationships
that exist outside of social media that
That's
are
right.
in real time, the people that I can go knock on my neighbor's door. That's the energy that we need in this moment. Farming has taught me that this social justice work is a communal work. It's not an individual thing. It's about our individual contributions to a collective good, right?
That's
So
right.
let's figure out the mechanisms to, if you ain't got an organization that's close to you, start
right.
one, right? And lock in when it comes to the most basic thing that we want to do every day. Eat. You know what I mean?
Yo,
Jordans might go out of style tomorrow, but broccoli ain't. So we got to figure out the
Amen.
mechanism
that's right.
so that our families can eat. This is the land
That's right.
conversation that Shirley Sherrod and Fannie Lou Hamer was
Yes.
driving
Say
for
those
the last
names.
days,
Fanny's in
right?
here.
I got to keep
Fanny's in here
reiterating
too.
that
She over
because we
there.
seem to be forgetting. We like to forget that the work that our civil rights ancestors and the legends did as they got into their final days was how do we get land,
That's
Mhm.
right.
space
That's right.
that we
Right.
own and
That's right.
control so that we can have housing and food to feed our community. And if we lost sight of that, y'all, maybe this is
Hey.
the warning shot. This is the
Mhm.
buck that's hopefully
Hey.
going to wake us up so that we understand that we need to have our own self-determining communities,
That's
right?
right.
That
Yeah.
interface with this system however it needs, but we need to be able to be resistant to these shocks. So that's all I got to say. Thank y'all so much for having us.
Listen,
Hey,
you
you've
said we
given us
are
the
the
whole.
organization. What you
Go
said,
on,
Cliff? No, I
No,
said
go on.
Go ahead.
we talked about resistance and resilience, and now we talking about radically reimagining. We got what we need, y'all. So it's a moment that we really are we got to think about how we're going to feed and take care of our people. And so
That's
we're
right.
so grateful for the networks that exist. I'm hearing you. I heard that we've got to find and support Black farmers. There are networks that already exist. I'm hearing that we also have to find organizations that are already existing in our communities that are doing this work. You don't have to start another organization. We got plenty of organizations that are in our community. Another thing is about Black spaces. We have to reclaim spaces that we have. We can't have churches that are closed for 7 days and only on Sunday are open. All those spaces got to be open. We need Black spaces so that our people can gather and organize and work together. We need our Black institutions. As we're thinking about that, ultimately, it has to be self-determination. And so given that, I know, Cliff, you were going to say something, and I want to say one more thing before we leave, a quick piece, but that's it.
Just real quick, because we got a couple of minutes left. First, I want to thank the two of y'all for joining us. As we said before, this is not the end of the conversation. This is just the beginning of a conversation and relationship. So we'll be seeing a lot more of y'all. We talked about like organizing, right? And connecting with organizations. I just got to shout out the way that we even got connected with Kenya and then Duran is that we reached out to our fam at Movement for Black Lives and for BL. And we all in this together. We all family. And so shout out to them. And then lastly, I just wanted to mention, as you were talking about land, the brother behind me, Malcolm, said land is every revolution. Land is the basis of every revolution.
That's right.
Right.
That's right.
And so that's what this is partially about, y'all. We have got to have our own land and be able to feed ourselves in order to be truly independent and have true self-determination. So thank you, Kenya. Thank you, Duran, for joining us. We'll be talking to y'all soon. Latasha, I'm going to pass it to you for the last word, because we don't want to be late, because I know Holly's about to come on here.
Holly coming down. I am going to end real quick. Well, the first thing I did right was the day I started to fight. Keep your eyes on the prize and hold on. This week marks the 60th anniversary of the people who had the courage to sing that in Selma, Alabama, at the foot of the Edmund Pettus Bridge. They didn't have politics. They didn't have a president. They didn't have a party. They didn't have resources. What they had is they had
a vote.
They didn't even have a vote. But ultimately, they were able to change and shift the direction of this country. So in this moment, y'all, it is nation building time. Thank you.
It is nation building. It's nation time.
Let's go, y'all. Nation time. Black voters matter. Sister Holly. No, it's who coming on?
I'm here.
All right,
I'm so
Sister
excited.
Amy.
Nation building time. I'm right with you.
All right,
I'm
now.
right with you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank y'all. Hey, Holly.
Beautiful.
We did good, Holly.
And let me just say, first of all, you are watching State of the People, StateOfThePeople.media. If you're watching this live stream, it's time to share what this is about. This has been going on since midnight, and it's going to keep going on. I'm joining from Oakland, California. My name's Amy Allison, and I'm going to be with you the next 4 hours in between the brilliance and the heart and the everything you've been seeing. So, spread the message, share it on social, send a message to your friends. This is what we're doing tonight. And this is a 24-hour channel breaking down what's happening with Black people. And we're just getting started. I'm so excited for our next group of brilliant organizers and leaders. The next segment is entitled Undistracted Presents the Group Chat Live with our friends Brittany Packnett Cunningham, Dr. Brittany Cooper, and Dr. David J. Johns, the awesome. Thank you so much. And I'm going to pass it on to you.
Oh my gosh, Amy, first of all, you came on here looking gorgeous. Can we talk about it? Just snatch, okay? You said yes. It's the state of the people, the state of beauty, the state of Black don't crack, all of the above. All right. That's right. I love it because we show up and show out everywhere we are. Family, it is so good to be with you all. We're here, State of the People. We've been going for many hours all together. State of the People will be going for 24 hours, y'all. 24 hours of Black voices of integrity, speaking nothing but truth, unvarnished and unapologetically. And so we here, the three of us are so thrilled to be a part of it. If you are a fan of the podcast Undistracted, which I host, and EP, we just wrapped our 3rd season. You know that this season we brought 2 voices on and we call the group chat, right? Now, the good news is we're really a group chat and we really be talking about this stuff. So we said, why not go ahead and bring that group chat first to the podcast? But you know what? For State of the People, let's go ahead and have this conversation live. You've been hearing expertise all day from the Justice League about what's happening in the courts, about what's happening with Black farming, about how this is going to impact Black reproductive rights. We talk about everything in the group chat, but we have one thing in common, and that's we're all educators. K through 12, collegiate level. We're talking about scholarship. We're talking about leadership, education, policy, education, equity. All 3 of us have done that work. So we want to talk about how this white supremacist agenda is going to impact our young people and why it is so clear that the U.S. Department of Education is a target in a particular way. So we just gonna go ahead and dive right in. Is that all right, Coop?
Let's do it.
Is that all right, DJ?
You already know it is, Civil. Let's go.
All right, let's go. Listen, for those of you who don't know, there is a woman named Linda McMahon. And if that last name sounds familiar because you and your family watch WWE, yes, I'm talking about that McMahon, all right? Vince's wife. She has just been confirmed to be the Secretary of Education. But here's the kicker. Project 2025 told us, Trump told us, and now Linda McMahon has told us. She has been confirmed to be the secretary of an agency that she intends to dismantle. I don't know about y'all, but I don't need to be the boss of something I'm trying to end. But that's exactly what she's doing, right? She just got confirmed at 9:30 p.m. last night. She sent out an email, wasted 0 time, and said a couple of things. First, she said, quote, "My vision is aligned with the president's to send education back to the states and empower all parents to choose an excellent education for their children." That is what we call coded language. But before we get into that coded language, David, let's talk about why abolishing the Department of Education is not just bad, it's real bad. Tell us just how bad it is.
Yeah, in short, first, let me say thank you all for creating this space. I love the 2 of y'all, and shout out to everybody who's powering this. Y'all are the real MVPs. Also want to offer up a consideration. I know that many of us are used to naming white supremacy, but I want to take back the power and name it for what it is. It's white delusion. Part of the way that white delusion works is to divest in the people, the communities, the institutions that support equity, that are about fairness, that are about investing in the people who built this country for free, as our sister, my twin, Angela Rye would say. And if we think back 51 years ago, this is in part why I started the Teach the Babies podcast, to celebrate and remind us about the lessons that we should have learned from Brown v. Board. But 51 years ago, Brown versus the Board of Education, one was tried. And before that case was tried, it was the reality that states and local municipalities abdicated responsibility for developing our babies. Now, let's be clear, that is not new. What we know is since the transatlantic and trans-Pacific slave trades, Black people have had to do the work of ensuring that our babies know who they are and whose they are. We've never fully trusted public education as a system, but having a Department of Education that provides federal oversight to ensure that states aren't legislating genocide, like what's happening in the state of Florida with the failed history teacher turned governor and all of his antics, or what's happening in the state of Texas, where I am in this moment with Greg Abbott. If we lose the federal protections, we should expect that our babies will be consumed, they will be terrorized, even more than they have been heretofore.
You know what, Coop, I'm going to come to you, but first we actually have some voices coming from Congress. Actually, I'm going to come to you right now, and I know that they're going to join us in just a moment. So David really helped us contextualize exactly why this is so dangerous, right? And yet this is an attack we've always faced. Clearly, those that think that they're in power and want to try to wield that power as they see fit know that Black knowledge is dangerous, that Black literacy is dangerous to their agenda. That is why it was illegal to teach Black children how to read and write, whether they were free or enslaved, right? That is why it was illegal for us to assemble in certain ways. That is why, once again, we find ourselves with certain texts about our history being banned over and over again. But you know what? Go ahead and ban them books, because we're going to make sure that they sell out, okay?
That's right. Run up these book sales. Correct.
Right? But so David contextualized for us that this has always been the case. And yet the Department of Education has been central to our continued fight for freedom. Why attack the Department of Education to be dismantled? Why not the Department of Labor or Interior? Why the Department of Education? Why is that so critical to their plan?
So thanks, B Squared. It's good to be here with you and good to be here with my brother, Dr. David Johns. So here's the thing. There has been a 40-year assault on public education that this is the culmination of. There has been an attempt to undereducate the populace, because look, when you have an educated populace, then you have an informed voting electorate, and they tend to choose differently. This is why folks get very upset when their kids go out to college and then come home with a bunch of liberal ideas about inclusion. And we have a strain of that in our community. When I was going off to Howard, all the church folks in my life said, now don't go up there to Howard and act like you don't remember the Jesus that we taught you about. So there has always been this suspicion about the kinds of liberalism and inclusion that you get when you start to mix people in different perspectives. But our folks have never let that take away their good sense. They always meant stay grounded in the things that are going to keep you and don't walk away from the people who loved you and who raised you. And that's the difference, right? So look, I work in higher education, and these assaults are not just going to come for our people in K through 12. They are also going to come for kids who need Pell Grants to go to school. They're also going to come for departments that grew out of the civil rights movement, like departments of Africana studies, like departments of women's and gender studies, like these, programs like McNair and Upward Bound that give our kids a leg up. So you have to ask, what is the ultimate goal? The thing that distinguishes America from the rest of the world has been our public education system. You didn't have to come from nobility to deserve an education in this country. You didn't have to come from money to be able to walk into a school and be serviced. Even sometimes when the quality of the services weren't great, there was this sort of democratic ethos that we educate everybody. There's also this desire or a set of legislation that comes out of the Civil Rights Act that also protects kids with disabilities. That's why your kids that have disabilities can get special education, can get IEPs. When you begin to dismantle the Department of Education, you take away all of those kinds of protections. And the reason they want to do it is because access to education has been Black people's pathway into the middle class.
That's it.
I am the daughter of a single mother and a father who passed away when I was a little girl. You don't become a PhD from the projects unless you have access to a good public education. And even though I grew up in one of the poor states in the Union, in Louisiana, in rural northern Louisiana, I still had good teachers and an advocate mother for sure, but I had access to a public education that put me on solid footing with my classmates and made a pathway for me to be able to go to college. And then there were programs like Upward Bound and McNair that helped me to chart my path. They want to dismantle every pathway into the middle class. So this is also firing hiring all of these public workers because Black people are overrepresented in federal government employment. This is of a piece with that. They want to shut down our pathways to make ways for ourselves.
Brittany, can I?
David, just give me one moment because we've got two members of Congress with us that I want to make sure that we bring in ahead of this joint address tonight. We've got Representative Hank Johnson and Representative Kelly. You know, you all have been doing this work for so long. Thank you so much to both of you for joining us. We know that your time is limited. Congresswoman Kelly, I want to come to you because you know that the fight to protect public education for all families, but for Black families in particular, has been critical. What is the Congressional Black Caucus prepared to do to make sure that those protections are in place for us, knowing that Trump's got a plan and it's not in our favor?
Well, one thing I just wanted to add to Dr. Cooper, I started the Black Alumni Scholarship and the Black Alumni Endowment 20-something years ago, and it's still going strong. And I have to go to my college April 25th because Black students are so despondent that they think that they're not going to be able to get those scholarships anymore, you know. So on top of the Department of Education, just see other parts of it too. As you know, we are fighting with one hand behind our back because they're in charge of everything. But we have an awesome leader in Hakeem Jeffries, but also an awesome leader on the Education Committee, Bobby Scott from Virginia. And, you know, we're working with so many people on the outside. That is what's saving us. The attorneys generals on the outside with going to court for everything. So far, so good. Even Trump appointed judges are siding with us too, because it's so horrific and ludicrous. So, you know, until we can find, as we've been saying, 3 brave Republicans, and as I also say, they ain't in Illinois, you know, we really have to pound on the Republicans in districts that Vice President Harris won, or Republicans that just won by the hair of their chinny chin chin. Those are the ones that we really, really have to put the pressure on.
That's incredibly helpful. Congressman Johnson, you've been in the fight to protect education for a very, very long time, but we know that Congress represents the people. So what can the people be doing? How should we be engaging with your offices to make sure that you have the support that you need to protect public education?
Well, thank you, Brittany, for all that you do to support education. And thank you all for all of the work you have done in that space. Of course, it's been education that has allowed us to lift ourselves from the agrarian nature of the economy back in the previous century or century before the last century into the industrial age and then into this current information age that we are in. It's education that is key to the uplift of our communities. And used to be a time when parents, Black parents, encouraged their children. I mean, it was never in my growing up, I was always going to college. There was never any doubt about it. That's the direction that I was steered in. And we had good public schools. I'm a product of the public school system here in Washington, D.C., where I was born and raised. Went through public schools, ended up at Clark College in Atlanta, Georgia, now known as Clark Atlanta University. Matriculated there for 4 years before going down to Thurgood Marshall School of Law, Texas Southern University, another HBCU in Houston, Texas, and attaining my law degree. And so I'm a product of the Black schools and the HBCUs. And I believe that I would not be where I am today without those, because I'll tell you, my mother and my father graduated from HBCUs, Clark College and Morris Brown College. And so it's within my DNA to be supportive of higher education, HBCUs in particular, and the public school system. And so it's distressing to think that we have someone who is the Secretary of Education now who is committed to abolishing that department of the federal government. Moreover, she is a strong supporter of things like the misnamed school choice. She's a school choicer, and she's a charter school advocate. So all of the ways in which they can kill public education, from defunding it from a federal level, and then also enabling state monies and local monies to flow into the private for-profit school setup that is ongoing. It's a recipe to make education unavailable to Black people. And where does that then leave us? It puts us back to when America was great, and we were picking cotton and all of it. We're doing the productivity that they are putting my Latino brothers and sisters who migrate here to do that work, because we are not suited intellectually to do it anymore. And but they would have us back confined to doing that kind of work. So we got to watch out for where we are headed, and it's the people that will save our democracy, that will stop this movement towards the past that Trump has us hurtling towards.
Can I just jump in,
Yes, please do.
Brittany? And if people live in states where they're represented by Republican congresspeople or Republican senators, they need to flood the zone. They need to be heard. If you are part of, AFT, but in your state, like me, IFT, call those people. Don't let them off the hook. Even though I know our folks are not going to change their mind, but don't let them off the hook. Go see them, protest, call, do everything you can do to disturb their world and let them know it ain't right. And we're not going to take it.
Do everything you can do to disturb their world. That is the perfect place to keep it. I'm so grateful to both of you, Congressman Johnson, Congresswoman Kelly. Thank you not only for joining State of the People today, but for holding the line. We'll be continuing to look to you, and we'll make sure that your colleagues' phone lines are absolutely flooded. Thank you both so much for joining us.
Thank you.
So listen, I want to continue this conversation because we just have a few minutes left. You all both did such a great job of covering why the Department of Education matters and why attacking it means attacking Black people, right? That the kinds of protections, the kinds of support, the kind of funding that our young people, to be clear, deserve, right? We're not asking for something that they don't deserve. We are demanding what they already do deserve. But that those things are critical to to our collective ability to rise as a people, to the middle class, to educational attainment, to generational wealth, and to the kinds of thriving that all Black people deserve to experience across the diaspora and certainly in this country. So as I said earlier, Linda McMahon laid out for us exactly how she's going to create that attack. So it's going to be through the lens and the language of states' rights, which, if that doesn't sound familiar to you, if you think back to when you were in school and you studied the Civil War, states' rights is code for keeping things racist, because then Mississippi can do what it wants to do and doesn't have to pay any attention to any kind of federal law that would stop people from discriminating against folks, right? So states' rights is code for keeping things racist. And the other way that they're going to do that is through parents' rights, but they're not talking about all parents. They're not talking about me, even though I have two sons. They're talking about white parents, those moms for liberty who like to run for school board and then ban all of the books, right? Ban all of the queer books, ban all of the Black history, ban all of the books where young people see themselves. So that is the language of the attack, right? Race and gender, states' rights, and parents' rights, right? Then we know that the mode of the attack, as Congressman Johnson just said, is siphoning off public money to then put it into religious schools and to all of these places that can control the pocketbook without any demand or opinion from the people. And then we know that the end game of the attack is ultimately creating obedient robots. Let me read you something else she said in this email. She said, after President Trump's inauguration last month, he steadily signed a slate of executive orders to keep his promises, combating critical race theory, DEI, gender ideology, discrimination in admissions, which we know means letting the white folks in, promoting school choice for every child, and restoring patriotic education and civics. So let's get the kids in here. Let's teach them the patriotic education and civics so that they can be compliant and obedient robots to the fascist agenda that we can intend to continue throughout. So that's what's happening, right? And we want to make sure we lay that out clearly. But the good news is that Black people have been victorious against those kinds of attacks and more for generations, as both of you have talked about. So I want to really take the last half of this segment and talk about how we resist. We just heard from Congresswoman Kelly that we need to light up these phone lines every single time. There's a great app called 5 Calls that makes it easy within the push of a couple of buttons to call those representatives. But in these last 10 minutes we've got, let's talk about exactly what resistance can look like. What should parents be doing? Students be doing? Educators, leaders? What should neighbors and loved ones be doing, whether or not they have children in these school districts, right? Let's get tactical. Let's get specific. Dr. Cooper, what can people be doing to make sure that we take back education into our own hands?
That's right. So there's 2 scales on which we need to respond. First is, if they want to play these states' rights games with us, then we have a bit of power in our back pocket that we might not recognize. Most of the red states where these Republicans have taken over are the states where Black people live. Most Black people in this country live down south. We are a mass of political power in states like Louisiana, Mississippi, Georgia, Alabama. We've got to know it. We've got to come out to vote. We've got to join school boards. We've got to go to school board meetings. We've got to be on these teachers' behinds about our kids. We've got to ask questions about curriculum. We've got to make sure that libraries get funded. So, yes, we are seeing a dissolution of the federal government, which has historically been a space to protect Black rights from the machinations of the local. But we also know how to play these local games, right? So go to your school board meeting, go to your city council meeting, be loud and vocal, because these white folks came to school board meetings and spat upon people and turned these meetings upside down and inside out. And so we can be a critical mass in our own communities that, and it's more local and you have more control, right? So first is, let us also play these state and local games, because it is a critical place to amass power. The second thing is, when I was a kid, I didn't grow up reading Black books in school in the 1980s and 1990s. I got to do that when I got to a Black college.
Yeah.
So we didn't grow up with this whole sort of culturally responsive education model. We got that because of folks at church, because of our Sunday school teachers. One of my aunties lived in a big city, so she would go to the Black bookstore, buy books for me, and then send them to me. And then I would go to school and read those books. And on occasion, I had teachers who were like, "What you reading?" And I remember producing the 4th grade class play, which was about Rosa Parks, because I had been reading a young adult bio of Martin Luther King Jr. And my teacher allowed me and my little white best friend at the time to co-produce a Black play. There are models of resistance, and those models begin in libraries. They begin in book circles. They begin with stocking your children's books, your children's bookshelves with books about them. I write children's books. I write middle grade books. And one of the reasons I write those kinds of books is because I know that that's the place where revolutions begin, even in moments of repression, even when we're being disappeared. We have always known how to educate our children in a system that is not interested in educating them. And we have to go back to doing that. And we should have been doing it all alone.
That's right. David, how do we resist? Give us some practical how-tos here.
Yeah, very much appreciate that, and the opportunity to remind everybody that how we fight matters. So my first is going to be my prayers that you have a good therapist. And by that, I mean that you are doing work outside of the session. In addition to taking things to the altar, my hope is that you are enlisting every resource available to make sure that you are well. The second thing is with regard to the proliferation of attacks, the goal of the OMB director and others to terrorize us. We should not capitulate. We should make them fight for everything that they are desiring to take. In the words of the laureate Kendrick Lamar, we need to squabble up at this moment and be prepared for the fight. Don't concede. Don't act unless you have to, especially with regard to these executive orders, which are not laws. I also think, to underline the points that have been made, organize in community. I'm asking each of you, do you have a political home? Is there a place where you are organizing with people who have like hearts and like minds? Do you have a place where you are tithing to protect and deepen the institutions and organizations that we can go to get through this moment? I'd highlight 2 resources in addition to us ensuring that we teach our own babies the model of the Panthers, Sunday school, Saturday school, after school, whatever that is. There also are digital resources we can use. Our sister, Kaya Henderson, created Reconstruction so that we can leverage existing curriculum to teach, because people say silly things like teaching isn't rocket science. They're right. It's a lot harder. Not all of us are called to do this work, but each of us have a role in supporting the learning and development of our babies. And then the last thing for me is this. The thread throughout everything that I think we've talked about, and this goes back to the first question you asked, Brittany, about why neo-fascists are attacking the Department of Education. Bell Hooks taught us this some time ago. In Teaching Critical Thinking, she writes that too often we literally don't have Schoolhouse Rocks because the Republicans have defunded PBS, but we don't teach that democracies have to be defended and born anew by each generation. And she also says that education is its midwife. What they know, for all of the reasons that Coop talked about, is that if they dismantle education, they don't have to do a whole lot of work to keep us oppressed. We'll do the work for them. The last thing that I don't want to miss is that in addition to acknowledging all of the layers that you did, Brittany, and framing the question, I want us to remember that sexual orientation and gender identity plays a role in this. We got to think about this intersectionality. The Department of Education is also where Linda McMahon and Donald Trump and so many others are dismantling protections that have existed for women and girls, Title IX, and using them to target and terrorize trans folks. I want to say generally, but trans women specifically. And so acknowledging how all of these intersections show up in our lives, let's be as expansive as possible as we're thinking about solutions and organizing.
And let's recognize that then pitting us against each other is a tactic that does not help any of us, right?
Absolutely.
So I want to close with this. This is one of my favorite stories to tell, and I'm telling the very short version, but y'all know I'm from St. Louis, I'm from the Lou, and I'm proud. And Missouri was obviously an enslaved state, but it was also a place where when Black and white clergy started to teach Black children how to read and write in their church basements and during Sunday school, the state legislature made it illegal to teach Black children to read and write, right? They saw the power of that action and they literally passed a law, passed statute to stop it. So what did John Barry Meacham, a Black preacher, and his wife do? They got together some wood and some sticks and some hammers and some nails, and they built a boat. And they built a steamboat school and put it on the Mississippi River, because in between the enslaved state of Missouri and the free territory of Illinois, the Mississippi River was unincorporated territory, which means that the laws of the state of Missouri did not dictate what happened. So all those young people who weren't allowed to learn to read and write in those church basements, they learned to read and write on that steamboat school. That is what we call creative subversion. That is exactly what we need to be engaging in. So all of us should be asking ourselves in resistance, what does it look like to create our own steamboat school? Am I going and buying out all of the banned books from Black authors and putting them in a free little library in my front yard? Am I taking the young people in Sunday school that I'm already teaching and once a month giving a Black history lesson? Am I making sure that during the summer, the neighborhood kids come into my house and they get a hot meal and they also get a lesson, which was the free breakfast program that the Black Panther Party started in the first place, right? So let's be creative, because all of us have the power to be creatively subversive and build our own little steamboat school to teach ourselves and our young people what they need and deserve to know to be victorious. We are going to wrap up with that. I want to ask each of you for one word of how you're feeling after over 10 hours, right, of State of the People. How are you feeling? Give me one word, Coop.
Buoyed. I'm buoyed.
There we go. Lifted. There we go. Hallelujah. Right. Buoyed. That was real churchy of you. John, how you feeling?
I feel encouraged to stay in the church.
Come on, hallelujah, encouraged. I feel victorious. We're all very churchy here. And with that, we're going to thank you for joining Undistracted. You can catch us anywhere podcasts are. We thank you for joining this group chat live. We thank you to the entire team behind State of the People, the people in front of the stage, behind the stage, making it happen. We could not be doing this without you all. Your creative subversion is why we're here. And with that, Amy,
you better moderate, Brittany. You better moderate.
You did your thing, girl. You did it.
I had to get back in my seat. I had to get back in my seat. You all are brilliant. Brilliant. Thank you so much, Brittany, Dr. Cooper, Dr. Johns. I love it. Thank you so much. And it's the State of the People, StateOfThePeople.media. I'm Amy Allison, and we're going to be keeping it going all the way to midnight. So if you are watching on YouTube or you're watching on your favorite website or social media, make sure and spread the word. You know, I just got my heart just was filled. I just like, you want to know where people are standing up and standing for our communities. It's right here. And, I was thinking about this in terms of our next segment. Keith Boykin is joining in this segment. How to fight back against right-wing takeover this is just what we need, Keith. This is just what we need.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you so much. And Rashad Robinson is joining me too. I think he's going to be on in a moment. And here he is coming in right there. And Rashad and I have been talking for a long time. We're happy to be a part of this conversation. I want to thank Angela Rye and Joy Reid.
Yes.
All the organizers who put this together. This is amazing. I had no idea when this was when they first approached me about this, it was going to be this amazing. Just the magnitude of it, the scope of ideas and topics, the number of people involved and the ideas represented. Oh my, I just can't tell you how excited I am to be a part of this. And I know you are too, Rashad.
I mean, absolutely. The brilliance, the energy, the expansiveness of voices that we are hearing from right now is so incredible. And in so many ways, this does represent kind of the ideas of independent media. Right? When we think about independent media, it was really founded by Black people.
Right.
In so many ways. We had to create our own platforms, our own avenues to reach people because we were denied access to the mainstream ones. And after we did that, though, sometimes those avenues were co-opted by corporations and by others. And so the idea and the possibility that's in front of us when we can both build and create institutions that are independent, that are our own, ways that we can reach people at scale, and be able to give people the information they need to be able to be good citizens, to be able to feel powerful, to be able to do things that they wouldn't imagined otherwise possible. That is what I hope this moment can hopefully open up, because as we both know, Keith, and as we've heard from so many of the incredible speakers over the last several hours since last night, we're facing a lot of pain. We're going to face a lot of challenge. It's going to be incredibly hard, and I fundamentally believe that when I think about Black joy is not the absence of pain, but it's the presence of aspiration, the presence of possibility, the presence of being able to fight for something bigger. And so thank you. I just want to join you in thanking all those who put this together and hopefully giving us a little Black joy in the midst of the pain.
And can I also thank you too, Rashad, because I met Rashad 20 years ago. He doesn't want me to talk about it. We met on a reality TV show 20 years ago, and now this brother is so amazing. He just came off of 12 years at
13, yeah.
Color Change, leading that organization. And I know no person in the country, I know a lot of people, no person in the country who is a better strategist and thinker about what to do and how to create change than this person right here, Rashad Robinson. So thank you for being a part of this conversation. And so today we're going to be talking about reclaiming the narrative, how to fight back against the right-wing takeover. And, in the past few months, the right wing has really redefined the whole civil rights progress of the past, not just 10, 20 years, but the past 180 years, 160 years, if you will. And they've defined that civil rights progress of the past as somehow racist. They've twisted the constitutional guarantees of the 14th Amendment that gave Black people birthright citizenship way back in 1868. And they've defined that as somehow dangerous. They've distorted the meaning of Lyndon Johnson's 1965 executive order ending racial discrimination in the federal workplace, which Trump just rescinded. They've distorted that to characterize that as somehow racist. And they've manipulated basic words like diversity, equity, and inclusion to make them somehow negative. So this session is all about reclaiming that narrative. How do we fight back? And how do we use this half hour to break down those coordinated attacks that are being used against us on DEI, free speech, and truth itself? And so as Trump and his allies are working to dismantle diversity and to try to weaponize corporate power, we need to recognize the tactics that they're using and what we can do to take action. So we want to focus on three quick questions here. The first is, what exactly is DEI and how is it being misrepresented in the media narrative? The second is, how do the legacy media and social media algorithms amplify right-wing voices while silencing progressive perspectives? And I think it's also important here when we talk about the rules of ownership and FCC regulation and net neutrality, and Rashad knows all about that. And the third is, what strategies can we use to organize, to build independent platforms and mobilize our communities to push back and win? So that's our starting point. And, Rashad is, like I said, he's the expert strategist. I'm going to sort of get us started in terms of defining what DEI is, because this has been something that's been bothering me so much. But, DEI is really not an action. It's an aspiration. It's a set of goals of where we want our country to be. We want diversity. We want equity. We want inclusion. But we've been having this conversation for the past several months as if everybody knows what we're talking about. And the reality is most people don't even know what those terms mean other than what the abbreviation stands for. So I just want to do a quick 30-second, 60-second rundown of the 8 principles of the federal DEIA program. And they call it DEIA in the federal government because the A stands for accessibility. So I'm going to do this off the top of my head. I've been doing this for the past few weeks. So hopefully I don't forget it this time. But the first is data collection, basically getting information to see who's being hired, who's not being hired. That's all that involves. The second is paid internships. So we bring people in who don't necessarily have that network, that nepotism connections. We give them the connections so they can actually get the skills to be able to develop and to be able to do the job they want to do. The third is recruitment, not just going to the usual suspects in the usual places. Let's go to HBCUs. Let's go to schools and places and in communities that aren't traditionally represented and try to get those people in so they can have a foot into the door. The fourth is professional development. Once you hire people, you want to make sure they have skills so they can continue to do their job, so they're not just thrown to the wolves and they don't prosper when they're there. Number 5 is opportunities for people with disabilities, which is something we don't think about often when we have these conversations because it always seems to focus on Black people. But people with disabilities who were included in the law and federal law in the Americans with Disabilities Act in 1990. Number 6 is opportunities for LGBT people. And this is something we don't often talk about in the conversation too, because there are a lot of LGBT people who are excluded from protection because of marital restrictions or protections for their partners and spouses. And LGBT people just got the right to marry 10 years ago. The 7th is pay equity. This is critically important because people who are doing the same job shouldn't get paid pay different amounts for doing the same thing. And the 8th and the last component of the federal DEI initiative is opportunities for formerly incarcerated people. Those are the 8 components of the federal DEIA program. Absolutely nothing in that list has anything to do with hiring unqualified Black people, but they somehow twisted this whole conversation into something that it is not. So I want to pose this to you, Rashad, since you're the master expert on this. How did this happen? How did we get to this point where something so innocuous and so positive got twisted into being something that is so negative?
Well, one, it was successful. It was moving things forward, and it was dismantling a set of barriers for people. And when you remove barriers for people, you then create more fairness and equity. And when you are unqualified or when you've always had a leg up, equality can actually feel like oppression. And so that was a piece of the underlying. But it's important to recognize, right, Keith, that narrative is what people believe, whether it's true or not, right? And so people have certain beliefs. Let's say I'm looking outside the window. People have certain beliefs about gravity, for instance, right? And that belief about gravity will dictate how close someone will get to the edge, how close they will get to the edge. And the thing about gravity, though, is gravity is real. But so many things that people, let's say, believe about Black people are not actually true or not actually real. But it still dictates how close people will get to Black people, how close people will get to our community and to us. And it doesn't matter whether it's true or not. And so narrative is a tool of change, not simply an object of change. And as a tool, what the opponents of equity, the opponents of progress, have tried to do is really resegregate us. And so the attacks on affirmative action, the attacks on ending discrimination, have all been about closing the door to education opportunities, closing the door to government contracts, closing the door to employment opportunities, and resegregating us. And in many ways, that strategy, right, requires rule change. It requires both written rule change and unwritten rule change. And so this is decades long worth of investment, investment in telling a story through media, both sort of media that was reaching conservatives, but also then influencing the ways in which conservative media operates. It's an investment in a pipeline around judges, right? And sort of making judges and the courts a focal point for the right wing in terms of how people would engage and where people would see the importance. And so they don't always have to like who they're voting for. They don't have to like them personally. They don't have to want to have a beer with them. They have to understand that that person's going to give them what they want on judges. And that sort of creating of a litmus test around judges, a threshold, a standard, has been incredibly important, right, to getting us to where we are. And then there is the role of corporate America, the role of sort of corporate power at recognizing that they could get certain things along the way if they were connected to a certain side of the aisle, right? They could get lower taxes. They could get less rules. And I know we're going to get to social media platforms, but that's deeply connected, right? In terms of how social media platforms have even changed some of their politics. Many of these platforms in the early days cared a lot about climate change and the leaders talked a lot about sort of ensuring that there were regulations for the future of our environment. And you see them completely silent as we see our federal government pull out of all sorts of agreements that are meant to keep our air safe, our water safe, both here in this country and around the world. And so all of that, right, is a result of kind of the role and the way that capitalism works, the ways in which trying to take as much money from the bottom and moving as much to the top, and along the way privatizing every single aspect of how our society works. And then along the way, you actually then have to make people less powerful who are going to stand up to that. And who has been some of the most powerful people at standing up to that? Black people, Black women in particular, in terms of voting, in terms of engagement. And along the way, you have to decrease their political power. So, right, we see after Obama's elected, we see the American Legislative Exchange Council, ALEC, do a whole campaign to move voter ID laws into states around the country. The American Legislative Exchange Council was built by the same man who founded the Heritage Foundation. And all of these institutions are funded by some of the biggest corporations in America, who have put money both behind the scenes and sometimes their logos out front, all sort of in service of being able to have these vehicles deliver for them all the things on taxes, all the things on no regulation, all the things that allow them to determine how our economy and how our democracy works. So how we got here is because the other side organized. They built power, they made investments, and they recognized the role of being able to fuel an organized base of people to be able to make these demands, to believe that these things were for them. And on our side,
well, Rashad, before you get to our side, I want to jump in for a second, because I mean you were preaching here. You were saying all the things I wanted you to say, and I'm glad you're saying it. But I'm really glad you mentioned Black women, and I'm really glad you mentioned the importance of having a long-term vision, because we have somebody who's joining us right now, Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, who is a Black woman who knows more about the importance of the long-term strategy of doing this than just about anyone else, who's able to see the vision. We don't have to agree with the presidential candidate on every issue in order to support the policy, the initiatives that person can deliver, and the Supreme Court justice and the federal judges that person delivers. So Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, Representative Omar, I want to thank you for joining us, and I want you to chime in, if you will, and add a few words about the importance of long-term vision.
Yeah, thanks, Keith, for having me. I think Rashad was preaching. Some real facts. I mean, I think I'll just pick up from where Brother Rashad stopped. I think it's really important for us to look at the Republican playbook on what a long-term vision looks like, right? If you even just think about Roe versus Wade, that was a 50-year plan.
Yes.
That was a meticulous, slow-moving 50-year strategy to get that overturned. And I think for many of us, we want instant gratification. We want to go to the street today, get a policy change tomorrow, and then go home the day after that. And that is not how any sort of movement is able to get any kind of changes. Even if we think about the civil rights movement, many people don't know that the Montgomery bus boycott, that actually lasted over a year.
Thank you.
Right, we hear the story, we learn about it in the history books, but we think of it as a week. We think of it as a week, right? We're like, oh, they were able to get this done, and even now today, when we're strategizing about what it means for people to boycott Target and other spaces that are basically saying they don't need Black business, we are already celebrating some victories on the amount of dollars they're losing. So that tells you that people might be willing to go back, feel like they got a punch, and that is enough for us to teach them a lesson. Yep. If we are ever going to have any sort of sustained wins, not just as Black people, but people who care about this country and who want it to work for everyone, we have to understand that, nothing happens over time. And nothing happens in a vacuum, that we all have to collectively work together, whether it's lawmakers like myself, whether it's journalists like yourself, whether it's change makers like Brother Rashad. Like, we all are in this movement together. And that this small building, whether we pick on an issue that's on a local level and we drive it all the way up to a federal level, or whether we do it the other way around. It's important for people to understand that resistance takes time, and it takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of energy, and also change making takes a lot of time, a lot of energy, and it's not something that happens overnight. And once we get the change, this is what the last thing I will say. Once we get the change, we have to also continue to be in that fight. Right? The losses from the civil rights movement didn't happen over time. We didn't win, and then they didn't, elect their people and change everything. Right? They slowly tried to work to dismantle every single win, and they still have more to go. And so we have to stay vigilant. We can't say, oh my God, we've won these rights. We have these rights as Americans, and this is going to stay in the books. No, they're fighting us every single day, whether it is through local government, whether it is through state, whether it is through the federal government, whether it is just the rulemaking process in these different levels. And it is up to us to pay attention and not to fight each other, but fight for each other.
Well, Representative Omar, I thank you for joining us. We really appreciate that. And I want to thank you personally, too, because I remember during the election, during the campaign, when a lot of people were concerned about Gaza, as you were one of the leading voices about this as well. And I just wanted people to see that, yes, you can speak out about injustice in Gaza and still support a candidate for president, because you understand the long-term consequences of electing somebody like Donald Trump as president. So thank you for your leadership.
Unfortunately, we are seeing it today. So hopefully people learn from it.
Thank you so much, Representative Omar.
Thank you.
And Rashad, I just want to go back to this whole point about like what we can do on two levels. First is social media, and the second on the corporate media. I've been confused for a long time because it seems like every platform is compromised right now. Twitter X is owned by Elon Musk, which is problematic. I had to quit that. Meta, Instagram, Facebook, Threads, all owned by Mark Zuckerberg, and he's ended content moderation over there, and he's sitting next to Donald Trump at the inauguration. TikTok, they're now in bed with Donald Trump and the Trump administration in order to stay alive. there are African American places to go. There's Fan Base, there's Spoutable, there's Spill. There's also Blue Sky. There's all these different places people can meet. But I wonder if the purpose of all this sort of attacks on the social media was to sort of force us not to have a place where we could organize.
Well, absolutely. I mean, but I think in some ways, Keith, it goes back to what I was saying about sort of the ways in which capitalism and really does drive a set of behaviors when we don't have it checked, when we don't have rules, when we don't have a way in which the people have control. And when capitalism becomes stronger than democracy, we end up. And so I'm going to, as someone who was like in the room with many of the biggest leaders of these platforms, having spent time meeting with Mark Zuckerberg, having spent time at Google and at Twitter, both before Elon Musk bought it and then met with him right after he bought it. Part of the problem, and hearing this from someone who's led boycotts against these platforms, has worked to hold them accountable, has won some things along the way where they've announced real changes that they were making in terms of that, only to roll back. Our cars are not safe because of the benevolence of the auto industry. They are safe because of rules and regulation. And expecting a billionaire to choose rules and regulation when it may get in the way of their growth and their profit is actually a fool's errand. And so we do have to rise up. And yes, I urge all of us to use the various new platforms and the new entries, but recognizing the ways in which it's a setup. And we can't simply outrun capitalism. We can't outrun the rigged system without actually winning new rules. The same way with our cars, like our food is not safe on our shelves because there's not regulation and rules. And so yes, I'm not saying anything against the new platforms. I'm not saying anything about supporting Black institutions and Black media and Black-owned companies. And at the same time, we have to work to actually change the rules. Because if we don't change the rules, we actually will just be in a situation, even as Facebook and some of these companies are starting to say now that they are for certain types of regulations. They are actually for a type of regulation that will make it harder for new companies to actually enter the marketplace. They're kind of making this sort of agreement to actually be regulated in such a way that would make it impossible for a new company to ever meet those regulatory standards. You actually have to already be a strong player in the field, have a lot of money, have a lot of resources. And so as we even think about what type of rules and regulations, we will need people at the table who actually do believe that we need many choices. And we can't have it go the same way as our media environment has gone, where we did have opportunities for many voices on the media, and we see a shrinking of that as well, that is aided once again by rules and regulation. So I am not trying to push back against the innovation, but this is why who's in power, who's elected, who controls the rules is so incredibly important, because it's not just about our brilliance and our creativity. They will stifle that with the rules and the regulations if we don't, or the lack of rules and regulations, if we don't actually have a real strategy and a real game plan.
And I'm glad you said that. And it also reminds me of one of my favorite passages from Audre Lorde, who said, "The master's tools will never dismantle the master's house." But on that note, we have another member of Congress who's joining us. Representative Gregory Meeks is here. And Representative Meeks, you are a member of Congress, a person in power. What's your take on what's happening right now with the State of the Union and President Trump? And what's your plan for action for tonight?
Well, first, I've been enjoying Brother Robinson and his dialogue and conversation, because I think he's absolutely on point, particularly when you're talking about rules and understand the power of what that means. Because when you are in the position that I'm in, and those who are members of the Congressional Black Caucus, when we are in power, we help set those rules. We help, we then, when there's a hearing that's being had, we determine who testifies. We determine and hold any administration accountable as a result of that. And that's why elections are really important. And that's why the guy that is current, the president of the United States, he's going just the opposite way, because his interest is just to empower the billionaires who are his boys that he sees that's around him. And our interest is completely different from that. So you see a situation when you're talking about a budget, for example, where their first priority is to dismantle some of those rules so that they can make more money, as well as to make certain tax cuts permanent so that they can make more money and have more money at the expense of those who will need Medicaid, or Medicare, or Social Security, or CHIPS. So all of that is really important. So what you asked the question about tonight. Tonight is significant for all of us, because I think that we have to have a multi-plan moving forward with everybody understanding that they have a role, even if those roles are different. I'm, been a member a long time, and I understand. I saw Congresswoman Ilhan Omar talking about civil rights movement, etc. But I understand that we also have to make sure that we need both. We need the person that's going to be the strong advocate on the outside, and we need the individuals that's going to be on the inside to then use that advocacy to help them make those changes that are necessary. And we need to make sure that we're doing it and working together and understanding that. So, for example, I can recall growing up as a kid, hearing individuals, I'm from New York, those who supported and loved Malcolm X at the time did not love Dr. King. And those who loved Dr. King did not like Malcolm X. We needed both of them.
The inside-outside strategy.
Inside, outside. And so I'm hoping and looking at that we're planning today to do an inside and outside game, which is tremendously important. So some of us will be inside to look that guy in the face, just like Dr. King looked Bull Connor in the face when he's working. And some needs to be on the outside, making sure they're making all the noise that they can so that we can help turn this thing around and make sure that we then are together when it comes to elections, for example, of which people died for. And when we do those elections, we understand, for example, Hakeem Jeffries would then be the Speaker of the House of Representatives. 4 members of the Congressional Black Caucus would be chairs of major committees, and over 32 members of the Congressional Black Caucus will be chairs of subcommittees. And then we work, and everybody doesn't have to know everything that we're doing because we talk among ourselves. We work with folks on the outside and pull some in, like Brother Robinson. He should be one of the guys that was on, for example, the Energy and Commerce Committee to talk about what he knows in regards to technology and moving forward and giving us, one of the biggest secrets, I think, in town is when I was chair, for example, of the Foreign Affairs Committee, I would go to people who looked like the people here and said, this was all, when I was on the Financial Services Committee, also with Maxine Waters, we would go to you. And when we had when we had a Musk or a Zuckerberg or somebody coming for us, we would go to you and say, what do you want us to say to them? What questions do you want us to make sure is addressed so that we're dealing with those issues with those of you who are the experts in that particular area?
Well, thank you very much, Representative Meeks. We appreciate you taking time out of your busy day to join us, and we wish you the best for tonight, and stay strong.
Thanks.
All right. And Brother Robinson, I'm glad that Representative Meeks was here and had a chance to talk about using our power. We only have a few minutes left, but I just want to sort of bring it to an end in terms of what strategies we can actually take or adopt in this moment to make change. And one of the things I wanted to ask Representative Meeks, but didn't have a chance to ask him because we have limited time, is, I'm curious why members of Congress who, even though they're not in the majority, why they aren't holding field hearings out there or going out and talking to federal workers who've been fired, or even though you don't have the power to bring people into the Capitol Hill, you have the power to create a scene by what you do. So what kind of things can people do? Not just members of Congress, but ordinary people and individuals and organizations. How can we make a change in the coming years, in the coming days, weeks, months, and years?
Well, first and foremost, join into something. Become part of a local organization, a national organization. Individual activism is not going to get us over the hill in this moment. It's going to be about collective will, collective power, and building power together. Secondly, I think that we really do need to focus on the enablers. All of our energy cannot be focused at Donald Trump, but at the forces that are playing hear no evil, speak no evil, and see no evil. And they have to actually be held accountable. Corporations, media institutions, other elected officials, creating an environment that makes it incredibly hard for people to go about their day to day if they are supporting and they are aiding Donald Trump and this administration, if they are aiding and supporting Elon Musk takeover of the government. And so that enabler strategy actually has to then have a real strategic imperative that it has a long game behind it, that actually sort of goes after the bottom lines of corporations. And that's why I think we have to focus very much first on public facing companies who come to our community and say, buy our products or use our services, and actually get very clear with them around that, and then have very clear demands around how they should operate and engage in this current environment. So there's the sort of corporate behavior. We also have to both amplify and find ways to engage in the voices that are telling the stories that we want to see, making sure that those homes and those places, whether it be outlets like this or what Roland Martin is doing, or some of the other sort of Black media outlets, Angela Rye's podcast.
Rashad, I'm sorry I gave you an assignment that was impossible to do in 2.5 minutes, but you did your job. You did your job. And, I want to,
and you are always so great, my brother. And I appreciate you so much. Yes.
They say all that is necessary for evil to prevail is that good people do nothing. And you are doing something, and the people who are watching this are doing something. Don't let anybody take away your power. Know that you have power. I want to bring back Amy into the conversation, and thank you for allowing us to be a part of this for this past 30 minutes. And thank you for all of those who've been watching, because it's been a great opportunity to just get people mobilized and know that you can do something.
Incredible. Thank you so much, Keith, Rashad. You're amazing. And let me just remind you, if you're just tuning in, State of the People and StateOfThePeople.media is where you go to be part of this 24-hour broadcast. It's really special. It's an alternative. Like, the State of the Union with all the lies, the misinformation, all that stuff is happening tonight. But what's happening here are, the nation's best thinkers, organizers, strategists, journalists who are sharing their best thinking right now. So if you haven't had a chance to share this broadcast and live stream, do so. We are in 14 of 24 hours. We're going to be here 24 hours. So we're 14 hours in. And this next hour, I'm really excited. I want to say thank you both to Keith and Rashad for sharing your brilliance. And we'll see you, I know, out in these streets where there's so much we're covering. I'm joining from Oakland, California, and there's people from all over the country. This next hour is about the 92%. It's about the 92%. It's about Black women. And we're going to focus this next half hour on Black women and the backlash that we're in the midst of right now, organizing in the hostile political environment. And I want to ask my friend, colleague, sister, Ashanti Golark, who is president of Emerge, founder of the Brown Girls Guide to Politics, to join. I'm so happy to see you here.
Oh, I'm so happy to see you, sis. You've been killing this moderation. Love it.
Yeah, and I'm really, this is our chance to talk about the 92%.
Mm-hmm.
And this is our chance to talk about what the reality for Black women is. And if you don't mind, I will just, I'd love to hear your take, because if you look at TikTok or you look at, Facebook, a lot of Black women say, we did our part.
Mm-hmm.
It's time for us to rest. But this is not about rest exactly. How are you looking at the moment for Black women?
Yes. I mean, after the election, we were all tired. After every election, we're tired because we continue to do our part. And not just in presidential elections. There are elections every single year. And we show up, we volunteer, we are the campaign staffers, we're the candidates on the ballot, and everyone else doesn't do their part. I was just saying to someone the other day, I was like, voting is the worst group project ever. Because Black women, we always show up, we have studied, we're ready, we're acing the test. Not everyone else is with us. But we also know as Black women, this is what they want. They want for us to say that we're done, because then they can do all of the things that they want, which is make sure that things don't change. When we show up, when we have our voices, when we have our seats at the table, we are making sure that this is an inclusive and reflective democracy. We move things forward. And there's a huge group of people in this country, in the White House, that do not want that. That's why they don't want our voices, our power, because then they get the status quo, which means it's just things for them, their rich friends, especially rich white men, and we continue to be at the disadvantage. And while we all are tired, we still have to show up. And one of the things that I like to talk about is the fact that we don't have to think about the macro and huge. We can think about micro. What are the small things that we can do to incorporate this activism into our everyday life? If you are going to church, you can show up to church a little bit early or stay a little bit late and tell people that you're going to be there so you can talk about the issues facing the community. If you're involved in a parent-teacher organization, you can let people know that you will draft the templates to email to the elected officials and school board members saying that this is absolutely unacceptable. If you're involved in social clubs, email 5 friends to come with you who will care about the issues that you are talking about, that are going to be talked about, if they're impacting them. So there's all of these little things that we can continue to do as Black women to make change in this country during this time, because our voices are needed. And especially with all the rollbacks with DEI, equity and justice, today he's saying that he's going to ban protesting on college campus. They want to limit our voices, and we cannot let that happen.
Yeah, we're watching the breakdown of democracy. And I have to tell you, it's like we're being gaslit a lot of times when people are like, oh, we'll wait for it to get bad, or when democracy is threatened, or this is only going to be 4 more years, or I'm going to go about business as usual. But, most Black women I talk to, we know what is happening. And in a moment, we're going to be joined by some, wonderful representatives in Congress. But before, I just want to remind Black women who we are, okay? Because Ashanti, you and I, in our respective work, and I know at Achieve the People, we like to remind Black women, you're the highest vote turnout of any race or gender. You're the most educated group in this country. You lead most all of the justice movements for racial, economic, gender justice. And we are what's called super influencers, which is why Black women are so precious, important in this next phase. A couple hours ago, our sister Latasha Brown with Black Voters Matter said, we got a nation build, and we got to think radical imagination. And I would just want to, keep that going. Congresswoman Shafilius McCormick, we're coming to you soon. And I want to just bring in Maya Wiley, who is part of this conversation. We talk about radical imagination. We're talking about imagining something that we Black women have been fighting for 300 years.
We sure have. And frankly, the progress this country has made for everyone has been on the backs of Black women. So you're welcome.
You're welcome. Before we go to the Congresswoman, Maya Wiley, when you think about organizing and the backlash and the difficulties facing Black women in particular, what comes to mind for you?
Well, first, what comes to mind is resilience. And I think it's important to say that up front. Black women have faced hardship for generations and have nonetheless never stopped fighting, never stopped fighting for our families, for our children, for the future of this country. And what comes to mind first is that it is still and will consistently be Black women who continue to fight. But I'm also thinking about how we're also so often, as is the case, those blamed by those who are victimized by fairness, those who are where the effort is to take us out of the game because they can't really compete. And, we've seen these signs, but where we become the people who not only bear the brunt of the rollbacks on everything from our rights, but also spending cuts. When we looked at the spending freeze that was going to happen, some of it affected every American. But as we know, when we need to see a doctor when we're pregnant, And when we want to have healthy babies, when those kinds of cuts come, they come first to our communities and to us. And so I also think of the incredible importance of that resilience, but also how so much of this country needs to understand that when we do well, the country does well. And when we don't do well, the country doesn't do well. So rather than making us a part of the problem, recognize that we are the solution.
We are the solution. And I want to bring in Congresswoman Shafilius McCormick, who's, I know you got a busy day. And I know you're in the green room. I'm really glad you could stop by. We're talking about Black women. What is this moment for you? What is your plan for the State of the Union? What wisdom and experience can you share with us at this critical moment?
Well, right now, as a Black lawmaker who is a woman in Congress, our goal is to really be strategic. We need to be strategic at this moment and understand when we step in, when we fight, and what we're fighting for. I think we haven't heard the president or any Republican articulate a vision that not only incorporates us, but our families, our parents, every single generation. The lie they sold America of this going to be an economic opportunity for everyone is playing out every single day, that it was nothing but just that, a lie, a scheme, an agenda to trick everybody into thinking that they were going to do something. What we have actually seen more cuts, more rolling back of everything we put in place to give Black people, Black women, an opportunity to have a pipeline into government, a pipeline into federal jobs, a pipeline into actually living a better life. And so with all this tearing down, I want to see if they have any kind of real vision that they want to articulate. I'm 100% sure they will not. And I'm 100% sure that even if they did want to say diversity, equity, inclusion, that there was something negative about this, I always ask, so what is the merit standard you want to put forth? Please let me know, because there's one thing that I know for sure. No matter what standard you put forth that is merit-based, we will not only meet it, but we will exceed it, because we are the highest educated, because we are the hardest working, because we've been on jobs longer than any other race or gender waiting for a promotion. So what is that standard? Please spell it out, because we'll meet it and we'll exceed it. And I think we shouldn't be feeling bad or feeling down or feeling tired. I think we need to move more strategic. I think we need to know when we're going to enter the scene, how we're going to enter it, and make sure that when we do enter the conversation, that they are incorporating us intentionally, that we're not a bystander being incorporated, that we're not just coming in fighting someone else's fight, and then once we win, it goes to them and not us. This is a moment for us to be included intentionally, for us to be leveraged intentionally, and for not being taken for granted.
And I know you have a very, very busy evening, but let me just ask this before we let you go. You know, there's a lot of Black women around the country who are just wondering where our power is right now. Where is our leverage right now? Things look so positive a few months ago, and now we're facing this situation. I mean, what do you say to just the average person?
Well, we still have our power. You can't argue about the power that Black women have. That is not the issue. The issue is, did they trust us when we were telling them this was happening? So I think the entire country now has to take a seat back and been like, you know what? We should have trusted Black women, because look at where we at. I mean, if you even look at who my guest is today, I have a guest today who came here from Florida working for the CDC, and she thought this might actually be a good administration. And who was the first on the chopping block? It was her. Right. And if you had believed us and realized that they're not just coming for us and our family, they're looking to elevate only white men in a certain situation, that this was never about all of America and Americans being first. This was about the billionaires being first. Everyone was duped. And so I think as people are coming back and they're realizing this, the next time we speak and we leverage our power, I really suggest you pay attention to us, because we never fight for ourselves. We're always fighting for all Americans. We're always fighting for everybody's family. We're always fighting for all the races. And we continue to be the conscience of all America, and we will. So trust us when we tell you this was the best option. And the next time we come out and we're fighting, you better be fighting with us, because we're fighting for your best interest.
I heard that. Trust us. Thank you very much, Congresswoman.
Thank you for having me.
Ashanti, we're going to be, when you work in the states, and I know you get state legislators elected in so many places around the country. I mean, it's hard to make that argument, isn't it?
Like, it is, but when I look at our work at Emerge, and this is probably my favorite statistic from last election cycle, we may not have gotten the big win with Vice President Harris, but at Emerge, our Black women performed the best. They had a 70% win rate. I need for us to remember that when Black women do run for office, we win. And there are people in this country who are hungry for our leadership because they know that we're going to be in there, we're going to get things done. But just like the Congresswoman said, we bring everyone to the table. That is how we are, because when we focus on the issues that are impacting us as Black women, Black people, it's just going to make life better for everyone. So we do have to know that there is good happening out there, and they want to drown us out with a negative. They want to keep the narrative going that, oh, Kamala didn't win, so we shouldn't have Black women in office. They're not electable, viable, which I can't stand those words, electable and viable, because they are code for straight white man with money. That's who we need to run. That's who can win. And our Black women, they won in districts that were majority white. They were won in districts that were majority Black and brown people, mixed. Black women can win everywhere. So it is important that we show up, and we have to put our names on the ballot. There's 520,000 elected offices in this country, everyone. That's 520,000 people that get to shape our lives with a stroke of a pen. The majority of them are at the state and local level. Let's be those people as Black women. When I look at our work in state legislatures, as Amy was talking about, when I look at the top 10 states that have the most women serving in state houses, Emerge has affiliates in 8 out of 10 of those states. 3 of our alums are speakers of the House, including Joanna McClinton, the first Black woman speaker in Pennsylvania, the first woman speaker. There's still so much progress to be made, but that doesn't happen if we just say, nah, I'm out, I'm gonna wait. Let's run so we can truly run this down country.
I mean, this really could be a time. Yeah, this could be a time where we do see a whole new cadre of leaders and different kind, bolder, courageous leaders standing up. This is the thing though, Maya, I just like, it is true that we want leaders to run, and it is also true that we are in a hostile environment. What is the reality? I mean, you're one of the top civil rights leaders in the country. What's the reality there? And like, is the battle going to be in the states and locally? You know, how do you see this rolling out?
Well, first of all, let me say the battle's everywhere. So yes, to state and local. And I think Ashanti's exactly right about recognizing that we can contest, that we are not just highly qualified, but often the best people for the job, particularly when we're talking about public office. And that at the same time, we're not going to go away and turn our backs on the national, and should not. But it's both. It's all of. And particularly in an environment like we are in right now, when from a civil rights perspective, we have been watching them, and I say them because it is a specific group of people who ideologically are working to make it harder for us in our communities to vote in order to hold on to power. And not just Black communities, but also Latino communities, Asian American communities, Native American communities, but often Asian American communities, targeting communities of color with the big lies about whether or not our elections are free and fair. I mean, the reality is we're making it harder for them to be free and fair by using the lie that somehow we can't be trusted about whether or not we have the legal right to vote. And I say that because that affects state and local, not just national. That's congressional races, but that's also state house races. It's when you see the attack on the census, just the way in which our Constitution says count everyone, and making it difficult. And this is another thing this administration is going to come for, the count. That impacts apportionment of our of seats in state houses. That's about how much power and voice we have. So I think we have to fight everywhere. I mean, we're very fortunate that we have Congresswoman Terry Sewell, who is continuing the fight for voting rights at the federal level, as we also have to fight in state houses, in local government, to ensure that we have the right to do what we have the right to do. And we can't concede any of it. But that is a big part of the rigging. The other part is by kind of suggesting to people it doesn't matter if they vote or not, that things won't change for them. We know that's not true. We know it makes a huge difference to have people in office who know and understand the experiences of our communities. because they know and understand the problems, and then they solve them.
Is it more dangerous for Black women to organize in this moment, Ashanti? To run for office in this moment?
Here's the thing, Amy, it's always been that way. The racism, the misogyny, the attacks is part of wanting to keep us not involved. It's part of them wanting to limit our voices. So this backlash, it isn't new. We have always dealt with it. Like every single woman who has stepped up and said, I want my voice heard. I'm going to make a difference. I'm going to be appointed to a commission. I'm going to serve in elected office. I'm going to organize my community. The backlash, it's always there. I think right now it's a lot more evident because we live in this age of social media and we have 24/7 coverage. So it's kind of more people are seeing a lot of what we've already known, is how I like to explain it.
Well, you've supported Black women, both who were in movement, who were organizers, who then ran for office. And I would just ask both of you, and I will just share my own perspective of how we prepare Black women for this moment. If Black women are called, as we know we will be, as we're getting over the shock of the election and our disappointment with other people in the so-called Democratic coalition for staying home or not supporting us at the rates that we did, as we emerge from that, we do have to have clear eyes about what the challenges are for us as Black women. I agree with you, Ashanti. I don't think it's new. I do think there are strategies that we can offer people in terms of making sure that their physical person is protected, their online is protected, that they have in their own personal life community that they can rely on, that they don't move too far from movement, and some of these things. What other things would you say, and more specific than I offered? I was talking very generally, but what are your thoughts?
I'll go ahead and start. And I think, Amy, I want to really hit on something that you had said is make sure you have your sisterhood. That is going to be something that is really going to hold you down during your time in leadership, no matter how you serve. Like, I'll tell a quick story. I celebrated 5 years of being president of Emerge 2 weeks ago. I'm the first Black woman to lead this organization. And the first person to call me when I landed in San Francisco for my final interview, not even quite sure how she knew I had landed and I was there, was Amy, who was telling me, I got this. So have that sisterhood and know that there are so many Black women that have your back. We may not know each other, but we are out there rooting for one another, because it is just so imperative that we show up and that we're leading and we are in these positions, but also take care of yourself. I have an app on my phone called Opal, which I love. It limits my social media to an hour a day. I highly recommend it. And guess what? I still get the news that I need because the group chats are always popping, because the sisters are making sure that I'm getting this article, I'm seeing this on Blue Sky. So we can do this and still take care of ourselves, be happy. And like the vice president said, we still have to find our joy in this moment, and we can find our joy in pushing back, because nothing's going to piss them off more than us showing up and stopping all of their stuff and saying, you did not kill us. You did not make life horrible. We are here and we are stronger than ever.
It's so beautiful. Maya?
I mean, I don't want to say anything after that. That was just a mic drop.
That was a mic drop. And Congresswoman Bonnie Watson Coleman is here and is joining us. But Maya, just a quick word in this moment.
Look, I think it is incredibly important that we recognize how much social media is being utilized to weaponize not just words, but in some instances to incite. And I don't say that because to drive fear. There's a way to face it down, and it's the way we also organize on social media to ensure that we're a protection network, just as you said. We have to be ready to flood the zone when the attacks come on social media. For any Black woman who's either running for office or leading in some way, whether it's in a corporation or in a federal government or in a state house or locally. because that is actually how it works. And the internet space is to do that, and also to demand and go after the companies that are not protecting us online. That is also something we can do collectively and together, and that includes especially how our elected sisters are targeted and how we can help keep them safe.
Now, and speaking of elected, Congresswoman Bonnie Watson Coleman, thank you so much for joining. We're just talking about Black women. We're talking about the backlash. We're talking about how we survive, dare I say thrive in this moment. And you know, you're there in DC. We got, you know, tonight, State of the Union. You know, talk to us more about this moment.
This is an unprecedented moment, and I hope that this moment is turning into a movement, because we do see these organic demonstrations that are emerging around issues, but we don't see that collectiveness that we really need to see, that volume. Tonight we don't know what to expect. And so we're kind of like sitting on our seats wondering, you know, how do we respond to this? I'm going to the joint message tonight because I have a guest who's been very instrumental in going back and forth to Gaza and delivering healthcare. And I think Gaza is something that we haven't been talking about lately, talking about Ukraine, talking about the craziness that's happening with all the EOs. And not really focusing on us, depending upon us as Black women on in everything from elections to families to communities to just being the sacrifice that's necessary to keep the things. We're the glue, you know, but at the same time, we're the glue that has the economic disparity. You know, we've got housing insecurity, we've got food insecurity, we've got children that we need to nurture and don't have the capacity to do that. We have the healthcare disparities. We're still at the sort of bottom of the rung when it comes to caring about us. That's why I was just so impressed with the study that was done, An Economy for All, Black Women Best. I thought people would get caught up in the title of it, but if they read it and recognize that by focusing our attention and our solutions on those who are at the lowest rung of the economic ladder and creating an environment where there is a floor beneath which no one has to live, then we would be elevating everybody. We'd be elevating everyone's economy. We're right now at a time where we're trying to figure out how to keep Black women motivated, how, even though we're disappointed and we've been disrespected and disregarded and underappreciated for all that we've done, we can't give in. We can't not show up because it just doesn't work without us. So for me, the challenge is, how do I keep having conversations? How do I keep saying to people when they say to me, well, what more can I do? Well, your voice must be heard. You must talk to your friends in the red states, talk to your friends in the blue states, call your members, state, federal, and whatever, and let them know where you stand on issues. Even call us when you know we're on your side, because we need to be able to report out that we're being inundated with calls because people don't think that we're doing enough. And so my greatest frustration is that I know that the sisters in the House and in the Senate, because we got two over there, doing as much as we can to be on whatever platform. Anybody wants to interview us, you want to tag us, you want to do whatever, you know, we're willing to be out there and do it. But it seems that the media is cool on us unless we're saying something that's real salacious, or doing something that's real salacious, like being at an award show half naked, you know. And it is a very difficult time for all of us, because we could allow ourselves to be depressed.
Oh, we have been depressed, Congresswoman. Let us be honest in this forum.
We can't be depressed. We can be momentarily pissed off and hurt, but to be depressed means that there is a daunting of our power, a lessening of our energy. And our children, my granddaughter, she needs me now more than ever, because I see what's happening at her being 11. What's going to happen when I'm not here and she's 21? You know,
and you're talking about the generational responsibility that we Black women feel, and that is real. That is real. And Congresswoman, we're gonna wrap up this conversation. I'll ask you, Ashanti, and you, Maya. I think for Black women like us, we look forward and we also look back. Leave us with just a couple of sentences. Who inspires you, and a word to move forward for everybody. Ashanti, you want to start us off?
I will. I mean, I feel like I can't even name names. I'm just really inspired by every single Black woman who paved the way for us to even be here and have this conversation and talk about moving forward. We get to move forward because of everything that they did. And my word is just power. I want for us as Black women to continue to own our power, because we have it. They want to take it away, and we're not going to let them.
That's it. That's it. Maya?
Well, look, you see this photo behind me?
Is that Shirley Chisholm?
That is Shirley Chisholm. And I'm both someone who lives in Brooklyn, from the first Black woman to sit in Congress, but also to run for president of the United States. And what Shirley Chisholm taught us, not both in word and deed, was don't let anyone tell you you can't. And one of the things that she also, and she famously said, if they won't give you a seat at the table, bring a folding chair. We have more chairs at the table and don't need a folding chair. And we have to remember it and use those. So thank you, Congresswoman, for having one of those chairs. But she also, when she ran for president, when everybody kept telling her, but you can't win. And when even some of the Black members of the first Congressional Black Caucus disrespected her for running. And people claim you can't win. Why are you doing this? And she said, someone has to be the first. And that determination, so my word is determination.
I love it.
She was determined for Kamala. She was determined for everyone who is holding a seat that a Black woman hasn't held before, but also for telling all of us, just because we don't get the seat doesn't mean it didn't matter that we didn't try. And I think we have to remember that as well.
No, these are words. And listen, I'm so grateful, Ashanti and Maya, for both of you. And Congresswoman, do you mind staying on? We're going to keep talking about the 92%. Okay. In this segment, as we wrap up, I just want to wish you, Ashanti and Maya, to go in grace, determination, power in your work. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And you are here with State of the People, StateOfThePeople.media. Thank you very much, Maya.
Yeah.
And as we get ready for our powerhouse panel next, I will just say that State of the People was a brainchild. It came together very quickly. The people behind the scenes are brilliant. If you are part of this now 14 and a half hours into the broadcast, you'll know as a part of a 24-hour that, the State of the Union is happening elsewhere, but the truth and the spirit and looking forward is happening right here. So spread the word. My friend and sister, Karen Finney, is here to introduce our next panel. It's good to see you, Karen.
It's so good to see you. I am not looking quite as glam as you. I just got off a plane, but I'm so excited to be here. The whole plane ride, I was like, I have to get there so I can do this. I'm so excited. Thank you so much, Amy. As Amy mentioned, we have Congresswoman Bonnie Watson Coleman with us. We are so excited and so honored to have her with us. We're about to do 45 minutes on the state of Black women. And this is brought to you by Power Rising, which was founded, frankly, in 2017, 2018, after the last time Donald Trump became president, because we knew we needed a space for Black women, a place for us to come together to create our own agenda. And just like this 24-hour marathon of magic, of Black excellence, has been about having a space where we come together and you're hearing our voices. So if we could bring Congresswoman Bonnie Watson Coleman up, that would be wonderful. We also are going to have with us in this first segment Joteka Edie, who is the founder of Win with Black Women, among many other fabulous titles that I could name. And also joining us, the one and only Glenda Carr, who is the president and CEO of Higher Heights for America. And we're going to start, obviously, with the Congresswoman. We know you have to go. We know you have important places to be, but we're so grateful for your time. And Congressman, I want to start with you. We're talking about the 92%, but you play a very special role in the Congressional Black Caucus as the chair of the Caucus on Black Women and Girls. And we would love to just start to hear from your perspective in this moment, since we're talking about the state of Black women. What are you seeing? What are you thinking about right now in this moment about how we protect Black women, make sure we protect the gains that we've made, and protect our Black girls from everything that we're seeing?
I know, Karen. I first of all, let me just say that it is a pleasure to be here with you, and an honor and a pleasure to be with these two amazing women and the work that they do. So when I think of the state of Black women and the impact that even Power Rising has had on us, I think of the fact that we recognize that we work in spaces that we're very efficient and effective in, and that we're very needed in, but then we don't necessarily get the credit for the work that we've done. We don't necessarily get the recognition or the opportunity to sit in the leadership positions, whether it's the Democratic Party or some other entity, that respects the fact that you depended so much on our being there. Our challenges are numerous. Our challenges are disparities in healthcare, disparities in economic well-being, disparities in jobs and opportunities. No matter how rich we are or how educated we are, we have negative impacts with regard to childbirth and things of that nature that shouldn't take place. So to me, the system is not applying the kind of research and searching for the answers to the questions that will help to make us healthy. The Congressional Caucus on Black Women and Girls was established precisely for that reason. We said we can't fix everything, but we can certainly elevate some of the discussions that have been ignored and some of the policies that have ignored the consequences on us. And so we fight this every day. Every day something comes up, especially in this administration, that impacts so many people, but then we can also see that slice that impacts our ability to be good mothers, good women, good professionals, representing where we're capable of representing. So we're fighting the fight.
Congressman, one of the things that we're going to talk about, and one of the things that I have been saying to people when they say, what can we do? I keep saying we can support our Black women leaders who are on the front lines, because Congressman, you didn't say this, but I know that it has gotten a lot harder. I know it's gotten a lot harder to be a Black woman in America. I know it has gotten a lot harder to be on Capitol Hill as a Democrat, as a Black woman. How can we support you? How are you taking care of yourself? Because part of what we want to be talking about in this section is how are we taking care of ourselves, our health, our well-being, our spirituality, our peace of mind.
Let me just say something about Power Rising with regard to that. Because Power Rising was that wonderful combination. We were going to deal with the issues, but we were also going to elevate our sort of spiritual needs. We were going to, have a little bit of preaching, a little bit of singing, a little bit of dancing, a little bit of, just letting it go. And then having people, validators, speak to our concerns and to say it's okay to not be okay. We do have a sisterhood. I feel very much connected to my sisters in Congress. and even to my staffers. I mean, I feel that we're here for a purpose, that we know it's tough. We know that it's sometimes very difficult to get our voices heard, but we still got a responsibility to do it. I believe that, you know, we do keep increasing in number, and we have to recognize that collectively, if we work together, we could have more say in things. And it's important that people see the need to pursue policies and practices and legislation that look to how it impacts us. Because if you elevate the status of those at the lowest economic rung, like us, then you make life better for everybody. So like, what's so difficult to understand? You know, 1 in 5 Black women live in poverty. And that doesn't mean that they're not educated or able to work. It's just they're in low-paying jobs or no-paying jobs. It should not be in America. And so there are people, you know, like my sisters in the House and the 2 in the Senate that recognize that and recognize that we got a responsibility to speak on that and to move legislation and, you know, other things and conversations that elevate the discussion so that people realize there are consequences of ignoring us. And that's a big deal. It should be consequences in ignoring us.
You know, that's so important. I want to pick up on that, and then we're going to let you go, because you just said 2 things I want us to really just take in and hear, which is the consequences of ignoring us. When, by the way, as you first said, we do a lot of the work that we don't get credit for, but they sure know when we're not there, don't they? They sure, you know, when we said at the beginning of this year, you know what, go ask somebody else. We're the 92%. We're going to take a break for a beat. People sure were up in arms. And so, Congresswoman, I just thank you for what you are doing. Thank you for fighting the good fight, because as I said, we know it's harder now than ever before. And we know you're going to be there fighting for us and being that voice in the room and that seat at the table. And so we're so grateful.
Yeah, Karen, and we're fortunate to have Dakota and to have Glenda. You know, they bring in special needs. We're really happy with Glenda because she sends us money. You know, Black women, it's difficult to raise money in Congress or any place else. So one way of helping us is to help us do that. But the other way is to let us know. Let us know when you think we're moving in the right direction. Let us know when you think we're missing something. Let us know that you're praying for us, because I'm praying for all of us. And let us know that there's the love that surpasses all understanding down here, because now is the time to show that love will trump evil.
Amen. Amen. Well, we are praying for you. We are grateful for you. I know Joteka and Glenda join me in that. So thank you, Congresswoman. And we know you've got important things to go do. So thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
Karen. Thank you, ladies. Good to see you.
Bye. All right. We're going to keep rolling. Joteka and Glenda, I'm so excited for this moment. What a beautiful day it has been. And I want to start. We heard from the Congresswoman, and she was kind of giving us her perspective, obviously from the Hill, but both of you are in so many different spaces with Black women. And I would love to hear each of you kind of talk about what is the state of Black women right now from your perspective? Because I think our audience would love to hear you talk about that a little bit. I'll start with you, Joteka.
Well, I'll jump in. First of all, this has really been amazing. The state of the people is beautiful. We're 17 hours in, I think. I think that the fact that this segment is Power Rising, it sums up the state of Black women. So big shout out to Power Rising for just seeing and knowing the power of the rise of Black women. And I think when this moment, we can best describe it. It's almost as Latasha Brown often talks about, the ability to hold 2 things at one time. So it was indeed the best of times and the worst of times at the same time. And I think that Black women, we absolutely are rising.
But we also find ourselves at a state in our country where we are constantly and intentionally being attacked, our rights being taken away. And I think it's important for us, though, to recognize the part and the aspect of the rise that we have 2 Black women simultaneously in the United States Senate. That has never happened in the history of the United States Senate. We have a historic number of Black women serving in Congress. We just saw one of them a part of this segment. We have a historic and a rising number of Black women who are running for office, largely because of the great work that Glenda does. And we also have Black women in other spaces, in corporate, in entertainment, in culture, that are rising, in sports. And so we know who we are, and we see that power. And I believe that our collective ability to come together, to be in power in various spaces, the power of Black women-led institutions in this moment is at an all-time high. We know who we are. We know we're the 92%, but yet we find ourselves where there is this vicious attack. And I think, as you said early in this segment, yes, we took our rightful rest, but I think we also now know that we, as Black women, have always done, we can't sit on the sidelines. I think there's a balance there, but we are going to make sure that we fight for our country, because fighting for our country is fighting for ourselves and our communities.
Amen to that, Joteka. And we're going to come back and talk about Women with Black Women, because that is part of how you are helping us to fight for us, fight for our collaboration, our peace, our, how we keep ourselves sane every week or every other week. Glenda, I want you to talk a little bit about the state of Black women, particularly because the work that you do with Higher Heights is so critical in helping to elect Black women, pro-choice women. And we have made phenomenal gains. So many more Black women in Congress, in the state legislatures. I don't want to forget that, because our state legislatures are so critical, and serving as mayors, serving on city councils. But it is a tough time. It's always been a tough time to be a Black woman in elected office, but it feels like this is harder. We're going to talk in a minute about disinformation, which we know targets Black women and our community at higher numbers. But I'd love to hear you talk about just the state of Black women. And are we showing up to raise our hand to keep running for office, or are we kind of taking a step back?
Mute. So, how did we get to 2024 and to have a Kamala Harris literally in a tweet begin to run for a 107-day historic presidential campaign? It's been more than 10 years in a making. But Karen, let's just share a little bit about a 10-year snapshot of accelerating Black women's political power and leadership. So in 2014, when Higher Heights and the Center for American Women in Politics started releasing our status of Black women in American politics, we just had 18 Black women serving in Congress. We now have 31, including, as Joteka said, 2 Black women serving at the same time in the Senate. And that still only makes 5 Black women serving in that body for our entire history. You talked about state legislatures, right? Which is where we're going to see a lot of, ground happening and the fight happening in this moment. In 2014, there were just 241 Black women serving in state legislatures. In just 10 years, we have 386 Black women serving in state legislatures. And in fact, more Black women serving as the majority or minority leader of their respective caucuses, a distinction that Karen Bass helped to break when she was the speaker of the House, State House in California. In 2014, just 1 Black woman serving as a mayor of a top 100 city. We now have 7. In January, literally every major man-made disaster or natural disaster that happened were in a city that had a Black woman mayor serving. And then our state-wide executive offices, just 2 Black women serving in 2014. In 10 years, we now have 10, including Attorney Generals Letitia Tish James and Andrea Campbell, who are leading the Attorney Generals at fighting back many of the executive orders coming out of this administration. And so we have positioned Black women in 10 years to be those who are going to help fight for this democracy, which we have always done from the voting booth to elected office. And we have not seen Black women saying, no, I'm not going to run for office. In fact, we know that there are current elected women who are developing blueprints to run for higher office. And there are Black women who are fired up to run for local office like school boards.
And you know what? Can we just mention the Vice President of the United States of America, a Black woman who in 107 days did something unbelievable. And by the way, a lot of people don't realize this. She won 10 million more votes than Hillary Clinton did in 2016. And she moved, when she got into the race, she moved herself and the Democratic ticket 15 points in 30 days. So when we talk about Black women's leadership, yes, we have headwinds, but Glenda, to what you're talking about, America is ready. When we have the chance to really, because I firmly believe if she had more time, we would be in a different position right now. America is ready for Black women's leadership. We're seeing that, to what you just said, in our cities, in our state legislatures. And I want folks to understand that these roles are so important because that is where the money is getting moved. That is where the decisions are getting made about what legislation is being, I was just in Arizona, some of these legislatures, they meet once every 2 years. So everything goes through real quick. So if you're the one in charge, you're deciding the agenda for that state, sometimes for 2 years at a time. I think that's so important.
And I would just add this one quick thing, Karen, because I know that we needed 2 hours, y'all. Power Rising needed to ride for 2 hours. The way we get a Kamala Harris is her trajectory. Here is a woman who has run and won and governed on every single level of government, a local prosecutor, a statewide executive, attorney general, a U.S. senator. She served in the White House as the vice president. And so she was uniquely able to step into a 107-day election cycle. I say that to say is she's the byproduct of, as she would say, the Chisholm effect from the 1972 historic run from Shirley Chisholm. And there are the Kamala effect that has already happened. It is what Senator Angela Osbrooks already talks about. She models her career in her blueprint off of a Kamala Harris. And so we don't know who the Barbara Lees of this 2024 election cycle was, as a young Barbara Lee was the direct descendant of a Shirley Chisholm run. And so I'm excited about Black women's political leadership.
That's right. That's right. And so let's talk a little about Win with Black Women, because that is also part of how we got to, we are now able to support. It's another way we can support Black women, both in office and in all the spaces you talked about. And I think it's part of what I want us to be talking about in this time, in this frame, is ways that we are supporting women, ways that we can support Black women. And I think Win with Black Women is so important. And then I'm going to ask you to talk about that and then shift gears a little bit, because you also hold a very unique space in the tech sector. And we know that social media and technology, Lord knows I know more about the tech bros than I ever wanted to, but you have a unique view. And I would love for you to give us some insights there. And then we're going to have Osa come on, and she's going to talk to us a little bit about disinformation. So take it away, Joteka.
Yeah. So Win with Black Women, and both you and Glenda are inaugural, on the very first call we had nearly 5 years ago. And I think it's important. It's about the consistency. And I think in this moment, the way that we support Black women simply is just checking in. I think that's the first thing that we can do. That's something that anyone can do. You can just check in with your sister, your friend, your family member, and just check to see how they're doing in this moment. But also what we could do more on a macro level and in community is making sure that we are creating spaces where we could come together and we could exercise our power. And I think we cannot allow ourselves individually, we might feel defeated in this moment, but together we're unstoppable. We're that force multiplier. And so being able to come together and putting together our energy towards a common goal. And then when we're successful, celebrating that. And that's very important as well. And that's what Win with Black Women seeks on every other Sunday, to be a space for information. I'm so glad we're going to be talking about mis and disinformation, because that's so rampant right now, but also creating an opportunity for us to act collectively together as Black women and as Black women led and centered organizations. And I think that's a way to segue into the this question about tech bros. My background is I worked in civil rights and advocacy, but I also was a C-suite executive in Silicon Valley. And I spent many years in Silicon Valley. I still do a lot in Silicon Valley, more so as an investor now. So I know a lot of these tech bros. And it's unfortunate that we are in a time where the tech bros and leaders of some of the largest tech platforms have made a financial decision to side with an administration that is devoid of much of the values that Silicon Valley really set itself to be. You know, Silicon Valley really kind of, when it started out years ago, was this is a place where anybody can thrive, and it's a more inclusive place. But there now have been decisions to side with an administration really for monetary gain. And I think in this moment, we all have to be very conscious of the platforms and the decisions that we make in these platforms, and making sure we use more secure platforms, recognize that our data is not our own, making sure that we're paying attention to when we are releasing our data. You get on a platform and it's free. It's not free. It's a business model. It's a business model to capture your data. Because your data is probably worth more than a $2.99 or $4.99 that you might pay a month. So they'll give you all the things for free, but you're giving them data. So it's very important for you to be very cognitive of that. And I think it's also important for us in this moment to recognize that there are Black owned and more safe and people of color centered platforms that are creating technology for the people. Platforms like Spill and Fanbase and others that are centering and creating safe spaces, and also platforms and tech companies that are focused on solving problems and not just creating gain. And I think the more we can highlight that in this moment, but the more we can make sure that we are cognitive of our data, and the protection of that data in this moment is so important. And also making it very clear to these platforms that we're making very, very rich and powerful, that we do not agree with their alignment with an administration that is moving in a direction to silence us and to harm us, literally and figuratively.
And a sector where we are still fighting to be in the room, at the table, to have the same kind of power that some of the fellas do. And I love men. Don't anybody try to say I don't love men, but you know, hey, we need to be in those spaces too, because we've got great ideas. And so that's the other thing, you know, Jotega, that really concerns me, is that we've got to make sure Black women are still making, like you, who are still making gains in those spaces. I think we have Asosa coming up, the phenomenal Asosa Osa, who I just think is so brilliant. She knows that. I always tell her that. And so you've done just some incredible research and helped keep us straight about the way that technology is, and this disinformation is disproportionately targeting Black women, our community, our culture, and some of the things to look out for. So I'd love for you to talk about that. And then I'm going to ask Glenda to weigh in again, because I know we're seeing that particularly in the political space. Will you talk about that, Sosa?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think, you know, agree with every single thing Jotega said, and such a powerful panel. And, you know, our research has showed we're all feeling that, like, at the end of the day, we are in an information war that we are losing, right? We're in a war for not just our truth, but for our art, for our history, for our very likeness, right? And social, what we're seeing is social media manipulation that is fundamentally shaping public discourse, right? It's suppressing Black voices, and it's amplifying harmful and racist content. Like, we know that 42% of social media online traffic are bad bots, right? That is fundamentally changing what we believe to be true conversations, right? We know that Black youth and Black young women in particular are being disproportionately impacted and seeing a disproportionate amount of racist and anti-Black content, and that is leading to mental health struggles. We know that TikTok has had to apologize for suppressing Black voices in content. And so in an age where where we're seeing these tech companies fundamentally roll back guardrails meant to protect our communities, we're seeing the tech companies rebranding hate as free speech, disproportionately harming our communities. This is our time to claim our power. These companies believe that we need them more than they need us. But, again, Black folks made Twitter worth $44 billion, right?
Say that part again. Say that part again. Wait a second.
Black folks made Twitter worth $44 billion. Like, we made Instagram and TikTok modern day media sources. Like, at the end of the day, we've been the primary drivers of cultural innovation on these platforms, right? And it's critical that we understand that, we recognize that, and we can use our power. 3 things I think are important for us to do. One, we need to recognize social media manipulation. Again, 42% of comments are bad bots in comment sections and spreading fake news articles. We know that.
How do we do that? I'm sorry to cut you off. How do we do, because we only have a couple minutes here before we have to switch gears. How do we do that? I know for me, sometimes I look at the comments and I will click to see if a particular person who's being particularly hateful, I've been trained to look to see, okay, if they only have like 10 followers or 20, usually that's a bot. What can we do? I want folks to have a takeaway about how can we identify some of the hate that is generated but not real.
We don't need to identify the bots if we know that half of the conversation are bots, right? Okay. We just need to recognize that what we are seeing is manipulated conversation. We need to recognize that our very social media feeds, right, how we intake news is being manipulated. We are not supposed to be seeing every bad article 20 different times every single day, right? That increases our emotional anxiety in a very inauthentic way. But more importantly, we also need to be following far more Black news and Black journalists, right? These folks that have a stake in accurately telling our stories, folks that have a stake in making sure that we're getting good content. And then lastly, Onyx Impact, we will be releasing a ton of resources next week to help Black communities protect our truth and data, protect our kids, and protect our culture. So please be on the lookout for that, because I think it's so important that we recognize this digital deception that's happening and how it's disproportionately impacting Black communities.
So we will try to make sure through this State of the People site that we can share those resources, because one of the things that Sosa you did during the election that I thought was so helpful was, here are the narratives to look out for, right? The economic narratives that were bogus, basically, but they were trying to, trying to convince us that the sky was pink when it was clearly blue. So I'm so sorry, y'all. We could talk for another hour easily. We are going to shift gears. Joteka Edie, Glenda Carr, Esosa Osa, thank you so much for being a part of this very special day and this incredible conversation. I love you. All right, we're going to keep rolling, and I'm so excited. I'm just realizing that in my haste to jump on, my setup is not great. Okay, so joining me now, we've been talking about Black women leaders. I'm about to bring on 2 of our women who are killing it on the front lines, the one and only Melanie Campbell and the one and only Siobhan Arline Bradley. Hello, my sisters, my CEO sisters in the struggle.
Hey, Karen. Hello.
Happy. It's happy Fat Tuesday, right?
Yeah.
I won't go into all the jokes we could make about this moment. So we have about 10 minutes or so. Ladies, you are in it. You are in the thick of it. And we were talking with Bonnie Watson Coleman about what's been going on the Hill. We've been talking a little bit about the challenges Black women who are running for office are facing. But you guys are on the front lines. Talk to us about what is the state of Black women in this moment from your perspective. And Melanie, I'll start with you.
Well, the state of Black women, we are still winning, right? Right? We are, we have challenges, right? For sure, because we've been winning, right? And so at the end of the day, the state of Black women is that we are also resolve that we're going to reimagine how we have allies, how we show up, give ourselves full permission to rest when we need to rest.
Yes.
What I would say, I personally learned how important that is after what happened in 2024 with the results of that election on a personal level. And so it made me rethink some things that I thought I had understood. So for me, I feel like Black women are winning. So I'll start there.
All right. Siobhan, my sister.
So, hey, everybody. Let me just say, I will also add to the winning. Black women are also more intentional now than ever before. I sense a sense of commitment that was already there, but is now just increased in a way that I don't think we can even understand. Black women are so strategic. We are so intentional. We have focus. Let me just say this as someone who's sitting in a Black woman-owned building right now.
Yes, and the only one, right?
Only one on Pennsylvania Avenue. We are also putting our money and our time and our talent where our mouth is. I think that Black women have seen this movie before and are prepared to be the victors at the end of this tale. It's a tale as old as time, fighting racism and sexism in America. Black women are still moving the needle.
Yeah. So I want to talk a little bit. I know there is a lot that's been going on the legal front, on the organizing front. Can you talk to folks a bit about what people have been hearing about it all day, but for those who are tuning in for this evening portion and may not know some of what's been going on and how they can get involved with what both of your organizations are doing. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Well, one of the things that we are doing, our civil rights organizations, have come together. We've been together, but we had to come together, but also build coalitions. With the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Roundtable, Mark Moriel, President CEO of National Urban League, has been the lead on that. What we do is we all play positions, and sometimes I'm leading, and he's leading, or Siobhan's leading. So he's led that part of our efforts to really bring together. So in January, prior to even knowing that we would have some of the announcements that had been made with that executive action, if you will, from the current occupant of the White House around rolling back diversity, equity, and inclusion. And be clear, Karen, diversity, equity, and inclusion is what we're talking about. Stop using the term DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so that roundtable was made of leaders from the Latino community, APIA community, from the Jewish community, from the Muslim community, from faith community, all of us coming together, women in civil rights, and all of us coming together, and different folks are leading in different ways. But then also we're getting ready to go to Selma, Alabama next week so that we can organize and get even a broader coalition together. So I'll stop there. There's other things we can say, but that's one of the things that we started doing as a coalition. Been on Capitol Hill, meeting with leaders, asking to meet with Republicans and Democrats, right? So far, we have not had any Republicans say they want to meet, but we asked for those meetings. But we're going to do everything we can there, but also we got to hit the streets. And so other things that I'll share later.
Siobhan, same question, but I just want to pick up on a couple of things Melanie said. Obviously, hitting the streets is important. Asking for these meetings is important, because I also think it's important that our own people know we're watching. We gotta do what we can with the Republicans, but we need our own. Maybe we have to bolster them a little bit. I don't know, some of them, some more than others. Let me say that. But something, Siobhan, you've also talked about. Black women spend $2 trillion in the American economy. That is economic power that I know y'all have been looking at different ways that we can sort of flex that muscle. Can you talk about that in the context of some of the work that's going on?
Yeah, so if you look at the African American spend in our country, it's about $2 trillion. We are, as our own country, could be the country of Australia's full spending, right? Our GDP would be the entire continent of Australia. And I want us to be clear. NCNW has been activating the 3 C's. The consumer strategy has been first. So it's identifying those corporations that value the consumer, and the consumer being valued means the consumer gets to be able to shop at those places. We are also supporting Black women inside of corporations. We've not talked about the sisters who are behind those doors. We've been activating the plan to engage them. Also, the constituent piece, the constituent strategy. How do we deal with these agency leaders now that have policies that affect our families? You see, we don't have to always just talk about Donald Trump. His appointees in these cabinet seats are affecting Black people, healthcare, education, economics. So we've been digging deep there. Let me be honest about the ground game. It's time to talk about the House of Representatives and the U.S. Senate. We have to look at this budget. We've been activating primarily with the United States Senate to say that the budget that is now being proposed will literally harm African-American families through Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, SNAP, as well as long-term benefits for our families. The last thing is we've been pushing a commitment strategy. Buy Black, invest Black, identify Black institutions to invest in. And these are our priorities.
You know, that's such an important point, Siobhan. And let's talk about this, ladies. You know, people, like, we're focused on these executive orders have been, I feel like, one round of harm. And then the second round of harm is as people are losing their jobs across the country, and the businesses that may support, you know, the fact that you have X number of people going to work every day in a particular community. I was just out west and a lot of people got laid off, and it's hurting a lot of small businesses, right? And then this budget. And this really, and we're trying to fight to protect our rights and the diversity, equity, inclusion, which is supposed to be part of our values as a country. But we can talk about that a whole another 24 hours. So how are we gonna, what can we be doing to support what y'all are doing and to support our members around this budget? I think this is really important, and I'm sure Trump is not going to talk about it at that stupid, whatever you want to call it, the lies of the union that he's going to tell tonight. What can we do?
Show up in Washington, D.C., or show up at the district offices, right? So, because at the end of the day, it's three levels of government, supposed to be co-equal branches. Executive branch, the legislative branch, and the judicial branch, right? There's a lot of lawsuits we're hearing about, you know, if people are tuning in, right? But the folks who are leading, they have the numbers to stop this, and this is not partisan, just fact, are the Republicans who control the House and the Senate, and they're not doing their jobs right now. So people out there, whether you are in quote unquote a red district or a blue district or a purple district, show up at those offices. Make phone calls if you can't physically get there, but show up and demand that they do their jobs. Saving the civil service jobs is not 85% of the jobs that people say, oh, all them people in Washington, D.C., right? Which is what's wrong with Washington, D.C. It's a community like any other community. That's another conversation. 85% of the federal government jobs are not in Metro Washington. Right. They're all over the place. Social Security office, your post office is in your local community, right? You don't come to Washington when it's time to get your Social Security. You go to your local community. There are cuts that are being made. I'm hearing about people losing the whole family. They have two people who had federal jobs, who lost their jobs. They have mortgages, right? They have children in school, right? And what's impacting what's going on the federal level is also rolling down. Hey, Bishop, it's trickling down. Companies who have no business rolling back on diversity, equity, inclusion are also laying people off. I have a personal family member who's lost their jobs because why? Because Elon Musk, who somehow is acting as the president, telling people that if you rolling back federal contracts and telling companies, if you have a federal contract, you can't have a diversity, equity, inclusion program. I got people in my own family who've lost their jobs, had nothing to do because they have federal contracts. It has real consequences on people's lives. So we have to fight.
It's so true. I mean, and you have cities like Kansas City, 30,000 government jobs. What happens to Kansas City if all those people get laid off, or even half? I want to say to our viewers, we have been joined by one half of the co-convening brain sisterhood of Power Rising, Bishop Leah Daughtry, the visionary who said, we need a space to come together. And we're so thrilled to be part of this State of the People coming together. It's so exciting. And we're going to have a moment with Bishop Daughtry in just a moment, because we got to center ourselves. But before we do that, just real quick, Melanie and Siobhan, and then Leah, to you, what are you doing to keep yourself in, protect your spirit, protect your health? I mean, Melanie, you talked about taking time. What else? Because I want us to be helping our Black women and our viewers think about how we keep ourselves prepared for this fight. Leah always says, like, be prepared, be ready. So how will we help people stay ready? Siobhan, you want to go first?
Yeah, I think first and foremost, if you have a space for prayer, meditation, however you believe, activate what you believe. Activate that which is greater than you. For me, it is my faith in Christ. That is my extension. I also believe in moments of solitude and rest. That comes in spa packages, somebody, amen. That also comes in those moments where you can just take that walk. Do not forget that your well-being has to be intact. You cannot serve sick. You cannot serve sick. We must create space. And then finally, find your village, whether it's your companion in love and space, or your sister circle, or your co-ed brother and sister circle. Do not have folks around you that are going to let you fall down. Make sure your kitchen cabinet is intact. Half my cabinet's on the screen, so it's so much fun doing this today. I love y'all.
And we love you, Melanie and Siobhan. Thank you so much. We could spend a whole nother hour, 2 hours, but I want to make sure we give space and time for our viewers to hear from Bishop Daughtry, because I don't want anybody to miss out, because we get to hear her on the regular.
Karen, the only last thing I did want to add with Siobhan is the importance of the sisterhood and brotherhood. But what Siobhan said, it's so important now. Do not isolate yourself, right? We're all going through it, and we're going to get through it together, because like I said, we're winning.
Thank you so much, sisters.
Thank you, Karen.
Yes, I'm going to turn it over to you before we go back to Amy Allison and the main program. And, we had talked about, can we just have a moment of being in the spirit, because we need that.
Well, I'm going to be brief, because I don't want Reese Colbert, who's after us, to be mad at me.
No, that's right.
But we thank you for joining us for Power Rising segment here. And you've heard from our sisters, our partners, and we're always glad to be in good trouble with them. Here's what I want to leave with you. This is a difficult time for us. It's really one we've never seen before, because of the pace at which the attacks are coming. You can barely catch your breath from one thing before something else happens. Here's what I want to assure you of. Something that the old folks in my church used to say. In the end, it's going to be all right. And if it's not all right, then it's not the end. In the end, it's going to be all right. And if it's not all right, then it's not the end. And if it's not the end, that means we still have time to fight, to work, to pray, to love, to laugh, to be in sisterhood and brotherhood, to hug on our families, to go take the walk, to do the work. We have time. And the time we have is the time we need to make a difference. Rosa Parks said, we only fail when we fail to try. So sister, be encouraged. Brother, be encouraged. It's not the end. We got some work to do, but in the end, it's all going to be all right if we put the time in, if we do the work, and that work includes loving each other, loving our God, loving our families and our communities. God bless you. Thank you for being with us. And with that, I'm turning it over to our host.
Oh, okay. I guess that's me. Thank you, Bishop, for for that wonderful word. And I want to bring in Clay Kane. I want to bring in L. Joy Williams. I want to bring in Laree Daniel Favors. SiriusXM Urban View is taking over for the State of the People Marathon. Joy, I know you have a train to catch, so I want to make sure that you get a chance to tell people about your 4-time NAACP Image Award nominated Sunday Civics podcast, which people can also check out Sundays on Sirius XM Urban View. How you doing, girlfriend?
Hey, girl. Well, listen, you did it for me already by telling folks that they can tune in on Sunday mornings at 9 a.m., where I use what's happening around us, the current political landscape, to teach civic engagement. And, quite often people say we need civics in schools, but there are grown behind folks that don't know where they can engage, what they can do. And I mean, as you know, right, people are emailing and texting and ask us, I want to do something is happening, what do I do? And so this is what we use to do that. And one of the things that you can do, which is what I've been talking about with you, with Clay, with Ree, is talking about doubling down locally. And I'm saying that while I'm in Albany, which is the New York State capital, and I spent all day with over 100 of the NAACP state members lobbying on the state budget, on issues where they're trying to change things that we've done on criminal justice reform, making sure that we continue with our reparations commission. So doubling down locally and making sure that the things that are happening in your local community, in your state, this is what I talk about on Sunday Civics, ways that you can get engaged in that way.
Absolutely. And part of what we wanted to do here, this session, for those who didn't see the graphics before, is called Lies, Lies, and More Lies, the politics of distraction. We don't want to just talk about the disinformation and misinformation that we're going to hear tonight from that guy and on the dais. We want to talk about the solutions, because you all know we all have shows where people call in, people want to hear solutions. So I'm so glad that we have Sunday Civics so that people can learn how to get activated in the way that you are. Any other words you want to say before you got to head out?
Listen, I just want to also echo something that I think a number of people who have been on this stream, some of whom I've been in a struggle with for a long while, of doubling down, not only engaging locally, but making sure that we are bolstering our institutions in our community. Because it's we who are going to save us, and we who are going to push for a better future. And so look at those institutions that exist in your community and see how you can join, lend a hand, and also just help them make sure that they have the resources they need, which includes not only your volunteer time, but some of your cash, to make sure that those institutions can continue to advocate on your behalf.
Thank you, Joy. We'll see you again soon. Safe travels.
Thank you.
Clay.
Reese Colbert back again.
No, it's not just back again. It's what?
Back again. What's up to the Urban View fam out there? Thank you to everybody for pulling this together. Lies, 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 and More Lies, the politics of distraction. Angela Rye, the whole crew behind the scenes. It's just really beautiful to be a part of this. It's truly an honor.
Yes. We're waiting for Laree. I know she's in studio, but we have to get her. Oh, there she is. Hey, Laree.
Asking you shall receive.
Listen, Laree, you always give us a moment of gratitude, but tell folks more about how they can get all of the Laree Daniel Favors goodness every Monday through Friday and all the other things that you're working on.
Yes. So thank you so much for this chance just to build with you guys. I have nothing but love for both of you, my fellow Sirius XM co-hosts. You can always catch me live on Sirius XM channel 126, Monday through Friday at 10 a.m. The Laree Daniel Favors show sits squarely in the intersection of racial, gender, culture, identity, politics, and the law type issues. And it is a heavy show because we are dealing with the realities of this day and age, which is why we always start out, Reese Colbert, with a moment of gratitude to get centered, to remember that we not only have the power to solve every problem in our community, but we also have the power to resolve the issues in our personal lives. So it's a pleasure. Oh, and also now you can catch a little bit more of the Laree Daniel Favors goodness on Laree Breaks It Down, which is a podcast that I launched this week week on the Women's Empowerment Network. We will be sitting in those topics a little more in depth, connecting the dots. I believe a lot in using history, Clay, as you well know, and the power of Sankofa, that West African principle that tells us we have to use our history in order to understand the fugaziness of the world we find ourselves in today, and if we want to build a brighter future. So, yeah.
Thank you, Loree. Speaking of the Women's Empowerment Network, shout out to Karen Hunter, Professor Karen Hunter.
Yes.
The Empress
yes.
of Urban View. Yes, yes.
Yes, yes,
She's built this space where we've got Black-owned media in one element, and then we've got Black-facing media in another element, and she ensures that we maintain a sense of integrity and love for our people that shines throughout all of it. So I'm grateful to be in that space. But y'all said lies, 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 and more lies. And I know we are not going to be watching the lies tonight, because we are going to be doing the work of building this independent Black media space, these independent institutions where we really get to recognize our own power, something we probably should have done before, but I'm just going to be grateful that the ancestors have allowed us to reach that point now.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much, Loree, for popping in on us.
Appreciate y'all. Keep up the great work. Love y'all.
Love you. Clay, all right. Why are we here? Tell the people.
So part of this is to debunk in advance the foolishness, the demise of the union that you're going to see tonight. And we're going to break down some of the lies you're going to hear. But one of the things that I really want to hammer in is the lies and foolishness that you're going to hear. This is not just a Trump issue. This is a long time in the making of the Republican Party. Today, 148 years ago today, was the end of Reconstruction in 1877. Today is the day they devastated it, Reconstruction, with the Compromise of 1877. But I want to say since then, the opposition party, whether it was Republican at one point or Democrat at one point, they have been working with lies. Telling us lies that Reconstruction was a failure because Black leaders were lazy and they weren't doing the work. Telling us lies that Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves when Abraham Lincoln was forced into glory. Telling us lies about the war on drugs for Richard Nixon. Telling us lies about the welfare queen narrative for Ronald Reagan, when the majority of folks who are on welfare happen to be white and also in red states.
Period.
Telling us lies about the Willie Horton ad. Telling us lies about DEI and woke and CRT. Telling us all these lies to scare people, scare people into voting for what they believe to be is the truth. But the truth is that the truth isn't sexy. A lie is sexier.
Oh, it sure is.
And right now we're in a time where they're using Southern Strategy 2.0 tactics to harm people. And so one of the things that I've been saying is that as we talk about these lies, Trump is a manifestation of the hate the Republican Party created. And lastly, I'll say, I also want to think about this. You know, I'm from West Philly. I know a lot of people who didn't show up to vote. And think about this beyond the D and the R, beyond Democrat and Republican. Politics is about resources. So forget D and R for a minute.
Yeah.
Do you want your grandma to have access to pay $35 for her insulin? Do you want to have Head Start? Do you want to have community college? Do you want to have a higher living wage? Do you want to be able to read about your history and not be banned? What are the things that are important to you? Look at the resources.
Right.
Which party gives you the resources that you want? Which party tells you the truth?
Yep.
And that's a main thing I want to center in. So as you hear these lies, Trump may be more bombastic, but it's the Ronald Reagan remix.
Yeah.
It's the Richard Nixon remix.
Right.
And this is
where all that stuff.
Exactly. So yeah, I just want to hammer that in, that this is an old school stunt. And it hurts me to see that sometimes people in our community fall for it. Right. They got you thinking about immigrant, as they're taking your rights away in your sleep. Trans. Focusing everything, but the rich guy at the top exploiting all of us. So let's not fall for these Jim Crow lies.
Yeah, but it's important to note that we didn't all just so happen to be singing the same tune. Our community is disproportionately targeted with disinformation. This goes back to, at least documented wise, the Mueller report and what Russia has done to sow division racially within this country. And it's so interesting that this administration, the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, has ordered that the United States no longer take offensive cyber operations against Russia. Meanwhile, Russia is still taking cyber operations against us. What is the main way that Russia does their cyber operations against us? By disinformation. And so we have to be just as diligent, even though we're not as well funded, especially when we're talking about Black media and Black voices, even though we don't get to beat the algorithm, which is something that was just talked about in the last segment. We have to be diligent about speaking out against this disinformation, because not only does it get people to buy in onto some of the things that we're going to talk about, but it also gets people disillusioned and disengaged. And so when we don't even show up, then they're already winning. Every one of us that stays home is basically a vote for the other side. It empowers them that much more. And so there are very real consequences to disinformation, and it is very powerful. The act of disrupting disinformation is powerful in and of itself. And so one of the things that we want to really address in this session is talking about or pointing out the fact that what you guys are going to hear tonight, those of you who watch, or what you're going to hear in terms of the feedback afterwards, the solutions or so-called solutions that this administration is putting forth are based on lies. They're based on lies. So you have fake crises, manufactured ones, and then you have solutions that aren't actual real solutions to anything. And it's wasting our taxpayer dollars. So let's start off with tariffs. People are going to hear a lot tonight about fentanyl. Fentanyl is about to be the new migrant caravan, is about to be the new CRT, is about to be the new DEI. That's what you're going to hear about tonight, because Donald Trump has just put in 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico. And he's doubled the tariffs on China because he's saying that they're allowing all this fentanyl to come in. Now, fentanyl is a problem, but is putting tariffs on these countries, which, by the way, they, them do not pay the tariffs. We pay the tariffs. Okay.
They, them.
The residents of those countries do not pay the tariffs.
The trans folks ain't going to pay the tariffs.
They, them. I'm not talking about the trans people.
Right. The non-binary folks ain't going to pay the tariff. But they'll pay it in some way, but they ain't issuing it. They ain't putting the tariffs on you, basically.
But that's what I'm trying to say, because, you know, the they, them, everybody, oh, they, them. Oh,
they, them.
What the ad say?
Kamala cares about they, them. But Trump cares about you. Donald Trump. Hold on, Reese, I went and bought a dozen eggs today. Cost me over $6.
The average price of eggs is $7. $7. Yes.
I'm just saying.
That's double.
I'll take a drag show any day over. I've been to a drag show that was cheaper than $6. I went in for a $5 cover charge. So I'll take that any day over these damn price of eggs. But you know, I guess she didn't talk about the economy enough. But anyway, go ahead.
Well, that's why I'm trying to talk about the economy right now. Exactly. Okay, and we're actually going to bring in a special.
That was sarcasm, y'all. That was sarcasm.
And somebody give me the cue when she's ready. But you know, like I said, we're going to hear, or the country is going to hear a lot tonight about fentanyl. And fentanyl is going to be used as a justification for tariffs that are going to increase the price that we all pay. Meanwhile, it's not going to actually resolve the problem with fentanyl. And because tariffs don't resolve fentanyl problems, they just don't. So this is where I'm talking about when I say that the lies are creating manufacturing problems, and then they have really bad solutions that are not actually solving the issues. If we want to solve overdoses, then we should be doing more around drug prevention. We should be doing more around funding our hospitals, about getting Narcan in more places, not putting tariffs on avocados and, you know, your iPhones or whatever else situation may be. So that's just one of the examples of how you're going to hear lies tonight that are going to try to justify policies that are harmful to all of us. But Clay, let's take a pause for a second, because we have two congresspeople who are going to be joining us right now. This first one I'm going to bring in, I love her style. I call her a cussing congresswoman. because she just has the spice of life that we all need. So I want to bring in Congresswoman Kamlager-Dove. Let's see if she's ready. Hey, how you doing?
Hello, Congresswoman. I think you're on mute, Congresswoman.
I am on mute. Hello, how are you?
Doing great.
Good,
Thank you
how
for
are
being here.
you?
I want to say I've been day drinking, but that would kind of be a lie. But I have definitely been in deep meditation as we plan for tonight.
What's your drink of choice? Hold up now. Let's get a little cocktail in.
Well, I'm a whiskey girl.
Oh, okay. I'm a tequila man, so it's all good.
Okay. Mezcal if you're nasty.
Exactly.
Ooh, I know that's right. Well, I'm a whiskey girl like you, so we got two things in common, Congresswoman.
That's right. That's right.
Yes. Okay. Let's pause and let's bring in Congressman Steve Horsford. Is he there?
He's serious.
Hello, Congressman Horsford.
Hello. Good evening.
Debonair and esteemed.
Hey, Reese. How are you?
Good. How are you? All right. Well,
yeah.
Hey.
Well, let's talk about tonight. Who wants to get started?
Well, let me. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I will defer to my colleague, Miss Kamlager-Dove. Let's bring it.
You used to be the chair of the CBC.
I know. That's how I was trying to. There we go.
Go ahead, Congresswoman. We're sorry. Yeah.
Well, this is not the State of the Union. This is a joint address. So he was invited by the speaker in the middle of our work time to try and pass some real legislation to share with the American people his faulty bill of goods. And so he is going to lie about a lot of things, right? How great everything is right now, how everything was bad. And then as soon as he showed up, it was amazing. And if anybody just takes a pause, you will see that the tariffs that he has just, put in place with Mexico, with Canada, with China is really an act of war, of economic war against people. The tens of thousands of workers that he has fired indiscriminately and illegal is war against the American people. And allowing Elon Musk, an unelected, selected billionaire, to raid the coffers of Medicaid, of Social Security, of the Treasury is an economic war against the American people.
Right. But can you just clarify, because a lot of people have the misconception that in this war that Donald Trump is on the side of American workers. And please, one of you explain, and maybe Congressman Horsford, you can take this one, how these indiscriminate, or I should say just blanket tariffs, it's not the kinds of way that tariffs are typically used, which is a strategic or industry-based, as opposed to just tariff the whole country.
Yeah, so these are, look, Donald Trump promised Americans that costs would go down on his watch. In fact, he said day one, costs would go down. It's months later, costs are going up, and they're going up because of his actions,
right?
Unilateral actions, self-inflicted wounds. And those costs are on everything from a carton of eggs to a pound of beef to a gallon of gas to the lumber that we need to build affordable housing. It's indiscriminate because it's 25% across the board on everything. It's going to disproportionately affect American farmers. It's not going to do anything to reshore jobs or make manufacturing strong. And it's going to directly affect American consumers. These are taxes on the American people. We will pay the cost. And already he is feeling the pain because the stock market tanked today, 700 points. And in addition to the cost that everyday consumers are going to feel, it's also his rich friends who are not going to be happy because they're losing money on the stock market.
May I ask, I'm on Sirius XM 3 hours a day, 5 days a week, and I received so many calls over the past couple days saying that they wish that Democrats would not even attend the State of the Union, that do something really aggressive and make a statement and not show up. That was 90% of the calls I was getting today. Where do y'all stand for some people that say, we want y'all to not even show up and boycott the State of the Union? And what's your response if you're deciding to be there? Either one.
So first, I want to also say what people aren't talking about with the tariffs is that President Trump is engaging in market manipulation by forecasting tariffs and when they're going to start and who they're going to be exacted on, he is actually giving some leeway to his friends in certain industries to either buy or sell, to short out, because they're getting a window. Remember, he said he was going to do tariffs and then he held back. And that is illegal. There are so many members that represent all kinds of districts. And so for some, it's an act of defiance to show up, to not let him crowd us out by putting his own homies and cronies in our seats to applaud him, right? And if Democratic members show up, we can be an act of resistance by not standing up and clapping like sycophants. There are also a number of members who are saying, for my mental health, I'm going to boycott because I cannot flush the toilet enough to get rid of the bullshit that I'm going to hear, right?
Yeah.
And then there are some others that are saying, well, how can I show my solidarity with the American people while I'm there, but not really condoning what he's going to say? So I think folks are all across the board, just like people in America are all across the board. But what we all are united in is the notion that these are not normal times and that we must stand up and resist him, and we are not going to allow him to sell us a bill of goods.
Yeah.
And look, this is this joint address. This is theatrics, and this is what he's known for. He is a show horse, not a workhorse. He wants the theatrics, and when people don't show up, you're actually, in my view, you're actually giving him what he wants. We are also a co-equal branch of government, Congress. And as a member from Nevada in a battleground district, I have a job to do. And I don't like the majority of the crap that he's advancing. And it's my job to check him. But I have to be there to hear his arguments, to hear the context of the debate. And it's not going to just be about tonight. It's going to be about the government shutdown that the Republicans are risking in a week from now on the 14th. It's going to be about the fact that they're cutting $2 trillion on the backs of everyday Americans in order to give tax breaks to billionaires and the tech tycoons and the big corporations. And even though they call themselves fiscal hawks, they're doing it by adding $4 trillion to the deficit, which is going to make us all hold the bag for their tax cuts. And so I want to lean into this fight. I want to show up to the fight, and I want to be ready to take a punch and to give a punch on behalf of my constituents who need their health care to be defended, who need their rights and their opportunities to be protected.
You know, Clay, the other thing is, let me tell you what's going on right now. The Secret Service are there, they're sweeping. And Republicans are actually coming to our side of the floor, and they're trying to reserve seats where we would sit because they don't want us to show up. They want all of their little nasty, stanky bodies to be in our seats so that they can get up and applaud and be like, wah, wah, let me kiss your booty. So part of it is we have to show up to be like, nah, boo, I got elected by 700,000 people too, and I'm going to put my ass in that seat. So he has to look at me and not all of these folks. But I can tell you, those are the shenanigans that are happening right now. They're trying to crowd us out of the room.
Before you all go, Congressman Horsford, I know a big thing that Donald Trump promised was no tax on tips. And I expect they will hear lies. This is about lies, lies, and more lies tonight with them claiming credit that the no tax on tips is in the House bill that just passed. Can you clarify, before you guys go, what is the status of no tax on tips from this Republican bill?
Well, it is not in the House Republican, I call it the Screw America bill. It is not in there because there's been no markup. I'm on the Ways and Means Committee, and I am the sponsor of the TIPS Act. There is no bill but mine that eliminates the tax on tips, which is a gift, not a guarantee. And just as significant, Reese, is 6 million tipped workers in America today make as little as $2.13 an hour. This is a post-slavery Jim Crow era policy, and subminimum wage has been on the books since 1991, and we have not increased that subminimum wage since 1991. My bill is the only bill that eliminates that sub-minimum wage, that raises the wages of these tip workers, 70% of whom are women, Black and Latina, and that allows them to keep more of their hard-earned money. So, Donald Trump has a concept. He made a campaign promise, but he has no specifics. I do, and I'm working with the Culinary Union. I'm working with One Fair Wage. My guest in the State of the Union is a worker from Las Vegas who's affected by these policies. She will be sitting in the House gallery tonight because I want to center her voice and the voices of workers like hers, not big corporations or billionaires like Donald Trump wants to.
Well said. I want to add, Reese, the congressman is a Taurus. I just want to let you know.
Oh, Lord, here we go with the Taurus.
She wages war on Tauruses. It's not fair. I'm just saying. I'll let you know that, Reese. He's a Taurus. Yeah.
Thank you, Congressman Horsford. And then Congresswoman Kamliker-Dove, before you go, I just want to ask you, I know that Donald Trump is planning on taking credit for disaster relief tonight. Can you tell us a little bit about how he may or probably did not, how he has hindered the disaster relief? I know that you cover Southern California. So what kind of light can you shed to preempt the lies he's going to tell about the disaster response from this administration?
So in December, Republicans and Democrats passed a CR that included $100 billion in disaster relief. So the money that is going out to states to deal with disasters is actually reimbursement money, because they pay to get, their states back on track. We are using some of that money for the urban fires that have taken place in the Palisades and in Altadena and Pasadena. He has not given us any new money. We, in fact, have asked for $40 billion. Donald Trump has said he is only going to give California money if he conditions aid. He wants us to do crazy stuff with water. He wants us to get rid of certain bills. He wants to get all up in our business, get out of my house. North Carolina is now on fire. He has said he is going to give North Carolina aid with no conditions. So he is salty with California, but he has not given us any money yet. And I am calling on all of Congress, but especially the Republicans from California, to say, work with us, because California does need this money. So many people want to hate on LA, but they certainly bring their asses on those planes when they're trying to get a fundraiser in LA, or they're trying to go to the Grammys or some kind of fun event. So don't just think about us when it's time to party. Think about all of the ways that we contribute economically to the rest of the union, and the fact that you are the president for all of the union and should be helping a state, whether you like the state or not.
Period.
Blank.
Yes. Well, thank you so much for being. Clay, did you have anything else, or should we let the Congresswoman go?
No, I just appreciate you showing up, and it's important for us to be here collectively and hear our voices. So I truly, truly appreciate it. Thank you so much for taking the time, and thank you for taking the time.
Thank you. All right. That was a treat, right?
That was a treat. Yes. That was a treat. That was special. And listen, this is the part of the reason why we have to have this dialogue. Like I was saying, Reese, a lot of people said, don't show up there. But now we have this context to realize that maybe some Republicans are hoping they don't show up so they can find a way to flood the space to make it look like it's full, because Trump cares about ego.
Yeah.
Trump cares about presentation. I mean, at some point when I was watching the Zelensky and Trump and JD Vance babble, I felt like I was looking at a Real Housewives reunion. I was waiting for like Andy Cohen to show up. I mean, this is where we are. It's a reality show mess. So if they're going to come there and make sure there's levity, then I can appreciate and value that.
Yeah, for sure. Well, let's talk about a couple more lies that we expect to hear tonight before we get into some solutions, because there are some good things happening across the country, and there are some things that we can do. This is also about empowering our audience. And so the Republicans have just completely bear gripped around the phrase waste, fraud, abuse. That is the new CRT. Everything is a new CRT, a new DEI, a new everything. And Clay, I think that I'm going to have a controversial take here. A lot of what we're hearing in terms of the attacks on the federal government, the federal workforce, a lot of it has been framed as though this is a war on Black people. And I understand that. Obviously, we disproportionately make up the federal workforce. Obviously, it's been a way that we've attained our status in the middle class. It's a very integral part of the economy in the DMV area. But I think that this is actually a war on white people, and Black people are the collateral damage. Now, they dangle us like a carrot, the bait to catch the big fish. And they dangle our humanity. They dangle our citizenship. They dangle our disenfranchisement. They dangle Jim Crow 2.0. And those are very real things that we are in the process of seeing happening. But the big fish is not Black people. The big fish are those poor Appalachian whites, are the people in, what do they call them? The diners in Ohio, the Rust Belt, the rich people, the oligarchy, the Elon Musk, the billionaires and millionaires. This is a cabinet full of billionaires and Fox News hosts. They do not want to share resources. They do not want to care for thy neighbor. And there are a whole lot of them, in terms of the white people, that they have to find a way to break from this system. There aren't enough of us. Even if they run through all of us, it's still millions and millions and millions and millions of white people who are on Medicare, who are on Medicaid, who are on SNAP benefits, who are part of all of these programs. When you look at the rural communities, when you look at, like I said, the Appalachian communities, there are all these people that they have to get to, and we just don't happen to be the ones that they run over on the road. And so I say that because not that I think it makes anybody feel better, but I want us to kind of not internalize some of this, animus so much. I also want people to understand that this is a little bit different. I know we're used to being under siege. It's like, well, they always after Black folks. What else is new? But the extremes that they're going through in cutting the federal workforce, in cutting these programs, which if the federal workforce is not doing it, that means either A, the shit just doesn't get done, or B, we have to pay for it in our after tax pockets because there's no Doge dividend. That was just a little tweet that Elon Musk did out. That's not really happening. Republicans are raising our taxes. And so I just want people to understand the gravity of the situation. This is about restructuring our society, undoing the New Deal. Going back to FDR, I know you could talk about that. Undoing all the progress that we've made so that the millionaires and billionaires at the top have to share a little bit more of the pie with us.
You hit it. Lyndon B. Johnson, he famously said, if you can convince the lowest white man that he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. Mm-hmm. Hell, he'll give somebody to look down on and he'll empty his pockets for you. You brought up Doge. Nearly 40% of contracts canceled by Doge will produce no savings.
Right.
And this is the thing that Fred Hampton tried to narrow in on. Dr. King tried to narrow in on. Mm-hmm. That they're trying to exploit you too.
Right.
They're dangling. It's the Black folks taking your resources. If we have this 1964 Civil Rights Act that goes through, you're going to lose your jobs. If we end slavery, this is going to ruin the economy. When at the end of the day, they want to narrow in on exploitation. And it's heartbreaking when you see poor white folks voting against their own interests. Because, like I said before, the majority of people on social services, even per capita, happen to be white, right? Mm-hmm. So, they're targeting you in West Virginia. They're targeting you in parts of rural Alabama, right? But that's a lens. And Georgia, that's a lens. As they're shutting down rural hospitals. Mm-hmm. So part of the misinformation and the lies and more lies, and on top of lies, is they're distracting you and got you pointing at somebody who has no impact on you.
Right.
As they're picking your pockets. And then what saddens me, Reese, is, as we were saying earlier, is that sometimes we fall for that. Mm-hmm. And they got you focusing on, is so-and-so really Black?
Ooh.
She had an opportunity agenda for Black men.
Ooh.
They got you focused on, well, she doesn't talk to the middle class. As Donald Trump was in McDonald's saying he wouldn't even raise the minimum wage. But where I am right now with that truth you just dropped, about Dr. King, where do we go from here? 2024, was the year of chaos,
Mm-hmm.
and 2025 has got to be the year of community. And we
Mm.
got to do our best to see through this.
Yeah.
But the war, listen, everybody's going to get it.
Yeah.
And that breaks my heart that some people think, I hate these politics of, well, I don't care until it impacts me.
Right.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
them over there. It's them over there. It's them over there. Then when it
Mhm.
impacts you,
Mhm.
you've seen these Trump supporters. I had no idea.
Right.
I didn't know. I could have told you.
Yeah.
But we don't care until it impacts somebody else. That is a
Mhm.
sick, sick part of our culture right now. And that, above the politicians, above the policies, that it doesn't matter until I'm the target. That's going to really bring us down. And that's why I'm happy we're here, showing
Right.
how collectively we're
Yeah.
impacted by this.
Right. So I just want to clarify that
Yes.
we do not have a waste, fraud, and abuse problem. I just
Exactly.
want to be very clear on that.
We have
do
a
not.
rich people not paying their fair share problem.
Period. And the rich people don't want to share with what we already have. They want to take away from us and give to them so they can buy yachts, so they can go to Saint Tropez and vacation, or they can go vacation in outer space.
Yes.
So I just want to be very clear on that, because we're going to hear waste, fraud, abuse, waste, fraud, abuse. Okay, we have just a few minutes before we have to toss it over. But we are solutions-oriented people. So Clay, let's talk with the minutes that we have left about solutions. What do we do? Knowing that the lies are out there, and that we are in a situation where the Republicans have trifecta control.
Right. Well, the first thing is that make sure they don't beat you down into submission. My favorite Bible verse is be anxious for nothing. They want to beat you down to make you think you can't speak out. You can't fight back. So there's key things you could do. You can join your local organization, whether it's the NAACP, whether it's Urban League, or maybe it's an organization we may not know. We don't have to reinvent the wheel here. We can go back to our history and see what other folks have done. So I think we should lean into that. Call your representative. Folks have been saying that, but that really matters. Every time you call your representative, they have to document it. They got to document that. So make sure that you do that. And locally might just be your block. Locally might just be your apartment building. That's kind of where we are right now. So I think we have to really narrow in on our local politics. And I hate the language of states' rights, but we are turning into a states' rights country. So make sure you know the rights of your state. Make sure you know who represents you in Congress.
Right.
So you're aware. So I think those are some key things that we can do. And also tune into and support media sources that will tell you the truth. So support media sources that will make sure that you're aware of what's going on, because now they're trying to colonize media.
Right. That's
so
true.
Those are some key things that we have to make sure we're aware of, and spread the word at your barbershop, spread the word at your beauty salon. And let's hope that we can understand the collective and realize that we have more tools than many folks had back then. And I think that if we capitalize on that, we're going to be all right. But I lean into be anxious for nothing. I lean into that. We can't let the anxiety think we've already lost.
Right. I would say, I know we say vote, 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 vote. People are probably tired of hearing about voting. However, I still have to say that. But what we try to emphasize to people is that people need to vote in primaries. So 2026 midterms are coming up. But before we get to the midterms, we're going to have a primary election. We saw the loss of brilliant voices in the Congress because they lost the primaries. Those seats did not flip to Republicans, but we saw the loss of Congressman Jamal Bowman, of Congresswoman Cori Bush. And we know in particular that Black electeds, incumbents, are often targeted for primaries. So we have to make
including mayors.
Yeah. So we have local elections. There's elections in Virginia this year. There's at the state and, up and down the state and local elections. Prince George's County is voting today. I don't know, it might be too late. I had an absentee ballot. So, there are going to be local elections, and there are local elections of all kinds of sorts of positions. Everybody's not going to be mayor. Everybody ain't going to be president. Sorry. All the people running shadow campaigns. Sorry, everybody going to be president. But it's very, very important to participate in our primaries. And then I have to say that we have to support those electeds that are doing excellent work. When we talk about rural solutions, Governor Wes Moore is the only Black governor in the country, and he's already setting up resources so that people who are getting booted out of the federal workforce by Donald Trump and Elon Musk, that they can find a landing spot in Maryland, whether that's a new career or whether that's opening filling openings in the state. And so we have to continue to support our electeds that are doing good work at the local, state, and federal level. And we have to continue to be engaged. And then the last thing is we have our voice. We've seen where Republicans are running scared now from town halls, where their leadership has said, do not hold town halls. And that is because when we get up in arms, then it shifts policy. Even if it's one win at a time, we're still shifting the needle. We saw where they tried to undo the Tuskegee Airman training, and they tried to undo the scholarships to HBCUs. But when people spoke up, all of a sudden, oh, that was a mistake. Oh, okay, well, we didn't really mean to do that. So we have to continue to use our voice. We have to continue to use our pocketbooks with these economic actions. Now, everybody wants to boycott. That's fine. Don't do it. But for those of us that want to put our money where our mouth is, or don't put our money where our mouth is, then these are the kinds of actions that we can continue to take.
And I always say this to the non-voter out there: if you don't do politics, politics will do you. There
Absolutely.
are over 100 cities that have mayors and city council races this year. If you don't do politics, it will do you. And they're hoping that you won't do it so they can completely change your life. So show up and show out. And think about the resources, not Democrat or Republican. What are the resources that you want? Politics is about gaining resources. Who will help you gain your resources?
Yeah. And I like to say that there's no abstaining in politics in terms of voting. You either vote or you abdicate your vote. And when you abdicate your vote, you're empowering a person who has the opposite views of you on everything. So if you are a non-voter, and a lot of people sat out, we had millions of people sit out in 2024 that voted in 2020, and we see what happens. And so you have to utilize your power, or you have to understand that you're abdicating it. And that doesn't mean that you're going to solve every problem. That doesn't mean that this ain't The Bachelor. You ain't giving a rose to the politician, okay? You are either you might be voting for harm reduction, or you might be voting for a person that you really believe in. Yes, we can hope and change and all that stuff. Either way.
Progress, not perfection.
Exactly. Either way, I'm going to say, get your ass out and vote. Okay. Yeah. I don't know if everybody's going to say that, but I'm going to say that. All right. Clay, tell folks how to follow you before we get out of here.
Clay Kane on all social media. I love you, Reese. Thank you, y'all, for putting this together. And Clay Nation, you know the deal. I ain't never really gone.
Yes. And y'all can follow me, Reese Colbert, on all the socials. Black Women Views on YouTube. Hey, y'all who's watching on there. And we're on Sirius XM. My show is on Saturdays. I'm on with Clay Tuesdays and Thursdays. Shout out to everybody who listened. Thank you so much to the organizers. This was just a brilliant Herculean effort to get all of us on this 24-hour live stream. Now I'm going to throw it to, I have to see this little tiny bot, Amy. Hey, Amy.
Reese, Clay, that was the word. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And we're going to see you around, and I'm going to definitely follow you. I'm a fan.
I appreciate it.
You're watching State of the People. It was a Herculean effort to pull this many bright lights, leaders, thinkers, organizers, elected officials together for 24 hours. We're currently in the 14th hour. And we're going to go all the way to midnight tonight. And I want to just tell you that we're going to have a really incredible Black Leadership Forum that starts at 9 p.m. That's going to have this Black Leadership Summit, 9 p.m. That's going to have all the important national voices and analysis and kind of where Black people are going to go from here. And so, stay tuned. You're watching and you're listening. State of the People. And speaking of the people, we have our former DNC chair, Jamie Harrison. He is here with us. He has got a whole bunch of stars and is going to tell us what's going on for Black people in this. Jamie, it's so good to see you.
It is great to see you, Amy. Thank you so much for what you're doing, and thank you for for holding us down and anchoring all of these great panels. You know, listen, I'm learning so much just just by watching this. This has been nothing short of amazing. And I have to say a special thank you to Angela Rye and Joy for their vision and their leadership.
It's incredible, and I'm looking forward to your conversation about what's going on in the States. Tonight, there's the last segment was about lies, lies, lies. This is all about where the battle really is in the States, and so I'll hand it over to you, Jamie.
Well, thank you again, Amy, and hello, everybody. I am Jamie Harrison, the former chair of the Democratic National Committee, and folks, listen. Like so many of you, I am still reeling from the results of last year's presidential elections. And the nation has begun to really feel the ramification of those results. Veterans are being fired from federal positions. Farmers are losing guaranteed federal contracts. We're seeing that our schools are being impacted by draconian cuts in programs and services. Elon Musk, this foreign unelected billionaire, is threatening the healthcare safety net of the nation. He's threatening Medicaid and Medicare. House Republicans, they're threatening Social Security. You know, folks, in Trump's Washington, he and his minions actually believe that they are all powerful. But what we're seeing across the nation, from town halls to rallies and protests, Americans are expressing their frustrations. Their frustrations with Trump's decimation of our social safety net. The people are starting to stand up, they're speaking out, and they're demonstrating. Again, Donald Trump believes he is all powerful. But my friends, the true power in America is not the occupant of the White House, but the people of America. Donald Trump and Elon Musk, they believe that they have all the cards. But in the words of my grandmama, we're about to show them better than we can tell them. There's a saying that in the darkest nights, we see our brightest stars. Well, my friends, it is dark right now in America. But over the course of the last 14 hours in the State of the People live stream, we have seen and heard from some of America's brightest stars. And I am so lucky to have several of those stars joining me tonight. First, we will have two amazing panels in my hour. The first panel will be focused on the work of two amazing lieutenant governors in two of the most important presidential battleground states, Michigan and Pennsylvania. Then second, in Democratic Party politics, the sausage is made in our states. In our final panel, we will be joined by four of the best state party chairs in the country. Black boy and black girl magic right here. Chairs from my home state of South Carolina, as well as Kansas, Kentucky, and Nevada. So here with us now, we have two stars in the Democratic Party. I have had the honor of getting to know these two gentlemen during my time, my brothers, on the road in Michigan and Pennsylvania over the course of these last 4 years. I'm sure that they will be on the road again and getting into our share of good trouble very, very soon. First, I would like to introduce Lieutenant Governor Garland Gilchrist. Lieutenant Governor Gilchrist is the highest ranking Black elected official in Michigan history. This past month, he's been touring early childhood centers throughout Michigan, celebrating the success of the pre-K for all programming throughout the state. So folks, please welcome Lieutenant Governor Gilchrist.
Jamie, it is an honor. It is a privilege to be here with you, to be here with everybody in this audience who is tuning in for this important conversation about what's really going on with people. I'm here in the state of Michigan, here in the city of Detroit, a battleground state, in a city that is full of battleground fighters. We are people who are always stepping up and standing tall, standing in the gap. Michigan is a place where people came to a freedom and opportunity like my family did. The city where the east side of Detroit let me be an engineer, you know, and this is the place where we are finally going to be the ones who say no, who say we will not stand for it, we will not tolerate it, and we're instead going to invest in our people, our families, and our futures. But we got to make one thing really clear. When we are under threat, we are under attack. When you talk about those child care centers that I visited, I sat with the parents who have spent $30,000 in the last year on childcare and need it to be something they can afford. But you know what they told me about? Besides their pocketbooks, they were worried about the money in the pockets of those education professionals who take care of their babies every single day. The ones who will be hurt, the children who will be hurt if the doors to that center got closed. I talk with people, our farmers here in the state of Michigan, our Black farmers who are struggling because they were selling their crops internationally and now have had that thrown into limbo, which throws off not only their finances today, but their family's future finances going forward. I've talked to the automotive suppliers, not just the big three like GM, Ford, and Stellantis, but the small suppliers, the minority suppliers that are the bedrock and backbone of so much of our middle class communities here in the state of Michigan. They have talked about what these steel tariffs are going to do for their employees, for their businesses and their bottom lines, and then all the people who they support in the value chain for our automotive vehicles, whether it's internal combustion engines or electric vehicles. And finally, I'm thinking about my pocketbook, all our family's pocketbooks who had to go to the grocery store earlier today. And I'm thinking about how food is going to be more expensive, everything from eggs to lettuce to meat and everything in between, because these people are doing nothing but setting fire to our pocketbooks, fire to our paychecks, fire to the bottom lines of our small businesses. And frankly, it's just because they are reckless and disrespectful and dismissive of the experience of our people. But I know something else. I know that when we band together, I know that when we decide that we are going to support one another and have each other's back, that is when we will be able to have the resolve to make sure that our people are protected and that we can make progress no matter who's on the other side of the table. So I'm proud to be here with you.
Well, thank you so much, Garland. And listen, I'm going to bring in another firefighter right now, another brother who is putting out fires in the great state of Pennsylvania. We have Lieutenant Governor Alston Davis. And Lieutenant Governor Davis is the youngest active lieutenant governor in the United States, and he's currently the chair of the Democratic Lieutenant Governors Association. Just this past month, the lieutenant governor has been actively hosting roundtables addressing early childhood education and after-school programming, as the Shapiro-Davis administration has announced more than $11 million in state grants to 46 after-school programs across Pennsylvania. Folks, give a welcome to Lieutenant Governor Alston Davis. Well, what's going on, brother?
Good seeing you, Chairman Harrison. It's back with you. To my brother, Garland Gilchrist, thank you for joining us today. That was a heck of an intro. I'm hailing to you, coming to you from the Keystone State, another battleground state here in Pennsylvania. I've been on the road talking with everyday Pennsylvanians, Democrats, Republicans, and independents about the things that they're worried about. And quite frankly, what they're seeing coming out of Washington, D.C., only gives them more concern each and every single day. They're wondering when President Trump and his administration is going to work to bring down the costs of their grocery bills to help make sure that their family can make ends meet. And Governor Shapiro and I have been fighting back and standing up for real freedom here in Pennsylvania. When the Trump administration decided to freeze the federal funds to Pennsylvania, we went to court. We sued Donald Trump and we won to unfreeze those dollars to come to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We have so much work to do to make sure that we continue to put our country and our values to the forefront, to make sure we're standing up to an administration that seeks to destroy many of our communities every single day, from cuts to the National Institute of Health that'll devastate Pennsylvania's economy to not economic policies that are hurting working families like mine. I'm the proud son of a union bus driver and hairdresser and a first-generation college graduate. I know what it means to fight for working class people. I went to Harrisburg to fight for working class communities like mine. And we need more leaders who are stepping up every single day to deliver real leadership for the folks here in Pennsylvania and across America.
Well, I got an opportunity to really see both Pennsylvania and Michigan with the two of you over the course of the last few years. And I know that you go to barbershops, you go to beauty salons, you're talking to people out in the streets and the restaurants and the grocery stores. What are Black folks in your states really saying? What are they concerned about right now? And what do they want to see all of us, elected leaders, community activists, leaders in this country do to address some of the issues that are being created by Donald Trump and some of these crazy MAGA Project 2025 initiatives that they got going forward. Austin, you want to start off?
Yeah, I think the first thing that we're seeing that I'm seeing that folks are most worried about is the economic policies that are coming out of the White House. They're seeing many policies that are making inflation worse. Pennsylvania families are paying more for food, gas, and utilities, and many families are being forced on the food banks. And those food banks rely on federal dollars to keep meat, produce, and other groceries on their shelves. And so they want leaders who are going to stand up to make sure that we're addressing the problems that them and their families are facing, not cutting taxes for billionaires on the backs of working class people here in America. Those aren't the policies that people voted for, and that they want leaders who are going to stand up and fight for them and their families. I think the one thing that we have seen, or that I've seen as I've traveled, not just Pennsylvania, but this country, is that folks are requiring more from their leaders. They're requiring us to think outside the box, to come with a fighting spirit and to fight for them and their families in a way that we have never done before. And I think it's on all of us as elected leaders to meet this moment with a sense of urgency, because many of the things that we all care about are hanging in the balance. And the reality is, unless we fight for these folks to bring down costs, to make sure folks continue to have access to healthcare, these are matters of life and death, unfortunately, for a lot of folks.
Yeah. Garland, how about you? What are you hearing in Flint and Michigan and Detroit?
So I think that last year, what I was hearing a lot of is they didn't feel like, certainly Democrats were meeting people's energy. Like people were really pissed off, really frustrated. And they didn't feel like we were as mad as they were, as that the change and the need for change was as urgent. Coming into this year, you know, I'm thinking about this, like I'm an engineer, Jamie. Like I want to see solutions to problems, not somebody who creates more problems. And like all Trump does is make more problems, like make more mess. He's like a kid who doesn't clean up after himself. And I think that our people are sick of more problems coming from leaders than solutions. But even if you try to masquerade, you know, your method as a solution, like tariffs are not a solution to any problem. There's a reason we haven't used tariffs since World War II as the driving factor of our economic policy when it comes to other countries, because they don't work. All they do is take money out of our people's pockets. And it hits us harder than any other community, given the level or lack of wealth across the board that our community has. And so when prices go up, they hit us harder. And so I just think that people that I'm talking to, whether it was a brother who I saw at a basketball game, my son's basketball game, I was talking to him. He was on the other team. My son's team won. I was very happy about that. but what we were talking about those, he said, you know, just man, when are we gonna get back to the time when I feel like I can trust the people in leadership? Because, you know, he's saying we don't want people to, they don't have to do everything for me, but if they're going to do something, I got to believe that they're going to be able to do it right. And to me, that was a call, a cry out for a lack of sloppiness, for being thoughtful, for being willing to get in there and actually understand the problem you're trying to solve, understand the people who you're supposed to be working on behalf of. And that requires relationship. That requires connection. You can't be disconnected from a community that you want to serve if you truly respect them. And I think our people haven't felt respected. And I think our people are hungry for that respect, the respect of a leader who will serve them, who will make sure they have what they need to be successful, and then we'll get out their way.
You know, I think that is spot on. You know, people are looking for authenticity. People want you to be real. And I think sometimes, particularly in Democratic Party politics, you know, we get these consultants and all these folks who want to package us up in this nice little package in which they think a political leader should do and be. But in essence, people want you to just tell them the truth. If it's going to be hard, tell them the truth that it's going to be hard. If we got to be creative about how we do something, then we need to tell them the truth about how we're going to be creative to do something. But in essence, they just want to hear authentic, real truth. And that's sometimes hard for us to get at in our politics. But I think for the future of our party and the future of this nation, we're going to have to just be real with people about what's going on. But I also think that in the end of the day, people want to see, you know, when I was a school teacher, I used to say to my kids that the most powerful way to persuade somebody is to show and not tell. Right? Democrats, we are good at telling everybody about what we are and what our values are, but we don't do the best job of actually showing that. What are ways that you all are showing right now what your values are, what you're fighting for, and who you are fighting for in your states?
Let me just say, look, I'm 6 feet 8 inches tall. It's hard to fit in somebody's box. Okay, so that's not going to be the goal. Look, this is a full contact sport. Like, the way that you show that you are about people is by being with people. These are conversations that are not, that you can't have that kind of conversation with a person when there's a microphone between you and them. That can only happen hand to hand, face to face, eyeball to eyeball. And we have to have the energy to be able to do that. And then serving as lieutenant governor for the last 6 years, and then year 7, Michigan has 83 counties. We are the biggest state physically east of the Mississippi River. And I've been to all 83 counties in Michigan 3 times. I've talked to people in every context and walk of life here in the state of Michigan, from mobile homes to mansions and everything in between. And what people want to understand is that, one, you will actually listen to them, and that if they tell you something, it will result in some action that will help them. But that requires, to build that trust, to build that rapport, to build that relationship, you have to go see people. And I think sometimes folks would rather sit in an ivory tower and be an intellectual rather than get in the dirt with our people and understand what's happening on the ground and get your hands dirty to fix it alongside them.
You know, I just to piggyback on that, I think, you know, there has to be a connection between meeting people where they are and the actions that we take in state capitals and United States Capitol and our government offices every single day. You know, one of the things that I have heard consistently about is people's desire and need to feel safe in their communities. People don't feel safe under the threat of gun violence. And so we've responded to that by investing hundreds of millions of dollars in public safety programs, from successful violence intervention and prevention programs to after school programs to investing in law enforcement to make sure that we have police officers that have the resources that they need and are properly trained to police our communities. You know, and so I think for a lot of people, they lose trust and faith in elected officials when their words don't match their actions. And I think we have a responsibility to make sure that everything we're doing in government is lining up with our words and our actions. But I also think, to one of the earlier points, you know, when I ran for office, my philosophy was that the people closest to the pain should be closest to the power. And what I mean by that is the decisions that we make every single day in government disproportionately affect Black and brown people, disproportionately affect women. And we have to have diverse voices leading in government and running for office. And that doesn't just mean gender diversity. It doesn't just mean racial diversity. It means background diversity. It means making sure that if you're a small business owner, you know, they have an opportunity to run for office and serve in their community. If they are the son of a union bus driver and a hairdresser, they have the opportunity to run and be Pennsylvania's first Black lieutenant governor. Everybody can't be a lawyer. We need people who have actual, real, lived experience. And I think the Democratic lieutenant governors across the country represent that well, from myself to Kim Driscoll in Massachusetts, the wife of a bricklayer, to Sarah Rodriguez, a former nurse, to Garland Gilchrist, was a tech entrepreneur doing big stuff in Michigan. Like, we all have a different perspective. And I think it's important to have leaders who have a different perspective and who can speak to the authentic concerns of real people.
Well, you know, one of the things I often tell people is that our party in particular has to transform itself. Can't just be a political organization that's asking for votes every 4 years and that's the only time you show up. You got to be a community organization, and that's like a culture shift. It's a different lens by which we look at and how we interact with our constituents in the rest of the world. Because if you're a community organization, you're on the ground 24/7, every day, every week, every month. And that's what we have to get back to, because it used to be, you know, you lost your house, you needed housing, you lost your job, You could go to your city council person or your mayor or even your lieutenant governor and governor and say, I need help. And guess what? Those people then would help you with those things. And we really have to get back to that. And I know the two of you know that to the core of who you are. And that's why you're successful. And again, this ain't y'all saying this. This is me saying it. This is why I believe in the end of the day, I won't just be calling y'all lieutenant governors, but one day governors in the great states that you represent, because you understand, you have your finger on the pulse of the people. You understand their pains, but you also understand their dreams. And to go back to that idea of dream, we know hope is so important to our communities. What can the two of you say to inspire our communities right now who are under great despair, and just give people hope again that things will get better as we move forward and we push back against what we're seeing coming out of the White House? Either one can.
Yeah. So look, I would say that there are elected officials and concerned citizens who are organizing and mobilizing every day in their communities, despite the chaos that is going on in Washington, D.C. An example of that here in Pennsylvania, Donald Trump, one of the first actions he did was shut down the Federal Office of Gun Violence Prevention. And we're moving forward in Pennsylvania with standing up ours and making real investments to make sure we take on gun violence in our communities. And we have seen gun violence drop all across Pennsylvania in large cities like Philly and Pittsburgh, but also smaller communities like York and Reading. I visited Reading Hospital this week, and they have the busiest ER department in the Commonwealth. And I talked to doctors who are on the front lines of the fight against the epidemic of gun violence. And they're working with law enforcement and local victim service agencies, not just to deal with gun violence, but to prevent it. And these are the folks who inspire me every single day to keep in this fight. And so I would encourage folks to look to your community, look to your neighbors, and then get involved. Not everybody has to run for lieutenant governor or run for office. Sometimes it's volunteering at a nonprofit. It's organizing in your community. And I think you'll find that there are other people who are just as dedicated as you are to moving our country forward.
You know, when I think about this moment and what I've seen keep people going, where that hope comes from, we are a people who have always had high expectations. And if you think about it, hope is really, an illustration of having expectations that something better is possible and that something better is reachable if we make certain things true. The beauty of this system, as flawed as it may be, is that our reality is not, it wasn't ordained by God. The decisions that we have had in place, the systems that we work under, they're not ordained by God. They're the result of decisions that were made by people, which means that a more connected, more inspired, stronger set of people can make a different set of choices, and that we can help meet those higher expectations that fuel that hope that we have. We've seen this in our history time and time again, where we've come out of darkness and into a morning where we can see opportunity even further than we could previously. And so I'm just moved by the fact that we have somebody in their community. You have somebody in your community right now who has not given up. You need to work with that person for whatever they are doing. If they are working to save young people from gun violence, if they are working to get people food and resources and diapers, if they are working to help that business owner keep the lights on, if they are working at anything to improve a person's life, they are the people whose backs we need to have and support. And I can do that as a public servant. You can do that as a volunteer, an activist, an employee, a partner, a spouse, a child, whatever it may be. We all have a role to play in helping our people continue to have high expectations for the future and continue to know that they have a role to play in making what they hope for a reality.
Well, I appreciate that. And listen, I think one of the stories that we heard, and I know we're about to close down this panel, but one of the stories that we heard constantly last year during the election cycle was about Black men, and particularly about young Black men. You are two young Black men who are leaders in this country. As we close and move to our state party chairs panel, what advice or what thoughts did you have to share with young men right now who are wondering where they fit in this country, where they fit in the political world, and they can look to in the coming weeks and months and years ahead. So I would love to hear any closing thoughts that you have about that.
Look, I would tell them that we need you. We need you involved in the process. And I think what the other side wants us to do is to feel like we can't make a difference and that we shouldn't get involved in the process and that we should just sit at home. And I recognize that I stand on the shoulders of giants here in Pennsylvania, people like Kay Leroy Irvis, who was our first Black Speaker of the House of any state house in the country here in Pennsylvania, and people like Robert Nix Jr., the first Black Chief Justice of the Supreme Court here in Pennsylvania. Their service inspired me. It's my hope that young people, young Black men look at me and see not just the youngest lieutenant governor in the country, but someone who came from a neighborhood like them with a similar life experience as them. And to tell you that if I can do it, you can do it. And we need you to help move our country forward.
I just would ask them to make a simple choice. Do you want to be somebody who makes things happen or somebody that things happen to? Because there's really only two choices in any situation. And I believe that we are a powerful people. I believe we are people who can impact the present and the future. But we have to make the choice to make things happen. And I let them know that if that's the energy they have, then I will meet that energy and be right there with them to help them make things happen.
Well, Garland, Austin, thank you so much for your leadership. Thank you for all that you're doing for your states. But most importantly, thank you for what you're doing for our community. You guys are great role models for the young brothers growing up in Michigan and Pennsylvania and even round-headed boys, Black boys in South Carolina. I so appreciate the two of you so much. And again, folks, I want you to follow Garland, follow Austin, support them in their efforts because they're not rising stars. They are stars of our party, but they need our support. So thank you guys again for being on tonight. Thank you for being a part of this.
Thank you, brothers.
Now, for our second panel tonight, we are bringing together people who are at the forefront of creating and sustaining the strength of the Democratic Party. And I know this from personal experience because I was a state party chair in South Carolina. And this is often a very demanding and thankless job where you are responsible for fundraising, recruiting candidates up and down the ballot, and you have to get them elected to improve the lives of the people in the states that you are in. Today, we are lucky enough to have 4 state party chairs joining us. And not only are these state party chairs, but they are dear friends to me. And they will provide their perspective on being proactive in the face of Trump. And they're going to speak on the actions and the hope that will be required for us in this next few weeks and months and the election cycles to come. First and foremost, I am privileged to introduce my chair, my personal chair, my chairwoman, Crystal Spain. Crystal is the first Black woman to serve as chair of any of the South Carolina Democratic Party. She has extensive campaign experience. And I love this. Crystal's favorite quote is, "When you exist in spaces that weren't built for you, sometimes just being you is revolution enough." So thank you so much, Crystal, for joining us.
Thank you, Jamie, for having me. Thank you so much.
Yes. And next, we also have Chairman Coleman Eldridge. As chair of the Kentucky Democratic Party, Coleman has worked with Governor Andy Beshear to reinvigorate the Kentucky Democratic Party. He's been prioritizing party building and training and organizing throughout all of Kentucky's 120 counties. Coleman, welcome, my friend.
Chairman, thank you so much. It's great to see you, my friend.
And then we also have Chairwoman Gina Repass. Now, she was just reelected, so congratulations on your reelection, Madam Chair. Chairwoman Repass is the first Black and Latino woman to serve as chair of the Kansas Democratic Party, and she was the first woman of color to be nominated for statewide office in Kansas. Her quote, her philosophy is, "Be the change that you want to see in the world." So welcome, Chairwoman. It's good to see you, my friend.
It is good to see you. You will always be my chair.
Thank you.
forever.
And last but not least, we have Chairwoman and Representative Danielle Monroe-Marino. Chair Monroe-Marino is the first Black woman to chair the Nevada Democratic Party, and she proudly represents Nevada's first Assembly District in the Nevada State Legislature as the Speaker Pro Tem of that legislature. And I had the honor of joining her in Nevada to do several canvas kickoffs this last October. Madam Chair, welcome to the conversation.
Thank you so much for having me.
And so y'all,
hello everybody.
Hey.
As I said, this is a Black Power Hour right now. The Avengers are definitely assembling. Now, I know our audience is really looking for ways to be active in response to Trumpism, but let's get into some specifics around the harmful policies that you all are seeing right now in your states. Now, I know some of you are in states in which we have Democratic governors, and some are in states in which we have Republican governors. And I think the impact of those Trump policies are different based on those states. I would love to hear first, maybe we hear from our in Kentucky and Kansas, where we have, and isn't that great to say Kentucky and Kansas have Democratic governors? Now, that's what I want people to understand, that, the hell with that red state stuff. If you organize and do what you need to do, and if you can unify people, even in red states, Democrats can win. So let's go to Coleman and Gina to talk a little bit about what you are seeing, how Trump is impacting your states, and how your Democratic governor is pushing back against that. Madam Chair, let's go with you first.
Thank you. And I do want to say Chairman Harris is always a champion, not just for Black people, but specifically Black women. And when we have Black men stand up for Black women, that's how we move the ball forward. Okay, I'm off my soapbox, but that had to be said. Well, it's wonderful to have a governor in the state, but I will tell you, DOGE is wrecking through rural communities and agricultural states like Kansas. Kansas State University lost $50 million in grant funding that was going to research to make your food and your crops better and more to yield more. And then our farmers got raided when USAID got gutted. And that is a direct impact. But Governor Kelly is in here fighting it. She's trying to put in legislation that's going to make sure that we keep our schools open. And we know they're going after the Department of Ed. So it's great to have a governor, but right now, some of that stuff is affecting us in a way that we just have to stand in the gap for our farmers and our rural communities.
Coleman?
Well, and let me begin very quickly. Chairman, thank you for the kind words about Kentucky. I want to also thank you on behalf of Kentucky and for everything you did to make sure that we continue to have a Democratic governor in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. You were pivotal in making sure we had the resources and support to not only re-elect Governor Andy Beshear, but to do so with a wider margin than we elected him in the first place in 2019. So I'd be remiss if I did not once again say thank you for that. But the reality is, as Chairwoman Reep has said, look, it really doesn't matter whether or not you live in a state with a Democratic governor or Republican governor. The Trump agenda hurts everyone. And here in Kentucky, what we have seen is that this so-called cost-effective measures of shrinking the government has meant it's targeting almost 24,000 federal civilian workers that live right here in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Almost 6,000 of those who work for the Veterans Health Administration. So, in rural Kentucky, especially in rural America, where we've got so many of our veterans who have served our nation, who return home, who rely on having a robust Veterans Affairs Administration, Veterans Health Administration to help keep our commitment to them as they've kept their commitment to us. Now that's on the chopping block for thousands of Kentuckians across the Commonwealth. We too are in the clutch of trying to ensure that our schools in rural communities, suburban and urban communities alike, aren't ransacked and destroyed by the Trump administration and Linda McMahon, who knew nothing about running wrestling and knows even less about running an education department, let alone their desire to just dismantle it altogether. And so we're fortunate to have a governor in Andy Beshear who has continued to fight back, who saw the threat of Project 2025 when Trump was disavowing even knowing it, and has really done his part, along with our Lieutenant Governor Jacqueline Coleman, to make sure that we can fight back. And I will tell you that he is so successful at it that the Republican legislature is trying to once again shrink his authority to take the Trump administration to court and to fight back because he has such a good track record, not only of fighting back, but winning those fights against Trump.
Well, thank you, Coleman. And Crystal, tell me a little bit about what's going on in South Carolina right now.
You know, no different from, and I'll also say, Jamie, thank you for everything that you continue to do for South Carolina. You know, we're still standing largely in part because of your efforts and your support. So thank you so much. But I'll tell you, no different from what we're seeing across the country. The biggest difference is that we suffocate under the weight of Republican supermajorities here in South Carolina. So what they do over at the State House is double down and try to replicate everything that is happening on the federal level to do it here on the state level. They've already proposed a DOGE bill for South Carolina, although they also, you know, they run all the chambers of the government and they make all the appointees of these state agencies. So they're going to investigate themselves, which makes absolutely no sense. But we feel that that same weight, that same pressure, you know, the DEI policies are over at the State House. We had a total abortion ban bill hearing today over at the State House. It is just that they are just doubling down, and we are, you know, we're feeling it probably double time here in South Carolina.
And Madam Chair, Nevada, battleground state, so important. You got a Democratic AG, but you got a Republican governor. Tell us about how you're fighting back, and you're in the State House. Tell us how you're fighting back in Nevada.
Yeah, I am in the State House, and we're in session right now. Right, we started our session just last month, and we walked in the door with a $400 million deficit in our budget that we were presented with by our governor, and then all the added problems coming from the federal government. But I have a Democratic majority in our House and in the Senate, so we're working on those policies to push back here at the state level, and thank goodness for Attorney General Aaron Ford, because he's pushing back in our courts. The biggest thing right now we're looking at, over 800,000 Nevadans that would lose their Medicaid. So that's our seniors, our children, members of our communities with disabilities, and our hardworking Nevadans that are utilizing Medicaid, Medicare to get by. But Nevada is a hospitality state, right? We're the state where people come with their discretionary income that helps keep our general fund funded. But we have folks losing their jobs at the federal level and would lose their jobs if the money leaves the state. So those visitors may not come to Nevada, which hurts our budget in so many ways. But I'm encouraged that I have, I am the Speaker Pro Tem. I have a Senate Majority Leader and a Speaker in the House that we're going to do everything we can to push back and be very creative in what we do to protect Nevadans. We can't save the world, but we can protect Nevada, and that's what we're working hard to do.
Amen. And you all four of you are doing such an amazing job. We are going to be joined by a special guest now. Somebody that I consider, I told y'all the Avengers are assembling, and so Captain America has decided to grace our screen. Somebody that I consider my political father. I call him the boss. Folks, please welcome the former House Majority Whip, the one and only Jim Clyburn.
Hey, guys. Hey, thank you so much, Jamie. Thank you so much for having me as my chair. Crystal, thank you for the great leadership you were giving to South Carolina. I've been talking about you all day today. I started out the morning on CNN early this morning, a little bit early for me. I spent some time later with our former president, my favorite president in this decade, Joe Biden. and we talked about this evening and reminisced a little bit about his administration and the challenges they've got before us as we approach this evening. Look, we are going to be treated to one of those rare, maybe I'm saying rare, I've not looked at all of the State of the Union or joint session speeches ever given, but I've studied history pretty thoroughly. I don't believe you'll ever see
Did we?
I think we lost him.
Did we lose the congressman?
I think so.
Hopefully we'll get him back here. And he was about to give us a history lesson, Crystal, as you know.
I want to take. I got my pen.
I was here for it. I was like, get it.
Anytime you have Jim Clyburn going, you get a notebook because you about to learn something that you didn't know.
And I'm about to use it. I'm about to hit the road out into Western Kansas.
So hopefully he will get back soon. And one of the things that I really want, when he does come back, one of the things I want to chat with him about, if he could, there's some similarities in past election cycles to the one that we have coming up soon. Some of us were involved in politics back in 2006. I was the executive director of the House Democratic Caucus in 2006 when Democrats got our butts waxed in 2004. I mean, John Kerry lost. We lost the Senate. We didn't win a Senate race other than Barack Obama that year, I think. We didn't control the House, and George W. Bush got reelected in 2004. But in 2006, we came back. That was the comeback. When we won the House and we won the Senate, and then in 2008 we took back the White House, and then had a much larger margin. I wonder what are the things that we can learn from that. What can we learn from when Republicans in 1994, after Democrats swept them in 92, but Republicans came back in 94. So, hey, Congressman, you were going to give us a history lesson, and then I was going to ask you about some more of our history. But you go right ahead.
Well, thank you so much. I had a long talk with President Biden this morning. Then I went over to the Democratic headquarters, DNC, in your old stomping grounds, Jamie, and Joyce Beatty and I met with Ken Martin. We spent an hour with people all over the country. And then this afternoon, I did some live stuff into North and South Carolina. People are worried about where we are, and they should be. We as Democrats have got to stay on the offense. And that's why doing this, what I call pre-button. And I want to thank Angela Rye and Joy Reid, with whom I met last week, for putting all this together. And I was with Angela Rye a little bit last evening, and she told me, Jamie, that she had made, I don't know, a star out of you or something. But thank you so much for doing this, because I heard at one point today that something we were doing had over 100,000 people tuned in. We have got to stay on the offense. We cannot allow this president to put us on defense at all. And I think what you're doing tonight, and this will continue even after the speech is over, is exactly what we need to do to demonstrate to the American people that Democrats are going to fight through this, and we're going to come out successful on the other end. So thank you so much for doing it. Thank you for letting me be a part of it. And I'll answer any questions you may have to ask.
Congressman, one quick question. I was just telling the panelists, that, this is unprecedented in many ways, but there's some similarities to what we have seen in the past. We saw back in 92 when Democrats swept the White House and the House and the Senate, and they had large majorities. But in 94, Republicans were able, the Tea Party emerged and were able to take away those majorities in the House and the Senate. And then we saw in 2004 when Democrats lost George W. Bush won. We didn't control the House or the Senate, but in 2006 we took back the House and the Senate, and then in 2008 we took back the White House. What are some of the things from those? What are some lessons that we can take from those past experiences to apply to what these chairs are doing now in the state parties to push back and organize so that we can be successful in 2026?
Well, Jim, I'm glad you brought that up, because every time we have an election like this, no matter which party comes out on the losing end, people will start singing those hymns and making the prayers and pronouncing us dead. This party is not dead by any means. I was elected in 1992.
Oh no!
No, right at the good part.
I know.
I'm over here.
If he's in the House right now, that just means Mike Johnson is cutting off the flipping the internet on and off.
This is what Doge cuts get you.
That's what Doge cuts get you. That's exactly right. Those Republicans, I mean, they're dirty now. They'll come with all kinds of stuff. They come out all types of stuff. But I really wanted him to get to that. So maybe he'll get back. But in the meantime, from you all, what do you, in your state parties, what do you need to do right now in preparation for 2026? And this is an open question. Let's do hot potato. What is it that you want to do in your states, and what do you need right now to prepare for the 2026 elections?
I'll jump real quick because I rolled this out. I just got reelected this week, and so that's why my voice is sore. I love all of you, and I know what it takes to put on a state convention. And but what we introduced is Rural Fest. We are going to go out with literally keg beer, hot dogs. We're going to hit the farms. We're going to go out in the fields. We are going to take this message to the farmers and let them understand that it was Democrats that got the farm bill passed. It is Democrats that are here to help you after we have when we need bailouts. I don't like the word bailout, but when our farmers need that assistance, that comes from Democrats. So I am hitting the road. I'm putting on my best Jamie Harrison, and I'm going out to Western Kansas. And I don't know if y'all saw Roger Marshall got run out of he actually ran himself out of the room. And so we have a Senate seat and a governorship up in 26, and I am starting that fight right now.
Jamie, you had mentioned that you were in Nevada at the end of the last election cycle, and you came to Nevada after we had done that statewide tour. We went to all 17 counties. It was called the Kitchen Table Tour. It's doing more of that. It's being in community, right? I think they used to call it retail politics. Yeah. All it is talking to people, right? And it's listening to people, and it's letting them know that we're the party that leads with empathy, compassion, and respect. But Democrats, we do the work. We haven't touted our story. I'm telling everybody from the hilltops of what the work we are doing as Democrats in the state. We have 6 congressional members in the state. 5 of them are Democrats, and they are working their butts off in DC for Nevadans. But you also have state legislators here in the State House doing the same thing. It's putting the tennis shoes on, being out there talking to people, but more importantly, listening to people and showing up for them. It's more of that. And it's building what Gina's doing. It's those rural connections. It's the urban courts, my frontier communities, letting them know that we got Democrats everywhere. But when Democrats are elected, we're not elected to represent Democrats. We're elected to represent everybody. We're only as strong as the weakest area in our state and in our country. We are here working for everybody. So that's what we're doing here in Nevada. That's what I'm doing and our party's doing.
Well, we're going to pause before Mike Johnson turns off Congressman Clyburn's internet again.
Let me just say what I was attempting to say. When Bill Clinton got elected president in 1992, I remember so well. Nobody wanted to run. I mean, we were supposed to be dead. Bill Clinton got in the race from a little state of Arkansas. They had what, like 9 people, and they were called the 9 Dwarfs. Bill Clinton gets elected. He brings with him the largest class since in 1992, the largest class since 1948. And then 2 years later, we lost 56 seats. I tell people all the time, no party is ever dead. I don't care how big the victory may have been for the other party, no matter how your loss may have been. We just had a very disappointing loss. But let me tell you something. Here, this year, we can't wait until next year. Yeah. We got to concentrate in Virginia, in New Jersey. We've got 2 gubernatorial races going. Virginia will be a flip for us if we can win in Virginia. We must hold in New Jersey and let this be a warm-up for what we're going to do next year. I'm telling you, this president is going to flame out, and we have got to be ready. You know, I was born and raised in a parsonage, and one of my favorite sermons from my dad was keep your lamps trimmed and burning so as to be ready when the bridegroom comes. So let's not sit here whining, wringing our hands, oh, pity me. Let's go to work. The pendulum in politics is always going left to right, back left again, back right again. And we must remember, when the pendulum is going from left to right, it passes through the center. When it's going from right to left, it passes through the center. We've got to make sure that the center holds, because that pendulum theoretically camps out in the center twice as often as it does left or right. This country took a big lurch to the right last October. Let's keep our lamps trimmed and burning, and let's prepare to move the pendulum back to the left this year, not next year, this year. I'm telling you, we pull off a big victory in Virginia, that will be the launching pad for us to do great things in the 2026 election. That is what it's all about. So I'm ready to do it. I know we can. You know, this history guy has always said, anything that's happened before can happen again. If we've done it before,
we can do it again. So
I know we can do it again. So let's just get ready to do it.
Well, Congressman, you said a whole word. You said a whole word there, and I'm a firm believer that political overreach always precedes a wave election. They are overreaching in a way that we have never seen historically before, and that means we're going to get the biggest wave that we've ever seen before. But we got to be ready. If we don't run people, you can't win a race you don't have a candidate for. And so we need to be putting people in place in every seat. I don't care how big of a Republican seat it is. There should not be a seat in this country, if we can do it, that does not have a Democrat running in it, because we will win elections in 26 that we would never probably have an idea that we could win before. And that is where Crystal, you, Coleman, Gina, Danielle, where the work that you are doing is so important. So I got 5 minutes left. So Crystal, one closing quick thought for 1 minute, Coleman 1 minute, and then Congressman Clyburn, if you got one last parting word, we'll close it out.
You know, I just will echo what everybody else has said. You know, the main thing that we're trying to do is make sure that we're listening to our voters, as Danielle said so eloquently, that we're in community with people, making sure folks know that we are here and we are fighting. That is just the message that I want to send. We are not dead. We are fighting back, and we are here, and we're not weak. Our party is healthy. South Carolina Democratic Party is very healthy, and we're ready to do the work, and we're recruiting candidates. I've had several candidate meetings this week with folks who are ready to run all across this state. And as you said, Jamie, we can't win seats that we don't have candidates for. So my charge to everyone is to get involved and get engaged locally. It's not just in DC, especially in South Carolina. It's right here in Columbia at the State House. These things are happening right here in your front yard, and you've got to be engaged, and you've got to be ready to call folks and do what needs to be done so we can push back on all these bad policies.
Thank you, Chris Coleman. You got a minute, buddy.
Yes, sir. I will co-sign what everyone else has said. You know, in Kentucky, to kind of echo something in particular that Congressman Clyburn said, when we won in 2023, I level set for everyone that if we could prove we could reelect a Democratic governor in a state that Donald Trump won by more than 30 points, that would begin the process where folks would realize in the most rural places, urban places, suburban places, that Democrats actually could win. And so from that moment on, we had folks continue to say, hey, I'm interested in running. I'm interested in volunteering and being a part of my local Democratic Party executive committee. And the thing that we have not stopped doing, because we have these weird 3-year cycles, is we've not stopped organizing. We've not stopped mobilizing people. We've not stopped showing up in community time after time after time again. We're continuing our role listening tour. This is year 3 of that. We've started a statewide growing the blue dot training that we've had massive amounts of folks show up to, because there's a hunger out there to not only be involved, but when you see Democrats in the fight, you see people give a damn. You see the rejection of the notion that we don't care and that we can't fight back against the Trump agenda, against the MAGA agenda. All folks want to believe in is that we can fight for them. They will stand with us because they know we stand with them. And so that's what we've been doing. It's an exciting time. It's an exhausting time, emotionally, physically, mentally, spiritually, all of those things. But I tell people all the time that the outcome will be worth it, because we will transform this nation into something better for having gone through this dark moment. But it really takes us being focused, doing the organizing, showing up, and being in the fight. I'm proud that we're doing that in Kentucky. And I can tell you, as a slew of us that are the first Black chairs in the states that we occupy, or the first of, doing that work and making sure that it counts is transformative, not only for our party, but for all of those who are going to come after us.
Well, thank you, my friends, so much for all the work that you are doing. And I'm just going to quickly close this out. You know, my friends, in all of the darkness, people are looking for a glimmer of hope. And I hope that they found some of that tonight. You know, in Dr. King's letter from a Birmingham jail, he said that we will repent in this generation, not merely for the hateful words and actions of the bad people, but for the appalling silence of the good people. My friends, in the face of the bigotry, the hatred, and division coming out of Trump's White House, we can't afford to be silent. You know, I often, growing up in Orangeburg, South Carolina, I would ask myself, what would I have done during the Civil Rights Movement? Well, that question is no longer necessary. We are in the midst of the civil rights movement of our time. So we can't afford to sit back. We can't afford to be silent. We can't afford to stand on the sidelines. It's time for us to stand up and have our voices be heard. With that, it's my honor to pass things over to someone who has dedicated her life to elevating the voice and the power of women of color as political leaders. Please, again, join me in welcoming my friend. And the baton is yours again to the wonderful Amy Allison.
Thank you so much, Jamie, and all of the state party chairs. When Jamie, you said this was like Black Power is in the room, it was an incredible conversation. Thank you so much. And if you're just joining, I just want to say we are State of the People. We're in hour 17 of a 24-hour marathon. Black excellence, analysis, journalists, thinkers, organizers, activists, people from all walks of life. I'm joining from Oakland, California, and people from the South, the Midwest, the East Coast. I mean, we're everywhere, and Black people are leading everywhere. And it's starting to get into mainstream media where they're taking note to what we're doing. Black people are planning. We're standing up, we're strategizing, and we're powerful. And so I hope you'll stay with us at 9 o'clock. We'll be 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock East Coast time. We're going to continue these conversations. At our next segment, and the final one that I have the honor of introducing before my time as anchor wraps, although this broadcast will continue all the way to midnight. The next segment is Straight Talk from the Front Lines with Maurice Mitchell, Ana Lilia Mejia, Nicholas O'Rourke, Christina Livingston, Jamani Williams, and Representative, my Congresswoman, Lateefah Simon. Let's kick it off, Maurice. So good to have you with us.
Well, Amy, I tell you what, it's okay. It's okay because
Ed, you know what? Even better, Ed.
Listen, it's been a long afternoon for you, and we've got a lot of people still to come. So what I'll do is I'll just say congratulations to you. You did a yeoman's job, and though you've stolen my thunder introducing Mo, we'll get to that in just a minute.
Well, listen, it's all yours, Ed, and have a wonderful next 4 hours.
All right, Amy, thanks so much. Greatly appreciate it. Great job. As Amy suggested, we are about to bring you yet another hour, but we should note that we are an hour away from Donald Trump's joint address to Congress. But more importantly, as Amy began to tell you, we're an hour away from our town hall meeting, which will bring truth to power. Angela Rye and Roy Wood Jr. will host that town hall. That's coming up. You know, you just heard about the importance and the power of states in the coming years as we move to try to solidify the world as we know it. We can't overemphasize the importance of states. And we can't overemphasize the importance of families because that is the lifeblood of all of us. And as we have seen over the course of the last few weeks and months, families are being hit hard by virtue of the economy and certainly the many layoffs that we've been seeing, particularly in the federal government. And so, as Amy said, we are about to turn it over to Maurice Mitchell, National Director of the Working Families Party. Mo, we're going to bring you in and let you introduce your guest, and you can take it from there. I see we have Reverend Mark there, who is in the Capitol, and he'll be bringing us some information from there. So there is Mo. Mo, we're going to give it to you. You've got the next hour, and I'll be back on the other end to introduce the town hall.
Thank you so much, Ed. Black media royalty. So appreciate the handoff. It's really, really good to be with everybody today. My name is Maurice Mitchell. I'm the National Director of the Working Families Party. The Working Families Party is a grassroots political movement and third-party movement that believes this crazy idea that in a democracy, the people should govern, not corporations, not billionaires, not the wealthy and well-connected, the people. And every single day at the Working Families Party for the past 26 years, we've worked with the people, everyday working class people, in order to build a grassroots democracy that honors their contributions to this society. We're on this historic live stream where so many Black voices have gotten up from media, from grassroots organizations, from politics, to join in a unified voice to say that this is not business as usual and something is terribly wrong. We're joined today because people recognize, especially working class Black folks, we understood the assignment in November and we understand the assignment now. We recognize who and what MAGA is, who and what Project 2025 is, who and what Elon Musk is, and what their actual designs are. This is probably one of the greatest smash and grab robberies that we've ever witnessed. The destruction of critical services to working people all over the country, disguised as somehow trying to get at race, fraud, and abuse. The greatest abuse, the greatest fraud is happening right in front of us. Believe your eyes and ears. Don't believe what they say, believe what they do. And so I have the honor to bring folks who have been fighting on the front lines to be in this conversation. We're going to be joined by folks in local office who are standing up. I know that some people have been disappointed because they're not seeing the leadership that they want to see in some spaces. I'm here to say that all elected officials are not made the same. All Democrats are not made the same. And there are people who are leading, who are fighting back, who understand that this is a time for opposition on the local level. And so this panel is about the grassroots leadership. We'll be joined by Nicholas O'Rourke, who is a Philly City Council member who is fighting the good fight. Christina Livingston, who is the executive director of ACE, a grassroots organization building power in California and building the Working Families Party. We'll be joined by Ana Lilia Mia, who is the executive director of Popular Democracy, a national organization building people power from the ground up. And this is an opportunity for us to hear from people who are building the Working Families Party and doing the work on the ground to hear exactly what's going on. So let's start with you, Christina. How you doing?
Come off mute. Hi, I'm doing well. How are y'all doing?
We're doing well. It's so good to see you. So good to hear from you. I was just with you not too long ago in California, where we at the California Working Families Party, we're talking about strategy. We're talking about this moment. We're going to get to Latifah Simon's speech later and get to the other guy's speech later. Outside of those two speeches, what's on your mind today?
Yeah, thanks for asking. You know, I'm really stricken by sort of the paradox of this moment. Like, on the one hand, it feels like there's no denying we're in a moment of massive transition, right? Like the old way of being in this country is dying in this moment. And it's leading to this uncovering of actually how important all of our individual actions are, right? As an organizer on the doors for decades, I've heard people talk about how little their voice matters. And there were so many ways that I couldn't deny that, right? I had to recognize that in a myriad of ways, people's voices were being stifled. But in this particular moment, that doesn't hold true anymore, right? Like our willingness to stand up, our willingness to take space, our willingness to connect to people, to challenge what seems like foregone conclusions, like that all really matters right now. And our ability to do that emboldens other people's ability to do that. Like it matters in a very different way. So that's on the one hand. And at the same time, the day-to-day work of fighting against poverty and fighting against exploitation and, you know, the dehumanization of folks and the erasure and scapegoating of folks, that all feels so familiar to our people. So that paradox is really on my mind a lot. But I guess I just am starting to feel like maybe we're at a point where the conditions of the time are like catching up to the ideas that we've been baking for the last 50 or 60 years since the civil rights movement. Like it feels like in some ways it feels the same to us because we've been dreaming up how to get past this moment for so long that I'm really interested in figuring out how to use this moment powerfully to get us where we need to go.
Use this moment powerfully to get us where we need to go. I couldn't say it better myself. I want to bring in Nicholas O'Rourke because you're governing every single day on the ground in the city of Philadelphia. So Nick, same question. What's on your mind today?
So thank you for the opportunity to be able to talk about this and to be on with you all tonight in light of what is about to happen in about an hour or so. What's on my mind today is the importance of governing at the local level. In light of everything that's going on at the national level, with the as Christina lifted up, with the shift that is happening as it relates to what we believe is important as it relates to the national level. At this point, governing at the local level, at the municipal level, will help us get as close as possible to protecting our people. I'm thinking about making sure the folks within our city, the queer community, the migrants that live in our city, that worship in our city, that actually provide food in our communities, are protected and have access to the information that they need to protect themselves in light of the onslaught at the moment. And so I'm grateful. I was having this conversation with some colleagues and friends over the past couple of days about how things have shifted from the first Trump administration to this one. When I was in the first Trump administration, I was an organizer on the ground in the streets, an activist, an organizer, an advocate, all of those sorts of things. But now I have the responsibility of governance over the sixth largest city in the country as a lawmaker, And so in many ways, while I may miss the energy of being on the concrete, boots to pavement, being in the streets, I also have a focused responsibility now that allows me to think about ways that we can materially and measurably improve the lives of working people in spite of what may be happening at the national level. And I think many folks would be looking for that. So I see this moment obviously as a challenge. I'm mindful of those who are suffering in this moment also as an opportunity. This is the time where, as we said all the time, all politics is local. We can really lean into that right now. And I'm hoping that as folks, unfortunately may see the light at the end of the tunnel getting dimmer as it relates to the national things, that they see the light getting brighter at the local level. And I look forward to encouraging other folks to pay attention there as well.
That's right. All politics are local, and presidents aren't kings, and power is diffuse in this country. So especially on the local level, there's so many opportunities to form the opposition, to be on the front lines, and you're doing that work every single day, Nick. So thank you so much. Ana Lily, I want to bring you into the conversation. You have done work as an advocate and an organizer on the local level. You've advocated for policies and passed laws in state houses. You've helped build mighty coalitions. You've worked at the heights of politics on the presidential level, and you've worked in government. And now you're leading a mighty grassroots organizing network. What, from your perspective, is on your mind, and what's keeping you up at night?
Oh man, Mo, it is, I'm thinking a bunch of numbers, to be honest, as I was listening to my sister, Christina, and the councilman. I just feel like, first and foremost, I'm thinking of the 90 million people who, for one reason or another, swung in, not out, in this past presidential election, and how we must work to engage folks so that they feel the connection between government and the things that are keeping them up at night and take action. And the way in which we do that, I believe, and I know my comrades here also believe, that it's by giving people a glimmer of power and possibility through their political action, just like we do at WFP day in and day out, and how we push everyone. It's our belief of not any blue will do. We need to have progressive leadership that responds to the needs of people, so that 90 million swing back in. That's the first thing I'm thinking about. The other thing I'm thinking about is $1 trillion. I'm thinking about the massive transfer of wealth that is about to happen if Donald Trump gets his full way on this budget. And that is to make almost $1 trillion in cuts in order to move $1 trillion in additional tax benefits or free rides or additional, like all of the perks with none of the responsibilities to his cronies. It is a reason why we will see them lined up tonight. It is the reason we saw them lined up in his inauguration, because it's pay to play in the Donald Trump administration. And what they're trying to move is $1 trillion worth of grift and stealing and transfer of wealth. And then the last number I'm thinking about, to be quite honest, is 14. And, Christina has heard me say this before. In fact, she said it too. We know that what is slowly happening is a deconstruction of reconstruction. We know that the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, in which we granted not only equity and opportunity in the political process, but we expanded those words of freedom to cover more people. We know that they're trying to grab them back. And so we must be very vigilant and ensure that we continue to protect and denounce any attacks on the 14th, because that's an attack on our full citizenship, on the way in which we are seen as whole humans under our law. So I'm paying attention to those numbers, and I know that bottom line, tonight, tomorrow night, and all the way through into 2026, we must mobilize for action. So thank you for holding space, and I hope we share opportunities that folks will have to engage with either the Working Families Party or organizations and leaders like those that you are making space for today, Mo.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And thanks for that historical context. It's really critical to understand what our people fought for and how in this moment, so many of those protections, so many of those rights are in question. So I want to bring it to you, Nicholas. So I want you to make it plain for us. You're on the ground in Philly. You're talking to folks all across Philly every single day. What are you hearing directly from your constituents in this moment?
Well, I can say what I'm hearing directly. Certainly, I was just at a meeting the other night of a number of folks from the Asian community, Pacific Islander community as well, who are all quietly having a very large town hall to discuss what could actually be done to protect their community and to protect their family members and what have you. There is a desire, at least in our context, that elected officials become more outspoken and courageous in their defense of their constituency. Unfortunately, we have not had the sort of bold communication as it relates to protecting our communities that we would like to see here in the city of Philadelphia. And there is a desire to see more of that, but not only within the migrant community, but also, as I said, with our queer community, with our workers. And this is not necessarily new. There has been a desire, an outcry for more courageous leadership, a willingness to take the position that might not be popular amongst your colleagues, but might be necessary for working families, and live into that and to lean into that. And I believe now it's only been amplified. It's only been turned up. Folks are recognizing, as Christine lifted up earlier, things are changing. And so they're looking for they're looking for something else. How many times have we all probably heard since Election Day how folks are frustrated with the Democratic Party? Not to shade them at all. I'm just naming what I'm hearing on the ground. Frustrated with the Democratic Party, frustrated with the Republican Party, and they're looking for something else. They're looking for something real, something authentic. And so they're concerned about those sorts of things. They're concerned about housing, right? They're concerned about the cost of living. That preceded the election of Donald Trump. That's a reality at the ground level. And so these very brass tacks material things that can help measurably improve folks' lives is something that has only been turned up and amplified. And so we're looking at how we can actually meet folks where they are to address those sorts of things and not be only reacting to, as I'm sure the right wing would have us to be, reacting to everything that happens, but proactively moving towards those things that we know aren't just an interest to who our constituency is, but reality is many of the folks that got won over by MAGA care about these same things. And so I see an opportunity here and I hear people speaking to it. And so we're going to seize that moment.
Christina, same question. And I know our brother Jumaane Williams, the public advocate of New York, just came by. So we're going to bring him in. But Christina, as we bring him in, Christina, same question. What are you hearing from your members?
First of all, I had my mic on mute, but I was doing all the amens and that's rights over here. I know, Councilman, that you're a man of the church. Our folks are feeling, a mix of like targeted real fear. People are afraid to come out of their homes. People are afraid at what attacks might come to them. People are paralyzed in ways that are keeping their kids from going to school. They're paralyzed from ways that are keeping them from going to work and being able to earn a living. There's a lot of real fear in the community. That's real. There's a lot of deep frustration that folks are experiencing. And that ranges from finger pointing. How could we possibly have gotten ourselves back into this situation? Are you one of those people who voted this way or that way? There's, a lot of economic desperation, as Councilman O'Rourke was alluding to, people who are, at the end of the day saying, whatever's happening at the federal level, like that's terrible. And also I might be homeless next month, or I don't know that there's any way that I can, pay for my medical bills, or my house just burned in a fire and it got turned into some political zoo, as opposed to figuring out how folks in a historically Black community like Altadena can rebuild and reestablish the wealth that they fought so hard to create. All of that's real. And I was in a meeting the day before I was with you, Maurice, with community members who really have the will, the desire to really start to fight. Right? Folks who were like, it always sucked for us. And I recognize that if I don't push for something real, push for something else, push for something different, then there is an agenda that is going to be established in this moment. They're very clear-eyed about that, that protection is really critical and important. We can't leave our folks behind. We can't build a new world that's only for the people who are fortunate enough to have made it out of the slaughter that's coming for us. That doesn't work for them. So we've got to protect our people, but protection is not enough. And so our folks are saying in every room that they're in, yes, let's do this really important work of keeping our people safe. And let's not pretend that doing a lighter version of what the Republican Party is saying is going to win people to a Democratic Party that never worked for our people anyway. Let's not pretend that there isn't already a party established to do that. Let's create something different. Let's create something that actually is by and for us, and put me in every space and place possible where I can make that happen. That's the range of emotions that our folks are feeling right now.
Absolutely. Yeah, I hear every single emotion you could imagine. From F around and find out, to I'm fired up, to the despair, and to tap me in, I'm ready to move, and everything in between. Ana Lilia, what are you hearing?
So I'm working day in and day out, not only with community organizations like Christina's. Proud to again be in community with all of those here. But also working with organizers who, to be honest, are trying to, at the same time, come up with a strategy as to how we're going to protect our communities and inform our communities, coming up with strategies to ensure mutual aid while we're trying to stay ahead of any weaponization of government or the criminalization of political dissent. And so I'm just working really hard to try to keep our movement with the energy, with the resilience, and frankly, with like the space to be able to say, like, this is hard, but history, although history doesn't repeat, it does inform. And history tells us that by turning into community, by engaging each other deeply, by like reaching out not only within our own families, to our neighbors, at our churches, and the places and spaces in which we naturally find ourselves, whether it's the grocery store, looking at that crazy price of eggs, or at pickup with our kids when we're wondering what happens if the Department of Education is unfunded. And what we need to, as organizers, what I'm trying to do is hold people who could carry through that. And then at the same time, impart to everyone else that this is the moment to talk to each other, that this is the moment to like look at the pain that we're experiencing, who is causing it, and realize it's not us. No, really, it's them. And our first opportunity to derail it is, for everyone listening, is this budget reconciliation and this budget process. Do not lose, take the eye off the prize on this one. We should be listening to what's happening tonight. The truth is, we need to know our ideological opponents so that we could undermine whatever it is that they're trying to do. They've given us their roadmap. We should believe them. And then we should be looking carefully at budget reconciliation, because that $1 trillion that I spoke about, it's going to be, that $1 trillion in tax cuts is going to be given to the Jeff Bezos of the world by cutting agriculture and food programs and school lunches and school breakfasts. It's going to be achieved by cutting education and workforce so that we don't have training programs and we don't have bridge programs to get young people into jobs and careers. It's going to be by cutting education and commerce. It's going to be by cutting the national resources. It's going to be achieved by cutting oversight and government accountability. It's going to be achieved by cutting transportation and infrastructure. So this is the time, whenever you drive over a pothole, I hope when you get
Absolutely, Anna Lily, and we're
It
gonna
cut
bring
off.
in. Yeah, we got cut off, but we're gonna bring in Jumani Williams, and I want everybody to understand a theme here. Every single person here is on the front lines. This is a message from the front lines of our democracy, and every single person here is an organizer, and started off as organizers, and still in their different capacities continues to organize. And so I'm happy to bring to the conversation organizer, former city council person, always an activist, New York City's public advocate, my brother Jumani Williams.
Peace and blessing. Love and light, everybody. And just so folks know, public advocate is a citywide elected official position. So we try to let folks know what it is for folks who are not from New York City.
Appreciate you. And Jumani, the question that I was asking others is, what are you hearing? What are you hearing from your constituents about this moment?
Now, and I appreciate you and everybody who's on here on the front lines. You know, I've heard some people say it. I think there's a mixture of emotions. People are very, very afraid. People are very concerned. They're concerned about the city we're in. And here in New York City, we have a whole nother problem that we can talk about at some other point, because we have a mayor that's not providing, I think, the messages of safety that we would want to see. So they're worried about that. They're worried about some of the things they've always been worried about, safety and affordability, some things that the party I belong to did not address. And so we got to this, not because the richer people who want to cause division were correct. I think it was because we just ignored people who were telling us for a very, very long time what they were angry about and what they were worried about. And we just straight up ignored it, if we're going to be honest. I also know that, you know, folks who are on the ground like us and people who are doing this work are starting to come out. You know, to be honest, there was a period of mourning, which makes sense. Folks were trying to figure it out, trying to take some time to breathe. And, you know, this man is a man of chaos, flood the zone. So there's a lot happening. But I think folks who are all the organizers who are going to try to take lead in the situation are very slowly starting to come together with a plan that's going to make sense and I think energize folks. But it's not, you know, it's not surprising. That took some time. This was some heavy blows, man. We thought we was past this, and we're not. So, you know, I don't knock anybody who had to take some time to just take a second to breathe, man. For real.
That's right. That's right. And when you said party that you belong to, I'm pretty sure you're not talking about the Working Families Party.
Oh, hell no. Sorry, the Democratic Party, Working Family Party is, you know, people are listening to the Working Families Party and listening to people on this call. They would have leaned in to a public safety message that was not how many people can you punish, particularly if they're Black and brown. If they had leaned into affordability and housing, they would have adopted a message that would have addressed the things that people were scared of and have been talking about. Man, you had Obama and Trump voters. Those are people who've been telling you, we don't want the same old. And we kept giving them the same old candidates and messages. And now we surprised. Like, many of us have been talking about this for a very, very long time. And quite frankly, they try and do the same thing again in some spaces. That's another conversation. Hopefully they won't. No, we have been talking about safety. All of us want to be safe. And we know that our law enforcement partners have a role to play, but we also know they can't do it alone. And everybody knows that. We have been talking about affordability, talking about housing. We allow wealthy people to put a plan to make them wealthier, to convince people that they're the better people to address this issue. And they did that by the tried and true way of telling them the people you don't like anyway are the reason for this problem, even though we get richer during it. And so, you know, I hope we really adopt some lessons that I think we should have learned first time around. We didn't, but I'm hoping we do now. And I see people starting to coalesce and come together. It is sad to see organizations and entities, you know, bowing to the ring at this moment. But we've been here before. Our ancestors have been here before. I think our job is to try to make the next generation as proud of us in this fight, in this moment, than we are, as we are the last generation.
Indeed, and we will be unbowed. And we at the Working Families Party, this is another thing. Everybody here is an organizer, and everybody in their own way in California, on the national level, in Philadelphia, and in New York are part of the Working Families family and are building that grassroots energy. And, you know, we don't just fight the power, we want to be the power. We don't just make noise, we make policy, because we seek to govern for the people at the Working Families Party. And, you know, we have been saying for a while that if you ignore the grassroots, if you ignore working people, that you will face a rebuke. a deep political rebuke. So I think this is an opportunity for us to lean into embracing what we're hearing from the ground. And when I say working people and I say the working class, I'm talking about many of the people on this call who come from working class communities. Jumani, who comes from organizing tenants in Brooklyn. You know, Nick, who you lead a small congregation and have been organizing in Black Philly. Christina, who have been organizing for people for years, and same Anna Lilia. This idea that the working class is just white men in hard hats. We need to dispel that myth. The working class is multiracial. The working class is your cousin, are your parents, are my mom, who's a $11.99 nurse. And so if you want to listen to the working class, you need to listen to the voices in this conversation. I want to move the conversation to what we're about to hear. Number one, I'm so excited because we're going to hear from Latifah Simon, another working families Democrat, who is a freshman congresswoman, and she inhabits Barbara Lee's sacred seat and is in that lineage of speaking truth to power. We're going to hear from her, and she's going to be representing the Working Families Party. But before we hear from her, before we talk about her address, we also know that we're going to hear from Donald Trump. So I guess my question is, what do you expect to hear from Donald Trump tonight, and what do you hope to hear from Latifah Simon? And Anna Lila, since you came back, well, good to see you. Why don't we kick it to you first, and then we'll go to Christina.
I mean, I know to expect lies from Donald Trump. I know that he's going to spew hate and vitriol. I'll be bracing myself for the vilification of communities and the amplification or exaltation of wealth and power. Like that's his trope. That's the way he rolls. I want the American people to believe him when he tells us how much he actually doesn't care. As for our own address, the people's address, what I'm listening for is hope and direction. I'm listening for, the tidbits that are going to give us the resilience to keep pushing, maybe a little bit of history to keep us grounded on we have been here before. This pendulum has a tendency to swing both the way, but we have the collective power and organizing expertise to make it come back. And then I'm listening to my heart that tells me tomorrow is another day that we're going to keep organizing. So, that's where I'm at, Mo. I'll hand it to my colleagues to share some insight as well.
So, Christina, what do you expect to hear from Donald Trump? It's so hard to get those words out of my mouth. And what do you hope to hear from Latifah Simon?
Donald Trump is going to show up as a schoolyard bully, as he usually does. And he's going to make decrees like the egomaniac that he is, who sees himself as a king. But his playbook has obviously been exposed, right? He telegraphs all of his moves. Anna Lilia said earlier, they've given us their roadmap. We should definitely believe them. He's going to call people names. He's going to blame Biden. He's going to blame the Dem party broadly for where we are. He's going to scapegoat. He's going to make big-chested threats that are going to receive a lot of applause from people in the audience. And he's going to engage in this fantasy about how his policies are already reaping benefits and how America is so happy now that he's in charge. He's going to do all of that show that he always does. And unfortunately, I expect a lot of the Dems to posture toward the middle as he says these things, to try to capture people, as I was talking about before, into a party that they don't want to be a part of because that party's not speaking for them. I am hoping that Latifah will offer us a clear-eyed assessment of the state of play. I know Latifah to be a very serious woman, an organizer, someone who's been supporting organizing for a long time. She understands how to see the field in a way that is not made up, not overly dramatic, but is actually clear-eyed about what's really happening, and then offer an alternative, a call to action for us to protect the vulnerable, a call to action for us to organize towards something new, a call to action for us to take up space.
and a call to action to build a new party, and in a way that feels not like a pie in the sky dream, but actually feels like it's tangible, something that we can grab onto.
Thank you, Christina. Nick, from your vantage point, what do you expect to hear from Donald Trump? What do you hope to hear from Latifah Simon?
I fully expect to hear, and I thank you for asking this question, I fully expect to hear from Donald Trump a lot of what we heard on his inauguration rant. I recall him saying at the end of it, something along the lines of everything that he had said prior to in the last 30 minutes or 20 minutes of him talking was common sense. I expect him to sell over the course of about 50 minutes everything that every billionaire, oligarch, crypto bro, whatever the heck you want to name, to sell that as common sense, that might makes right, and that his ability to bulldoze through getting anything done is evidence of it being common sense and the right way to go. I also think that he'll try to conflate a lot of what people genuinely do have concerns about with what it is that he's doing. And I think folks are beginning to slowly, as they say, F around and find out that it's not the case. What I do hope to hear from Congresswoman Simon is also a lot about common sense, but emphasizing the idea that care is common sense regarding your fellow human being, your fellow citizen, and what they need in order to thrive and survive. It's common sense. Speaking to the material and conditions within which we live and how we can measurably improve those as a form of common sense, and a need for love, not in the lofty Hallmark card kind of way, but in regarding human beings for being human beings and having every right to live a happy, healthy life. And I hope to hear, as we have always heard from WFP responses to the State of the Union, this sort of a clear-eyed view towards a right and a just country, and that we can still win that if we organize together. I do hope to hear that from the Congresswoman. I have no doubt that she'll speak something along those lines.
All right, Jumani, same question.
Pure foolishness and lies is probably what we're going to hear. But as we know, we can't just ignore it because people are at a time where we confuse bulliness with leadership and competency. We confuse wealth with intelligence. I don't think that this president is particularly intelligent, but he is a savant when it comes to salesmanship. He does have the ability to tap into the fears of people in a way that gets their fears to override their intelligence. And so he plays on that and plays on that. Lies are actually having a great moment. So we know that as well. There has to be no basis in truth. The sky is orange, and that will be something that people will believe because he said it. And so I'm expecting to hear a lot more of that. I'm expecting him to continue to blame the other, whoever the other is for you, for whatever concerns you right now, and that he is the only one that can deal with that other. And so he'll play on the biases that, if we're honest, we all have. And that's what he's been doing for a very long time. I think what is happening is people trying to see that, oh, it's not just happening to the other, it's also happening to me. Hopefully that will unfortunately happen a little sooner than we may want, so that we can get some folks back on board. And from our sister, I'm hoping that we will hear the opposite of that. I'm hoping that we will hear truth, because we all know it may take a little while, but truth will rise again. There's a slogan that I've been took from our brothers and sisters in Brazil when they elected their dictator wannabe, which is no one let go of anyone's hands. And so I'm hoping that we'll hear some messages of we all have to hold together. Be careful of where you put your marker of bias, because someone's marker includes you, and that all of us can get through this if we try to hold on and make sure that equity is our North Star, love is our North Star. And lastly, I'm hoping that she will do what the Democrats should do, which is tap into the things that people are afraid of. Do not ignore it, but that doesn't mean you have to adopt the policies of the right, which actually don't address those concerns. But grab onto it, talk about those fears, talk about them being real, and then provide the real solutions that will address those fears, not just make wealthy people wealthier.
Provide those real solutions, not the false solutions, and
that's correct.
Grab onto every nobody let go of anybody else's hands. I love that in this moment. All right, we're gonna have a rapid fire round in our last 3 minutes. So quickly from our panel, just one thing that people who are listening can do in order to oppose this war on working people. I'm going to start with you, Christina. Just one thing in our last 3 minutes.
Okay, pressure's on. I would say the one thing that you can do is not believe the things that are being told to you about what is right and what is wrong. You know already what is right and what is wrong. So you need to stand up for what you believe is right. You need to not let people hold you back from protecting other folks. And you need to be dreaming and creating up the world that you know that we can create on the back end of this thing.
Thank you, Christina. Ana Lilia.
I would say connect. Whether it's connect with the state organization, connect with the Working Families Party. If you're in California, connect with ACE, connect with like an elected official that is resonating with you. Perhaps those who are here or speaking tonight, or some at home. Follow them, get information from trusted sources, because when the moment comes for us to stand up together, and I deeply believe that it will come, you want to be able to stay attuned and know what is moving across the ether from people that you know are aligned with you. This is the moment to figure out who your people are and then connect with them.
Thank you. And Nick, Pastor Nick, take us home.
Two things I'm gonna say. One, absolutely, I agree. Connect with the Working Families Party. I would say connect with any organization, but as an independent with the WFP, I'm going to say find a local Working Families Party chapter and get connected to them. So many folks have talked about a desire to find some other option, viable, non-delusional, durable political power that you can be connected to, a political party that is different from the Republicans and Democrats. The WFP is it. You don't have to think about it. You don't have to guess at it. It's a viable, real thing. I'm living evidence of that. But not only that, should you stay connected in these times, but also I want Congress to work. There is a branch of government that has abdicated its responsibility in the whole checks and balances arrangement here. And that's because I don't know that we have unilateral expectations being leveled at congresspersons and senators. Call them, email them, blow their phones up, get real used to forcing your representative to actually represent you. The more that we get that and more that we activate them, I think we'll get a lot more done than if we sit idly by. Connect and engage and lean in.
All right, final 30 seconds, Jumani.
Simple. Do what you can with what you have, where you are. If you got $1, make it count. Link up with somebody else who got $1. If you have 1 minute, make it count with an organization. Link up with somebody who got another minute. And lastly, for self, I got something from RuPaul. I'm not a big RuPaul fan, so I was surprised. I heard an interview, and this is for self. And he said, it's okay to look at the darkness, just don't stare at it. And so while we're in some dark moments, make sure you look away at your children, look away at your family, look away at the sun, and get rejuvenated. We've been through this darkness before. We're going to get out of it.
Amen. That is a word. And on that word, I'm so honored to introduce Representative Lateefah Simon, who is going to give the working families response to the president's address, the pre-buttal to the president's address. Thank you all.
Good evening. My name is Lateefah Simon, Congresswoman for California's 12th Congressional District in the East Bay. My district covers Oakland, Alameda, Berkeley, and Emeryville. It's the home of the Black Panther Party, the home of political courage, and it's the home of 21st century technology companies and life-saving medical innovation. If you travel through my district, you'll hear people speaking over 150 languages. My predecessor, Barbara Lee, is a mentor and a trailblazer. This is the district that sent me to Congress, and I'm honored to serve as a fellow Working Families Democrat. We are the party for working people in this country from every background. We come together with a simple belief that government should be run by and serve the people, not just the privileged and the wealthy. And when I look at what has been happening in our government today, this mission has never felt more urgent. Each year, the Working Families Party selects one leader to respond to the president's address. And tonight, I am honored to be that voice, to offer our response to the president's actions over the last few weeks. But no matter what he says tonight, we've already seen and heard enough. I have only been in Congress for 2 months, But let me tell you, I'm already alarmed. I'm clearly dismayed about what's been happening here in Washington, D.C., where the people's health, our healthcare, our education, the lives of real people are being treated as numbers. Every family, every child, every senior, every worker, every veteran has a life that matters, and they have people that love them. You know, my story is not a typical congressional story, and I've experienced so much of what other families, many families in this country, are struggling with today. I was born in San Francisco to a mother who escaped the Jim Crow South in search of a better life. I was born premature and was visually impaired at birth. I've never driven a car. I can't drive a car like many disabled people, and I rely on public transportation to get around. The first office that I ran for was for my local transit board of directors, the BART board, so that I could fight to ensure that everyone had access to affordable and safe and decent public transportation. Growing up, I was in and out of school and I was in and out of trouble. I became a mom as a teenager and saw how government wasn't actually working for folks like me, and I knew that we all deserved better. I found myself. I found my work, my calling, my love for community organizing and being on the ground with folks who deserved more. I began to lead an organization called the Young Women's Freedom Center as a teenager, where, together with other sisters, we helped other young women who were struggling on the streets and in poverty and through addiction to not only get jobs, but to also build their own power and leadership. I brought this model to the San Francisco's district attorney's office, helping young people charged with low-level offenses get jobs, get education, and get their lives back on track and out of the criminal justice system. I got hooked there on this idea that if we bring people together, especially those closest to the struggle, we can make our government work for all working people. In 2012, my husband was diagnosed with a terminal cancer, aggressive and rare leukemia that forever changed my family. Our physicians told us that he only had months to live. So we did everything. We had a new baby to get him treatment, including enrolling him in clinical trials. And it got us 2 more years. In those years, my daughter remembers her father's face. She remembers us struggling through treatment. And you know you cannot fight cancer on a budget. Those years of health care bills and traveling for treatment and child care bills during his illness, they devastated us and left us with nothing but community. As many Americans know, a severe illness, a cancer diagnosis can mean a financial disaster, as well as deep and profound personal tragedy. Last month, as a member of Congress, I visited the UC Berkeley labs where they are literally moving through life-saving research, holding clinical trials for diseases like dementia and ALS, terminal cancers, and sickle cell anemia. They are close to real cures for real families. And in that visit, it was also clear that the Trump administration is moving a tax forward to cut funding for this very research that will prevent these scientists and these student learners who are also in that lab from finding real cures. This will have devastating impacts on families and will leave children without mothers and fathers. This is not hyperbole, this is fact. My story is also why I believe that everyone should have health care. And I'm fighting with every fiber of my body to make sure that there's a loud voice fighting against these devastating cuts to Medicaid and Medicare that Republicans are trying to move through Congress right now. My life's work has been about making sure that all of us, that everyday people, don't fall through what we know are huge cracks in society. And that when they do, and if they do fall through those cracks, We collectively reach down and we help them up. That's why I ran for Congress. Every American story is unique, but I know that many of us are facing a similar challenge. I know what it is like to rely on SNAP benefits. I did as a teen mother. I had to put groceries back oftentimes at the grocery store while I was attending community college and working 2 jobs. I know what that is like. I know what it is like to rely on Social Security benefits, trying to get a death benefit after my husband passed away in his early 40s. I know, I've been there. I want better for all of us. I want our government to work for us. Our government throughout the years, especially now, it doesn't feel like it. It doesn't feel like it's serving working families, but we all know that there are folks in our communities, particularly young folks in our communities, who want to go to college and universities, and they get this big opportunity for better, and they want to take care and bring their families along with them in that success, but they know that they can't pay that high tuition. We all know that there are folks in our communities who want to stop paying their landlord and they want to buy their first home, but the interest rates and that down payment is just too high. I want this. We want this. We want that American dream. We all know that there are mothers who can't work the jobs that they've received, that they've worked hard for, or get more hours because they can't afford the high cost of childcare. It's getting more expensive day by day by day, but corporate profits are soaring. This is the pain of real working people. We're feeling it. But let's be real, Donald Trump and Elon Musk and others have never had to put groceries back at the grocery store. They've never had to struggle to put food on the table or save up literally to make rent every month. They're lying to us. When they say that they want a lower cost to help Americans, they don't care. They've gotten rich off of cutting corners and cheating workers and squeezing our communities for their own tax breaks. Now, they're pulling the same scam, but on a higher level, a bigger level. They are cheating Americans out of a functioning government and injecting real chaos in everyday people's lives. And if they're willing to cut cancer research, I gotta tell you, if they're willing to cut consumer protections, if they're willing to fire our air safety workers, what do you think that they're gonna do to our public schools, our VA hospitals, our Social Security benefits that you've paid into? I'll tell you what's coming next. I'll tell you what's around the corner. School classrooms with 60 kindergartners, veterans and children and working families without access to the most basic of healthcare provisions. Working people into their 70s and 80s without a hope of retirement that they paid into their whole lives. Job losses that force real people. We've already seen it. 20,000 federal workers have been fired. These folks will be forced into poverty, potentially shuddering into homelessness. A sicker and poorer America. What Republicans want most for themselves. Bigger tax cuts for the wealthy, the richest among us, and they want us to pay for those tax cuts. We work too hard for our children to succeed. We work too hard to take care of our elders, to give it all up now. The fight that we are in, it's not left versus right. It's not blue state versus red state. This is the fight against regular folk and the ultra wealthy. When they talk about immigration, gender, diversity, equity, accessibility, and inclusion, they're trying to make us blame one another. But diversity isn't the reason why families can't afford housing, and immigration is not the reason why you are paying more for your prescription drugs. Billionaires and CEOs who don't care about you are. Trump campaigned every day on lowering prices for all of us, but he's already admitted that he don't know how to, or he doesn't care. So we're going to build our folks together from every background, And we're going to fight back because working families have more in common with one another than we have differences. And when I say working people, I am talking about our nurses, our home healthcare aides, our teachers, our warehouse workers, our waiters, people like the ones that grew up with me and my mama on our block, in our neighborhood, in the Bay Area, folks who are just trying to make every day a little bit better for themselves and their families. Working people live in big cities and in small towns and in urban areas, but we all live in a system that has left too many behind. And it's in that end that we want the same things. We want a job. Everyone wants a job that pays them enough to pay the bills, the rent, and to put food on the table. We want housing, quality housing that we can afford, healthcare when we need it, and a chance, honestly, to leave something better for the next generation. The common sense idea behind the Working Families Party is that working people should be calling the shots in this country. And if you don't like what's happening, and a lot of us don't, you have the power to change it. If everyone on your block voted for a government that we deserve, we could change this whole thing. We can elect everyday folks to lead our school boards and our state legislatures. We can do that. We could bring these folks, the smartest and the best among us in our communities, to Congress and even the White House. We can get there. But that starts with rejecting every bit of Trump's agenda. We also need to build a government that lives up to our highest ideals, our values, our collective values of Americans. So let's make healthcare a human right. We can protect reproductive freedom and abortion rights. We can make every public school a great school. We can build affordable housing and make home ownership an attainable reality. We can and we will raise the minimum wage so that you can work one job to at least $15 an hour. We can do that. We can make it easier for people to unionize so that workers can get fair treatment. We can pass a federal jobs guarantee so that everyone who can work will work and has work. We can reform our broken immigration system and give families a true pathway to citizenship. We can get money out of politics so that it's you, voters and not big donors, who drive our electoral politic. You could be in the driver's seat. We can stop utility companies from price gouging families and stop subsidizing dirty energy. We will stand on a foreign policy that prioritizes the best of us, that prioritizes peace and diplomacy and not bullets and bombs. We can ban stock trading from sitting members of Congress like myself and restore people's faith in elected officials because they will come from our communities. And let's be very clear. We must support and lift up our small businesses. Those mom and pop shops are the backbones of this nation. They should and must thrive. We can take government and make it work for us if we roll up our sleeves. And we can do that and do this together. Year after year, the number of WFP Democrats here in Congress has grown. In offices and states across the country, we have shown what is possible when working families Democrats take office. We have raised the minimum wage for millions of workers, and we have fought and won for sick and family leave. We have stopped people from being evicted from their homes. We have built more affordable housing in our communities. We have strengthened democracy and given people real choice at the ballot box. So how do you help? I have a few ideas. And one, you should think about joining the Working Families Party so that we can help elect working class people right there in your community. Or maybe you want to run for office yourself. It sounds like a big leap, but it is possible. Working Families Party provides working class candidates around this great country with training and a lot of support. Now, I'm an organizer at heart. And as an organizer, I know that if I'm in the room with people who agree with me 90% of the time, then I know I need a bigger room. Let's create a bigger room. Let's build that room. And let's create a nation that finally works for all of us. Thank you and good night.
That again, Representative Lateefah Simon from California's 12th District. We're just moments away from a special town hall meeting that we want you to be a part of. Angela Rye and Roy Wood Jr. will be manning that. But before we get to that, we're going to hear from the Attorney General of New York. Here's a word from Tish James.
Hello, this is New York State Attorney General Letitia James. Since taking office, President Trump has made it his mission to threaten the foundational values of our nation. He has signed dozens of executive orders and enacted countless policies that put American safety and rights at risk. He has dismantled the critical protections and support that so many Americans rely on. I know that many of you have already been hurt by this administration's actions, and I know that you are fearful of what lies ahead. But I want you to know we have your back and we are fighting back. Together with partners in other states, my office has been cutting through the chaos of the Trump administration to uphold the rule of law, defend vital services, and protect Americans' rights. And we are already winning. On day 2 of the administration, we filed a lawsuit halting the president's unconstitutional attempt to end birthright citizenship. A week later, when the Trump administration tried to freeze all federal funding indefinitely, I led a second lawsuit to stop it and won a court order requiring the release of all funds immediately. And when Donald Trump tried to give Elon Musk and his Doge minions access to your sensitive personal information, I led a third lawsuit and successfully blocked Elon Musk from infiltrating the Treasury Department and accessing Americans' private information. We fought back against the president and his administration at every turn. We stood up against cuts to research funding, baseless attacks on DEI, threats to gender-affirming care providers, and the dangerous politicization of the transgender community. And we are not done yet. We are here on the State of the People to speak the truth. Tonight, Donald Trump is going to lie to the American people. He's going to claim victory and promise new threats. But we know the truth. Donald Trump is and always has been a liar. And even in the face of such hatred and bigotry, justice will prevail. Have faith in the rule of law. Have faith in our nation's legal system. Have faith in the truth. And as my colleagues and I continue to defend democracy in the courts, I welcome you to join us in standing up for what is right. Take your anxieties and outrage and turn them into action, because faith and fear cannot share the same space. Together, we can protect the values, justice, equity, diversity, and protect the great experiment of democracy. And we will defend the promise of America for all individuals who believe in freedom. Do not believe the hype. Letitia James, thank you.
All right, now, as promised, we are going to turn to a powerful town hall meeting. And I promise you, what you are about to hear will be starkly different than what you have been hearing from the Trump White House over these last few weeks. We are going to be joined by Angela Rye, co-host of the Native Land podcast, and we should say co-creator, along with Joy Reid, of this trailblazing marathon that we've all been putting on. And there are many, many, many people that you will not see who've been up and working mighty long hours to keep this thing going. Also with Angela is Roy Wood Jr. We all know him as one of the most profound comedians and hosts of our time. I'll turn it over to them and I'll join them in a few minutes. Been up and working mighty long hours to keep this thing going. So with Angela is Roy Wood Jr. We all know him as one of the most profound comedians and hosts of our time. I'll turn it over to them and I'll join them in a few minutes.
Okay, let's go, Angela.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for watching this live stream. We are 21 hours in, and as we embark upon this 21st hour, my co-host and I, Roy Wood Jr., have a very, very special guest. He happens to have made Black history and history for all of America as the first Black governor of Maryland. His name is Wes Moore, and he joins us right now.
Good evening, good sisters. Good to be with you, Angela, and thank you. We love you, and we are so thankful for you and your leadership and everything you continue to do. And to everybody else, I just want to say not just good evening, but thank you for continuing to watch over us, continue to love us, continue to believe in us, and to continue to spend your time.
So can I tell you something about embarrassing about
your time right now in a place, in a space where this is truly a celebration of us, when we know the assault that so many of us and our communities are feeling, when so much of the pain that our communities are inheriting right now. But I want to say that even at a time when we know the kind of pain that is being intentionally infused upon each and every one of us from a federal government, even at a time when I know that I'm standing here as the governor of the state of Maryland, where we have over 160,000 federal employees in the state of Maryland who right now are being questioned about the value that they bring to our society. People who have been working for Democratic and Republican administrations before, where politics has never entered into the equation, simply a love of people, and are now being told that the work that they are doing to make sure that our grandparents are getting the health care that they need. At a time when you people who are defending our country, both domestically and overseas, at a time when we have people who every single day are ensuring that our communities are safe, that our parks are open, that our homeland is protected, who are now being told that they are adding to inefficiency within our society. At a time when we know, when we're watching proposals like cutting hundreds of billions of dollars of cuts to things like Medicaid, at a time when we're watching basic freedoms and securities that we relied on and we believed in, that are being challenged by people who have done nothing to sacrifice on behalf of this country themselves. I just want to say that I continue to be uplifted about the place and the space that I'm in right now. That I'm speaking to you from Annapolis. I'm speaking to you from a place, from the state of Maryland, that was literally the birthplace of Frederick Douglass. That was literally the birthplace of Harriet Tubman. That was the birthplace of Thurgood Marshall. About the place and the space that I'm standing here and coming here from Maryland, a place that is the northernmost southern state, a place that had the bloodiest battles of the Civil War, a place where the Mason-Dixon line literally runs through my state. And I'm standing here to say that we are all descendants of survivors. We're all descendants of those who came before us and saw the pain and saw the brutality that our society can intentionally inflict upon us. And they got up every morning and they said, still I rise, still I fight, still I conquer, and still I win. We are now just the most recent iteration of this journey. We do come from the blood of Tubman. We do come from the blood of Douglass. We do come from the blood of Shabazz. We do come from the blood of Marshall. And just like them, still I rise. And so even in the times when it can feel darkest, hold on to that light. Hold on to each other. And know that in this time when we stand strong, and yes, when we mobilize, that there is no weapon that is formed against us that shall prosper. We have been told, it is written, and yes, that joy will come inside the morning. And so I'm blessed to be with each and every one of you. Thank you to Angela and to Ed and to Roy and to everybody who made tonight happen. This was the fulfillment that we all needed tonight. This is the entertainment that we all needed tonight. This is the joy that we all need to feel tonight. And I'm here to say, I will rock with you tonight and tomorrow and always. We love you and God bless you and thank you.
Thank you so much, Governor Wes Moore.
Does he have time for one question or does he have to bounce?
I always got time for a question.
one question. I'm not going to ask you about the samurai sword on the wall in the background. I know we don't have time for that, Governor Moore.
Oh, you can ask about that one.
no, not tonight.
That's getting ready to get used.
Okay.
You flipped the Republican gubernatorial seat to Democratic. As a candidate, what was one thing that you were able to do to help connect with Republican voters? As I feel a little deeper into this administration, as we get deeper into the first 100 days, I feel that some Republican voters are going to be a little more pliable coming up on midterms. Is there any one blanket thing or one piece of advice that you could give people as we start engaging Republican voters to get them to kind of see what's going on? It seemed like from the looks of these town halls, some of them, they starting to see what's happening.
No, they are. And you know, it's interesting, Roy, because I ended up winning with more individual votes than anyone who'd ever run for governor in the history of the state of Maryland. And the reason I bring that up is because just mathematically, you don't get that by just winning Democrats. We won Democrats, we won independents, we won a good chunk of Republicans. And I think the big thing was we had to show up and we had to be able to make our case to them. And I really do believe that one thing that we have seen is that you've seen how Trump, he masters something. It's this idea of telling people to be afraid of it and then telling people who's to blame for it, right? That is the strategy. That's the whole game. And it's rinse and repeat. It's rinse and repeat. It's either saying that the reason that my daughter is not winning a state championship is because they're allowing boys to play. The reason that my child is not getting into college is because of affirmative action. The reason that my son lost their job is because of DEI. The reason, and it's a rinse and repeat model. But here's the thing that I have found out, that if you are willing to go everywhere and you're willing to make your case and you are willing to show up, that you will be able to not just energize a base, you're actually going to be able to enlarge it. You're actually going to be able to bring more people on board. And then you just have to go out there and show that you know how to deliver results. And I think that's the reason that I think we've been able to not just get done what we've been able to get done in the state of Maryland, but I think we've been able to keep the vast majority of people on our side on it. But I think you got to be able to show up and you got to make the case, and do not let someone else define yourself. You go define yourself, but do not give anyone else that power to go define you.
Yes, sir.
I love it. Governor Westmore, we are so grateful for your service, for your time, and for your fight in what we know is a very, very difficult time, not just for our people, but all people. And that is why we are 21 hours into this marathon, and we will continue to go. We are not watching the lives on the State of the Union, but we will bring people into the knowledge of the truth here. So we wish you well. We thank you so much for making time for us tonight, and we'll see you soon.
God bless, family. Thanks.
God bless you. So, Roy, I want to do something a little different real quick. We have someone who is a queen and a sister to us. She said recently at Essence Black Women in Hollywood, she said, I recently went through a little breakup. You may have heard about it. So I want to bring Joy Reid up really quick, because her name isn't just Joy. She is joy. She is walking joy. She illuminates joy. She oozes joy. And she has been such a tremendous treat for so many of us for so long. Joy, you join us tonight in this time to talk about the state of the people. We've been on this marathon. We started together, we ended together. We started from the bottom, now we're here. And so I just want you to talk about, from your own journey, from where you are right now. You're also embarking on a new road in multiple ways. Yes, in this country, but also in media. Where do we go from here, Joy Reid?
Well, first of all, it was so much fun to go on this journey with you, Angela Ryan, my good sister. We started at midnight. Then I think I was up to like 3, 4 in the morning, fell asleep with the phone right next to the bed, woke up to the beginning of the town hall. So I don't know what I missed, but I feel like it was in my spirit through my sleep. So this has been incredible. Like, this has actually been one of the most engaging, just soul feeding 24 hours that anyone could have had. I think our community is just, our hearts are beating a little bit faster, knowing that we have this community. And Roy, my brother, listen, I just recently saw you in Utah, so I know you have big things coming up. I'm excited about everything that you're doing. So, and we'll just leave that. Well, I know you have a great project coming up, and I love you. So this has been amazing. I just want to thank everyone who has been a part of this, pulling it together. This has been a dream team, group team effort. It's been incredible. So I'm going to answer that question for you, and I'm going to answer it briefly because I know it's about brevity on tonight. And I just want to say for all of us, because we got like 50 people that want to come in and talk. So I'm going to be very quick, and I'm going to actually quote the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who in 1967 answered the very question that Angela has put to all of us for this incredible town hall. And the question is, where do we go from here? So in 1967, this is what he said, is that I want to say that as I move to my conclusion, as we talk about where do we go from here, that we must honestly face the fact that the movement must address itself to the question of restructuring the whole of American society. There are 40 million poor people here, and one day we must ask the question, why are there 40 million poor people in America? When you ask that question, you begin to question the capitalistic economy. And I'm simply saying that more and more, we've got to begin to ask questions about the whole society. And he says, when I'm questioning the whole society, it means ultimately coming to see that the problem of racism, the problem of economic exploitation, and the problem of war are all tied together. These are the triple evils that are interrelated. In other words, your whole structure must be changed. A nation that will keep people in slavery for 244 years will thingify them and make them things, and therefore they will exploit them and poor people generally economically. What I'm saying today is we must go from this convention and say, America, you must be born again. And so as we all watch Donald Trump and Elon Musk really dismantle our democracy, dismantle our society, I think that we understand that there's going to be rubble in the road. And the question is not, how do we build back what we had before? It's not about building back the previous status quo, which was obviously so dissatisfying and unsatisfying to people that people chose chaos. So I think where we go from here is starting to think about what we build from that rubble. What does this the society we want look like? And I think the charge for Democrats, for independents, even for Republicans who are sick of this and seeing it and losing their Medicaid and wondering, start to communicate what that society should look like. What does this new society we want to build look like? Because going back to what we had before, that ain't it. That is not a message that can sell, that will get people to vote, that will move people. We need a movement. This, I think, tonight or this last 24 hours is the beginning of a movement. So I think that because, Black people have always been the ones to be the conscience of this country. Let's start thinking about what that movement looks like and what that society we want looks like and start communicating that. It's not about going back to where we were. It's about bringing the country to a new place. Start thinking about what that place looks like. And that's what Democrats, independents, and anybody with good sense should be talking about.
Joy,
I love that.
Briefly, I feel like January for Black people was like, all right, this is what it is. All right, it almost felt halftime isn't the right word, but I felt like we all collectively took a moment as a culture to go, ugh. And I know Black women was going, don't call us, don't tell us, don't check in on us. We are not going to help you. Where I feel like now, especially now, like today specifically, there feels like there's a reinvigoration. There feels like there's all right, we got to get our helmet. We got to go back out there on the field and get ready to fight again. What have been some of your strategies just in terms of just mental rest, and how are you able to, what advice would you give to people as they get ready to fight again, as they get ready to get back out there? What has been your self-care? And I'm not even talking just most recently with everything that happened, but just the duration of the election last year. You have to get up every single day and deal with this and put this into words for people. What were your strategies for just mental survival during this time?
Yeah, I mean, well, first of all, everyone cannot have Angela Rye's cell phone number because one of the strategies is to phone a friend. And I have to say, I have some of the greatest friends, not just the Machetes, Angie and the other Machetes, but my best friend, Miss Kim, Miss Jackie, that, we do read this, read that together, but she also is like a counselor on the side for my wellness. And I think that the reality is, and of course, my husband, my bestie is my husband, Jason. I really think you have to lean into the relationships, the people around you, your friends, your family, because unless you're grounded in those personal relationships, you're not going to stay sane in this mess. And look, we as the 92%ers, we were sitting on that wall in that graphic, watching everything burn, but the fire has caught the building we were sitting on. And so as Black people and our 80%ers, our brothers that rocked with us in this election, we did not choose this. We did not cause this, but this fire is burning us up too. So the reality is, we actually just now have to engage. We may have wanted to sit it out, but as you all know on this town hall, we don't have a choice now because this fire is consuming our house. So I think what we have to do, and I love the fact that we leaned into what the Black community is going to do to save ourselves, save our community, save the resources we fought for, save the positions we fought for, because we have to put the mask on ourselves before we can put the mask on the country. So I think unless we're strong as a community, cohesive, and unless we have a plan, we can't even really try to save this country. We've tried to do that for almost 500 years. And there are parts of the country that don't want to be saved. They want this fascism. They want to go in this direction. So I think what we have to do as a community, let's put the mask on ourselves. Let's get cohesive. Let's describe the nation we want, the society we want, and then we can form a plan. And part of that is a communications plan. How are we speaking with authority to our community? Who are our trusted voices? No one can choose that for us. Who do we trust? Where can we find them? How can we get access to what they have to say? And then how can we take what we hear and form a plan? Once that mask is on us, then we can start to plan for everybody else.
That's exactly right. Joy, thank you so much. I want to bring in, we have a big Black family gathering, y'all. I want y'all to see this. We have a full swath of experts, organizers, activists, attorneys who are here with us. And I really want you all to see how large of a gathering we have. And it's going to continue to grow over the next few hours. I'm trying to make sure we get the visual where y'all can see the pictures of everybody in here. Right now, it just looks like me and Roy. But hopefully soon, our production can figure out how to get the squares of everybody up. While we're doing that, though, I do want to take a moment, Roy, to recognize Congressman Glenn Ivey, who is joining us. Clearly, he is sitting with us and not in the House chamber. So I want to ask him why. Like, you chose clearly to sit out, Congressman. And I'd love for the listeners to know why. This has been a hot topic, Roy. I don't know if you and your chat groups look like mine, but people have been like, wow, why him? So, Congressman, I would love for you, especially because you're an attorney, and so you know this man has broken many a law. Please tell us why you chose to sit out the State of the Union today.
Well, I appreciate you having me on, Angela, Roy, and I appreciate what you're doing here. Thank you for pulling this together. And I thank you for hosting me because, I really didn't want to go, and I wanted to do something that I thought was going to be positive and supportive instead of going to the State of the Union. And you offered this opportunity to do it. I know I've got colleagues in there, a lot of the Black Caucus, a lot of House Democrats went. God bless them. I think it's fine, depending on what room they're in, as long as we're all saying the same things. And I think we're all recognizing the need for a change to move forward. And I do feel like the tide's turning for us. We've had a lot of good success with these court cases. There've been about 100 filed. The legal teams that were put together by the unions and advocacy groups gotten a lot of injunctions put in place, probably around 30, and they've won almost all of those. And I think politically too, his numbers are starting to drop. People are starting to realize that, this was an okie doke. This was snake oil. He said he was going to try and help regular folks out economically, but he's really just trying to help out Elon and the billionaire buddies. And I think it's important to see too with the tariffs. I mean, because that's clearly not aimed at helping regular people. There's no way he can spend that. I don't know what he's going to say tonight, but that's just taking money out of people's pockets as a sales tax. So, I didn't want to be part of being in there. You know, I wanted to be out here. And once I heard that you all were doing this, I knew I'd rather be here working with you all in this community, with this strong team, with the, you know, like Joy said, people moving in the right direction, moving together. And I wanted to be part of this instead.
I'm not sure, Congressman, can you hear Angela? I'm not hearing her.
I can't hear
you know
Angela.
why? Because I put it on mute, moving this notepad and forgot. That is not helpful. I was trying to test how well you could read my lips, Roy Wood Jr. Did you see?
I'm in here. I'm ready to jump in. You just say the word.
Well,
I
Roy,
appreciate
thanks
the
for
Congress
bailing me
being
out, man. I thought my laptop had gone south or something.
Man, or hearing was going out something. I'm sorry. I was just gonna say the question of the day really is, where do we go from here? So given the amount of pressure that I know a lot of our members are facing, your colleagues on the other side of the aisle have been protested so severely in town hall meetings that they were like, you know what, hell with those town halls. We just gonna go forth and do something else. Where do we go from here? Do we continue in the fight? Do we become more united? What is your plan? What do you suggest that we do?
Yeah, I think all of that's right. I think we need to keep the pressure up. In fact, keep increasing it. You know, there was sort of a lull after Trump won. You know, I remember when he won the first time, we had thousands of people come out and march in the streets, and there was a lot of anger and everything. This time around, I think we were all in disbelief. Like, how could this country have elected
Congressman
this
Ivey,
dude
I don't
again?
want to cut you off, but I want to note right now, I'm not watching the State of the Union, but reports are coming out that Congressman Al Green has been carried out of the House chamber. So I think that
he wasn't carried out. He walked out of his own will.
So
But
who
they
said he
stopped
got carried out?
Well, it looked
Oh,
like they
you
were going
said
to
that,
escort him
Mark.
out.
Put
Yeah,
this
They can't.
information in
It
the chat.
appeared. No, well, that's why I put it in chat. It appeared they were going to arrest him, but he decided to leave of his own free will. Vince and I are just below the chamber, but he stopped the speech. Al Green stood up as the one Democrat and stopped the speech. So he's coming out, and we're gonna go try to see if we can get him now and bring him down here to us. So we may see him in a minute.
That would be great.
On it, boy.
Okay.
So this is what the fight looks like then, Congressman Ivey.
He cut in. Let me take you the facts right now. I'm wearing a suit and I'm in the building. I'll report back in a second, Angela.
That's all right. This is what democracy looks like, right? Yeah, I got a note saying Al got escorted out, but that's Al. You know, he's I think he might have already filed articles of impeachment against Trump. So, you know, that's his approach, and I, you know, God bless him. The key is that we're all working together on the same team, trying to accomplish the same goal, because we recognize how destructive Trump has been just in it's like 50 days. And he's put the jackhammer to like everything across the board, especially things affecting the African-American community, you know, like, the Title I stuff. He was trying to cut funds for schools, Medicare, the Republicans, like almost a $1 trillion cut. And that's taking healthcare away from folks, and Obamacare too, African Americans, but also, you know, low income folks in those red and rural states are going to be hit by that as well. And so, you know, we've always led the charge as African Americans for the fight for equality. And justice in this country.
Need the same things. Has it changed much from the data that you all pulled? I know over 250,000 Black people eventually filled out that survey. It's the largest in United States history, but I think we still got a road to go. We got a lot more Black people than who filled out the Black census. When you look at the data then and where we are now, where do we go from here just when you look at that data?
Yeah, we surveyed 211,000 people, and we're going to do it again in 2026. We're going to survey 300,000 Black people. But what they overwhelmingly said is that we need an economy that works for us, and specifically wanted expansion of Medicaid, wanted help for childcare, wanted wages that have our dignity in mind. And now this last 50 days has meant that we need that even more than we even needed it a year ago. And I think we're going to see that with this budget that just proposal that came through that's going to slash Medicaid. And so for us, it's about getting into community. We believe that the antidote to fascism is building community, and to be in community all year round so that more and more people share what they want, and we can get to what Joy said, that imagination about where we want to go as a people, what we want to win, and build a strategy to get there.
Love that. Ariva Martin and Demario Solomon Simmons are here. And I want to go to you all because one of the places that we've seen people lean in, Roy, you've seen this too, are around a legal strategy. With this president, most of what has taken place to stop executive action, where there have been more than 119 executive actions taken so far, over 95 lawsuits filed against this administration. You all have also worked to take justice into your own hands, not challenging Donald Trump, but challenging the white supremacist system that birthed Donald Trump in the form of reparations. I'm thinking of the cases that both of you all have. Ariva, I want to come to you first, and then Demario, you, because we are still fighting for justice for the survivors of Black Wall Street. But Ariva, I want to come to you first around you had Palm Springs, you've Bruce's Beach. There's so much work that you've done in this space, and there are so many cases like this that Black folks haven't had the PR or the attention around to really see justice. So we also have some roads to plow there. And I think it's important that we know that we are fighting on every side, but there is still hope.
Thanks so much, Angela. Thanks, Joy. Thanks everyone that pulled this together. I'm still a little sleepy from my 1 a.m. Part of the 24-hour marathon, but it was so incredible to be a part of the marathon over the last 20 plus hours. Folks who were up, who were watching, just such a phenomenal job done by the entire team. So kudos to everyone working behind the scenes and all the folks who were up all night watching. But you're right. Demario and I have been involved in some of the biggest reparations cases in the country. And when Joy talks about reimagining really what this country should be and not going back to where we were, reparations should be on the top of the list of things that Black folks should be thinking about. For so many years, so many decades, we were told it was impossible. We were told it was a fringe theory, it was a fringe concept, and how dare we have the audacity to expect or to believe that this country would make amends, would acknowledge the sins against Black folk and then do something about it in the same way that they have done for so many other people. Cornell Brooks at Harvard Kennedy School wrote a brilliant piece a couple of months ago about all the ways that this country pays reparations on the regular, on the daily, to so many different groups of people. But yet when it comes to Black folks, the concept of reparations, the concept of giving us what we are justly entitled to, people get all nervous about it. They start clutching their pearls. In so many ways reveal their racism about, myths about Black folks. We're not responsible with money. We hear folks say, well, we didn't do it. Why should we have to pay for the sins of our fathers? We hear these, repeated excuses, folks not acknowledging the benefits that they reap in this country every day from the uncompensated wages and forced labor of enslaved people. So yes, Angela, there is a movement around this country. Reparations committees have been started at the state level, at the local level. People are organized, people are mobilized, people are enthused. This is the moment. And I just hope that at the national level, my good friend Glenn, Congressmember Ivey is on this call. I hope that Congress has the courage to do what some local administrative bodies have had the courage to do. But if anyone is feeling like reparations is out of reach, I'm just here to encourage you. Reparations is very much in reach, is very much available, is very much something that we should all be united around. And as we reimagine what this country should look like going forward, please, please, please remember the debt owed to the descendants of enslaved people. And I'm just proud to be in this fight in Palm Springs and St. Louis and communities all over this country.
Thank you, Reva. Demario, I want to come to you, particularly around what we can be doing to ensure that we keep what's happened in mind, that we continue the fight for justice, and the other ideas around Black Wall Street. It's very existent. So even if they did decimate Black Wall Street, the ideas that we can hold on to despite its destruction. And we should never forget it. But how do we hold on to the fabric of what Black Wall Street was? And you're on mute, D. I did that too. Don't worry.
Well, thank you for having me here, and just excited by everything everyone is saying about pulling this together. You know, I represent the last two living survivors of the Tulsa Race Massacre, 110-year-old Mother Viola Ford Fletcher, 110-year-old Mother Leslie Benefield Randall. And in my over 25 years of working on trying to get justice and reparations for Greenwood, I spent probably more time than most people can imagine with people that are over 95 years old and several people over 100. And so what I want to tell people today as we continue to fight for justice for those two women is I want you to all right now think Greenwood. I want you to think Greenwood now, because think Greenwood is what will get us to where we want to be. Think about that Greenwood was created, this Black Mecca, where over 12,000 Black people came together, created all types of businesses, over 200 successful businesses, over 1,550 homes and businesses before the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre. And they did that during the nadir. They did that during a time that's much like the time we're living in here and under this MAGA 2.0 moment. And there was 5 founding principles of Think Greenwood. Number 1 was community love. Number 2 was self-determination. Number 3 was ownership. Number 4 was wealth and education concentration. And number 5 was resilience. These are the founding principles of Greenwood. And this is what we need to emulate today and make sure we understand that Greenwood and Black Wall Street here in Tulsa was more than a physical location. It was a mind state. And so what I'm asking everyone to do on this call, and for everyone that's listening, to go to thinkgreenwoodnow.com, thinkgreenwoodnow.com, and sign the pledge that you will live by these 5 core principles. And then this is more than just talking about action. This is about a plan to move forward. That's thinkgreenwoodnow.com. And you can connect with us and connect with these survivors who are still fighting for justice and reparations, not just for themselves, not just for their community, but for the entire Black community. They're standing strong. You know, Angela, you know this. They have been at every court hearing. They've been back and forth to DC. You talked about Representative Green. Representative Green has come to Tulsa and stood with us. He is going to put forth legislation on behalf of reparations, because as Areva, my good friend, stated, reparations is necessary for the structural changes we need. Listen, the racial wealth gap is worse than it was in 1968. And so as we talk about everything else besides, DEI and anti-woke and all these things, if we don't have structural changes, as Joy talked about, we will never get the racial wealth gap to be shrunk. And that requires reparations. But we start that by thinking Greenwood. Go to thinkgreenwoodnow.com, sign the pledge, and let's get to work.
I love that so much, Demario. Roy, I was watching you when Demario was talking about going to thinkgreenwood.com, and I didn't see you take a note. You've been standing right into that light.
You didn't see me look down real quick.
Think Greenwood now.
thinkgreenwoodnow.com?
Thinkgreenwoodnow.com.
See, Roy, did you write that down?
I muted myself so that you wouldn't hear the click clack on the keyboard.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I was down here. You know my mama taught keyboarding at Miles College. Shout out to Miles College. I was looking up.
Well, we need to go to take this pledge. So, Demario, you said there's 5 principles.
Yeah, 5 principles. Community love that built Greenwood. You know, one of the things about the community love, it's about making sure that we are standing together. We're doing everything to make sure that we can all be successful, but also making sure we understand this we, not the I. And that's what built Greenwood. Self-determination. You understand that Greenwood was built during a time where more lynchings were going on, open white supremacy, white segregation, but people went to Greenwood to be free, to build and have a life, as they would call it, to be a person. Ownership. People wanted to own their businesses, own their property, own their communities, and have ownership of themselves. And we've seen over the last decades upon decades that regardless of anything, we're going to have to take ownership for ourselves as we continue to fight for better policies. And then wealth and education concentration. We have to focus on building wealth and becoming better educated about what it takes to build generational wealth. I know we all just saw the tragic news of Angie Stone that was killed in a car accident just a few days ago. You know, when things like that happen, one of the things I think about is I hope she had her estate plan in place. I hope she had her life insurance in place. I hope she had a discussion with her family, what's going to happen to her royalties and her intellectual property. These are things that we have to start thinking about today. The fires out in Altadena, the same thing. These things can happen. So we have to think about our wealth and education concentration. And then fifthly, the resilience. And that's what we're showing tonight. We're showing despite open white, this is a dangerous time. There will be some dark days, but we must be resilient. And if nothing else, think Greenwood now, and we can get through this thing.
I want to go to April Verrett, who has made tremendous history. We're talking about resilience, and we know that many of our labor union brothers and sisters and family members are deeply resilient. Y'all have been on the front lines of some of these lawsuits, labor unions writ large. When you think about the inherent connection to that question, April, where do we go from here? Something that Dr. King asked all of us. And of course, he had a tremendous strategic partnership with labor. Where do you think we go from here now in 2025, given the tremendous setbacks that we are all collectively experiencing?
So thanks, Angela, and everyone. Incredible show of resilience and spirit, and how much we can center this squabble up in joy and in love and in community. And to the question of where do we go from here, I'm so glad Joy invoked the spirit of Dr. King, because it is the very same things he called for that is unfinished business, that is the North Star, I believe, for where we go from here. We have to, I believe, join forces and build enough power to end poverty and systemic and structural racism forever. And if we center those who are suffering, continuing to suffer from economic exploitation, it's us, right? It's our other sisters and brothers and people of color. It's women, it's immigrants, right? When we center ourselves and when we build enough power for ourselves to dismantle the systems of poverty and racism in this country, I think we can begin to get stuff done. And I think that we have to stage, as folks have been saying, a fight. I don't get the Donald Trump phenomenon, but I've been thinking a lot about it. What attracts folks to that type of leadership? And I believe Americans are people who want to feel protected and defended. And for good or for bad, he is showing that I'm going to protect, I'm going to defend. And so we have to have that same energy. In this moment, we got to show that we are going to protect and we are going to defend what we care about, right? That vision that Joy talked about, I think is so important. And how are we not abandoning what we know we need in our communities? I don't give a damn. We should be out there talking every day about when they're going to raise the minimum wage. You care so much about working people. When you going to vote on raising the minimum wage? You care so much about working people. When are you going to put policies in place that stop price gouging and unnecessary fees that rob the poor? You care so much about working people. When are you going to invest more in our community? So the very things that we need, now is the time to stand up the fight for them unapologetically. And the last thing I'll say, Angela, is I have come to believe that we are in the civil society because we want to fix things, right? We want to be fixers. We want to put balm on. we want to throw water on fires. Now is the time to throw fuel on the fire. Now is the time to blow up the spot, right? It is not a time to shrink. It is not a time to be small. We have to blow up their spot in the way that they are trying to blow up ours. And I think we got to do that in a focused and a prioritized way. We got to pick our battles, folks. We cannot get sucked into every single skirmish they want to suck us into. We will exhaust ourselves by Memorial Day. So let's focus and let's prioritize and let's fight like hell.
So while we were talking, it's also been dropped in the chat that Congress members Frost, Crockett, and Presley have also walked out of this joint address of Congress for Donald Trump. So this is an opportunity. I feel like we got to bring in some of the youngers. So I want to go to Zai. Zai Bryan, I want to come to you because it is so important to have young voices on here. You all are not just our future, you're our present. I want to know if the actions taken by members of Congress who are walking out in this moment resonate with you, with them, some of your peers. I'm not going to do you like white folks do and be like, tell me what do Black people think. It's not going to be one of those. But I am curious to know.
As a youth.
as a one of the youths, right? Yeah, like do you feel seen by that act of protest? What would you have expected from members of Congress tonight?
Well, thank you for having me first. Secondly, young people, as you said, are not just the future. We are the current moment. I'm encouraged by seeing them walk out because so often young Black people are told we have to conform, we have to be like everyone else, we have to, just make our way to the top, and we can't be outspoken, we can't say our true thoughts, and we can't really stand up in the ways that we want to. So I'm happy to see the people who have made it into those positions walking out and being very clear on where they stand and not leaving any room for any bad interpretations of what they may think or believe. But I mean, I think one of the reasons why I'm even running for office, I just launched my campaign for school board in Charlottesville. And the reason why I'm running for office at 24 is because I believe that we are ready to lead. And I don't want people to use age as a proxy for experience, because I think that young people bring a lot to the table. We bring a lot of unique perspectives. We bring a lot of thoughts and ideas and innovative ways at going at things that we're facing in the current moment, all of the challenges that we're seeing. So I think that if young people are able to be supported, we all do well. But additionally, we need intergenerational base building. And so it will require young people to respect, the past, the elders, the work that they have done and the foundation that they've laid in order to inform the work that we hope to do in the future.
Thank you so much, Zai. It's on my heart to go to this lovely young woman. Congresswoman Marsha Fudge is how I met her. But most recently, she was the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, where actual change did happen during that administration and under her watch. She also is the former president of Delta Sigma Theta, and she is such a gem. I have to ask you, Congresswoman, because I'm still saying Congresswoman, it's Madam Secretary. When you watch your colleagues tonight as they sit in the House chamber, I want to know, if you put yourself back in their shoes, what you would have done, and any advice you have for them going forward about how they deal with someone who is actively working to destroy democracy.
First, let me say I'm very proud of them. The one thing that I always believed when I was a member of Congress is that there were enough of us that we did not have to ask for permission. We sit back too often and want to find out, what does the group want to do? How do we all want to work together? Sometimes we just need to stand up. And this is one of those times I think that the caucus in particular needs to stand with all its might. Because when you are 60 members of Congress, you are strong. And I think we have to use the power that we have. So I'm very, very proud of them. I probably would not have gone. But those who did go, I am glad. I really feel so good about them standing up and letting people know what they think. Because the more we stay silent, the more we are ignored. And so I'm really, really happy about what I'm hearing.
I want to go to the nation's oldest civil rights organization. The president is our good brother, Derrick Johnson. I have to ask you, what is the NAACP telling us to do going forward? How are you all going to help us march forward, keep pressing on, keep pressing, keep hope alive, and also keep the pressure on this administration that doesn't seem to be accountable to any one of us, is only yielding to entities that have money to buy? It feels like this administration is for sale. I'm not trying to put you in a partisan question. So I will just say, as a general matter, we know that it seems that white supremacy is ruling the land here. And it seems like people who are poor and don't have something to offer them are put in harm's way. And we're seeing that with the federal freezes. We're seeing that with the funding cuts. We're seeing that with the proposed budget. Across the board, we are seeing that. How is the NAACP recommending that Black folks watching at home fight back?
Well, great question, and thank you all for organizing this. The last 43 days was the distraction. The real fight starts on March 14th with the continuing resolution budget. This is about the money. Many folks outside of our community, they're going to begin to feel the pain. They want to do away with Social Security. Let's be very clear. They want to do away with Medicaid and Medicare. They want to redefine the role of government. And so as we have been consumed with DEI and all the things that are out there, the crown jewel of all of this was to get their base motivated, get us distracted so they can drive a Mack truck through the budget and redefine everything, privatize services. So leading up to March 14th, we need to be telling members of Congress who we put in office, don't cut a deal without guarantees. Don't be worried about shutting down the government when we know if they get a clean CR through September, no matter what they say, Trump is going to disavow all the money that they appropriate. So between now and March 14th, we need to talk to all the Democratic leadership. Don't cut a deal unless you have a guarantee in legislation that the money will be spent as necessary. Now, when we get to the new budget, that's the real fight. Everything else has been a distraction. For NAACP, recognizing, for Black folks, recognizing race is a tool. Money is the game. And we have to figure out how not to get distracted with racialized questions when at the end of the day, they are trying to redefine the role. The special elections are coming up. We have to play in those elections. But unfortunately, we will feel some pain. But white folks gonna feel some pain too, because if they cut Medicaid, there's a lot of folks gonna leave nursing homes because they're dependent on Medicaid. If they cut SNAP, the biggest benefactors of SNAP is the Walmarts of the world and all of the farmers. They have already felt the pain with USAID being cut. Those farmers in Mississippi. Cindy Hyde-Smith, the senator here where I live, are all already telling farmers she's trying to get exceptions from Trump on USAID because they're losing money. So the focus now forward is about how all these programs are about to be cut, and white folks are beginning to feel the pain. And we need to tell CBC members who want to capitulate, thinking this is business as usual. Democratic members who want to capitulate, think they can cut a deal. There is no deal to get cut. If government gets shut down because they don't get what they need from the CR bill, so be it. Because if it goes forward with them being able to appropriate through September and still not spend the money on the entitlement programs, we're no better for it. So right now, let's focus on the budget. Let's focus on the budget fight. And the only tool Democrats have right now is not to support the continuing resolution unless they get some things in place to force the Republican Party and Trump to do what's necessary. We may be nonpartisan, but we're political as hell. This is not a partisanship conversation. This is about saving and protecting our democracy and progress made.
President Johnson. Go ahead.
No. Go, Ray.
President Johnson, now, if that's the directive to our elected officials, how do we convey something similar to our brothers and sisters who are just out here in the electorate, our friends who get caught up in the algorithm of swipe, 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 and some of them distractions will get you riled up. There were 2 cops who were convicted of killing. So I don't remember the city, but they were reinstated to their respective police force this week. There's, granted, I don't write anything off as outlandish anymore, but there's talk of people proposing a Derek Chauvin pardon. For some point, but they're gonna try and sneak in around Juneteenth. something like that, it's not policy, but it emotionally empowers a base that has been misinformed to then continue to push back on all of the things that as an electorate we actually need to be paying attention to. So how do we help drive voters to educate themselves and not get caught up in the algorithm of distractions? Or how do you allocate your attentions over here? Put 80% on SNAP and Medicaid, and then you throw 20% over here on police officers getting pardoned.
Well, that's the fight we're in. The controlling the narrative in this moment is most important. CBS is compromised because they have an issue of merger in front of the FCC. Comcast is compromised because they don't want to lose the broadband money, the tens of billions of dollars they got for broadcast. Therefore, MSNBC and NBC, they're paralyzed. Disney is compromised because of the regulatory issues they're concerned with. The social media platforms as they exist are all trying to resist antitrust legislation. The fight we're in is around the control of narrative. And we have to figure out how to platform somewhere where we can get enough people to see what's taking place and control the narrative. If I had the solution to that, that's the silver bullet that we all need to have. But unfortunately, the median age of our community is 32.6 years old. That means almost half of our population grew up in school districts without ever having civics or social studies. They don't understand the role of government, the levels of power. And so our fight is more about how do we keep our people informed and focused than it is anything else. That is the fight that we are in.
Absolutely. And speaking of the fight, I wanted to go to someone who is another young leader. His name is Yusuf Omer, and he is an SGA president at an HBCU. You talked about Miles College earlier, Roy. And so I want to know what the fight looks like for students at historically Black colleges and universities where you all are being told that your funding could get hit too. This is the same man who took credit for giving funding to y'all that he did not give. And has criticized the last administration for actually giving him. So I want to know what the fight looks like on a student level, what you all are talking about, how you all are talking about mobilizing when your education is on the line, and actually your bodies could be on the line as well.
Absolutely, Angela, and just thank you for having us on here. Thank you for highlighting young people, understanding that we are not the future, we are the now. Understanding that HBCUs have been the backbone for years, for hundreds of years, of Black excellence, producing leaders, innovators, change makers, people in all different walks of life in every single field, despite being historically underfunded. That's just reality. And that reality is clear as day that each HBCU in these United States does more with less. If we say that we truly value education and value our young people, we must invest in every institution that has invested back in us. Federal funding for HBCU shouldn't be a charity, and it shouldn't be something that people can threaten to take away. It should be something that our government should continually invest and add more to. I look at it like federal funding for us at HBCUs is a debt owed to the legacy of what we do, of what our ancestors fought for, and the brilliance that these institutions represent. When you fund the HBCU, you literally fund the future of Black leadership, of Black culture, of economic power, and social progress in this country. And as students, we're working on not only mobilizing, but we're now having students run for office while they're in college. We have students at HBCUs running for city council. These are hometown heroes that we need to shed the light on. We need to donate to their campaigns. We need to support them. And we need to educate. I want to shout out my professor. The reason I'm here, Dr. Wes Bellamy, these are the environments that we're cultivating at HBCUs, classrooms, and discussions and ideas and debates that are not only staying in the classroom. These ideas, debates, and discussions are now being traveled to different boardrooms and into houses of government and state legislators. So it's definitely needed. Funding for HBCU should never stop, and the research funding for HBCU should never stop.
I want to call up Wes Bellamy, Dr. Wes Bellamy, who is, yes, a professor, but also the social action chair for 100 Black Men. Talk about the role, Wes, that you all must play. Also in supporting Black women who doing this work already, but we need to be standing together. Talk about the important role that you all play right now and where we go from here, and talk about some of the things that you all are doing next or right now that folks can engage in.
Sure. Sure. First and foremost, major kudos to you. I call you the Chris Paul of the movement, Angela, for always being the architect. She's always passing the ball, setting people up, and she can be nice, nasty when she needs to get us. We need to stay on topic.
Great analogy.
So
Oh,
let,
that's a
so let me,
top-notch
so yeah, thank you, sis. Much love. As Yusef alluded to, we know that HBCUs play a very pivotal role in our community, but just as important as it is for us to support our HBCUs, we need to support Black students no matter what institution they're at. We see PWIs under attack. Our Black students, whether that be in Black student unions, we saw this information come out right there at Ohio State University about potentially their their Black student union being shut down. We've seen certain things transpire at University of Virginia, where I live right next to. I mean, there's a multitude of institutions at multitude of students at PWIs and HBCUs alike who need our assistance. So Angela, when you ask the question, what do we do in the immediate? I think that means showing up. Yusef made a really good point in terms of how there's young people who are running for office right now. We just had Zayana Bryan on earlier. She's running for city council. I would encourage us all in the immediate to donate to her campaign. I just donated $100. I asked for anybody on here to match that. That's a young person on here right now who's out doing the work, and she's committing herself to get in the fight. So we all can do something in the immediate today by supporting her. On a broader scale and on a larger scale, when we talk about different things specifically in our community, tomorrow or Friday or next Tuesday or next month, I think it's about doing three things. One, we have to be able to endure and mentally and emotionally prepare ourselves to be able to endure what's going on in front of us. There's going to be a lot of fatigue that we feel both emotionally and mentally from just all of the things that are coming on in our bodies. So I think it's important to be able to have your happy space, take the time away when you need it, be able to rest when you need to, and then again, be prepared to go out and get up and fight the next day, because there will be a fight tomorrow. Secondly, when it comes to on a local level, we all need to be looking at how we can be engaged today. Whether that means showing up at a city council meeting, showing up at a school board meeting, showing up to a PTA or PTO meeting, we can all go and do those things today. And then thirdly, we know that we're going to have to contact and support our legislators, whether that be persons like Jasmine Crockett and others who we know are on the front lines and they're speaking out and speaking boldly. But in addition to those folks, we need to be agitating the individuals who aren't as loud, the quote unquote moderate Democrat or the moderate liberal or the moderate independent or the radical Republican. We need to be agitating and bringing the smoke to all of them the same way that y'all work for us. I saw a small clip just a second ago. Somebody sent it to my phone of a sister during the state of the State of the Union, and there was a coward. I mean, there was a congressman who snatched the paper. She said she had a paper that said, "This is not normal," and he snatched the paper out of her hand and then threw it up in the air like "hip hip hooray." Like that should infuriate us and motivate us to go to work. Me personally, I would want to do some other things, but I'm going to channel my energy to go do some work within the community. And I think those are the things that we can do right now. Like everybody isn't going to mobilize a 5,000 person march. Everybody isn't going to be able to put together this prolific town hall, but we all can do something in our communities first, in our neighborhoods next, in our states and congressional districts after that. So let's go get to it. I challenge y'all to work not only with me, but everyone else on this call and those who we don't know, so we can get to work.
And on that, Wes, speaking of getting to work, there was somebody that's all about that work that is now with Reverend Mark Thompson, Ayanna Pressley, the Congresswoman who is about that life. A real OG is here and she is ready to talk to us. So Congresswoman Pressley, welcome. We are so happy to see you. We so glad you walked out, girl.
Tell us glad you walked out.
You're feeling.
What she can't. We're relaying what you're saying.
Oh, okay. Well, translate that. Tell us what we said. Go, girl.
She said, "Go, girl." That's what she said. You can hear me, okay? You all
we
can hear me.
We can hear
all right?
you, but I'm
right.
saying she can't hear us.
Yes. So tell us, Congresswoman, God bless you. What happened upstairs?
Yeah, well, we walked out.
Come in.
Probably about 20 of us, but there were many people participating in silent protests with different signs that said things like Musk steals, protect Medicaid, protect veterans. You know, so there were forms of protest taking place in many iterations, including from Representative Al Green. Yeah, this is a form of protest. I went very briefly because I was here to hold space for my guest, who is a probationary federal worker who worked at HUD, who enforces national fair housing laws. She's also a wheelchair user. And so she navigated a lot of ableist spaces to be here today. So to honor her, I want to take up space, but I knew that I was not going to stay there because we cannot normalize this. This man has no respect for Congress. He does not respect us as a co-equal branch of government. He has contempt for the American people. He pardoned January 6ers who desecrated the very well that we are in today for this joint address of Congress or State of the Union. So I don't need to be there for a MAGA pep rally, listening to lies and propaganda, hateful rhetoric, and even more hateful and harmful policies. And those policies are coming for every single person that calls this country home. Listen, I've been in Congress 6 years. I've never walked out of a joint address of Congress or a State of the Union, not even for the occupant's first term. I've never walked out. But this is not normal. This is a fascist dictator. And I could not sit there and pretend that that man is unfit to be president. He is not the president. And so if he has contempt for the American people, I'm going to stand in solidarity with the American people. And that is why I walked out in protest at 9:40. These boots were definitely made for walking. And again, I wanted to bring visibility to the story of the federal worker from my district who was fired unlawfully, unjustly. And it not only is disrupting her life and livelihood, but it's a disservice to the people that she serves every day.
Speaking of this is not normal, a member had a sign.
Oh, yeah, let me tell you about that. Okay, so Melanie Stansbury had a sign. Shout out, rest in peace and power to Sheila Jackson Lee. She was sitting on the aisle. Representative Jackson Lee used to sit for hours to hold that seat on the aisle. Melanie Stansbury was in that seat with a sign that said, "This isn't normal," because it ain't. And as Trump was making his way down the aisle, a Republican colleague, I think from Texas, but I don't want to misrepresent, leaned across the aisle, snatched the sign and threw it up in the air.
That's assault.
We're talking about that.
So the 20 who walked out, was this all Black caucus?
No, it was a mix of Congressional Black Caucus and Congressional Progressive Caucus, but I would say that there were more members of the CBC.
And you said you did not plan to stay in the race. You knew you would probably walk.
I wasn't going to. Well, honestly, I wasn't going to come at all because, again, this is not normal. This is. In what other setting would we give audience to a fascist dictator? I want to be very clear, though. There's honorable in front of our names, every single member of Congress for a reason. I respect my colleagues and how each of them decided to demonstrate protest, how they chose to center their guests for tonight. For me, I could not sit there. That very chamber was desecrated by January 6th insurrectionists that he pardoned. He does not respect us as a co-equal branch of government. He has no respect for us. So it's insult to injury. So again, if he has contempt for the people, we're going to stand in solidarity with the people. And honestly, it was a part of a broader Democratic strategy to have different forms.
Yeah.
Say hello, Congresswoman.
Oh, yeah.
Laura Dove is here as
Do y'all know this sister? She is the truth.
We got y'all tangled up in these wires. So tell her. So what did you all walk out at the same time? Or?
So this is my queen, Ayanna Presley. I take all guidance from her. Yes, and essentially we did all walk out together. We, in our minds, had an idea of what we were gonna do. I think each of us said, "There's only so much shit that I can take, right? When I have to keep flushing this toilet," and we walked out within 4 minutes of each other. It was a small wave of us.
Okay. And there was also, I heard it was a plan to wear black. Was that kind of a uh-huh.
Mark.
Signs. Go ahead,
Mark,
Roy.
could you ask either of them, do they feel like
Also, I
if
just wanna say
behind
I love
closed
all y'all.
doors,
So
if
just
behind
thank you
closed
for this
doors,
critical
any
Wait.
of the Republican officials are
What-
starting to turn against Trump?
Do you get the sense any of the Republican members are starting to turn against Trump?
No, they're scared, but they also are mad at themselves for having no courage. And they're mad at us because we are the mirror of courage that they should have.
And it would seem too.
There's no Republican Party. It is
Right, that's right.
it's a cult of cowards that are complicit in wholesale harm.
And they have a majority that he even deems irrelevant because he just skips right over them, right? I mean, they don't even matter.
They not only abdicated their responsibility in this moment for our shared constituents, they have ceded their congressional authority and power because of their fealty and loyalty to Donald Trump and not to the people that elected them.
And what is so very scary is that Donald Trump is trying to merge the executive, the legislative, and the judicial branch. We have seen Congress yield to him, the Republicans, and we have to make sure that the judiciary does not do what these Republicans in Congress have done.
That's right.
Well, I know I speak for everyone here. Angela, you got a quick question you want me to relay?
I don't. Just let them know we stand with them. I'm going to go to some of their colleagues here to get a reaction, but tell them we stand with them and we thank them for their courage.
We all stand with you. We thank you for your courage. You know, you got to do this. So I'm glad you all did that. And, you know, I don't know if you could hear him. He started whining. They don't love me. They don't ever clap for me. When I came up here for 5 years, they didn't clap. I mean, he went to this, you know, that whole Rodney Dangerfield, don't nobody love me thing.
Clap.
Well-
Tell the truth and we'll clap.
Tell the truth.
And we'll clap. Do your fucking job and we'll clap. But if you're going to kill us, if you're going to fire us, if you're going to take away our rights, then we are not going to clap. We are going to come for you.
That's right. That's damn right.
That's why y'all know she was loud when she said she takes all her cues from me.
That's right.
Do you
Hold it, DeMario.
Well, because they can't hear us, Mark. I want to just jump in here. There was someone who's a good friend of ours, our good brother, Gary Chambers, who has been relentless about let's call our members, let's make sure they know we don't even want them to go. Tell them to go somewhere else. I want to get his live reaction to what he's hearing right now. Gary, chime in here.
I want to say thank you to the members of Congress who had the courage to stand up, because at the end of the day, we don't have to act like this is normal. We don't have to sit there and just allow him to lie in our faces. And I think that if we are going to stand in the spirit of our ancestors, that is to resist in both strategic ways and visible ways, so this government understands where we are.
In a strategic way. That's what he was just saying.
Okay.
So we all
Mark,
agree.
We're gonna mute you to translate, but we're gonna keep the panel
Well,
going.
no, but I'm gonna say one thing. Since
Okay.
DeMario was here and we talked, and Ariza was here, we want to introduce those of you who don't know. She mentioned Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. She has inherited the mantle from the spirit of Sheila Jackson Lee and John Conyers. Ayanna Presley is now the primary sponsor of HR 40 reparations now. So we appreciate that. Maxwell Frost is here. Jasmine Crockett is around, and I think Al Green is still coming. I'll be back.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Mark. We got Mark on the spot. Forget Johnny Roy. We got Mark on the spot. And he brought us right to our protesters that know what time it is. It is State of the People, y'all. It ain't State of the Union. It ain't a joint address. This is our time, and it is so good to be alongside people with courage. I want to go to some sisters that I know carry the mantle for courage all the time. Bishop Leah Daughtry, I want to come to you, and Siobhan Arline Bradley. I also want to come to you simultaneously. I want to hear what y'all think about that. And now that we've had some sisters show up, show out, say that we're not going to sit here and listen to this nonsense, what do people at home do with that same courage? How can we motivate and activate that same courage? I also want y'all to know I came to them because these are my side pastors, okay? They get a prayer through and they'll get us some action that is rooted in faith. So I want to hear from you all about what you think we do with that.
The side pastor, you got a main pastor?
Side pastors. No, I call them on the side. I got a main line right to them.
Okay. Oh, I thought you meant like you had two pastors. Oh, never mind. My mind. I'm sorry.
See, Roy, that's why, you know what? Somebody block him.
Well, I'll start. Siobhan, go ahead, Siobhan, you go.
Well, I'll first of all, shout out to the love tonight. I suspect the ancestors are well and resting well. because of what's happening right now. So just shout out to the whole family, Angela, for keeping us rolling. I think a couple things to offer as you think about the response. And I want to just honor Black women in this moment for being aware and taking space that we know is ours to take. I will tell you this, there is a unity between the brothers and sisters tonight that I think is palpable, and I think it's changing the game. But when we talk about the ground game, we need to talk specifically about where people need to go. There are a lot of questions that are coming on the strategies. What are we supposed to do? This is boycott, yes. Activate, yes. But we're talking about now the legislative part of this work. This part of the advocacy on the ground is where voters can take a stance. If you have a child that has an illness, they're currently receiving CHIP and supported by Medicaid. If you have a mother or a father who is over 65, they're receiving any kind of treatments, they're receiving Medicare. Social Security is on the line. I also want us to understand that when we start talking about SNAP and benefits, these are not just benefiting Black people. There's a misnomer about these entitlements. And what I want people to understand is you have to now start calling your senators every single day. Be relentless. Be relentless in a way that allows them to know you will be voted out. And we've got to also use the phone tree method. Like, we got to go old school. You got to call your people to tell them to call their people to make these phone calls and then show up. Special elections in Florida 1st and 6th District, do not miss this. I don't care that it's a Republican district. I care that we got Black people that can vote. Here's the last thing I want to say, Angela, for this call tonight. As people are listening to what's happening, we got to understand that strategy will outweigh this foolishness. But strategy comes when we had to take a moment to breathe and activate. Now that we're activating, look at what we've done in 24 hours. We have called him. My father's 77 years old, and he told me he clicked on to watch tonight. We're hitting generation after generation. We got mothers, grandmothers, fathers, folks that have not been listening are now listening. So when you say turn the TV off, that doesn't mean turn off the activism. That means turn off this moment to be able to pull together what we're doing tonight. And it's working, y'all. We are going to win because our ancestors gave us the blueprint. This is a different man, but not a different plan. That's what I want you to hear.
Bishop, before you weigh in, we've been joined by Congresswoman Latifah Simon with Reverend Mark Thompson. And I want to go to her. You all heard her earlier today.
I'm ready to go when you are. All right.
Delivering her Working Families Party rebuttal or pre-buttal to the State of the Union. So, Mark, I'm coming to you now so we can hear from Congresswoman Simon.
Congresswoman Simon, what happened?
A lot happened tonight. I mean, I know I walked out. I walked out. I couldn't listen to these deep lies, this vitriol. But it also, sir, it felt like a Klan rally in there. We have to really understand what's happening right in front of us. We heard a president said clearly that he wants to take us back to a 1950s America. DEI is code for making sure that white men are leading everything. He has fired 4-star generals and has put unqualified white men to head our Pentagon. I can go on and on. We heard the lies when he started talking about Social Security. That's my grandmother. That's my aunt. Those are disabled children and the children of dead men. That is a social safety net that we all have paid into, and he is going to disrupt that department. He is going to disrupt and fracture our education system. Again, that's disabled children, that's K through 12, that's FAFSA. I couldn't listen to someone who's trying to tear apart the very structures that we have fought to build in the last 60 years in this country. I had to walk out. It's my job to be in this building, but I refuse to sit and kowtow to the neo-Klan. I'm not doing it.
Had you contemplated that? Did you have a feeling that might be what you would do?
I knew it, but my mother said, listen, my mother is from Malvern, Arkansas, and she told me this morning, Latifah, 800,000 people are expecting you to do your job and at least go. No one is supposed to kick you out of your house. So I wasn't kicked out today. I left mid-speech. Very clear that we have work to do on the ground. And factually, block by block, if we vote block by block, we can take back the House, stop this madman, and win the presidency. It's that simple. These folks don't care about laws. They don't care about the judiciary. We're facing a constitutional crisis, but moreover, America is about to be sicker and poorer, and none of us are safe. You know, last thing I'll say on this, a few weeks into me being here, I'm a new member of Congress.
Yes, ma'am.
I was one of the few people outside of DOE saying, let us in and talk to these folks who want to take apart funding for HBCUs, want to take disabled services out of our K through 12 for our disabled autistic children, intellectual and physical disabilities. We want to talk to them. Not only did they lock the doors, they sent Homeland Security. You couldn't see that behind the doors. There was a wall of Homeland Security officers with their hands on their guns. This is not the republic that we have fought for. These are dangerous times. This democracy is in hospice. Watch out and be close and be clear. We have to organize, and folks have to run and win office, because we are this close from being in a segregated apartheid America once again. We have literally shed blood, tears, intellectual beauty to have the small rights that we have. My mother wasn't born in a democracy. Yours wasn't either in this country. Literally, they couldn't vote. Their grandmothers couldn't vote. We're only 2.5 generations past those times. This thinly veiled democracy can be whipped away in a second. Look at El Salvador. The president of El Salvador ripped up the Constitution, slandered the legislative body and the judiciary body, and has now created a prison state. We got to work, y'all. I'm ready to work. I'm here not just to legislate, but to organize, but to show up for my people. We got to do better, and I'm going to do better. That's what I'm here to do, and I'm proud and honored to be one of 200 people in this nation's history, less than, that has worn this pin. So it's about action. We're going to be in committee, but we're going to be on the streets too.
You may have had a better vantage point than we did. What exactly happened with Al Green? What went down? They came in to escort him out, did they not?
So, that brother is on the floor every single day fighting the good fight. I mean, listen to him, his floor speeches every day. What he did is he shook his cane and he challenged the leader of the Neo Clan, and that's what he was supposed to do. And the Speaker of the House had a Black man forcefully removed from the chamber by the sergeant in arms. He is a sitting member of Congress. And do you see the heckling and the hollering from the Republicans? Do they have decorum? No, this is a discriminatory body right now. This is a leadership that doesn't see Black men as equal to their white counterparts. It's really clear. If you look at the right side of the aisle, you see a monolithic governance structure. It's a majority white man structure. That's what they want. That's what they're pushing for. And you better feel the realness of that. They are going to make sure that every head of state, every department head looks like those men, looks like the men who come from a lineage who had our uncles swinging from trees. That is not hyperbole. That is the truth. Let's to fight back.
We got fire up here in the Capitol, y'all.
Yes,
I'm going to throw it back because I know y'all having dialogue and folks going to keep dropping in. Thank you, Congresswoman. God
Thank
bless
you, Mark. Keep them coming. This is
right.
amazing. I want to go to Bishop Leah Daughtry now. We talking about you. Can you please show everybody your shirt? Because your shirt is prophetic for this evening. Look at this.
Yes.
It says Black women vote. And what you're seeing is Black women leading, Black women walking out. Boots were made for walking. Black women cussing while they leaving. You got to feel proud, Bishop. I want to hear about this.
It is an amazing moment. This whole day has just been an amazing thing. And to see these sisters step up and tell us what was happening on the floor is just singular. And, Black women are doing what Black women have always done in this country. And I'm not discounting the efforts of the brothers, but I was asked to talk about Black women, so that's what I'm going to do. And so I think what we're seeing is the continuation of the bloodline and of the lineage. And I just want to remind us that nobody is coming to save us. There's no army that's coming to save us. We're going to have to save ourselves. And that's just the bottom line. And if we're waiting for some cavalry, the cavalry ain't coming, y'all. We have to save ourselves. And so what I want to offer is a couple of things that people can do. Number one, reject. We have got to reject the lies. What happened today with this 24-hour marathon is one example. We got to reject it outright, refuse to accept what they dishing. We just not going to reject it. Do not engage in anticipatory compliance. Do not obey in advance. We got to reject it. Number two, we got to resist. Put on your boots, get you an Angela beret, do whatever you got to do in the places where you are to resist what is happening, to say, I will not go. Here is the line I will not cross. I am going to do what I can do which is not to say that we all gonna do the same thing, but we ought to practice resistance in the spaces where they are. Number three, we gotta reclaim our heritage. We've let it go because we have had an easy time of things in some respects, or we've been duped into thinking we've had an easy time. We have got to reclaim the mantle of our ancestors, what the lineage was that got us to where we are today, where we have all these firsts, where we have people in the Senate, where we have people running businesses. It was not ever so. And so we got to reclaim the authority, reclaim the power, reclaim our legacy as Black people in this country who were built to survive. We were made for this storm. Everything that has happened to us in this country has prepared us for this moment, and we are up to the task. And the last R I'm going to give you is remember. You got to remember where we've come from. You got to remember the battles we've already won in the face of these co-presidents who will try every day to dismiss, demean, and diminish us. We have to remember that with the stock we've come from. We've got to remember the people we've come from who were sturdy enough and strong enough to survive this middle passage, to get here and to live 400 years, to survive through the slave master's whip, through the lynching tree, through the segregated fountains, the back of the bus, and they kept on breathing and they kept on living in the hope that we would be able to stand, not just stand, but thrive. And we cannot let our legacy and that our ancestors left for us be diminished or demeaned. Ain't nobody coming to save us. We got to save ourselves.
That is absolutely right. SOS. And on that, speaking of somebody who's working on saving ourselves actively, he might have upset some party folks the other day because Jamie Harrison was front and center on a USA Today article. While white folks are talking about identity politics no more, there's no space for DEI, we're starting to see white folks in the Democratic Party align with Republicans sounding real Dixiecratish. And Jamie Harrison is like, Sweet Brown, ain't nobody got time for that. So Jamie, I want to know where you will tell the party to go from here. You see Black women and Black men thinking about Mr. Green leading with no direction in some ways, right? They're leading. They're saying, we're going to take this in our own hands. We are going to follow our own conscience. We know they are members of a caucus that's called the Conscience of the Congress. Jamie, how are you feeling about all this? And what do you tell the people at home who are like, finally, we see leadership?
Well, listen, Angela, first of all, thank you for your vision, you and Joy for helping to pull all this together. And, the bishop just preached a word. She just preached a word. And we're at this inflection point, particularly where parties are. And, I'm very fortunate to have been the third Black person to be chair of the Democratic Party. But I can tell you, the Democratic Party ain't perfect. And right now, what you hear is there's a battle for the soul of the party. You got some folks who love to say that Black folks represent the backbone, the heart and soul of the Democratic Party, but at the first indication of any anxiety, electoral anxiety, they want to abandon those folks. They talk about identity politics being the thing that is dragging the Democratic Party back. I mean, hell, the right-wing evangelists in the South is an identity group. Gun owners in the South are an identity group, but you don't see the Republicans running away from them. If African Americans represent the backbone of this party, then why are not all Democrats surrounding us and supporting us in this full frontal attack that is happening on the Black community right now? We all have to stand up. We all have a role to play, but we all have to stand up, and we have to demand that our party and party leaders, and I'm not saying this as a blanket, this is the DNC or whatever, but I'm saying the folks who are elected officials in this party, they all have to stand up and do their parts in terms of fighting for us. And that's what we saw in this last election. There are some people who just fundamentally do not feel as though they see Donald Trump and they don't agree with Donald Trump. Many of them hate Donald Trump. But the one thing that they respect about Donald Trump is that whatever he believes, he fights like hell for it. Democrats, we got to fight like hell for the things that we believe, that are our core values, and the people who are the backbone of this party, and that is Black folks. And so that's what we need at this point in time. And listen, we're all going to have different roles. We're all going to play different roles in this. You know, we saw it during the civil rights movement, right? There was the person who there were the people who marched. There were people who sat in at the lunch counters. There were the folks who got the dogs sitting on them. But they were the pastors who organized. They were also the people who paid the bail, right? They were the lawyers that went into the courtroom. We all have roles to play, and we got to figure out what our role is. I often wondered, Angela, when I was growing up in Orangeburg, what would I have done in the civil rights movement? Well, hell, we don't have to wonder anymore, because right now we are in the civil rights movement of our time. And the question is, what will each of us do in this movement in order to continue to move our people and our party and our families and this country forward? And so I'm happy to be a part of this. You know, I'm going to do everything because I do it. Yes, I do it for my people, but you know, selfishly, you know who I do it for? My 2 Black sons who are upstairs right now sleeping. That is who I do this work for. That's why I will give every breath in my body to make sure that my sons don't grow up in a world like my grandparents grew up in, where the KKK marched through their town, where they had to drink out of colored water fountains, where they sat at the back of the bus. I will do every single thing in my power, will give every bit of my blood, every breath that I have, to make sure that my boys don't live in that world. Right now, we have a fascist in the White House. It is fear, it is fraud, it is fascism. And that is what defines the Republican Party. That is what defines Donald Trump. And we got to do everything that we can to push back and fight back against that.
Congressman Harrison, thank you so much. We want to go back now real quick to Mark Thompson. I understand he has Representative Maxwell Frost. One of the few good things to come out of Florida. Mark, also oranges. Shout out to oranges. Mark, real quick, he
can hear you. He can hear you. He can hear you.
Oh, okay, dope. So
how you doing?
Good to see you. Good to see you. Ain't seen you since the Daily Show when you popped in a while back, brother. What was the consensus before going into the chambers tonight amongst all the Democrats? Were y'all like, well, you gonna walk out? Well, I'm gonna walk out. Well, you walk out, I walk out. Or was it more organized? Or was everyone kind of feeling their own wave as the night went on?
There was definitely a lot of organizing going on. And here was the general consensus is that, number one, this isn't a normal address. This isn't a normal time where you stand up when the president walks in, where you have that kind of decorum. Because number one, he's never shown that to us or the American people or any people. He's never shown that to Black people. And so we walked in there, many of us, with a plan of what to do. If you've seen the videos, you've seen people with signs, holding up signs. I hold up a sign that said Musk steals. Elon Musk has been tweeting at me every other week. If I was the richest man on earth, I wouldn't be tweeting at 28-year-old Maxwell Frost, but I'd be doing other things. But I held up a Musk steal sign. But here's the thing. The reason why we decided to walk out is because, number one, we all worked really hard to get to Congress, and our constituents sent us there. And we knew we didn't want to stay the whole time. But I think there's power in occupying a space and choosing yourself when to get up and leave and walk out in the spirit of student protesters from the civil rights era. And that's why we decided to do it. Us and a group of mainly women from the Black Caucus who helped lead us into that action.
Yeah, you have some on, right?
Yeah. We couldn't. You can't just get up and walk out, right? We got up and we turned around and showed them our back. To show this message.
No kings live here.
No kings live here.
Yeah.
And because he thinks he's a king. And what's going on right now is this administrative coup and billionaire takeover of our government so they can take away Medicaid, Social Security, the things people have fought for and earned to give billionaires a tax cut. And this is what the fascists do, is they try to have us say, well, I can't pay rent because of Black history. I can't afford my medicine because of that trans person. I can't afford this. I can't afford that because of the immigrant. They want us to look at each other instead of looking at them. But what I try to tell people is you are closer to being on the streets than you are to being Elon Musk. But they profit from us blaming each other, especially as Black people, amongst cultures and amongst the entire world. So I'm proud to be here. I'm proud to have done this action, but we know it doesn't stop here.
Yeah.
You know,
what's next? What do you want to see your other members and this party do?
I believe, look, number one, when you don't have all the power you want, you use all the power you got. And we do have power because there's only a 2-seat majority in the House. And we have the ability to obstruct, to delay, to push back on this extreme agenda that most people don't believe in. And I think that's what we need to do, whether it's working at subpoena Elon Musk in every single oversight committee hearing, right? Or as many as we can. One day, too many of those guys are going to be at lunch a little too far. And guess what? It'll move through. Believe it or not, that's how these things work sometimes.
Yeah.
Right? The other day, you have to challenge power too. The other day, I said grifter in chief. I think that's pretty tame.
Yeah, it's tame.
That's pretty tame. But they wouldn't even allow me to say that. So then you say, well, do I cede that ground or do I push it? Not to just be performative, but to make a point so people can see what's going on. Because we can't assume that everyone's paying attention.
To that point, Congressman Frost, about not ceding ground. Earlier this week, President Trump tweeted or Truth Social or whatever about the possibility when it comes to the youth of if you protest at a college campus, automatic expulsion, or if you protest illegally, which basically means we will draw the lines of the appropriate way to protest and then just say you violated and expel you. How serious do you think of a threat that is as we get into midterms, and how serious I believe protesting is going to play an important part of everything we're talking about over the next 4 years. How serious of a threat is that? Do you think that to be? And what advice would you have to young organizers who are going to be facing these types of potential legal ramifications for speaking out?
I think it's a very serious threat. I think that number one, we campaigned for a while talking about Project 2025. Now it's happening.
Yeah.
We have no room to act surprised about the things they're doing because they wrote them down and we told people they would do it. And this attack on freedom of speech and students is something that we have to take seriously. So what would I tell students to do? Well, thinking to my organizing, number one, build community and grow your movement outside of students too. I remember during the Black Lives Matter uprising, the nights where I was tear gas maced and when I went to jail, it wasn't just people my age that had my back. And it wasn't just people my age that bailed me out of jail. It was a multi-generational movement of community that brought each other up. You know, our pro bono lawyers, where many of them were seniors, right, who came out to help us. So I encourage people, young people throughout history will always be leading, right? But it is important to make sure that you bring everybody into this movement because it's of us, by us. And I think that's how we protect us. So that's what I would tell students across the country. Take this seriously and also call on your elected officials to protect your freedom of speech, whether you're advocating against babies dying in Gaza, you're advocating to make sure that we have accountability in law enforcement or whatever it is, housing justice, whatever it is. We all deserve to say what we want to say. And that he wants to go after that. And here's the other thing I'll say. I think another reason he wants to go after it is because a lot of times in history, that energy does turn into votes against fascism. We had the largest youth voter turnout in the history of our country in a midterm in 2018. What else happened in 2018? Massive protests. What else happened in 2018? Marjorie Stoneman Douglas was shot up and students around the country said enough is enough. In 2020, we had the highest youth voter turnout in the history of a general election. What happened in 2020? A black man was lynched in broad daylight. People woke up and saw the video and said enough is enough, took to the streets, then they took to the ballot box. So there's a danger in allowing social movements to emerge, and they want to try to scare people from even going out to the street in the first place. We have to take it very seriously.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Just one last question
Yeah.
for Mark. Congressman, it's Angela Rye. Thank you for joining us. Quick question for you. When you consider what just happened and you see how Congressman Green was treated, do you think it was worth it to show up to the joint address tonight?
Yeah, obviously this is I don't want to talk bad about anyone for their individual decisions. Everyone's going to decide how they want to represent their constituents. I'll tell you where I'm coming from. Number one, I come from direct action and movement-based politics. And for me, it's all about space. How are you taking up space? When are you leaving a space and making sure you're doing that on your own accord? And of course, I worked hard to get here, but more importantly, my people sent me here, I believe, to take up space. But here's the thing that's more from a practical point of view. When you don't show up and sit in a seat, they put a Republican staffer in that seat. When you leave in the middle of the speech, there's no staffers available to sit in your seat. So all these are the things that we try to think about when we do the action. Did I not want to go? Of course I didn't want to go and listen to this BS lies from this neo-fascist racist. But I think there's power in stepping up, leaving in solidarity, of course, with Al Green, but also in solidarity with Black people and oppressed people across this nation. And so everyone has their own way of advocating. Some people boycotted it. Power to them, power to everyone. But this was the way I decided to do my action tonight with a great group of people.
Let me say this as he leaves, brother. We appreciate you. Tamika, this reminds me, being with this young 20-something-year-old brother in this Capitol reminds me of when we were with those other young 20-something-year-old brothers in the Capitol in Nashville. So this is deja vu. Love you, man. You keep that up, man. Proud of you, Doc.
Appreciate it.
All right, all right.
God bless.
We'll be back, y'all. Go ahead. All right, thank you.
I am so grateful for these cutaways to the Capitol. It's putting us right in the moment. This is really, really good reporting on behalf of Reverend Mark Thompson. I want to come to our sister as she wipes her face. Latasha was on the plane for 20 hours traveling to get here tonight. Latasha Brown is the co-founder of Black Voters Matter. Black Voters Matter got something to say about some of this too. So LB, I want to come to you because you all have always been about the work of the people and making sure that we get engaged. I want to know your reaction to what Maxwell was just sharing and what you think our next steps need to be.
Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom over me. And before I be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free. You know, I wanted to sing that song because this is the week marks the 60th anniversary of people who sang that song on the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma, Alabama. It is also a song that our ancestors, when they did not have politics on their side, they didn't have resources, they have any of those things. They knew that there was something inside of them that, no, you're not going to dehumanize me. You're not going to take away the Constitution is not what gives me my right to live. God has given me my right to live. And so I say that in this space that I wanted to bring the ancestors and the history and the long history of the ancestors and our resistance in this space, that is a song of resilience, but it's also a song of resistance. And so in terms of going forward, there are 4 things. I'll be real quick because I think I'm turning into a pot of sand right now. I think there's 4 things, and I'm calling it, but I'm saying it in terms of this strategy around force, what we have to do. The first thing is around the fortify. In this moment, people, we have to fortify ourselves. What does that mean? We have to protect our assets and our information. You cannot take for granted that all of the things that you have that is based on the computer that is going to be there. You need to download your documents. You need to protect your resources. My family, who literally lived through the Depression, my grandparents that raised me, that were born in 1905 and 1910, they always kept money in the house. And part of what they said is the reason why they survived and our family survived during the Great Depression is because they didn't have their money in the banks. And so I know that sounds a little like an alarmist, but you need to have $2,000, a minimum of $2,000, if you can, if you have that you got set aside that at any moment you can touch it. Because if your bank card goes down, what you gonna do? Right. And so I think it's really important for us to really think differently. We have to think in terms of a self-determination model on how we're going to protect ourselves and our assets in this moment. When I say protect your information, you have to check your sources, y'all. Part of what is happening is there are people who are intentionally giving us misinformation, disinformation. Check your sources and where you're getting information from. Double, triple, check that, right? The next thing, the next F, as we're talking moving from fortified, we've got to focus. It's really important for us to think about what it is that we need in this moment. You know, we talked about early on the segment that we were on, that we've got to connect to Black farmers, that we've got to figure out where we can get our basic needs met. When we're talking about Social Security cuts, y'all need to understand that 58% of single Black adults over the age that are retirement age, 90% of their income comes from Social Security. 90% of their income comes from Social Security. it will be devastating to our communities in terms of how will they live, how will they feed themselves, how will they protect themselves. So it's important for us not just to talk about how we're going to stop or depend on them, but how we're going to have and use our institutions and structures to be able to fortify our people and focus our work so that we can protect our people in this moment. And so that means we have to think like Black, we have to think in terms of Black determination models and these self-determination models. All of those churches know you cannot have a church and you just open on Sunday. That has to become a community Black space. If you have institutions, you have business, that has to be, if it needs to be a meeting space, we've got to look in this moment of how do we create and think as nation builders in this moment. The third thing that I want to say is really about this fight, that the way that we fight, we're used to fighting when we have federal protections in place. We're used to fighting, particularly those of us that live in the racist South. We've actually fought in ways that we would actually use federal legislation, federal government to really be able to hold our states accountable. When that is not in place, how do we protect our people? Part of what we really got to be super, super focused is local control. We need to take over every single, and the wonderful thing about Black folks is we like to live together. So oftentimes we live in spaces that we have substantial numbers where we can take over school boards, that we can take over local elections. We have to focus on local control as much as possible. The mayor's races, the DA races, the local judgeships. The fourth and the final thing that I'll say really is we have to really, it will not be our politics to save us, y'all. It will be our humanity. But we can no longer just think about citizens of a bootleg nation that at will believes that we are at the whimsical nature of white racist folk. We have to think like founders of a new nation. We have to really think differently, that we're not just citizens, but we're founders of something different. And what does that mean? We have to really be thinking about how will we protect and provide for our people in this moment, the basic needs of food, shelter, our resources, and literally one of the things I want us to do, don't spend no money. We cannot spend money in this moment. Why? Unless we're spending money with our communities and with things that we need. Don't take for granted that the eggs are $14 now. With the tariff, this trade war, it is going to have a substantial impact on us. So this is not the moment to go buy your Gucci bag. This is not the moment to go and spend on Amazon. This is not the moment. And we ain't trying to get them our money no doggone way anyway. So I think it's really important in this moment that we really save our money. And if you are going to spend some money, to invest some money, invest it in a Black organization that is leading this work. Someone that you know that is on the front line doing this work, whether it's $10. I see my brother Quinn James with Collective PAC. I see David, all these organizations. I see Siobhan that are doing amazing work. Write $10, $20. Pastor Mike that has been standing in this space, really making sure that our communities are protected, those of us who have been marginalized. And so in that, I'll just say, in this moment, I'm gonna leave with a question. I always ask this question everywhere we go. Everywhere I speak, I ask the question. I ask people to close their eyes. And my question to them is, what would this nation look like without racism? What would the institutions look like? What would a day look like? And everywhere I go, 95%, most of the time, nobody has been asked that question. And if you don't think, we're not thinking about it. Certainly we don't think the other folks thinking about it. So we've got to change the paradigm in this moment and ask ourselves every single day, what would this nation look like without racism? Because racism is not my birthright. And what will it require for us to build in that? And so we've got to be moving on that, because I will tell you this, there's not been anything that has ever existed in the physical realm that wasn't first envisioned. Somebody had to envision the cell phone. Someone had to envision this. Somebody had to envision a racist concept around what it means around this white supremacy hierarchy. So those of us, we who believe in freedom, we also have to see ourselves as visionaries, and we've got to radically reimagine every single system in this country. Instead of us responding to the limited vision of others that don't want to see us in power, we've got to literally create the systems that every child can get fed. We've got to create systems that we can actually have healthcare for all of God's children. We've got to create the systems that's really about a wholesome education. So shift your thinking. It's not citizens of this nation, but go beyond that. We have to be founders of a new nation, founders of a nation that's yet unborn. And part of that is going to require us having the discipline to lean into that, to really use our imagination, our innovation, and self-determination to move forward. Thank you, Angela.
Thank you, Latasha. Thank
Let's
you so
raise
much.
the offering.
Yes, the
send the
doors
plate
of the church are
around.
almost open. We've been joined, you all, by another history maker. I so wanted to go to Jamal and Tamika and Angelo to talk about not spending money. Y'all hold that thought, because we got a queen. They might not be no kings in that house, but we have a queen amongst us. She is the CBC chairwoman. She's one of my former bosses, Congresswoman Yvette Clarke from Brooklyn. She